Zhizhi is the chosen female supporting character in a certain male-oriented cultivation novel. Her master is the most formidable villain within this narrative, having attempted to extract the male protagonist's golden core, but ultimately met with a fatal retribution. The eldest senior brother is a deranged serial killer who seeks to transform the male protagonist into a medicinal puppet, only to meet a tragic end thereafter. The second senior sister is a crazed and obsessive individual who, in her pursuit against the male protagonist, becomes a mere pawn in his game. The third senior brother possesses a fiery temperament, and, after being provoked by the male protagonist, impulsively establishes a life-and-death challenge, leading to his demise. Yet she, the youngest disciple under her master, fortuitously survived the massacre of her clan, nurturing a deep-seated resentment that ultimately drives her to embrace darkness. She is determined to flay the male protagonist alive and become the principal antagonist of this tale, the architect of the male protagonist's 99,981 tribulations. The system informs her that she must assume the role of a mere tool, paving the way for the male protagonist, meticulously following the script toward her own annihilation. Zhizhi, she is not mentally unstable. Eliminating the male protagonist is feasible, but paving the way for him? That is out of the question. Even if the path ahead is destined to lead to a dead end, she is resolute in leveling this road. She intends to do what a villain ought to do, committing the transgressions she is meant to commit. Chapter 1. The Trivial Inner Sect Examination. Zhizhi is the chosen female supporting character in an exceedingly lengthy, male-oriented cultivation narrative. Since her birth, she has been bound to a system. The system informs her that she must play the role of a tool, paving the way for the male protagonist, meticulously following the narrative toward her own demise. Zhizhi, what a ridiculous notion. Knowing she will die, yet willingly leaping into the fray, she must either be insane or have her wits thoroughly scrambled. Indeed, she is the greatest antagonist in this cultivation tale, the architect of the male protagonist's 99,981 tribulations. This lengthy, male-oriented novel, titled The Counterattack of the Underachiever in Cultivation, weaves through the cultivation realm to the celestial realm, replete with trials and tribulations akin to an old woman's binding cloth, both foul and interminable. The Xianxia sect, where she currently resides, represents the male protagonist's initial trial. Following this, he will annihilate her entire clan, usurp the position of sect leader, and rise as a burgeoning talent in the cultivation world, his protagonist's halo illuminating the land. Her master is the most formidable villain within this narrative, having attempted to extract the male protagonist's golden core, but ultimately met with a fatal retribution. The eldest senior brother is a deranged serial killer who seeks to transform the male protagonist into a medicinal puppet, only to meet a tragic end thereafter. The second senior sister is a crazed and obsessive individual who, in her pursuit against the male protagonist, becomes a mere pawn in his game. The third senior brother possesses a fiery temperament, and, after being provoked by the male protagonist, impulsively establishes a life-and-death challenge, leading to his demise. Yet she, during the massacre of her clan, fortuitously survived, harboring a deep-seated animosity that ultimately drives her to embrace darkness, intent on flaying the male protagonist alive, subjecting him to 1,000 cuts. Within the confines of the map, the male protagonist, endowed with an aura of invincibility, repeatedly escapes from her clutches, defying the odds. She becomes increasingly dark, twisted, and unhinged, ultimately meeting her demise at the hands of the now-matured male protagonist, who seals her away forever in the frigid wasteland, where she shall eternally slumber. Zhizhi declares, "This ending is utterly exhilarating. I have no desire to experience it myself. Congratulations, host, on officially commencing the main plotline. Henceforth, please endeavor to create tribulations for the male protagonist to facilitate his growth." At this moment, as she listens to the mechanical voice echoing in her ears, she gazes at the male protagonist, Wang Miao, who stands in the hall with lowered eyes, awaiting selection, and lets out an involuntary cold chuckle. "System, please host." Before the words could fully escape, a sudden silence envelopes the air. Zhizhi digs at her ears. She is not mentally unwell. Eliminating the male protagonist is acceptable. However, paving the way? No chance. You. Zhizhi casually gestures towards the male protagonist in the hall, her tone indifferent. You should head to the outer sect. Wang Miao, who had been secretly rejoicing, suddenly lifts his head at her words. The other elders exchange glances, taken aback. Master Jingli, the esteemed teacher, appears somewhat astonished. Sang'er? Zhizhi turns her head and replies with a gentle smile. Though this junior brother topped the trials, he still lacks in temperament. To place him in the inner sect would be rather forced. It would be wiser for him to hone his skills in the outer sect for a few years. If he were truly gifted, I believe the mere inner sect examination would pose no challenge for him. Mia. Wang Miao. Why does that sound rather derogatory? The second senior sister quietly raises her hand, her tone soft and agreeable. I think so too. Although unsure of what the junior sister was implying, it mattered little. She would follow the trend blindly. Master Jingli ponders briefly and finds merit in her words. The third elder, who initially had his eyes set on Wang Miao, cannot help but interject, I believe. Zhizhi suddenly turns and smiles. I recall that Master Sin has no fewer than 800 disciples under his tutelage. With such a multitude, can you truly manage them all? Upon a reminder, Master Jingli recalls, Junior Brother San, this year you should refrain from taking in more disciples. Your pool of resources is already overflowing. The third elder chuckles awkwardly, scratching his head. That is indeed true. His current disciples are already draining him. If he were to take on another, he fears he would be unable to cope. Abandoning the thought of speaking on Wang Miao's behalf, he settles back down. Wang Miao raises his head, a look of astonishment on his face as he gazes at Zhizhi. Meeting his gaze, she maintains a calm demeanor and inquires, Wang Miao, would you be willing to join the outer sect? This question immediately draws the attention of all present, focusing intently on Wang Miao. Wang Miao's fists clench. He raises his head, tensing his body, and forces a smile, each word strained as he squeezes out, disciple. Not willing. Before he could utter the subsequent words, Zhizhi interjects. You previously stated that you wished to gain experience within the sect. Wang Miao's heart sinks. As expected, he looks up to see Zhizhi smiling faintly at him. This is your opportunity. Wang Miao. Thank you. He had only made that statement to showcase his humility. There was no need to take it so seriously. Or do you mean to say that your previous statement was merely a ruse to deceive us? Noticing his apparent reluctance, Zhizhi's gaze darkens, her tone turning icy. Wang Miao feels the weight of pressure mounting within him, and he finds his nails gradually embedding into his flesh. Disciple does not dare. He bows his head, speaking with restraint. If he were to accept this without objection, he fears he would be branded as a master of deceit. Zhizhi smiles faintly. Since there are no objections, let us proceed with this arrangement. I believe that with your capabilities, Junior Brother Wang, you will undoubtedly succeed in the inner sect examination. Of course, this is merely a formality, not to be taken seriously. Wang Miao's expression stiffens. When did he express any lack of objections? Senior sister. He attempts to say more, but Zhizhi's previously softened expression turns cold again. What more do you wish to say? Is she changing her demeanor on a whim? Wang Miao grinds his back teeth, finally forcing a smile. Nothing. It becomes apparent to him. This senior sister song is targeting him. However, is it not somewhat presumptuous for you to unilaterally dictate my fate? He is unwilling to simply let Zhizhi lead him by the nose, gritting his teeth as he presses further. The master had yet to speak. How could it be her place to make decisions? Upon hearing this, Zhizhi raises an eyebrow. She surveys him coolly from head to toe, her eyes glimmering with disdain as her red lips curl into a cold smirk. Do you believe I lack the authority? I am a direct disciple under the sect master, entrusted with overseeing various affairs of the peaks. Do not think that your insignificant status allows you to question my authority. I could as easily expel you from the sect without a soul daring to utter a word. What about you? What status do you possess to speak to me in such a manner? Wang Miao gazes into her eyes, which hold a contemptuous glint akin to that reserved for an insignificant insect, and he feels a pang of indignation. Yet he finds himself at a loss for words. Is it not a display of bullying to act in such a manner, senior sister? Ultimately, he remains obstinate, lifting his chin defiantly, his expression resolute in argument. Bullying? Zhizhi scoffs lightly. You must at least possess some talent to qualify. Wang Miao is infuriated. Enough. At that moment, the senior brother Qi Yin suddenly speaks up, a gentle smile gracing his face. What is there to argue over such trivial matters? Upon realizing that the speaker is a fair-skinned, radiant senior brother, Wang Miao feels a wave of relief wash over him. He appears to be a good person, one who surely would not allow Zhizhi to continue her antics. Yet, to his astonishment, the very next second, the man regards him with an expression akin to that of someone looking at refuse. If the junior sister finds it intolerable, she may simply expel you. To become agitated over trifles is counterproductive. Wang Miao. Chapter 2. As long as he doesn't meet his demise, it would suffice. The words of my senior brother resonate with reason. This individual dares to confront the junior sister even before officially joining the sect. Once he becomes a member, his arrogance will undoubtedly escalate. In my humble opinion, it would be prudent to expel him at the earliest opportunity. Third senior brother, Shan, observed the scene and let out a dismissive snort. With a mere glance, he discerned that the fault did not lie with the junior sister. Even if it did, he would choose to overlook it. Such is the nature of familial loyalty over justice. Wang Miao. So, there isn't a single rational person in this sect? A faint voice reached his ears. Turning, he beheld a young woman with a delicate visage and a rosy complexion, whose sweet demeanor stirred a sense of gratitude within him, believing she would speak in his defense. It appears my charm has captivated this beauty. Indeed, my allure is irresistible. I too believe so. The second junior sister, Xianxiaaudiobooks, softly completed the unfinished thought. Wang Miao fell silent, gazing intently at Xianxiaaudiobooks. Her expression, which had previously shown a hint of shyness, abruptly shifted into one of cold disdain upon meeting his gaze. As if she had encountered an unwelcome insect. What are you staring at? Keep looking, and I shall gouge your eyes out. How detestable. Wang Miao. Enough. What a ruckus. The previously silent Master Jingli suddenly spoke. His expression remained inscrutable as he calmly remarked, Sanger has a point. If you are dissatisfied, you are free to leave the mountain. Wang Miao clenched his fists in secret, under the oppressive gaze of Master Jingli. He bit his lip and lowered his head in submission. Disciple does not dare. Yet you seem rather daring, Master Jingli scoffed. Wang Miao's head sank even lower. Disciple acknowledges his mistake. No, the desired item has yet to be secured. He must endure. Master Jingli cast a cursory glance at him before dismissing him with indifference. All right. Everyone may leave. Feeling somewhat awkward, Wang Miao lingered momentarily. Did you not hear the master instruct you to depart? Zhizhi's voice was cold. Wang Miao pressed his lips together, bowed his head in respect, and strode away. Zhizhi observed his departing figure with a cold smile. In the original narrative, he would not have had to endure such tribulations. Conversely, his path was meant to be smooth and unimpeded. Not only would he have garnered the attention of the elders, but he would also have successfully become a disciple under Master Jingli, serving as her junior brother. However, he had not anticipated that they had raised a treacherous wolf. His intention in joining the sect was solely to seize the sect's treasured artifact, the heavenly spirit mirror. It is essential to understand that such treasures embody the soul and lineage of a sect, encapsulating thousands, even tens of thousands of years of heritage. The existence of the treasure signifies the existence of the sect. Consequently, upon discovering Wang Miao's ulterior motives, the master decisively expelled him from the sect. Yet, he harbored resentment and shifted all blame onto them. Subsequently, he resorted to a scheme to implore the master to take him back. The master, seeing his willingness to amend his ways, decided to grant him another chance. However, he unexpectedly feigned compliance and intruded upon the secret chamber, stealing the heavenly heart pill. To retrieve it, Master Jingli attempted to forcefully extract his golden core, only to find that he inadvertently acquired the secret chamber's inheritance, significantly enhancing his power. Master Jingli, momentarily underestimating him, ultimately fell victim to a reversal at a critical moment. The elder brothers, already lacking sanity, were driven to madness upon hearing this news and relentlessly pursued the male protagonist. The outcome was predictable. They all met their defeat beneath the protagonist's brilliance. Only she had managed to avoid all this turmoil due to her descent for training. By the time she returned to the sect, Xianxia's sect had already changed hands, and the male protagonist had acquired the method of inheritance, greatly augmenting his strength, surpassing even her own. This inevitably led to her eventual corruption and descent into madness, as she pursued the male protagonist with fervor. Naturally, this was knowledge the system would not divulge to her. It was all pieced together from the narrative's clues. The so-called antagonists merely serve as stepping stones for the male protagonist's ascent. After the disciple ceremony concluded, Zhizhi exited the grand hall. The sky outside was pristine and cloudless, with distant peaks faintly visible amidst the horizon. At this moment, the voice in her ear returned to normalcy. "Host, did you just mute me?" The system inquired, irate. "No," Zhizhi replied innocently, blinking with an air of nonchalance. "Surely you did." Yet, the system chose not to dwell on that matter any longer. "Host, you have expelled the male protagonist from the inner sect. How is he to grow?" The system was nearly beside itself with frustration. The inner sect is a crucial aspect of the male protagonist's development. "So what?" Zhizhi retorted indifferently. The system faltered. "But by doing this, the male protagonist, why do you keep bringing up the male protagonist? Are you his father?" Zhizhi replied impatiently, rolling her eyes. "If he cannot make it, he has no one to blame but himself. If he is indeed the male protagonist, let me see just how capable he truly is. If he wishes to enter the inner sect, he must climb up by his own merit. I shall be waiting at the precipice, ready to kick him down once he reaches the top." The system was momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. "Besides, I am the antagonist, after all." Zhizhi smiled faintly, her words dripping with disdain. "As long as he doesn't meet his end, that would suffice. Help him grow? What a fantasy. I suggest you take a left turn out the door. There's a cliff high enough to make that dream come true." The system almost forgot. This individual is indeed a lunatic. Zhizhi, the prodigious disciple of the esteemed xianxia sect, the second most prestigious sect in the realm of cultivation, possessed an innate ice spirit root. She was a genius, having established her foundation by the age of 16, carrying the esteemed teachings of the infinite ancestor. It goes without saying that both her parents were renowned figures in the cultivation world. Although they had long since perished, their influence remained formidable. The renowned seventh-tier alchemist, medicinal king Chun Jiuxiang, had been her mother's close friend during her lifetime and looked after her with great care. The leader of the first sect, the carefree sect, was a dear friend of her father's and held her in high regard, once intending to take her under his wing. Not to mention her current master, Master Jingli, was a senior disciple of her father, exceedingly protective and indulgent towards her, granting her every wish. In essence, she possessed the halo of a second-generation immortal, wielding the strongest connections in the cultivation world, adorned with countless antagonistic attributes. Yet, paradoxically, she found herself unsatisfied with such a status. Not only was she gifted, but she also possessed an insatiable drive for progress, her obsession with cultivation reaching a point of relentless dedication. Consequently, her cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds, surpassing many of her senior brothers and sisters within a few short years. Furthermore, she possessed a trait particularly fitting for an antagonist: she lacked moral scruples. Thus, she was impervious to spiritual coercion. While other cultivators lamented over the plight of the world, she had already transcended to a state of complete indifference. In her eyes, both immortals and demons were the same. She showed no hesitation in slaying malevolent creatures and spared no mercy towards fellow cultivators. Right and wrong were merely a matter of her whims. As long as one crossed her bottom line, she would pursue them to the ends of the earth, ensuring they could no longer utter a word. Chapter 3. It must be that I like you. Reflecting on this, the system felt an overwhelming sense of regret. Initially, it was meant to bind to the male protagonist, Wang Miao, but an unforeseen error during the process resulted in it binding to Zhizhi instead. Unable to proceed as originally planned, she reluctantly shifted to the path of cultivating the villainous persona of Zhizhi. However, it now appeared that there was no need for such cultivation. Zhizhi was already a natural at sowing discord. System, host. Today the male protagonist was bitten by a dog as he left home. Zhizhi, without lifting her eyelids, replied, "Oh, he must be having a rather unfortunate day. I heard that dog had been lurking by his door since morning. It seems that in our time apart, he has reached a point where even dogs despise him. Lying in wait to take a bite. I saw you interacting with that dog the other day. Are you not concerned about my compassion for small animals?" System, today was supposed to be the day he received the secret method inheritance on Snow Lotus Mountain. Now that he has been injured by a dog, how can he go there? The system seethed with frustration. Zhizhi reclined languidly on the couch, gently fanning herself, and replied, "What does that have to do with me? I am the villain, after all." System, grumble. It chose not to argue, knowing that the male protagonist was resilient, a child of fortune capable of overcoming all trials. It consoled itself. Moreover, he had a treasure-hunting mouse with him. With that little creature, serendipitous encounters were merely a matter of time. This setback was inconsequential. "Junior sister, look at the wonderful thing I have brought you," exclaimed the third senior brother, Xianxia, as he burst in, holding a small iron cage. The system felt a wave of darkness wash over it, nearly fainting. Was that not the male protagonist's treasure-hunting mouse? Zhizhi observed the frantic little yellow hamster inside the cage with keen interest. Setting her fan aside, she approached, inquiring, Where did this come from? I found it at the foot of the mountain. It was being carried by a dog, and seeing its plight, I brought it back with me, xianxia explained. It seems that this little creature hasn't yet attained sentience. How about keeping it as a pet? Chirp, chirp, let me out, you fools. The treasure-hunting mouse spun in circles within the cage, clawing at the iron bars and threatening xianxia with frantic gestures. Xianxia, oblivious, chuckled and pointed at it, saying to Zhizhi, "Look, it's so excited. It must like you." The treasure-hunting mouse abruptly halted its antics. Zhizhi blinked and bent down to scrutinize the little creature before stating thoughtfully, "In that case, let it stay by my side." System. Host. You cannot steal the male protagonist's belongings. Zhizhi, unfazed, retorted, "I am the villain. If I do not claim his, then who shall I take? Besides, this little creature came to me of its own volition, indicating a bond between us. How can that be deemed theft?" System. Frustrated damn. It found itself unable to counter her logic. Xianxia excused himself, leaving. The treasure-hunting mouse gazed sorrowfully at Zhizhi, who was lazily unfurling a scroll on the couch, its tiny paws clinging to the cage bars, wearied by its unfortunate fate. Why was its existence so arduous? First bitten by a dog, and now confined to a cage. Zhizhi turned her head, and, upon noticing its teary eyes, complimented, "You performed splendidly in your recent dance. Such chaotic beauty." The treasure-hunting mouse, speechless, it felt as though its dignity was being trampled underfoot by this woman. It had been struggling, not performing a dance. However, it soon realized that this woman was impervious to reason. Did she not possess any weaknesses? The treasure-hunting mouse widened its tiny eyes, fixating on Zhizhi, attempting to uncover her flaws in the minutiae. As the saying goes, details determine success or failure. If only it could find her vulnerabilities. It stared at her from dawn till dusk, yet never saw her falter. Its eyes grew weary, nearly blinded. Finally, Zhizhi closed the scroll. The treasure-hunting mouse felt a surge of joy. She finally moved. But in the next moment, she assumed a new position, sitting cross-legged with her eyes closed in meditation. A gentle aura began to swirl around her, forming a luminous circle that gradually enveloped the entire room. The treasure-hunting mouse barely had time to complain before the aura pressed down on it, rendering it breathless. The weight of the aura felt like a mountain, pinning its small body down as it struggled to tilt its head and chirp several times in Zhizhi's direction. Yet, it discovered that the aura muted all sounds, and Zhizhi could not hear it at all. Treasure-hunting mouse. Weak, humble, pitiable, helpless. It felt a surge of emotion. Why was its fate so cruel? As the night fell, bleak and cold, mirroring its desolate heart, the treasure-hunting mouse gazed at Zhizhi all night long, its eyes filled with longing. Akin to a forsaken woman abandoned by a faithless lover, it yearned for just a fleeting moment of her attention. A mere second would suffice to bring it contentment. Yet, contrary to its hopes, Zhizhi was too engrossed in her cultivation, having entered a state of complete oblivion, never once lifting her gaze to acknowledge it. Chapter 4. The Energetic Little Pet. The following morning, Zhizhi slowly opened her eyes from meditation, feeling the flow of spiritual energy within her, her body and mind revitalized. Turning her head, she spotted the treasure-hunting mouse lying in the cage, its eyes bloodshot and weary, appearing as though it had aged a decade overnight. Zhizhi blinked. So, it preferred to sleep on its belly. Feeling the oppressive aura lifting, the treasure-hunting mouse was overjoyed, eager to rise, only to find its legs numb. Treasure-hunting mouse. Exasperated, it yearned to be free. Zhizhi stepped out of her room, relishing the gentle spring breeze that greeted her. Summoning a spiritual sword in her hand, she began to practice her swordsmanship in the courtyard. Leaves fluttered to the ground as her sword sliced through them, effortlessly cleaving them in twain. The young woman's movements were graceful and fluid, weaving through the falling leaves with an ethereal quality, her sword glinting as it flashed, adding an unexpected chill to the otherwise warm spring air. The treasure-hunting mouse's eyes widened in shock as it lay in the cage, witnessing this spectacle. It suddenly felt like one of those fallen leaves, knowing that with the slightest movement, it could be sliced in half by her sword. A chill crept down its neck, causing it to shrink back in fear. That was close. It almost became a dead mouse. Junior sister, Xianxia burst in, brimming with excitement. Zhizhi paused her swordplay, turning to him and asking, "What is it?" "Look, I made this outfit for the little mouse," he proclaimed proudly, showcasing his handcrafted garment. Zhizhi generously praised, "Senior brother, your skills remain as impressive as ever." Indeed, Xianxia, despite his fiery temperament, was exceptionally skilled with needle and thread and had a fondness for small creatures. "Where's the little mouse?" Xianxia inquired, glancing around eagerly. "In the room. It played too hard yesterday and is resting now." Treasure-hunting mouse. Played too hard? It was no wonder its eyes were red. It had been through a tumultuous ordeal. Xianxia, with his keen eyesight, scrutinized the treasure-hunting mouse for a moment before concluding, little pets are full of energy. Treasure-hunting mouse, its silence was deafening. Could it not be that its red eyes were due to crying? It wondered if the outfit Xianxia made would fit. Xianxia lowered his gaze to the small garment in his hands, mumbling to himself as he gestured with his fingers before taking a step towards the iron cage. Sun Bao, watching Xianxia approach with increasing trepidation, was horrified at the sight of the gaudy red and green outfit he held. Stay away. I refuse to wear such an ugly garment. Unfortunately, any resistance proved futile. In the end, it was reluctantly forced into the splendid attire that Xianxia had crafted for it. Evidently, it seemed to enjoy the outfit, behaving obediently without causing any trouble. Xianxia smiled, feeling quite satisfied. Sun Bao's expression was one of resignation, allowing him to fuss over it. Was it possible that its stillness was due to an inability to move? Nevertheless, despite its unattractive appearance, the garment was surprisingly comfortable. Sun Bao mused internally. By the way, the sect's minor competition is about to commence. Junior sister, how are your preparations coming along? Xianxia inquired while playfully toying with the creature in the cage. Sang Zhizhi, I believe I should be fine, but what about you, senior brother? Have you mastered the wind control technique? Xianxia paused, his fingers momentarily still, and a somewhat awkward smile crept across his face. It's not that I am unwilling to learn. The incantation is simply too lengthy. Their master had warned him that failure to grasp it would result in the punishment of reciting 10 volumes of sect scriptures. I'll get right on it. Before he could finish his sentence, a gust of wind swept by, leaving only an afterimage of him. This clearly illustrated the formidable power of cramming. Sang Zhizhi gazed thoughtfully at Xianxia's departing figure. Chapter 5. It seems he has not put in the effort. With the sect's minor competition approaching, it was prime time for the male protagonist to shine. This time, host, you must not obstruct the male lead's entrance. The system reiterated its instructions. Sang Zhizhi responded with a nonchalant mem, indicating her understanding. This time, the antagonist was not her, but Xianxiaaudiobooks provoked by the male lead. He impulsively initiated a life-and-death duel, resulting in a humiliating defeat. Consequently, the male lead would gain considerable recognition within the sect. To put it plainly, she was merely a brainless stepping stone. That said, what was the current cultivation level of the male lead? Sang Zhizhi reflected briefly. It had been a year since he joined the sect, and according to the storyline, he seemed to have reached the 8th level of chi refinement. Although on the surface he pretended to be weaker, claiming to be at the 5th level. Just to be sure, Sang Zhizhi sought confirmation from the system. The system was momentarily stumped. It had not paid attention to this issue in recent days. Upon Sang Zhizhi's prompting, it hastily initiated a query. Suddenly, a shrill voice pierced the air, causing Sang Zhizhi to frown. Male lead, I know you're anxious, but hold your horses. Sang Zhizhi maintained her composure. The system took several deep breaths to regain its usual speech capabilities. The male lead, he is currently at the 5th level of chi refinement. Isn't that what we expected? No. What I meant is that his actual cultivation is only at the 5th level, which is 3 levels lower than anticipated. Sang Zhizhi blinked slowly, offering an assessment. It seems he has not put in the effort. The system retorted, isn't that your fault? It felt like an ant on a hot pan, frantically screaming. What should we do? The plot is completely mismatched. I told you, your actions defy the storyline, and now everything is in disarray. Sang Zhizhi calmly turned the page of the scroll. The male lead is a character who grows. You must have patience. Who caused this situation? The system demanded. You are the root of the problem. How can you speak so nonchalantly? Clearly, you have denied him the opportunity to grow. The system was exasperated. It was she who had allowed the male lead to encounter misfortunes, such as having dogs bite him during fortuitous moments, or throwing stones in his path to cause him to stumble. How could the male lead grow under such circumstances? Sang Zhizhi paused, lifting her eyelids with an air of indifference. Opportunities must be seized through one's own efforts. If one cannot succeed, one should not blame the path for being uneven. Besides, I am the antagonist. She smiled lightly. If he, as the male lead, cannot surpass me, the antagonist, then that is his own failing. The system fell silent for a moment, deciding not to let Sang Zhizhi lead it around any longer. No matter what, you cannot act independently from now on, it insisted, determined to rectify the narrative. Sang Zhizhi raised an eyebrow, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Fine, I want to act without you. Not in your presence. The system, assuming she had acquiesced, sighed in relief and resolved to restore the plot to its rightful course. However, days later at the sect's minor competition, it realized just how wrong it was. This host was not only disobedient, but also rebellious to an alarming degree. Chapter 6, the 6th one. On the day of the sect's minor competition, Sang Zhizhi contemplated the nameplate in her hands. Junior sister, what number did you draw? I got 59, Xianxia approached, beaming. Zhizhi looked up and offered her nameplate to him. Senior brother, let us exchange. Xianxia blinked in confusion. Why? He asked, though his hand had already extended the nameplate towards Zhizhi. Zhizhi handed him her nameplate with a smile. I prefer to appear later. Xianxia, not thinking much of it, nodded in understanding. All right. The system, momentarily distracted, exclaimed in disbelief. Host, what on earth are you doing? A piercing scream rang in her ears, sharp enough to shatter glass. Zhizhi silently muted its voice. While she had promised not to obstruct the male lead's entrance, she had not committed to refraining from making her own appearance. The system was on the verge of madness. What kind of host was she? Completely disregarding orders. Zhizhi ignored its frantic cries, casually conversing with Xianxiaaudiobooks. When he mentioned a particularly talented disciple from the outer sect, Zhizhi raised an eyebrow. In the next moment, he continued, I believe that disciple's name was, what was it again? Meow. Zhizhi stifled a smile. See, the male lead can still rise. Anyway, I don't quite remember the name, but I heard he will be here for this minor competition. Xianxia, unable to recall anything, gave up. He had no impression of Wang Miao, and whatever memory he might have had long since faded over the course of the year. It sounds like he possesses considerable talent, Zhizhi agreed with a gentle smile. The minor competition typically involved participation from all inner disciples, while outer disciples needed to be selected to represent their sect. The fact that the male lead could participate indicated that his strength was greater than she had anticipated. However, the sect's minor competition employed a random drawing system, meaning the matchups could pit her against formidable opponents far beyond her current level of cultivation. Turning her gaze towards a familiar figure in the crowd, a cool smile graced her lips. Xianxia was speaking when he suddenly felt a chill, involuntarily shivering. He could not help but embrace himself, gazing up at the blazing sun in the sky, and inquired, Junior sister, do you not feel that the weather is particularly cold today? Zhizhi snapped back to reality, not at all. Oh, perhaps it's because I'm dressed too lightly today, Xianxia mused aloud. Zhizhi observed the innocence reflected in his clear eyes, falling into a contemplative silence. How could someone like him be cast as the villain? She could not comprehend it. Such a person, if thrown into a den of wolves, would soon be devoured to the very bones. Although Xianxia was her senior, his cultivation was inferior to hers. This disparity stemmed from both innate talent and his lack of enthusiasm for serious cultivation. He preferred to delve into the minutiae of artifact crafting. Consequently, while she had reached the mid-foundation stage, he barely managed the 8th layer of qi refinement. Yet, he seemed unperturbed by these facts. For him, the study of trivial objects held far greater allure. However, it was precisely such a person who ultimately became a stepping stone beneath the male protagonist's feet, a mere insignificant pebble, a pawn. Despite knowing that the current male protagonist lacked the strength he wielded in the narrative, Zhizhi still sought to proceed with caution. Xianxia's irritable temperament and emotional volatility made it difficult to ensure he would not be dragged into the male protagonist's schemes. To mitigate any potential risks, the source must be eradicated. She was determined not to make any missteps. Chapter 7. The male protagonist's preening warm-up effect. What are you discussing? Jiang Shuiying managed to weave through the crowd to find Zhizhi. Noticing their lively conversation, and couldn't he help but join in. We were discussing a recently emerged disciple with remarkable talent from the outer sect, Xianxia replied. Jiang Shuiying raised an eyebrow at this revelation. The outer sect? Oh, it's my turn. I'll head up first. As Xianxia caught wind of the announcement for his turn on stage, he waved goodbye to them and strode towards the arena. Third junior brother remains as adorably oblivious as ever, Jiang Shuiying mused, watching his retreating figure. Unable to suppress a laugh, Zhizhi silently agreed. Indeed, compared to her and the senior brother, the third junior brother was akin to a little rabbit lost in a den of wolves. However, could the outer sect disciple that third junior brother mentioned be Wang Miao? Jiang Shuiying tilted her head, recalling something, and asked. Zhizhi instinctively glanced at Jiang Shuiying. Senior sister, do you know him? Senior sister was notoriously face-blind, typically taking ages to remember individuals, so it was surprising she had any recollection of someone she hadn't seen in a year. Had they crossed paths unbeknownst to her? Jiang Shuiying nodded. I encountered him a few days ago while descending the mountain. Accompanying him was someone from the Xiaoyao sect. Were it not for that Huang Yueying girl, I might not have remembered Wang Miao at all. Zhizhi frowned slightly. Huang Yueying, one of the male protagonist's harem members? She recalled their meeting in the Phantom Secret Realm. How could it have occurred so much earlier? Without a doubt, this was the handiwork of someone else. System, was this your doing? She inquired, her expression devoid of emotion. The system chuckled smugly. Indeed, it was I? What of it? I anticipated that this host would be unreliable, so I took matters into my own hands, advancing Huang Yueying's emotional arc with the male protagonist. With such a boost, the male protagonist's growth trajectory will surely accelerate. Truly, I am a genius. Did you think that just because you blocked me, I could do nothing? Oomph. Let me tell you, I have many tricks up my sleeve. The system proclaimed with a sense of pride. Listening to its self-satisfied murmurs, Zhiji's expression remained unperturbed. A miscalculation. She had forgotten about this meddlesome entity. Initially, she had intended to utilize it to extract some information about the male protagonist, but since it chose to act out, she would not hold back. Zhizhi grasped her sword and turned swiftly towards the male protagonist. The system, reveling in its own triumph, caught sight of her direction and promptly screamed. What are you planning to do? Zhizhi smiled. Eliminate him. If he is gone, there will be fewer complications. Stay calm. Calm down. The system shrieked in a frenzy. Warning! Warning! An alarm blared in Zhiji's mind, flashing red lights all around. Ignoring the cacophony, she proceeded directly towards Wang Miao. The crowd, sensing her imposing aura, instinctively parted to grant her passage, exchanging knowing glances. Silence enveloped the area as Wang Miao looked up, only to find a woman standing before him, sword in hand and a countenance of cold indifference. He stood momentarily stunned, rooted in place. You are Wang Miao? Zhizhi inquired with a smile. Wang Miao nodded instinctively, recalling this senior sister who had previously set a trap for him. As she stood before him, a vivid red alert flashed in her vision, encircling her and attempting to distract her. Yet, she remained composed, as if untouched by it. Raising her hand to reveal the insignia, she spoke. We share the same insignia. Upon hearing this, Wang Miao glanced down at his own insignia. Before he could respond, a commotion erupted around them, gasps filling the air. She actually drew the lot for senior sister Sang. That kid is doomed. The disparity in strength was overwhelming. What terrible luck to draw senior sister Sang. Listening to the murmurs, Wang Miao's heart sank. He swallowed hard, gripping his insignia tightly, nodding in agreement, striving to maintain an outward calmness. Internally, however, he cursed his misfortune. Why did it have to be her? Zhizhi regarded him with a scrutinizing gaze, uttering not a word before turning to leave, as if her sole purpose for approaching was to convey this singular message. Wang Miao stood there, somewhat dazed, watching Zhizhi depart, unable to regain his composure. At that moment, a fellow disciple patted him on the shoulder. Brother, are you in a daze? Wang Miao snapped back to reality. Is that senior sister Sang really formidable? Since his entry into the sect, he had often heard tales of Zhizhi. Yet being outside the inner sect, he did not have the full picture. You've been in the sect for a year, and you don't even know about senior sister Sang? The disciple's eyes widened in disbelief. Wang Miao scratched his head, chuckling. I don't pay much attention to such matters. In truth, his narrow information network left him entirely unaware. Senior sister Sang was not only the favored disciple of the Grandmaster Zhizhi, but also the most gifted and perceptive among the sect's disciples. Moreover, her parents were once renowned figures in the battle between immortals and demons. Though they had fallen, the legacy of their strength loomed large. In the Xianxiao sect and the wider realm of cultivation, senior sister Sang was a figure of considerable significance. Sweat began to bead on Wang Miao's palms. He had not anticipated that Zhizhi possessed such a formidable background. It turned out she was a child of privilege in the realm of immortals. Reflecting on the confrontation he had initiated with her a year ago, he felt a pang of regret. Yet, thankfully, she bore no grudge. Having not sought him out to cause trouble all this time, perhaps she had forgotten. Wang Miao consoled himself inwardly. While he had an appreciation for beauty, he found himself ill-equipped to handle someone of Zhiji's caliber. Perhaps one day, I shall wield my sword and strike him down. If I cannot provoke him, can I not simply avoid him? Wang Miao silently resolved to distance himself from Zhizhi. The Tianling mirror had yet to be acquired, and he had no desire to become an obvious target. Alas, his calculations would ultimately come to naught, for at this moment, he had already become a conspicuous figure. As Wang Miao walked, he overheard others discussing him nearby. Look at that disciple, the one who challenged Sister Sang to her face. What? He dared to insult Sister Sang. And in her fury, she wishes to duel him? What? He is so arrogant, claiming he will reduce Sister Sang to a state of utter defeat. What? He demands a life-and-death duel with Sister Sang, with no chance for mercy. Thus, rumors spread like wildfire, disseminating with the swiftness of a rolling snowball throughout the martial arts arena. Wang Miao, having heard all this, felt a sense of urgency. At this moment, he remained unaware of the so-called male protagonist's ostentatious scene-warming effect, a device designed to enhance the atmosphere and amplify the thrill of the unfolding drama. As the red glow and alarm faded with Zhiji's turn, the system released a heavy sigh of relief. What a close call. It nearly suffered a heart attack. It had genuinely feared that Zhizhi would eliminate the male lead. With a stoic expression, Zhizhi inquired, "What did you just do to me?" The system, Regaining its composure, muttered, I have my own methods. In any case, you must not eliminate the male lead until he has grown stronger. Sang Zhizhi, keenly perceptive, seized upon the crucial point. This meant that while it was not permitted now, once he matured, she could indeed eliminate him? The system hesitated, its previously poised hand dropping uncertainly. It stammered, well, perhaps that could be the case. The recent warning was merely a function of the male lead's novice protection. And once he became stronger and shed his rookie status, such privileges would no longer apply. Very well, Sang Zhizhi replied with a slight smile. Only then did the system realize it had been ensnared. Wait. No, host, you cannot kill the male lead. Sang Zhizhi merely dug at her ears, treating the statement as if she had not heard it, and dismissing any need for further reiteration. Hey, host, I'm talking to you. Did you hear me? Your friend has gone offline. Please try again later. Upon hearing this notification, the system could not help but erupt in a fit of curses. Have you blocked me again? You ungrateful host. While it fumed and paced in frustration, Sang Zhizhi had already prepared to ascend the stage. Noticing her approach, the system quickly fell silent, holding its breath as she advanced, anxiety swelling within. It scanned the surroundings and saw Wang Miao approaching the stage from the opposite side, its worry intensifying. The storyline had veered off course significantly. The butterfly effect was no trivial matter. Who knew what alterations might transpire due to Sang Zhizhi's antics? However, as a mere system, it could not directly intervene in the narrative world, nor could it harm any characters within. The limitations of its authority left it at a loss. Draped in white, with a spirit sword in hand, Sang Zhizhi lightly tapped her toes and soared onto the stage. Sunlight caressed her hair, shimmering with a mosaic of light. She descended gracefully against the backdrop of light and shadow, her sword radiating an ethereal blue glow that evoked an immediate chill. Wang Miao stood across from her, his grip on his weapon dampened by sweat. To be honest, he felt entirely unprepared. Although the Cave of Wonders bestowed upon him by the immortal ancestor contained several high-tier artifacts, he feared drawing too much attention and thus refrained from using them. With his trump card restrained, facing Sang Zhizhi, who overshadowed him in both cultivation and experience, left Wang Miao feeling exceedingly anxious. Sister, may I concede? He gulped, raising his hand timidly. Sang Zhizhi raised an eyebrow, her demeanor indifferent. Sure. Wang Miao's heart soared with relief as he clasped his fists and bowed deeply. Thank you, sister. He turned to leave, weapon in hand, only for a water-blue silk ribbon, carried by a chilling breeze, to swiftly ensnare his waist. Wang Miao found himself rooted in place, bewildered as he turned back to see Sang Zhizhi advancing toward him, sword in hand. Sister, what does this mean? He exclaimed. Her eyes cold, Sang Zhizhi replied. You may concede, but leaving is not an option. As she approached, she unsheathed her sword, its icy blue blade shimmering with a blinding brilliance. Wang Miao, panic-stricken, protested, Sister, you are not keeping your word. Sang Zhizhi tilted her head, feigning innocence. Did you not know? In a minor match, conceding is not permitted. Only one party may leave once they have been thoroughly defeated. She smiled faintly, reminiscent of a grim reaper emerging from the depths of hell. Wang Miao could not help but curse inwardly. What nonsense is this? If it comes to him being knocked down, he might as well be shattered to pieces. Could you at least release me, sister? He implored, a pleading expression on his face. No, she replied dismissively. Was this also part of the play? Wang Miao was utterly bewildered. Is this truly a rule? Sang Zhizhi appeared pensive before meeting his gaze and smiling. Not really. I simply have no desire to let you go. Wang Miao was at a loss for words. Sister, are you not concerned about the backlash of bullying a low-tier disciple? Despite his reluctance, he wagered on Sang Zhizhi's sense of pride. To his surprise, she shrugged nonchalantly. I don't care. They have their own mouths. I can't be overly tyrannical. Wang Miao found himself momentarily speechless. Her moral standards were astoundingly low, leaving him at a loss for how to respond. Sister, I will not concede. Release me, and let us engage in an honorable battle. He caught sight of the glimmering sword in her hand and, without thinking, blurted out his plea. Instantly, the silk ribbon loosened its grip. A flicker of joy crossed his face as he prepared to break free, only to find the ribbon tightening once more, constricting around him even more fiercely. Wang Miao, pain. JPG, it felt as though his very insides were about to burst. Honorable. Sang Zhizhi looked down, her fingers gliding lightly over the sword's surface, lifting her gaze with a smile. What an idyllic thought. She was not as easily deceived as Quebec. Though Wang Miao's cultivation was modest, he had formidable allies who could assist him in rapidly elevating his prowess, even to the point of rivaling a golden core strike. Despite the apparent disparity in their strengths, the male lead's potential was boundless. Who could predict what might unfold? Sang Zhizhi's smile dimmed slightly. It was a pity that she could not eliminate him just yet. She would have to bide her time, watching as the male lead grew stronger before ultimately resolving the matter. Yet, the variables were numerous, compounded by the system's interference, the future remained uncertain. Feeling vexed, Zhizhi sought to vent her frustrations. Now that he had unwittingly walked into her trap, she would not hesitate to show no mercy. Chapter 9. Your friend has gone offline. Wait, sister, are you serious? Initially, Wang Miao believed that Zhizhi was merely speaking whimsically, but he was taken aback to witness a glimmer of murderous intent in her demeanor. Alarm bells rang in his mind, prompting him to struggle and remind her. Everyone below is watching. Upon hearing this, Zhizhi paused, casting her gaze toward the audience. The spectators, upon meeting her eyes, instinctively averted their gazes, their eyes darting around, occasionally touching their noses, adamant in their refusal to look at the stage. They claimed to have seen nothing. Ah, what splendid weather we're having today, Wang Miao exclaimed. Exasperated by the situation, Zhizhi withdrew her gaze, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. They won't mind, she replied. But I do, Wang Miao retorted, his anxiety amplifying as he realized Zhizhi was now mere inches away. He could no longer afford to consider anything else and silently called out, Master, please come save your disciple. If you don't hurry, your dear disciple will be subject to a gruesome fate. Yet, the usually lively master remained conspicuously silent. Wang Miao, already fraught with worry, felt his anxiety deepen. Zhizhi, perceiving his expression, understood he was seeking help. A subtle smile played on her lips. Today, her junior had specifically invited their master to oversee the event, and with the surrounding formation set, the so-called master surely harbored reservations. As long as the male protagonist was not in mortal peril, he would likely refrain from revealing himself. This, of course, was to her advantage. Zhizhi raised her sword, and in an instant, a cold light erupted, frost coalescing into ice, blooming like resplendent ice flowers upon the blade. The sharpness of her weapon was directed at Wang Miao. Ready to strike. Wang Miao's eyes widened in horror as he struggled frantically, only to find the silken bindings tightening around him, making it increasingly difficult to breathe. Just as the sword's glow surged forth, he suddenly shouted, burning smoke. Instantly, a colossal flame erupted. Zhizhi stood her ground, arching an eyebrow. Before her, an explosion resonated, a mushroom cloud of smoke billowing up, momentarily obscuring her view. She remained motionless. Suddenly, a figure appeared above her from behind, charging at her with blinding speed. The crowd gasped in astonishment. When had he appeared there? There was no forewarning. Zhizhi sensed the presence behind her the moment it materialized, but chose not to evade. Instead, as the long spear, imbued with murderous intent, approached her neck, an icy blue halo enveloped her. With a resounding thud, Wang Miao's spear was sent flying, and he too was propelled backward by the force. In the blink of an eye, a fleeting shadow passed before him. Before he could react, a fist struck his left cheek. Ugh, he groaned, while rising in his throat, his vision blurring as a fiery pain ignited across his face. No sooner had he begun to process the pain than a kick landed on his abdomen. Dazed, he felt as though he were ascending to the heavens. His insides churned violently, and he crashed to the ground with a heavy thud. The onlookers watched in stunned silence as the scene unfolded with such fluidity. They trembled as they glanced at Zhizhi, who collected her foot with a leisurely grace, nearly raising their hands to applaud in awe. Elegant, utterly elegant. Her goddess-like visage, paired with an aloof gaze that dismissed everything around her, rendered each moment a work of art, evoking admiration and reverence. This was their perspective. However, for Wang Miao, the reality was starkly different. With a face swollen and grotesque, resembling that of a pig, he shakily lifted his head to meet Zhizhi's frosty, penetrating gaze, only to spit out blood in a fit of rage, cursing her mercilessness. Her blows were unforgiving. She showed no mercy. As footsteps approached, Zhizhi stood over him, looking down imperiously, stating coolly, "Some things are beyond your reach." The words seemed nonsensical, yet Wang Miao felt a strange understanding wash over him. He sensed that Zhizhi was insinuating something deeper. Could it be that she had discerned his ulterior motives for joining the sect? He pondered, recalling that he had behaved impeccably since his arrival, revealing no hints of his true intentions. How could she possibly know? Or was he merely overthinking? Lost in thought, he did not notice Zhizhi leap down from the stage, accompanied by an announcement. In this contest, Sister Sang emerges victorious. Disciples promptly arrived with a stretcher. Even as he lay on the stretcher, Wang Miao continued to mull over Zhizhi's cryptic words. After Zhizhi descended, Jiang Shuiying and Shun Ke rushed to her side. "Sister, you were so impressive just now." Jiang Shuiying gushed, her face aglow with admiration. "Little sister, whether cold or fierce, you are utterly adorable." Indeed, Jiang Shuiying harbored a hidden obsession with her younger sister, embodying a blend of infatuation and obsession. Zhizhi had long since grown accustomed to such adoration, maintaining her composure. "I heard that little disciple provoked you publicly. How outrageous. He even boasted that he would best you and make you his servant. Xianxia clenched her fists, seething at the thought. You were too lenient with him. Had it been me, I would have knocked out his front teeth. Wang Miao interjected. Thanks for the invitation. My front teeth have indeed fallen out. Upon hearing this, Zhizhi couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. When had the male protagonist ever spoken such words? Beep. Your friend has logged on. Noticing that Zhizhi had unblocked him, the system eagerly pressed her for answers. Zhizhi, what do you mean by that? Zhizhi frowned at the noise, finding it bothersome. Do you have any idea what you just did? That was the male protagonist. The male protagonist. How dare you? The system seethed in frustration. Zhizhi remained unfazed. Why shouldn't I? I am the antagonist, after all. The system fell silent, momentarily stumped. But it shouldn't be your turn to trip him up. What a waste of talent. I simply find him displeasing and wish to intervene. Is that not permissible? Zhizhi countered. The system, for once, adopted a firm stance. No? Then there's nothing to be done. I would do it again if given the chance. Zhizhi replied nonchalantly. The system grumbled. You are so obstinate. However, what about those rumors? The system inquired, as Zhizhi only unblocked him when she had questions. Frustrated, the system snapped back. I don't know. It initially expected Zhizhi to persist in her questioning or perhaps issue a threat, but after a prolonged silence, the system was perplexed. Suddenly, it heard a beep. Your friend has logged off. Please try again later. The system shouted in exasperation, Zhizhi. It took a deep breath, its patience wearing thin, and let out a frustrated roar. Alas, no matter how loudly it called, Zhizhi remained oblivious. Ultimately, its efforts were in vain. Chapter 10. Heading to Grandma's house. Wang Miao dragged his weary body, limping back to his room. That little girl was quite peculiar indeed. Hearing the familiar murmurs beside him, Wang Miao quickly exclaimed, Master, you finally came out. Why did you play dead when I called for you earlier? Cough. It seems that I am unable to venture out. The immortal ancestor felt a twinge of guilt. Besides, is there truly no pressing matter at hand? Hee. I was nearly beaten to death by that woman. Wang Miao scoffed, recalling the incident, his wounds aching anew. Truly ruthless. The immortal ancestor remarked, however, that young girl is indeed rather peculiar. Wang Miao paused in his examination of his wounds, questioning curiously, in what manner is she peculiar? I sensed a most unusual aura emanating from her. Even with my extensive experience in discerning people, I find it difficult to fathom. This was one of the reasons he had refrained from making an appearance. That girl was far too dangerous. She exuded an aura that was difficult to contend with. He harbored no doubts that had he rashly revealed himself, he would have likely fallen into her trap. Such composure at such a tender age is truly alarming. An unusual aura? Wang Miao frowned. I have heard she is the heir to the Taoist teachings of the supreme ancestor of Xianxiao sect. Might that be the reason? No. It is unlikely to stem from that old man. The immortal ancestor was well acquainted with the supreme ancestor and recognized his aura, which was entirely dissimilar to that of Zhizhi. In any case, you must exercise utmost caution within the Xianxiao sect until you acquire the celestial mirror. Do not provoke that girl again. I have no desire to entangle myself with her, Wang Miao replied with a dismissive pout. Do you think she is aware of our intentions to usurp the celestial mirror? He remained preoccupied with saying Zhizhi's words to him on the arena. This conjecture was swiftly dismissed by the immortal ancestor. Impossible. If she were aware, she would not let it slide. She would certainly expel you without hesitation. There is no way she would remain indifferent. Perhaps she intends to catch you off guard, Wang Miao muttered. Think carefully. Have you recently been flirting with any unsuitable maidens? The immortal ancestor found this habit of his most vexing. He could hardly resist the allure of beautiful women. Wang Miao replied without hesitation, No, I haven't. However, the words he did not utter lingered in the air until he suddenly slapped his thigh. I just remembered. That Huang Yueying. She is the only maiden I have been flirting with recently. Yet, she was a disciple of the Xianxiao sect. What connection did she have with Zhizhi? Wang Miao furrowed his brow, pondering until a flash of insight struck him. He recalled having heard that Zhizhi shared significant ties with the leader of the Xianxiao sect, and that Huang Yueying was the leader's daughter, undoubtedly familiar with Zhizhi. Could it be that she had shared something with her? Suddenly, everything made sense. He felt as though a light had been shed upon his thoughts. Good news. He had found a potential explanation. Bad news. He had strayed off course. Could it be that when I flirted with her too intensely, she became distraught and sought solace in Zhizhi? This was the only rationale he could conjure. Beyond that, he found himself at a loss. After all, Huang Yueying would blush at his every word, appearing to be an innocent maiden. Perhaps she felt he had toyed with her affections and branded him a scoundrel. Alas, it seems that great charm can also be a burden. Wang Miao sighed deeply. The immortal ancestor pondered for a moment, finding some merit in this line of thought. If that is indeed the case, it would be wise to resolve any misunderstandings promptly. lest you encounter trouble later on. Should Zhizhi harbor animosity towards you, it would complicate your future endeavors to infiltrate the inner sanctum and seize the celestial mirror. Wang Miao scratched his head, feeling somewhat distressed. But I have no means of contacting Huang Yueying. He had chanced upon her during his descent for training. At that time, she had been besieged by several monstrous creatures, and he had heroically intervened to rescue her from peril. They had walked together for a while before parting ways at the foot of the mountain, without considering the need to exchange contact information. Now, he regretted it immensely. Was he destined to encounter her by mere happenstance once more? Still troubled, he remained blissfully unaware that he had already gained notoriety within the sect. Good news, he had become well known. Bad news, he was infamous. It was said that Wang Miao had boasted of thrashing Sister Sang, only to be soundly beaten and leave in disgrace. What? That Wang Miao, spurned and loved by Sister Sang, had sought revenge through a duel, only to be bested and carried away in humiliation? What? Wang Miao had once publicly provoked Sister Sang, only to be ridiculed, leading him to harbor resentment and plot a covert retaliation against her. By the time Wang Miao heard the rumors, the tales had evolved to an almost ludicrous extent. It was rumored that Wang Miao intended to sneak into Sister Sang's cave to spy on her while bathing. Wang Miao exclaimed. Though it was indeed within the realm of possibility for him, he dared not entertain such thoughts regarding Zhizhi. He feared he would be dismembered before he could even attempt it. Who was the source of these rumors? Wang Miao ground his teeth in frustration. The true culprit. The system remained blissfully ignorant, unaware that its plot assistance feature had resulted in a delay, as plans invariably succumbed to change. Wang Miao's circumstances had shifted, yet the story's desire for him to gain notoriety remained unchanged. As the male protagonist, he was destined to endure criticism from all corners. Such trials would only serve to render his eventual triumph all the more satisfying. It must be said that sometimes, the progression of the narrative ought to align with reality. Otherwise, one ends up in a situation like this, lost and wandering. Chapter 11. Unwanted and Unloved. The treasure-seeking mouse, forgotten in the corner, curled up in its cage. Wallowing in its own melancholy, it extended its tiny paw and began to draw circles upon the ground, squeaking, squeak, squeak, squeak. The 1001st mouse. The 1002nd mouse. The 1003rd mouse. It was not lonely, not in the least, with so many fellow mice accompanying it. The treasure-seeking mouse couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. As the thought crossed its mind, tears of tiny pearls threatened to spill from its eyes. It hastily lifted its gaze towards the ceiling, forcing the tears back. No, I must be strong. Yet the next moment, it succumbed, and the tears flowed freely like a dam burst. Wah, it's almost dark. Why haven't they returned? It was afraid of the dark. Upon hearing movement outside, its body instinctively trembled, and it quickly composed itself. It faced the entrance just as Zhizhi walked in, her head held high and exuding an air of pride. Woman, even without you, I can still thrive. Alas, it had forgotten. Its tears were still unwiped. Zhizhi looked at the mouse, its eyes glistening with tears, its face damp with moisture, and fell into a moment of silence. Had she entered the wrong room? Instinctively, she began to retreat. The treasure-seeking mouse, interpreting her retreat as abandonment, cast aside its pride and squeaked urgently. Zhizhi, puzzled by its sounds, pondered briefly before asking, "Are you hungry?" With a wave of her hand, an abundance of spiritual food cascaded down from above, completely enveloping the little creature. Squeak. A tiny paw emerged from the pile of spiritual food. The treasure-seeking mouse struggled to poke its head through, indignantly protesting, "Squeak, squeak, squeak. What I need is not material comfort, but companionship of the spirit. I am not such a shallow mouse." Zhizhi frowned slightly. "You don't want it?" She raised her hand, ready to retract it, only to catch sight of the treasure-hunting mouse clinging protectively to the spirit food beside it. The mouse was as resolute as iron, and the food as steadfast as steel. It was insistent on feasting. Zhizhi paused in her movements, halting her advance, and chose to disregard it as she strode into the inner room. Noticing her departure, the treasure-hunting mouse cautiously peeked out, its eyes darting furtively. It was invisible, utterly unseen. With a slight pout, it relinquished its hopes. Gazing at the abundant spirit food surrounding it, it resolved to channel its sorrow into appetite, devouring everything in sight. Now, it had completely succumbed to the lavish lifestyle, long since casting aside thoughts of its humble owner. Meanwhile, Wang Miao lamented the loss of his treasure-hunting mouse, which had been snatched away by a dog. He had initially hoped to uncover treasures with its help, yet before it could even fulfill its potential, it had been whisked away by a wild dog that appeared from nowhere. It was likely doomed from the start. Their fateful meeting occurred merely days before the mouse was taken. At that time, it was living a meager existence, scavenging for scraps, and he had offered it a home. Grateful, it had resolved to repay his kindness. Little did it know that before it could act on its intentions, misfortune would strike. Wang Miao had never intended to concern himself with the filthy creature from the gutter. Firstly, he found it repulsive. Secondly, he held little interest in such insignificant beings. Had it not been for the sage's timely reminder, he might have overlooked this gem. Who could have predicted that a mouse, seemingly unremarkable and rummaging through refuse, would possess the ability to sense rare treasures and be endowed with such spirit? Yet, what was meant to be missed was still missed. Now, he could only occasionally sigh in regret, mourning the loss. The thought of that wild dog made his teeth grit in fury. It was that dog that had kept him bedridden for half a month. If it had been an ordinary dog, it would have been bearable. Instead, it was a cunning spirit beast with intellect. It had bitten and fled, far too swift for him to counter. It seemed he was destined to be anathema to spirit beasts, the sage concluded. Every time he stepped outside, he was either pecked by birds, bitten by dogs, or kicked by passing rabbits. Truly, he had reached the point where both humans and dogs loathed him. Wang Miao would spit blood at the mere mention of this. It must be said that the Xianxia sect was indeed a grand sect. The spirit beasts they raised were increasingly formidable and exceedingly sly. When faced with him, they exhibited arrogance and audacity, behaving with utter impunity. Even a spirit chicken, poised for slaughter, would relieve itself indiscriminately before his abode. It was a decline of moral standards, an utter travesty. Yet, he found himself powerless to change the situation. These spirit beasts were all accounted for, and should any be lost, the sect would surely not spare him. The mere thought brought him to tears. In this day and age, even dogs received better treatment. Master, I can no longer endure this. When shall we steal the celestial mirror? Wang Miao could scarcely contain himself. He was eager to ascend and trample those who looked down upon him. The sage fell into a prolonged silence, followed by yet another silence. After waiting for what felt like an eternity without a reply, Wang Miao could not help but voice his confusion. Master, why the silence? Have you disconnected again? What emboldens you to make such assertions? The sage finally managed to utter. How can you possess the confidence to believe that your chi refinement level would allow you to trespass into forbidden grounds? That place, even at my zenith, required careful consideration before venturing forth. Who instilled such audacity in you? Wang Miao found himself momentarily speechless, having not anticipated this line of questioning. He had forgotten that he was still merely a fifth-tier chi refinement novice. He feared that before he could even approach that place, he would be utterly obliterated by spirit light rays. Wang Miao felt that the feng shui of Xianxia sect was at odds with him. Ever since his arrival, he had encountered nothing but misfortune. Must he seize the celestial mirror at all costs? He believed that if there were alternatives, there was no need to cling to this singular object. Only the celestial mirror can mend my shattered soul. Nothing else will suffice, the sage replied with grave seriousness. For a moment, he questioned whether his initial choice had been correct. He had taken this apprentice due to his unique potential, expecting great things, yet had not anticipated such ineptitude. A year at Xianxia sect had yielded nearly zero progress, and he had yet to even touch the fringes of the inner sect. Chapter 12. An inexorable conflict. At this moment, Wang Miao remained blissfully unaware of his master's disdain. He inquired, is there a way for me to rapidly elevate my cultivation? His impatience was palpable. The sage pondered for a moment. There is a method, albeit perilous. What is it? Wang Miao asked eagerly. This entire sect is fraught with danger. I might as well take a gamble. A brief period of agony could lead to a lifetime of happiness. The sage continued. Xianxia sect houses a place known as the Secret Pavilion, guarded by spirit guardians through the generations. If you can earn their favor, you may inherit the powers of the former pavilion master. However, the spirit of the pavilion is notoriously proud. Throughout the years, it has never acknowledged a master. Even the esteemed master Jingli may not gain its respect. Observing Wang Miao's current demeanor, the sage felt the situation was precarious. Yet, Wang Miao clenched his fists, resolutely declaring, I will go. Despite the numerous misfortunes he had faced recently, he still believed in the luck that accompanied his transmigration. After all, he was a transmigrator, bound to possess some form of buff. He firmly held on to this belief. The sage, intrigued by Wang Miao's unwavering confidence, asked, have you devised a plan? No. Wang Miao replied, his expression one of righteous conviction. Sage, goodness. Yet, he added, I believe in my luck. Wang Miao smirked mischievously. This familiar scenario, this well-trodden plot, was reminiscent of the web novels he had previously read. Such long unacknowledged entities were often the domain of transmigrators. He remained steadfast in his belief that this secret pavilion was tailored for him. Little did he know, his home had already been stolen ahead of time. Zhizhi stood within the secret pavilion, hearing a voice resonate near her. Little girl, you possess remarkable audacity to venture alone into the secret pavilion. Do you not fear being obliterated upon entry? You would not dare, Zhizhi replied calmly. with unwavering certainty. Oh, the voice suddenly expressed intrigue. What makes you say that? The previous master of the pavilion forged a pact with Xianxiao sect, vowing not to harm its disciples. Though he has since passed, the stipulation remains. I come here with no intention of jeopardizing your pavilion's interests. Thus, you possess no justification to attack me. Then, what is your purpose here? The pavilion spirit's tone grew serious, its gaze now scrutinizing. Only a handful were privy to the contract between the pavilion and the sect, and the fact that someone had divulged this information to her indicated that this girl was no ordinary individual. I wish for you, the secret pavilion, to recognize me as your master. Zhizhi lifted her chin, her dark eyes gleaming with determination, her words resonant and emphatic. The audacity of this little girl is quite astonishing, the pavilion spirit scoffed. She has always been proud. How could she so easily submit to a mere human? Let alone this little girl who has yet to form her core. Today, I am in a good mood and shall not hold it against you. Depart swiftly. Should I change my mind, conversing with me will no longer be so pleasant. However, Zhizhi remained motionless, her gaze fixed silently in a particular direction. Guling felt a strange sense of vulnerability under her unwavering stare. How odd. It had concealed its aura. Logically, the girl should not be aware of its presence. Yet she somehow made it feel as though it were being scrutinized. I shall not leave until you acknowledge me as your master. The little girl was remarkably stubborn. Her words audacious. You must understand, I am not seeking your permission. If I wish to cast you out, I can do so at any moment. Zhizhi lifted her gaze towards its direction and spoke deliberately. How about a wager, then? Guling frowned. What could we possibly wager over? What can a mere child, still unformed, put at stake? It's utterly pointless. Just as those thoughts crossed its mind, a statement that left it utterly astonished echoed near its ear. What if I say the wager is my life? Guling turned sharply to look at her, unable to believe she would utter such words. Zhizhi's expression remained calm and composed. If I win, you shall acknowledge me as your master. If I lose, my life is yours to take. What do you say? Truly mad. Guling's voice suddenly deepened, laden with gravity. Do you comprehend what you are saying? I do. Her black eyes sparkled with a myriad of tiny stars, her speech unhurried yet imbued with unwavering conviction. I am fully aware. Guling fell into a long silence. Recognizing her determination and realizing it was at an impasse, it finally conceded, very well. I shall set 3 challenges for you. If you can successfully complete them, I will accept you as my master. As for your life, you may keep it. I am not so cruel as to prey upon a young girl in the foundational stage. Even the former master, once deemed a genius, would have been taken aback by these 3 trials, let alone Zhizhi. It hoped she would recognize the futility and retreat. The surroundings instantly transformed. Towering bookshelves loomed. Dusty scrolls piled high, awaiting organization, a sight so overwhelming it left one in awe. Guling felt a surge of pride, with so much to sift through. How could she not feel intimidated? Yet, to its astonishment, Zhizhi maintained her composure. What must I do? The look of pride on its face froze instantly. This was not what it had envisioned. Surely, the challenge lacked sufficient difficulty. Clearing its throat, it stated, centuries ago, I left behind a scroll of the Burning Heart Sutra here, and I need you to find it. With the sheer volume and the passage of time, many characters had faded, rendering them illegible. Let us see how she would manage. Just as it had predicted, Zhizhi appeared troubled, standing before the mountain of scrolls. At a loss. If you deem this an unreasonable task, you may leave. Before it could finish, she suddenly raised her hand. Instantly, the entire library was cloaked in ice. Frozen solid. Guling was left dumbfounded, unable to react before witnessing her wave her hand again, causing the mountain of scrolls to soar into the air. Was she perhaps furious, intending to demolish the library? Just as Guling doubted her intentions, the ice shattered, revealing numerous fissures. With a snap of her fingers, the ice fragments shattered, transforming into dazzling light that dissipated into the air. The mountain of scrolls sparkled anew, as if freshly washed. One particular scroll stood out, soaring directly towards her. Guling, sharp-eyed, immediately recognized the inscription, the Burning Heart Sutra. With a slight gesture, the other scrolls seemed to gain a mind of their own, forming a neat line and obediently returning to their shelves. In mere moments, the previously chaotic library was transformed into a pristine and orderly space. Guling's eyes widened in disbelief. Ice magic could be wielded in such a manner? It was an eye-opener. Zhizhi caught the scroll as it gently descended from above, turning to Guling and asking, is this the one? Indeed. Guling took a long while to recover from its astonishment. Gazing at the composed and unruffled Zhizhi before it, a sense of admiration welled up. How many years had it been? It had not encountered anyone so exhilarating in a long time. Its initial intent to challenge her diminished slightly as it said, for the next trial, prepare yourself mentally. Zhizhi nodded. Having come this far, She was indeed ready to sever the male protagonist's every path. She not only aimed to usurp his fortunes, but also sought to grow stronger. What belonged to her must not be taken by anyone. What did not belong to her? She would devise every possible means to seize from the male protagonist. Not a single escape route would she leave for him. At this moment, the system was already in a frenzy, screaming like a gopher. It was on the verge of madness. Did this host harbor a grudge against the male protagonist? She desired to snatch what was not hers and take what was already his. This was undoubtedly a futile endeavor, at least for Zhizhi. She was irreconcilable with the male protagonist. Anything that posed a threat to her or her family's safety would be eradicated without mercy. There was no way she would obediently become a puppet, allowing them to drain her lifeblood and pave their way forward. No way. Chapter 13. The Girl Like a Monster. A millennium ago, the previous master of our secret chamber devised a unique sword technique known as Fire's Twilight. If you can master this technique within 3 days and retrieve the Fire's Twilight sword sealed within the underground lava, I shall acknowledge you as my master. The sword technique itself is not the most challenging part. The real trouble lies with that unruly sword. Just the thought of that defiant blade made Guling's head ache. Zhizhi looked down at the sheepskin parchment that had appeared in her hand, deep in thought. The parchment was slightly yellowed, with curled edges, and the writing was faint, making it hard to discern. Only a few characters were vaguely recognizable. The sword technique seemed to consist of only a handful of characters, initially appearing unremarkable. Upon closer inspection, it indeed seemed rather ordinary. Zhizhi merely glanced at it before shifting her gaze away. Ice immediately coalesced from her palm, spreading over the parchment. With a crack, in mere moments, it transformed into sparkling shards that scattered. The ice crystals glimmered brilliantly, beautiful though they were. Guling, however, could not afford to admire them. It screamed in panic. "Ah? What are you doing?" She had actually destroyed the sword manual. Did she even understand how precious that was? It was one of a kind. One of a kind. Such a waste. Zhizhi remained remarkably composed, able to maintain her calm even amid its frantic cries. "This sword manual is fake." The screaming abruptly ceased. Guling was taken aback. "What did you say? On what grounds do you claim it is fake?" "This was left by the master. Because the real one is here with me." Zhizhi raised her hand, unfurling the scroll. The scroll followed her motion, trailing down to the ground. Guling sprang to its feet, unable to remain seated. "Where did you get that?" Indeed, there was a trace of the former master's aura on it. Who exactly was she? Who are you? How do you possess the Fire's Twilight sword manual? Guling squinted its eyes, scrutinizing her intently. "My father is a direct disciple of the esteemed Master Xiangming. By lineage, Master Xiangming is thus my ancestral master. Therefore, it is not particularly surprising that this artifact rests in my possession." Zhizhi raised an eyebrow slightly. "If that is the case, why did you not reveal your identity earlier?" Guling inquired, perplexed. Had she disclosed her identity from the outset, perhaps she would have received more favorable treatment in light of her predecessor. There would have been no necessity for such scrutiny. What? Guling was almost incredulous, questioning if she had misheard. Zhizhi lifted her gaze and stated, "I desire your genuine submission to me, not prompted by any other motives." Thus, she suggested an alternative. "A trial. This trial is unnecessary for me. I mastered this sword technique long ago. There is no need to employ it as a means of deception." Though she could have taken a shortcut, feigning newfound proficiency in the technique to impress Guling, she chose the most arduous path for herself. This human truly is peculiar. Guling regarded her with a complex array of emotions. "Then, proceed to the underground lava to retrieve the Fire Ming sword. I have but this singular request." After a prolonged silence, it sighed deeply. "The Fire Ming sword has been sealed for many years. Only one whom it acknowledges may draw it forth. If it recognizes you, then I shall have nothing further to say." Yet, having been startled by Zhizhi on numerous occasions, even if she were to succeed later, Guling would not be astonished. Throughout, she exhibited an extraordinary level of calm and rationality. If Guling was not mistaken, Zhizhi was merely 16 years of age. Truly, she is a remarkable young girl. Zhizhi walked slowly along the flowing river of lava, surrounded by ethereal light that emanated a chilling aura, countering the encroaching heat. However, after only a short distance, a fine sheen of sweat appeared on her pale forehead. Breathing heavily, her steps grew increasingly labored. Guling silently observed the unfolding scene. Indeed, no matter how steadfast her resolve, the limitations of her cultivation would inevitably render her fatigued. Coupled with the opposing elemental properties, her discomfort was likely greater than that of others. Glistening droplets of perspiration formed on the tip of her nose, sliding down her jaw and splashing onto the scorching ground, instantly producing a plume of steam. Everything before her was shrouded in haze, obscuring her vision. Unable to see clearly ahead, she relied on her spiritual sense to navigate. Yet, This method was ultimately too taxing on her mental fortitude. She could not afford to linger. A swift resolution was imperative. Gritting her teeth, she endeavored to disregard the heaviness in her feet and hasten her pace. The thick, mist-like heat enveloped her, melting away the frost that had formed upon her body. In her blurred vision, she discerned a glowing red shadow. Approaching, she discovered the Fire Ming sword embedded in the heart of the molten lava. The fiery magma bubbled and churned, releasing heat that spiraled upwards, creating a sensation of dizziness and suffocation. She halted at the edge, motionless. Guling scrutinized the scene, her brow furrowing slightly. Was she contemplating surrender? The heat continued to roil. The nebulous mist obscured her silhouette, rendering her facial expression indistinct. After an indeterminate amount of time, Zhizhi moved. Just as Guling assumed she would retreat, she took a bold step into the surging lava. Bubbles erupted violently, and the fierce heat surged towards her like a ferocious beast, assaulting her body. Guling's pupils widened in shock, her expression one of disbelief. Had she lost her sanity? This was a veritable hell of molten rock. The magma within could obliterate her entire skeletal structure. This was not bravery, it was recklessness. Zhizhi had preemptively encased herself in ice, but she had not anticipated the rapidity with which the lava would dissolve it. The ice enveloping her was visibly melting at an alarming rate, bound to vanish completely in no time. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhizhi quickened her steps towards the Fire Ming sword. The thick magma hampered her movements. Despite exhausting every ounce of her strength, her progress remained sluggish. Large beads of sweat cascaded down her body, instantly vaporized by the molten heat. As the ice surrounding her was on the brink of being saturated and dissolved by the lava, Zhizhi clenched her teeth and, summoning her last vestiges of strength, lunged forward to grasp the hilt of the Fire Ming sword. In that instant, the ice enveloping her entirely melted away, and the lava engulfed her form. Guling watched her sink into the molten depths, unable to avert her gaze. Ultimately, it was her recklessness that had brought her to this perilous juncture. Suddenly, a blinding red light erupted from the center of the lava. In that moment, all the magma surged upward, coalescing in a singular direction. Chapter 14. I wish to maintain my composure. Upon hearing the commotion, Guling quickly turned back, instinctively startled. A figure clad in white garments soared into the air, the woman wielding a sword that radiated a dazzling red light. Streams of lava continuously flowed into the sword, vanishing without a trace. In the next heartbeat, she was enveloped in a crimson glow, swirling around her from below, marking her brow with a vivid flame emblem, resplendent and captivating. Standing with unparalleled grace, she appeared utterly unfazed by her surroundings. Guling was momentarily entranced. Zhizhi lightly touched down, observing the sword in her hand, now adorned with the fiery motif. With a hint of distaste, how unsightly! The Fire Ming sword, taken aback by this unexpected disdain, responded with confusion. Is this all it takes? Guling, still in a daze, watched as Zhizhi abruptly extended the sword towards her, inquiring. Guling, taken aback, nodded without thinking. Completely oblivious to the fact that Zhizhi could not perceive her expression. Yes, it is acceptable. Not merely acceptable, it was utterly astonishing. A revelation that would reverberate for 3 centuries. As Guling instinctively reached to reclaim the sword, the Fire Ming sword seemed to sprout legs. Circling in the air before returning to Zhizhi's side, nuzzling against her as if seeking affection. Zhizhi recoiled in distaste. To have the sword approach her felt akin to being near a roaring furnace. Observing her withdrawal, the Fire Ming sword halted, exhibiting a semblance of hurt. It was astonished, disheartened, and incredulous, unable to fathom why Zhizhi, who had previously engaged amicably, now regarded it with such disdain. The Fire Ming sword felt profoundly wounded. Retreating into a corner, drawing circles in silence. Surely, it must have erred in some way. Zhizhi felt at a loss for words. Guling, equally bewildered, cleared her throat. Since it has such an affinity for you and holds you in high regard, why not accept it? In truth, when the sword spirit had communicated with her moments ago, Guling had found it hard to believe. That old man is devising ways to have her accept me. The childish voice was brimming with arrogance, yet it was clear it was the one seeking favor. Guling felt exasperated. Can't you handle this yourself? It's been a millennium, yet your temperament remains unchanged, so impolite. However, the sword spirit lamented, but she finds me repugnant. At this point, the sword spirit's previously haughty demeanor dissipated, replaced by a tone of deep grievance. On the verge of tears, she does not want me. The Flame Knight's sword, revered as a divine artifact for countless centuries, has been sought after by many powerful cultivators. Yet, it now finds itself utterly dismissed by a mere young girl. Its existence, indeed, appears to be a failure. She possesses a mutated ice spirit root, which stands in stark contrast to its attributes. It is no wonder she harbors no affection for it. The sword spirit rolled its eyes in exasperation. After expending so much effort to obtain it, nearly losing its life in the process, it would be remarkable to expect any goodwill in return. If you like her, how can you make her life difficult? When questioned about this, the sword spirit, feeling somewhat bashful, poked its own hand, and a faint blush crept onto its face. It is often said that what is readily offered holds little value. Thus, I wished to maintain a semblance of restraint, hoping she would come seeking me on her own accord. Who could have anticipated that tormenting its master would lead to such dire consequences? The sword spirit declared, "You are being ridiculously shy. In any case, you are on your own." It outright rejected the notion. "You old coot. If you fail to fulfill my wishes today, I shall remain in your secret chamber, turning your world upside down and ensuring your nights are filled with unrest." The sword spirit began to threaten. The other, utterly speechless, responded, "At least it is a divine artifact. Can we not adhere to some principles of martial ethics? We are not children who throw tantrums when denied candy. I don't care. You must assist me." The flame knight sword proceeded to throw a fit. Left with no choice, it finally agreed. "Very well. I shall give it a try. But remember, it is merely a trial." "Good." Thus, the scene before us unfolded. The spirit humbly suggested that Zhizhi accept the mischievous sword, only to be met with her indifferent refusal. No, not even a hint of hesitation accompanied her response. To her, carrying that sword was akin to being encased in an enormous steam chamber, a significant inconvenience. Moreover, she had no concerns about the flame knight sword falling into the hands of the male protagonist. In the narrative, he too participated in this trial. Indeed, he forcibly extracted the sword using the power of the celestial ancestors, only to be swiftly pierced by it moments later. After committing misdeeds, he simply returned the sword to its place. The sword's essence embodies a rebellious spirit, wild and untamed. In the end, the male protagonist could not claim it, suffering instead a multitude of injuries. It sounded grim, yet it was, in a peculiar way, quite satisfying. In essence, this sword possesses a distinct personality. However, she simply had no interest in it. Yet it is a divine artifact. Are you truly not considering it? The sword spirit's incessant complaints echoed in her ears. Meanwhile, the other, burdened by pressure, mustered the courage to suggest it could serve well for kindling a fire or cooking. Upon hearing this, Zhizhi finally reacted, lifting her gaze. The sword spirit's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. Even the other began to think she might be intrigued. However, the very next moment, they witnessed her frown. Why must I accept it? When someone offers undue favor, there must be a hidden agenda. The spirit was momentarily taken aback, feeling inexplicably guilty. Although it had considered hastily ridding itself of this troublesome entity, the flame knight sword deemed the spirit to be too foolish to comprehend and decided to take matters into its own hands. As Zhizhi awaited the spirit's response, her peripheral vision caught the glimmering blade. Suddenly, a diminutive figure burst forth from within, radiating fiery blossoms, with a pair of fluttering transparent wings sprouting from its back. Upon recognizing its visage, Zhizhi blinked in surprise. With elf-like ears and a meticulously crafted cute face, complemented by a hint of tiny fangs at the corners of its mouth, it appeared utterly harmless. It flew before her, gesturing for her to extend her hand. After a moment's hesitation, she complied. The flame knight settled in her palm, extinguishing its flames, and nuzzled against her hand. Its persona exemplified innocence and compliance. The spirit's eyes twitched in disbelief. Is this truly the same arrogant being I once knew? It feels as though a transformation has occurred. What is your name? Zhizhi squinted, poking the little creature in her hand, suddenly intrigued. This was her first encounter with a sword spirit. Flame knight, it replied, lifting its head and speaking in a sweet, childish tone. Ugh, I can't take it anymore, the spirit muttered. Do you wish to accompany me? Zhizhi raised an eyebrow. The flame knight eagerly nodded, nuzzling her palm. Sister, I'm fragrant and cuddly. Ugh, the repetition is nauseating. However, to me, Zhizhi's demeanor remained cold. It was a nuisance. The flame knight paused its affectionate gestures, raising its head and forcing out tears. Looking pitifully at her, I will be very obedient. I promise I won't burn you. Zhizhi regarded it thoughtfully. Perhaps having a playful companion could be enjoyable after all. Chapter 15. I can warm your bed. So, what can you do for me? Zhizhi inquired, prodding the creature's cheek with her finger, enticingly. I can warm your bed. The flame knight blushed, wriggling in shyness. The spirit interjected, Master, there's a pervert here. Fearing the flame knight might utter something scandalous, thereby tarnishing its reputation along with the previous master S, it humbly pleaded, I beg you, please accept it. It dreaded the thought of becoming nauseated further. Zhizhi, however, burst into laughter. The spirit and the flame knight exchanged confused glances, unaware of the reason behind her amusement. All right then, you may follow me. Zhizhi casually agreed, purely out of admiration for the Flame Knight's audacity in piercing the male protagonist. Oblivious to her own nature's revelation, the Flame Knight continued its sweet and charming facade. Thank you, sister. It addressed her with affectionate familiarity, more endearing than anyone else could. This is unbearable. The spirit, unable to endure any longer, swiftly changed the subject. Since you've completed the trial I set for you, I shall honor my word and acknowledge you as my master. From now on, I will transform into a ring and remain by your side. Zhizhi interrupted. There's no need. The spirit stood there, taken aback in utter disbelief. You need not accompany me, she stated. Simply continue to uphold the agreement to protect Ling Xiao's sect. The spirit was momentarily stunned. It had not anticipated that Zhizhi's elaborate efforts were merely for this outcome. Additionally, I have one more favor to ask of you. The spirit, still in shock, queried, what is it? Under the cover of darkness, Wang Miao, utilizing the concealment garment bestowed by the celestial ancestors, successfully evaded the patrolling disciples and arrived at the location of the secret chamber unscathed. Master, is this the place? Before entering, Wang Miao sought final confirmation. Upon receiving an affirmative reply, he ventured into the formation. Who goes there? At that moment, a stern voice questioned him as he crossed the threshold. I am Wang Miao, a disciple of Ling Xiao's sect, here to intrude. If I have offended any predecessors, I seek your forgiveness. Wang Miao clasped his fists in a bow. His master had informed him that the secret chamber would not harm the disciples of Ling Xiao's sect. So he spoke with confidence. Oh, a disciple of Ling Xiao's sect, the spirit drawled, sounding rather disinterested. Wang Miao, unaware of the gravity of the situation, replied, yes. What brings you here? The spirit reclined casually, playing with its fingernails. Wang Miao bent his body in a posture of utmost respect. Having heard of the unparalleled prowess of the pavilion spirit, whose reputation resounded throughout the realm of cultivation, admired and yearned for by all who sought to behold its true visage, such flattery flowed quite smoothly. The pavilion spirit, lazily blowing on its nails, remarked, spare me the pleasantries. Let us discuss matters of substance. Wang Miao lowered his head, directly addressing the crux of the matter. I seek your esteemed assistance. The pavilion spirit responded with a nonchalant "oh," proceeding to walk away without further acknowledgement. Wang Miao promptly lifted his gaze. Are you dismissing me without hearing my sincerity? And what sincerity might that be? Inquired the pavilion spirit, momentarily pausing, showing signs of impatience as it stifled a yawn. Were it not for its master's prior admonitions, it might have already sent Wang Miao packing. Are you familiar with this? Wang Miao inhaled deeply and produced a ring adorned with ancient patterns. This was bestowed upon me by the celestial ancestor. It was said you would have a significant change of heart upon seeing it. The pavilion spirit, awakened from its lethargy by the mention of the ring, squinted its eyes and focused its divine sense, magnifying the object. Upon recognizing the intricate designs, its tone shifted to one of gravity. Where did you acquire this ring? Noticing the change in the pavilion spirit's demeanor, Wang Miao felt a surge of hope. His master had indeed spoken the truth. He quickly clasped his fists together. This was left to me by my master, who assured me you would recognize it. But the celestial ancestor perished over a millennium ago. How could he possibly have such a significant disciple? The pavilion spirit's tone remained flat, and Wang Miao, oblivious to its underlying emotions, continued to explain, to be honest, my master merely fell into a deep slumber and did not truly perish. Is that so? The pavilion spirit's indifferent response left Wang Miao feeling uncertain. What did it mean? Why did its reaction differ from what his master had predicted? At that moment, the pavilion spirit was fixated on the ring in Wang Miao's hand, deep in thought. Had it not been for Zhizhi, it might have entertained Wang Miao's request more readily. After all, the celestial ancestor had once saved its life, a debt of gratitude it felt compelled to repay. However, they could only blame themselves for arriving late. Now, having sworn fealty to Zhizhi, it could not betray its new master, even if it meant setting aside past favors. So your meaning is? Wang Miao, sensing the prolonged silence, cautiously probed. If you can retrieve the sword from the molten lava below, I will grant you my agreement. This was a directive from Zhizhi. Though the pavilion spirit did not fully comprehend her reasoning, it resolved to follow her orders. Wang Miao's mind whirred with thoughts. He recalled how protagonists in online novels often face trials before obtaining treasures, and he resolutely nodded. Very well, I accept. It is merely a sword. He waved his hand, believing he could summon it effortlessly. However, when he truly attempted it, despair washed over him. He gazed at the bubbling lava and the soles of his shoes gradually melting from the heat, feeling utterly despondent. Is this place not excessively hot? Where could the sword be? Wiping the sweat from his brow and panting like a dog, he finally caught sight of the sword's silhouette through the rising steam and felt an exhilarating rush as he hurried towards it. Yet, with a single step, he scalded himself, and the surface temperature left him questioning his very existence. It felt as though he were being roasted like a suckling pig. Gritting his teeth, Wang Miao stared at the Fire Ming's sword, disregarding the blisters forming on his feet, and charged forward with determination. Just as he was about to plunge into the molten lava, he managed to halt just in time. Pebbles at his feet tumbled into the bubbling lava, disappearing without a trace. Wang Miao swallowed hard, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead as he gazed at the sword embedded in the lava, his heart racing. Surely, he wasn't expected to wade through the lava, was he? That would be fatal. Instinctively, he took a step back, only to feel the blistering heat beneath him. And before long, he had yet another blister. What kind of absurd trial is this? Wang Miao inwardly cursed. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him. He remembered an item his master had given him before coming here, the fire avoidance pearl. Yes, he still had that. Chapter 16, It's You I'm Referring to. Wang Miao retrieved the fire avoidance pearl, hastily formed a seal, and activated his spiritual energy. A gentle light began to emanate from the center of the pearl, gradually enveloping him in a soft red glow. In no time, the unbearable heat dissipated. Wang Miao felt his body cool down instantly, astonished and delighted. The effectiveness of the fire avoidance pearl was remarkable, immediate and transformative. Why hadn't he thought of it sooner? He had suffered so unnecessarily. The pavilion spirit observed the scene quietly, narrowing its eyes in surprise. It hadn't anticipated that this boy possessed a fire avoidance pearl. Clearly, it had underestimated him. Wang Miao tightened his grip on the pearl and tucked it into his clothing. Once prepared, he raised his head to face the roiling lava, a glimmer of determination flickering in his eyes. He stepped forward, gradually entering the searing molten rock. Indeed, the circle of light created by the fire avoidance pearl diverted the lava, completely isolating him. Wang Miao felt a surge of triumph as he quickened his pace. Soon reaching the central area of the lava, ecstatic, he eagerly extended his hand to seize the sword. Yet, before he could fully grasp the hilt, a burst of red light erupted unexpectedly. Wang Miao was thrown back, and had it not been for the protection of the fire avoidance pearl, he would have surely plummeted into the lava, becoming a mere puddle of remains. Rubbing his sore backside, he painfully rose to his feet, gritting his teeth as he glared at the sword. The earlier burst of red light had vanished without a trace, leaving the sword firmly embedded in the lava, as if nothing had transpired. Wang Miao clenched his fists and approached once more, gripping the sword's hilt with determination, standing resolutely. This time, he wasn't thrown back. His eyes lit up with hope. It seemed this time success was within reach. He adjusted his stance, gathering his strength, the veins on the back of his hands standing out prominently as he exerted every ounce of effort. However, rather than the sword budging, he found himself losing balance and fell backward, landing squarely on the ground. Molten liquid splashed everywhere as he braced himself on the lava, gasping for breath, and suddenly looked up at the Fire Ming sword. Was it truly so stubborn? How was it embedded so firmly? Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Wang Miao rose from the lava, supporting himself with one hand on his waist, stumbling toward the Fire Ming sword, breathless and pleading, "Big brother, could you show me a bit of mercy?" The Fire Ming sword remained unresponsive. Gritting his teeth, Wang Miao cursed inwardly once more. However, lingering here was not a viable solution. After catching his breath, he once again grasped the sword's hilt, resolute in his determination to succeed this time. He closed his eyes, murmuring softly to himself. Having learned from his previous experience, he exerted force from the start. Initially, he had expected it would take considerable effort, yet to his astonishment, with just a casual tug, the sword came free effortlessly. At the moment he extracted the sword, Wang Miao felt utterly bewildered, his steps faltering as he was violently thrust backward by the force of the impact. With a resounding thud, his head struck the ground, nearly fracturing under the blow. The fire veil pearl could only shield him from the lava, yet it was powerless to prevent harm. When Wang Miao finally rose, his head throbbed incessantly, his mind a blank slate, and he could only see stars dancing before his eyes. Staggering to his feet, he was met with the absurd sight of the fire veil sword, which had seemingly returned to its sheath without him noticing. Just moments ago, he had witnessed the sword being drawn. How could it have returned so inexplicably? Shaking his dazed head, he pointed at the sword and exclaimed, "I distinctly pulled it out just now. This sword must be playing tricks." Guling, reclining in a chair, did not even bother to lift his eyelids and retorted, "You must be hallucinating. The fire veil sword has been in that very spot, unmoving, since the moment it was drawn." "Is that so?" Wang Miao was momentarily taken aback. His mind was still foggy, and Guling's words sowed seeds of doubt within him. He had indeed thought he saw the sword being drawn. Perhaps the heat had caused him to hallucinate. He couldn't help but start to question his own perception. The celestial ancestor had long since succumbed to slumber. and he could not find a witness to corroborate his experience, leaving him with no choice but to suppress his doubts. It seemed he had indeed misjudged the situation. However, gazing at the immobile fire veil sword, a dull ache began to throb at the back of his head. His master had once spoken of the sword as a divine artifact, imbued with sentience, even possessing a sword spirit. Yet, this spirit was notoriously wild and reclusive, averse to the presence of outsiders. If brute force would not suffice, then cunning must prevail. Taking a deep breath, Wang Miao bowed respectfully to the fire veil sword, saying, "I have long heard of the sword spirit's unparalleled grace, and it has been my deepest aspiration to meet you. Might I be so bold as to request your presence?" No one, not even a sword spirit, can resist flattery. He maintained his pose for what felt like an eternity, yet no response came. Looking up, he found the fire veil sword remained as indifferent as ever. Gritting his teeth in frustration, he lowered his head and continued, "If you would be so gracious, I would be eternally grateful." After waiting in vain, the sword still showed no signs of movement. Wang Miao's brow furrowed tightly, as if he could crush a fly. Not fond of compliments, is it? Then perhaps a different tactic would work. He decided to employ reverse psychology. It seemed that even a legendary artifact had its weaknesses. Wang Miao straightened, his face a mask of disdain. "You want to even show yourself? Are you perhaps a coward? Or is it that your appearance is too unsightly for the world to behold?" Even as he spoke, a hint of trepidation lingered, his palms growing clammy with sweat. Although his intention was to draw the sword spirit out, he feared inciting its wrath, which could lead to dire consequences. Yet, to his astonishment, his worries were unfounded. For the sword spirit paid him no heed whatsoever. Wang Miao felt an overwhelming awkwardness wash over him. Just as the atmosphere hung heavy with tension, the sword quivered ever so slightly. A glimmer of hope sparked in his previously dim eyes. It had reacted to his words, hadn't it? He feared indifference far more than anger. It seemed his taunts had struck a chord. Encouraged, Wang Miao resolved to press on. "It appears you truly are a coward. I was presumptuous to think otherwise. I should not have believed the tales, following the crowd. What treasures from the celestial realm, what unparalleled artifacts, are merely the fabrications of others. The legendary sword is nothing but a farce, and I have misplaced my admiration." Displaying an expression of disappointment, he sighed deeply, clasping his hands behind his back, and turned to leave. Suddenly, a resounding clang echoed from behind him. His keen ears perked up, and a smile crept onto his face. He had indeed tricked it. Turning around, however, his eyes widened in shock. Looking down, he found his abdomen pierced through, leaving a gaping wound from which blood flowed freely. The fire veil sword, having struck him, swiftly returned to its sheath without a moment's hesitation. Chapter 17, The Meddler. Damn it. The taste of iron filled his mouth as his vision blurred. Blood pooled thickly, and the words he attempted to utter came out slurred. The pain surged, an afterthought that overwhelmed him. Wang Miao stared blankly at his wound, then coughed up a mouthful of blood. "You really did it." His eyes rolled back, and he lost consciousness. Even Guling was taken aback. "Fire Veil, what are you doing? Why did you stab him? How could such a violent temperament remain unchecked?" Fire Veil cast a disdainful glance towards Wang Miao, adamantly refusing to accept any blame. "He brought it upon himself. How can you blame me? Daring to insult me? He should know his own worth." Guling could only shake his head in disbelief. No words left, truly none. Thus, the lesson was clear. It was best to avoid being insufferable, lest one be met with a sword's sharp reprimand. The male protagonist's condition was relayed in real time to the system. Upon learning of his severe blood loss, it nearly lost its composure. It was a hair's breadth away from witnessing the protagonist's demise. What on earth was Zhizhi doing? Zhizhi, smiling, replied, "I am doing what I must." The system, initially intent on confronting her, suddenly recalled something and stopped in its tracks. It sorrowfully realized it had been silenced by Zhizhi. It had no outlet for its frustration. Damn it, it had never encountered such a host before. It was on the verge of madness. At that moment, Zhizhi remained blissfully unaware that the protagonist had ventured into the secret chamber ahead of schedule, let alone that he was on the brink of bleeding out. Otherwise, she might have applauded and offered a prayer for his recovery. Yet, clearly, her mood was far from that. Zhizhi observed the scene before her, momentarily at a loss, unsure whether to advance or remain an observer. In the flower-filled cave, a striking figure clad in white was meticulously dissecting the corpse of a demonic creature. Utterly absorbed, as if examining a cherished possession, the enjoyment etched upon his face was unmistakable. After a moment's contemplation, Zhizhi decided to interrupt him, for the matter her master had entrusted her with was rather urgent. Thus, she released her aura, hoping to draw Qi Yan's attention. Noticing her presence, Qi Yan lifted his gaze from the gruesome task, his astonishingly beautiful face marred by splatters of blood. The moment he saw Zhizhi, a flicker of panic crossed his enchanting, dark eyes, causing his hand to tremble involuntarily. Realizing the undeniable evidence before him, Xian hastily concealed the knife behind him. Attempting to feign innocence, "Junior sister, please let me explain." To her, he had always been the graceful and gentle senior brother, never revealing a hint of his true nature. He never anticipated being caught red-handed today. What would she think of him? Would she feel disgust, fear, or disappointment? Xian dared not meet Zhizhi's gaze. Even lifting his head seemed too daunting. In truth, Zhizhi had been aware all along. The fact that her senior brother harbors a peculiar fascination with corpses is indeed unsettling. However, this fascination is not of the macabre sort. He simply has an affinity for dissecting the remains of magical creatures. From any perspective, one might view this as rather deviant. Xian has yet to evolve into a psychopathic killer. He has not fully succumbed to darkness. His interest in this field stems from a genuine passion for pharmacology, leading him to delve into his studies. Had it not been for the unpredictable variable of the male protagonist, he would likely have become an extraordinary apothecary in the future. Although her brother's hobby is somewhat unconventional, Zhizhi finds it within her capacity to accept. Observing Xian's flustered and evasive demeanor, Zhizhi maintained her composure and softly called out, "Master brother." "Junior sister, I." Xian stammered, flustered as he attempted to provide an explanation. Yet, Zhizhi interrupted him casually. "The master is looking for you. He has urgent matters to discuss." Xian stood frozen, his words rendered useless. This was a far cry from what he had envisioned. Did junior sister not feel the slightest sense of disillusionment? Or perhaps disgust and disappointment? The normally gentle and approachable senior brother, a lover of corpse dissection, such a revelation would be hard for anyone to accept, wouldn't he? In truth, when Zhizhi first learned of this, she was quite taken aback. However, after so many years, she had long since processed the shock. One might say that her current fortitude of spirit is largely attributable to her senior brothers and sisters. Had they not been so extraordinary, she doubted she could maintain such tranquility. "Go ahead." Zhizhi glanced at the bloody scene beside him and added, "Clean up before you leave. We wouldn't want to attract insects." Xian stared in bewilderment as he watched Zhizhi depart, utterly forgetful of his intent to explain. Could it be that junior sister had already known? Perhaps she had kept it to herself all these years to preserve his dignity. What then? Was the purpose of his careful masquerade all this time? Ultimately, he had misallocated his trust. Upon returning to her residence at Lingshui Peak, Zhizhi pondered her lingering confusion. After a moment's reflection, she decided to lift the ban on her system. "Ding! Your dear friend has logged in." The system, resembling a dejected figure in a corner, was furiously cursing someone when it suddenly heard the notification, causing it to explode in outrage. Like firecrackers, it erupted, Zhizhi. "Are you out of your mind? Not only did you steal the male protagonist's secret chamber, but you also conspired with others to deliberately harm him. This amounts to premeditated murder. Do you understand murder? In the real world, you'd be handcuffed in an instant." Zhizhi frowned, unable to comprehend its words. "What do you mean by murder?" The system fell silent, its anger extinguishing in an instant. It had almost forgotten that this host was an indigenous inhabitant of the cultivation world, accustomed to the law of the jungle. Killing and plundering treasures were commonplace. Who cared about legality? "In any case, your actions are insidious and unethical," it began to chastise her. "Isn't the cultivation world all about reciprocity and moral principles? What does it mean to stab someone in the back?" It attempted to manipulate Zhizhi. Zhizhi appeared contemplative. The system felt a glimmer of hope, believing she was swayed by its words. Just as it was about to speak, she interjected, "I'm sorry, but I don't subscribe to that ideology. Who I choose to kill and how I choose to do it is my own business, and I need no one's approval." Then, she posed a sudden question. "Do you even know what your behavior is called?" The system paused for a moment, sincerely shaking its head. "What is it?" Zhizhi smiled slightly, slowly enunciating. "Mind your own business." Before the system could react, she inquired, "Do you know how your actions would be dealt with here?" The system, bewildered yet curious, shook its head again. "What would happen?" "You would be punished collectively," she replied, her demeanor deceptively innocuous, yet each word dripped with threat. The implication was clear. If you dare to meddle again, not only the male protagonist, but you as well would meet your end. A mere NPC in this world dared to speak such boldness. The system, feeling indignant, retorted defiantly, "I will meddle as I please. What can you do about it? The mountains are high and the emperor far away. Even if you're formidable in the cultivation world, you couldn't possibly touch a hair on my head." "Oh, really?" came the unperturbed retort. Just as it reveled in its bravado, a sudden sharp pain coursed through its being. "Are you so certain I cannot touch you?" echoed Zhizhi's familiar voice. The system, filled with dread, looked up to meet Zhizhi's cheerful expression, feeling a chill run down its spine. "What have you done to me?" It stuttered, its voice quivering, the lingering pain causing involuntary spasms. Nothing much. I merely wish for you to understand that if I so desire, I can obliterate you at any moment, she said, her expression disarmingly innocent. Yet her words were laden with ominous undertones. The system was overwhelmed with fear. It sensed that Zhizhi's spiritual power had grown even stronger than before. But how had she pinpointed its location? They were not even in the same time-space continuum. In truth, it was merely because Zhizhi's spiritual prowess was so formidable. And as one of the world's pivotal pillars, her magnetic field could influence outsiders. The energy emitted from the system had long been locked onto by her. She could locate the system through her divine sense, and even wield her mental power to obliterate it. However, regrettably, her current cultivation level was still too shallow, allowing her only to issue warnings rather than complete annihilation. But in the future, that might not be the case. Zhizhi's dark eyes hardened slightly. She had discovered that every time she seized something from the male protagonist, her aura would undergo subtle changes, and her spiritual power would grow even stronger. It appeared that all of this was a consequence of her robbing the fated child of his fortune. The system understood that had Zhizhi possessed the ability to eradicate it, she would have done so long ago. She would not merely issue warnings. The only reason she hadn't was that she currently lacked the capability. It was undeniable that the system's annoyance level was reaching new heights. However, even if Zhizhi could not eliminate it, a sense of impending doom still loomed over the system. It had a premonition that should this antagonist grow stronger, it would face irreversible ruin. This was nothing short of a monster. If a solution was not found to thwart her, the situation would spiral out of control. After feeling threatened, the system became considerably more subdued, refraining from shouting at Zhizhi. Yet, she was aware that it was likely harboring many ill intentions, secretly plotting against her. Although the system's withdrawal from providing information about the male protagonist left Zhizhi somewhat disappointed, she had already unraveled the plotline and deduced various possible trajectories. For that, she had to thank the system. Had it not been for the binding connection established with her from a young age, revealing her destined fate, she would likely have followed the original storyline, unwittingly treading the path toward destruction. Although the system incessantly endeavored to brainwash her, underestimating her due to her youth and naivety, hoping she would transform into a puppet obedient to its will through its persistent guidance, it was gravely mistaken. She had never been one to be easily manipulated. The system presumed that she could not comprehend its words, nor grasp the intricate plot within the novel. This misjudgment stemmed from their belief that they, as self-proclaimed deities hailing from another realm, held all the advantages and were above all laws. However, her memory was exceptional, and her understanding quite adept. During her time spent with the system, she had nearly deciphered the true meaning behind its utterances. As for the narrative within the novel, she feigned ignorance not because she was submissive, but rather to bide her time. The 16 years that had passed were ample. Henceforth, she would no longer grant them a moment's respite. This so-called fortuitous opportunity bestowed upon the fated child of destiny, along with its teachings and legacies, she would seize entirely. And then, she would take their place. Chapter 19. You too, assist him. After Wang Miao suffered significant blood loss and fell into unconsciousness, Guling contemplated briefly before unceremoniously discarding him, leaving his fate to chance. If he were to perish, let it be elsewhere. He would not taint her domain. In a prone position amidst the grass, Wang Miao lay unconscious, and when discovered, the ground around him was drenched in blood, the surrounding foliage on the verge of fermenting. Is that a person? A disciple's exclamation immediately drew the attention of others, who hurried over. Observing his attire, they discerned he was a disciple from the outer sect. How could he end up in the inner sect? Let us not dwell on that. This fellow seems on the brink of death. Should we not take him to the medicine pavilion? The crowd exchanged glances, and a silent consensus was reached. One person lifted an arm while another supported his legs, and together they rushed toward the medicine pavilion. Master Uncle, something terrible has happened. A fellow disciple has sustained grave injuries. The fourth elder, who had been explaining pharmacology to a young apprentice, immediately approached, alarmed. What transpired? We are unsure. When we found him, he lay at the exit of the inner sect. The area was densely overgrown with weeds, rather concealed. Had it not been for our daily herb-gathering expeditions, we might not have discovered him at all. The fourth elder surveyed Wang Miao's abdominal wound, resting his chin in contemplation. Master Uncle, is there an issue? Can this disciple be saved? The crowd, noticing his unusually solemn demeanor, interjected with concern. The grass over there is already stained crimson. Surely this disciple's blood cannot have all drained away. No, the fourth elder shook his head. His injuries evoke a sense of familiarity. Where have I seen such wounds before? Master Uncle, this disciple appears to be on the verge of collapse. As he became lost in thought, someone discreetly pointed out Wang Miao's pallid complexion. The fourth elder's tendency to enter a trance whenever he pondered something profound had resurfaced. Given the severity of the disciple's injuries, if treatment were delayed any longer, he would surely succumb to death, his soul departing to the heavens. Ah, indeed. Prompted by the disciple's reminder, the fourth elder snapped back to reality and hurriedly examined Wang Miao's wounds. Before long, news of the gravely injured outer sect disciple spread throughout the sect. Outrage ensued among the disciples, who collectively petitioned the esteemed Jing Li Zhenren, demanding the apprehension of the perpetrator to restore peace and security within their sacred sect. The audacity of someone to brazenly commit such an act of violence within the sect, injuring their disciples, was utterly intolerable. Today it was that unfortunate outer sect disciple. Tomorrow it could easily be any one of them. The mere thought sent shivers down their spines. Wang Miao remained in a state of unconsciousness. Once he awoke, the truth would surely be unveiled. The brutality displayed by the assailant indicated a heart steeped in malice. Perhaps they were an infiltrator sent from the demon realm. They implored their master to severely punish the criminal and deliver justice on their behalf. Within the hall, hundreds of disciples bowed their heads, fists clasped, collectively voicing their grievances. Their anger palpable. Zhizhi stood beside Jing Li Zhenren, observing the indignation etched upon the faces of the crowd, her brow slightly raised. What is your perspective? The inquiry from Jing Li Zhenren jolted her from her reverie. Zhizhi bowed, stating, I too believe this matter warrants thorough investigation. If a demon cultivator has indeed infiltrated our ranks, it could spell considerable trouble. Jing Li Zhenren nodded in agreement, addressing the assembly below with a chilling tone. Investigate. No one must be overlooked. Wang Miao could not have anticipated that his mere passage through the gates of death would lead him to such grave circumstances upon awakening. A throng gathered in his recovery chamber, eagerly inquiring about the details surrounding the day of his injury. Brother Wang, do not be afraid. Speak boldly. Who was it that harmed you? Indeed, could it be that a demon cultivator infiltrated our sect, and upon being discovered, sought to silence you? The crowd buzzed with speculation, leaving Wang Miao in a state of bewilderment, utterly unprepared to respond. How did the matter devolve into accusations of demon cultivators? It seemed the situation had escalated significantly. He relished the attention, yet this particular scrutiny was one he had no desire for. If they were to discover that he had secretly trespassed into the forbidden chamber, sustaining injuries from the divine weapon, the nature of the situation would shift entirely. Now, Wang Miao was akin to a mute consuming bitter gall, unable to articulate his grievances. Overwhelmed by the anxious inquiries, he suddenly clutched his head, exclaiming, my head. It hurts so much all of a sudden. Observing his contorted visage and the agony etched upon it, the crowd exchanged perplexed glances. One senior brother quietly raised his hand. But, brother, did you not sustain injuries to your abdomen? Why does your head ache? Wang Miao froze, a feeble smile emerging on his pale face. Perhaps I bumped my head somewhere? To his dismay, the moment he uttered those words, a dull ache throbbed at the back of his head. That sword truly seemed to hold a vendetta against him. I see. Understanding dawned upon the crowd as they nodded in realization. Brother, do you remember the events of that day? Here it came again. Wang Miao, still clutching his forehead. Winston Payne. I can't seem to recall. Since Brother Wang cannot remember, we shall not press further. Suddenly, a cold, unyielding female voice pierced through the crowd. Wang Miao's hand stilled, for the voice sounded eerily familiar. As the throng gradually parted, a woman wielding a long sword emerged. Her beauty radiant as the dawn, clad in snow-white robes, her flowing hair cascading like a waterfall. Xianxiaji, Xianxiaoshu. The crowd echoed in unison, bowing in respect. Yet Wang Miao remained rooted, realizing in that moment that this situation was far from simple. Do not worry, Brother Wang. Zhizhi directed her gaze toward the feeble Wang Miao, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Our Lingxiao sect possesses a magical artifact known as the Flowing Cloud Mirror, which can reflect the events you encountered days ago. Thus, you need only lie there obediently. Rest assured, once we uncover the true culprit, we shall deliver justice on your behalf. Upon hearing her words, Wang Miao felt no comfort. Rather, his expression turned ashen. It was over. How splendid. Suddenly, a round of applause erupted around him. A senior brother excitedly patted his shoulder. Wang Shidi, it's all right if you can't recall. Soon you will know who harmed you. Wang Miao, struck with a force that left him internally injured, retorted, leave him be. He wishes to deceive. Indeed, he was aware that the heaven's net is vast and impenetrable. Wang Shidi, you shall not suffer in vain. The crowd rejoiced, congratulating him, utterly oblivious to the fading light in Wang Miao's eyes. Let us congratulate Wang Shidi together. A flurry of applause ensued. Wang Miao, with tears welling in his eyes, muttered, Are you all out of your minds? I appreciate it, but Chapter 20. How could this not be a significant matter? Let us commence. Saying Zhizhi took in everything, including Wang Miao's pallid countenance. She spoke with a calm demeanor, signaling to the other disciples to bring forth the Luyun mirror. Upon seeing the enormous cloud mirror before him, Wang Miao's heart began to race uncontrollably. His hands, concealed beneath the covers, were clammy with sweat. Is it truly necessary to go to such lengths, senior sister Sang? Wang Miao managed a strained smile. This isn't a matter of great significance. How can it not be significant? A voice quickly countered. You are on the brink of losing your life. Wang Miao replied. You could choose to remain silent, truly. I remember now. It was during my own sword practice when I accidentally injured myself, he exclaimed, smacking his forehead as if struck by inspiration. Such humor, Wang Shidi. The senior brother who had spoken earlier chuckled and waved his hands dismissively. Who would injure themselves so deeply while practicing? Only a fool would do that. Wang Miao insisted. I am speaking the truth. It was indeed an accident of my own doing. A bittersweet expression flickered across his face as he forced a smile. He felt like a fool, hoping they might let him off the hook. How does an outer sect disciple find themselves in the inner sect? Sang Zhizhi scrutinized him. Wang Miao stammered. I believe you are aware that outer sect disciples are forbidden from entering the inner sect without permission. Sang Zhizhi continued, her tone icy. If you truly breached sect regulations and sneaked into the inner sect to practice, you may very well find yourself summoned to the discipline hall for questioning. Wang Miao's face stiffened. He had not anticipated the multitude of rules within the sect. I cannot explain why I was there, he stuttered. In truth, he awoke to find himself brought here. If that is the case, then someone must have secretly brought the injured you into the inner sect and neglected your care, allowing you to bleed out before your fellow disciples. Sang Zhizhi sneered. Such a cold-blooded disciple, unworthy of compassion for their brethren, is even more terrifying. If found, they shall face severe punishment from our master. Wang Miao was utterly bewildered. Surely, you must have some explanation, right? I see that Wang Shidi is not in his right mind, speaking incoherently. Let us examine the image in the Luyun mirror to discern the truth. Sang Zhizhi turned to the crowd. Everyone nodded in agreement, absolutely. Except for Wang Miao. Master, please awaken. If you do not, your disciple shall be subjected to public humiliation. At this moment, relying on himself was no longer an option. Wang Miao watched as Sang Zhizhi began to cast her spell, silently pleading for the immortal ancestor to awaken. He desperately wished for the ancestor's timely intervention. If caught red-handed, he feared he would be drowned in their collective spittle. Having called out several times in his heart without receiving any response, he gazed at the Luyun mirror, which was now beginning to operate, feeling a sense of impending doom. The homing sword had failed to end his life, but now he faced the possibility of dying before the eyes of all. Sang Zhizhi observed the expressions on his face, fully aware that matters were not as simple as they appeared. As the Luyun mirror flickered and then paused, the crowd exchanged puzzled glances. What is happening? Is the Luyun mirror unable to produce an image? No. Could it be that it hasn't been used in so long that it's momentarily unresponsive? After all, it is a relic passed down from over 10,000 years ago. Wang Miao felt dazed, blinking as he watched the cloud within the mirror stutter and swirl, a secret joy blossoming within him. Could this mean suddenly? Sang Zhizhi struck the mirror sharply. The previously choppy image became fluid. Wang Miao thought. This maneuver feels oddly familiar. Quick, look. An image is appearing. Someone shouted excitedly. The crowd leaned in eagerly. Within the Luyun mirror swirled a mass of pure white mist, obscuring everything else. Disappointment washed over everyone as they realized the mirror revealed nothing. Sang Zhizhi, recognizing the handiwork, let out a cold laugh and turned her gaze upon Wang Miao. Caught in her piercing stare, filled with an aura of menace, Wang Miao felt a surge of fear. The relief of having survived was replaced by trepidation. Why are you looking at me like that, senior sister Sang? He had done nothing. He knew nothing. This was indeed the case. With the ancestor still in slumber, he remained oblivious to who was behind the mirror's odd behavior, merely feeling a sense of relief. He had no idea who was responsible, but Sang Zhizhi was all too aware. System, it was you, wasn't it? Sang Zhizhi coldly inquired. It wasn't me, the system replied, feigning ignorance. What could it do? Merely stir the magnetic field amidst the chaos. Very well. Sang Zhizhi's derisive tone silenced the system before it could protest, effectively blocking it. Your friend has gone offline. Damn. Only she is allowed to seek me out. I'm not a lapdog. Given that the Luyun mirror had failed to provide clarity, perhaps it was time to summon the master. A voice from the crowd timidly raised a hand, smiling shyly at the many gazes fixed upon them. Wang Miao, who had just thought he had escaped a disaster, felt a wave of dread. This senior brother from Xianxiao sect is far too enthusiastic. It's truly unnecessary. Master is attending a meeting at the Immortal Alliance today and is not within the sect. Sang Zhizhi's words immediately eased Wang Miao's anxiety. However, the second elder is still present in the sect. Perhaps he could employ the soul search technique to examine Wang Shidi's situation? Saying Zhizhi's next statement sent Wang Miao's heart soaring to his throat. He felt as if he were on a roller coaster, his emotions swinging wildly. He might very well suffer a heart attack. The second elder? He has emerged from his seclusion? Someone exclaimed in surprise. Sang Zhizhi nodded. He has been out for several days. However, the second elder is known for his low profile and does not seek attention. Hence he did not announce his return to the sect. The second elder's soul search technique has reached an exquisite level of mastery. Wang Shidi, consider yourself fortunate. The senior brother cast a glance at Wang Miao, genuinely pleased for him. While the soul-searching techniques employed by others may inflict suffering, the second elder's method would not. It would surely allow one to float as if amongst the clouds, devoid of any pain. Rest assured, you need not worry. Wang Miao maintained a stoic expression. Is that the crux of the matter? Chapter 21, Confrontational. However, it may not be appropriate to send Wang Shidi to the second elder so soon after his awakening, someone quietly reminded. After all, his injuries have yet to fully heal. Truly, how kind-hearted. Wang Miao felt tears welling up. At last, there was someone who understood his feelings. No worries, I can assist in fetching the second elder. Chimed in the overly enthusiastic senior brother, who had been particularly eager from the start. Wang Miao's eye twitched violently, and he abruptly raised his head to glare at him. Was he doing this on purpose? Why was he constantly opposing him? Seeing Wang Miao's gaze, this senior brother mistakenly thought he was expressing gratitude, and with a sheepish smile, he scratched the back of his head, his cheeks flushing a bright hue. Wang Shidi, there is no need for formality. We are all fellow disciples. It is only right that we help one another. Wang Miao forced a few awkward chuckles. Who was being formal? It was he who was being overly familiar. Oh, by the way, my name is Xianxiaaudiobooks, a disciple of the inner sect. Xianxiaaudiobooks suddenly remembered something and added, still wearing that signature silly grin. Wang Miao thought, I didn't even ask for your name. Upon hearing this name, Sang Zhizhi couldn't help but cast a sidelong glance at Xianxiaaudiobooks. Xianxiaaudiobooks was one of the minor supporting characters in the male protagonist's growth arc within the inner sect. His character was characterized by a simplicity and kindness, always silently aiding the protagonist from the shadows. Whenever the protagonist faced provocation or blame, he was invariably the first to step forward. He was a person of loyalty and righteousness. Unfortunately, while the protagonist basked in the halo of destiny, he was merely a stepping stone in the narrative. It is said that those surrounding the protagonist either perish, becoming eternal memories to mourn, or ascend to great heights, soaring to success. Regrettably, Xianxiaaudiobooks belonged to the former category. When the protagonist was pursued by enemies, he willingly became bait to divert their attention, ultimately sacrificing his life without a trace. The protagonist, upon learning of his fate, was consumed by grief. He fell into despair, unable to forgive himself, and sought solace in the warmth of the harem to numb his pain. Eventually, after being consoled by others, he resolved to rise again, vowing to enact vengeance for Xianxiaaudiobooks. Thus, he dedicated himself to relentless training, striving to grow stronger. It could be said that Xianxiaaudiobooks was an essential catalyst in the male protagonist's journey. His appearances were few, yet each moment served a purpose. Even in his final demise, he laid the groundwork for the protagonist's strength. Sang Zhizhi, after reading this, could only comment, the invincible protagonist and his fragile, sacrificial brother. To foster one individual's growth, countless lives had to be sacrificed. She couldn't help but sneer. Her gaze turned colder as she looked at Wang Miao, who lay on the bed. She cared not for the lives of others. However, none from the xianxia sect could be touched. Wang Miao, recuperating in bed, suddenly felt a chill creeping up his spine, pulling the blanket closer around him. What was happening? Today's weather felt unusually cold. Xianxiaaudiobooks had gone to summon the second elder, and with nothing else to occupy their time, the others redirected their focus onto Wang Miao. Wang Shixiang, do you truly not remember what transpired that day? Their eager gazes burned with anticipation. Wang Miao felt a wave of anxiety wash over him under their scrutiny and quickly shook his head. I don't remember. Feigning ignorance, Sang Zhizhi crossed her arms. Leaning against the wall, her gaze icy as she fixated on him. Accidentally meeting her eyes, Wang Miao instantly turned away, nearly terrified. His heart raced, almost leaping from his chest. He didn't know why, but every time he locked eyes with Sang Zhizhi, he felt as though she was piercing through his very soul, leaving him profoundly uncomfortable and desperate to flee. Wang Shidi. Wang Miao straightened instinctively. Yes. I heard from fourth uncle that the sword that pierced you possesses a fire attribute. Wang Miao's heart sank, his words faltering. Is that so? Sang Zhizhi observed his evasive eyes, a cold smile curling at her lips. I heard from the senior disciple managing the outer sect that you possess a single-element wind spirit root. Wang Miao's body broke out in a cold sweat. If you truly injured yourself by accident, how could the wound bear traces of fire attributes? saying Zhizhi rested her chin on her hand, casually scrutinizing his face, as if merely making casual conversation. The others began to connect the dots, furrowing their brows in contemplation. Indeed, that doesn't add up. Wang Miao opened his mouth, but no sound emerged. Sweat formed into beads on his forehead, trickling down his cheek. Was it too hot in the room? Wang Shidi, you seem to be sweating profusely. Sang Zhizhi looked at him with a smile that was not quite a smile. The others noticed his unusual demeanor and expressed their concern. Wang Shidi, are you all right? You don't look well. Wang Miao forced a smile. I'm perfectly fine. Just a bit warm, nothing to worry about. He averted his gaze, staring at the wall beside the bed, his throat constricting, sweat pouring down like rain. It felt as though he could no longer conceal the truth. Damn it. Did Sang Zhizhi discover something? His chest rose and fell with increasing agitation. He had the unsettling feeling that she knew something. Her eyes were too piercing, as if they could see through to the depths of his heart, leaving him feeling as though he stood in a frigid mountain lake, on the verge of freezing solid. He was wavering. Sang Zhizhi watched his retreating figure, a mocking smirk curling at her lips. She was eager to see just how long he could endure under such scrutiny. She also wished to uncover just how potent this so-called protagonist's halo truly was. I have summoned the second elder, Chinabeo announced as he lifted the curtain and entered with a beaming smile. Following him was a middle-aged man with flowing silver hair. Once a cultivator reaches the golden core stage, their appearance becomes fixed and they cease to age. Although the second elder had lived for 3 centuries, he still bore a youthful visage, his face devoid of any wrinkles. He entered the room with hands clasped behind his back, prompting the disciples to quickly bow and greet him. Second elder, second uncle. Sang Zhizhi offered a light smile, but did not approach. The second elder, however, brightened at the sight of her and strode forward with purpose. Sanger, what brings you here? I am here on the orders of my master to thoroughly investigate the events of recent days, she replied, gesturing towards the bed where Wang Miao lay. This Wang Shidi is a key figure in the incident. Oh, the second elder's sharp gaze swept over Wang Miao, his penetrating eyes seemingly capable of piercing through his very being. Wang Miao's heart lurched, and he hastily averted his gaze. This second elder was no ordinary individual. Merely meeting his eyes felt as though one's soul might escape its vessel. Chapter 22. Surely delighted. Look, he.s. even coughing up blood. This young disciple is quite extraordinary. The second elder withdrew his gaze and remarked with profound significance. Upon hearing this, Sang Zhizhi couldn't help but cast a lingering glance at Wang Miao. The second uncle, being a soul master adept in the art of spirit capture, was naturally perceptive to such matters. So it was hardly surprising that he discerned the male protagonist was a time traveler. At that moment, Wang Miao was utterly panicked. Had he known that waking up today would lead to this predicament, he would have preferred to remain in bed for another 10 days or half a month. It felt as though this sect was populated entirely by monsters, each one possessing a gaze capable of murder. What a peculiar situation. Sang Zhizhi wore a look of curiosity. It's nothing. Perhaps I misperceived earlier, the second elder replied, shaking his head. Yet he was puzzled. He had distinctly sensed an unusual fluctuation emanating from this disciple just moments ago. So why had it vanished so abruptly? Could it truly have been an illusion? With her eyelids slightly lowered, Sang Zhizhi responded, I see. She did not press further, but instead explained. I summoned the esteemed uncle today because Wang Shidi claims to have forgotten the events of that day. I kindly request your assistance in helping him recall. The second elder chuckled. Now, this is a rare occurrence. You actually sought my help. This disciple had always carried himself like a little adult, wearing a serious expression and approaching every task with utmost diligence, never seeking assistance if he could avoid it. They, the elders, had always been unable to interject. The thought of the young Sang Zhizhi, with her stern face and innocent voice imploring him not to assist, brought a smile to his lips. However, since Sang Er had said so, the uncle had no reason to refuse. The second elder turned to Wang Miao and said, I shall take a good look at what transpired that day. Wang Miao's mind immediately went blank. He watched helplessly as the second elder approached him. His body stiffened, rendering him incapable of evading. His thoughts were consumed with dread. If he were to undergo soul-searching, it would not merely be the grave offense of trespassing into the secret chamber. Everything about his entry into the sect, including the existence of the immortal ancestor, would be uncovered. The outcome would be nothing short of disastrous. Just as the second elder was about to make contact, Wang Miao suddenly shouted, I am guilty. Rather than face that fate, he opted to admit his fault voluntarily. Sang Zhizhi raised an eyebrow at his exclamation, leaning slightly against the wall. Her lips curled into a subtle smile, though it was unclear whether it was mockery or something else. This is all my fault, Wang Miao proclaimed, prostrate on the bedding, disregarding everything and placing all the blame upon himself. I should not have succumbed to greed and stealthily infiltrated the secret chamber. Nor should I have coveted the fire dark sword. If I was harmed by it, I deserved it. Throughout, no one else attacked me. It was all due to my own avarice. I implore you, Sister Sang, to punish me, whether by expelling me from the sect or sending me to the disciplinary hall. I shall have no objections." He closed his eyes, wearing an expression of resignation. Everyone present was taken aback, mouths agape and eyes wide, filled with disbelief. They had not anticipated that this entire situation was merely a misunderstanding. There were no demonic cultivators, no treacherous peers with hearts of wolves. The second elder, listening to his self-revelation, withdrew his hand, which he had intended to extend. Wang Miao quietly sighed in relief. He clenched his fists and turned to Sang Zhizhi, Sister Sang. "I know a person like me is unworthy to remain in Xianxia sect. I am undeserving of seeing my fellow disciples again. Please, cast me out." He swore that he would never set foot in Xianxia sect again. Let him go. The heavenly spirit mirror can be acquired through other means. Yet he was adamant about severing all ties with this sect. The longer he lingered, the greater the risk of his secrets being uncovered. This sect was filled with monsters. "What are you saying, Shitty?" Unexpectedly, Sang Zhiji's next words shattered Wang Miao's defenses. To acknowledge one's mistakes and strive for improvement is of utmost importance. Our Xianxia sect is not a place devoid of reason. Wang Miao's eyes widened in disbelief as he hastily lifted his head to look at Sang Zhizhi. He had assumed that she detested him and would eagerly wish for his departure. Indeed, Sang Zhizhi was not fond of him. She even harbored thoughts of eliminating him. However, raising a venomous creature was safest when it was kept under one's watchful eye. Allowing him to descend the mountain would invite unforeseen complications. She had no desire to chase after him across the realms. Brother Wang possesses a commendable attitude toward acknowledging his faults, Sang Zhizhi continued. Though mistakes have been made, they are not irredeemable. Once you have recovered, you may proceed to the disciplinary hall to accept your punishment. Wang Miao stood in stunned silence. The surrounding disciples gazed at Sang Zhizhi with admiration and gratitude. "Oh my, what a divine sister. She is simply too kind." Sister Sang does not hold grudges from the past, maintaining a clear distinction between public and private matters, which is truly commendable. Not only is she talented, but she is also beautiful and kind-hearted. We are truly fortunate to have a disciple like Sister Sang in Xianxia sect. I used to think Sister Sang was rather cold and difficult to approach, but I see now I was mistaken. She simply struggles with words and is reserved in her expressions. Her demeanor is merely a reflection of her kind heart. Wang Miao's lips twitched uncontrollably. Cold demeanor and kind heart? Fair and impartial in her dealings? Could these people bat an eye while they praised her? Was this kindness? It was clearly demonic. Rather than face punishment in the disciplinary hall, he would prefer to be expelled. Each passing second spent here felt suffocating. He regretted listening to the immortal ancestor and coming here. Wang Miao was filled with remorse. Simultaneously, he harbored resentment towards Sang Zhizhi. If only he could move, he would gladly slap her twice. Sang Zhizhi felt her spiritual power expanding significantly. She glanced at the male protagonist, who regarded her with a hint of resentment, and couldn't help but smile gently. The disciples believe this is unfair to the other brothers. I request Sister to impose a strict punishment and expel me. Wang Miao gritted his teeth in silence, lowering his head to plead once more. Since you feel guilty, then let there be an additional punishment. Wang Miao abruptly lifted his head, utterly dumbfounded. Sang Zhizhi met his dazed gaze with a slight smile. 100 bone-eating nails, plus 30 thunder penalties. Will this suffice to satisfy Brother Wang? Wang Miao wished only for death. 100 bone-eating nails would leave him crippled, and adding 30 thunder penalties? Was this a sentence to death? Yet, it seemed he had unwittingly requested this very outcome. Brother Wang has fainted. Surely, it is due to his wound reopening. Hurry. Summon the fourth elder. It could also be that he was simply overjoyed. After all, he would not be expelled. Indeed, just moments ago, Brother Wang felt guilty. Such a heavy punishment must surely lighten his burden. The crowd exchanged murmurs, their words reaching Wang Miao's barely conscious ears. Oh no. Brother Wang has become too elated and has spat blood again. Elated, you say? Chapter 23, An Attempt to Escape. After Wang Miao regained consciousness from his fainting spell, he was preoccupied with devising a plan to escape this wretched place. However, upon opening the door, he was met with the unwelcome sight of someone guarding the entrance. Two young disciples were leisurely chatting and cracking sunflower seeds when they spotted Wang Miao emerging. Naturally, they raised their hands to greet him. Oh, Junior Brother Wang. Are you awake? Wang Miao? Bang. The door was slammed shut with great force, leaving the two disciples exchanging bewildered glances. Was Junior Brother Wang simply stunned? Leaning against the door, Wang Miao struggled to catch his breath, beads of sweat clinging to his forehead. His eyes were vacant as he slid down the door and collapsed onto the floor, cradling his knees in a daze. With danger lurking ahead and behind, they had even stationed guards to prevent his escape. Was he truly destined to endure that ridiculous punishment? No, he had to flee. with guards at the entrance. He had no choice but to seek another exit. Wang Miao scanned his surroundings and ultimately focused on the tightly shut window. Cautiously, he opened it, and after confirming no one was watching, he exhaled in relief and swiftly extended a leg to climb out. A tearing sound echoed, reminiscent of fabric ripping. Wang Miao froze, glancing down in shock at his groin area. Sure enough, it had torn. His expression crumbled along with his pants. The quality of this garment was atrocious. Before he could voice his grievances, a spirit bird flew overhead, dropping a sticky, cold liquid onto his forehead. Wang Miao reached up to touch it. Upon realizing what it was, he shuddered in horror and tumbled from the window. He landed on his rear, letting out a pitiful cry. Junior brother Wang, what are you doing here? Wang Miao, momentarily stunned as he rubbed his backside, looked up to find a disciple with a long sword, gazing curiously at him. Lying on the ground, Wang Miao forced a smile, awkwardly getting to his feet and brushing off the dust from his rear. He chuckled nervously. I was just trying to close the window and accidentally fell out. Oh, the disciple nodded in understanding. You've just recovered. Should I escort you back to your room? Wang Miao shook his head vigorously. No, I can manage. Without waiting for a response, he scrambled back through the window, climbing with both hands and feet. At this moment, Wang Miao completely forgot about the torn state of his trousers. The disciple watched the flailing bare backside before him, enveloped in silence. Should he tell him? After quickly regaining his composure inside the room, Wang Miao sighed in relief, plopping down onto the floor. He completely forgot about the recent blow he had suffered. Ouch! A jolt of pain surged through him, making him leap back up. Hearing the commotion inside, the guards at the door knocked, concerned. Junior brother Wang, are you all right? Wang Miao, grimacing as he rubbed his sore behind, feared they would burst in and quickly called out. I'm fine. There were no further inquiries from outside, and Wang Miao let out a heavy sigh. What a predicament! The recent misfortunes weighed heavily on his heart. He felt utterly cursed. Just thinking about those 100 bone-gnawing nails and 30 lightning strikes sent chills down his spine. No, merely contemplating it made him break into a cold sweat. He needed to devise a way to escape this place. He wondered when his master would awaken. Grasping the jade pendant hanging from his chest, his brow furrowed in anxiety. He truly did not want to end up a lifeless corpse. Wang Miao set the pendant down, not forgetting to change into a fresh pair of undergarments. Once dressed, he faced the door, inhaled deeply, and with a sense of resignation, opened it, peering outside. 2 pairs of eyes turned towards him in unison. Wang Miao forced a smile, cheerfully stating, Thank you, brothers, for your hard work. You must be quite fatigued. Now that I am awake, why don't you return to rest? Not at all. Not at all. Both brothers waved their hands, chuckling. In fact, we owe you our thanks. Wang Miao. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't be so leisurely. Usually, they were exhausted from cultivating spells, and it had been ages since they enjoyed such a serene moment to chat and snack. Noticing Wang Miao's bewildered expression, as though he were petrified, they exchanged glances, curious. What's wrong? Are you unhappy about us being here? Yes, he was indeed unhappy. Very unhappy. Wang Miao felt a surge of frustration but managed to force a smile. After lying down for so long, it's a bit stifling in here. May I step outside for some fresh air? Of course. We'll accompany you, the 2 brothers insisted, ready to follow him. Wang Miao quickly raised his hand to stop them, realizing his reaction was overly intense as he saw their puzzled expressions. Awkwardly retracting his hand, he averted his gaze, smiling. You 2 brothers should rest here. I'll be nearby and return shortly. I don't want to inconvenience you. The brothers, upon hearing this, did not press further and allowed him to go. As Wang Miao left, his back broke into a cold sweat, his clothes clinging to him. He sighed deeply, silently wiping the cold perspiration from his forehead. He had at least passed the first hurdle. Now, he needed to find a way to escape. Fortunately, he had been sent back to the outer sect. The outer sect was closer to the mountain's base, and he was familiar with the terrain, making it much easier to flee. However, before he could get far, he encountered someone familiar. Junior brother Wang, you're well enough to be out of bed? Wang Miao halted, closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and prepared himself mentally before slowly turning to face the woman before him, managing a weak smile. Sister Meng. Meng Wanyu was a caring senior sister he had met in the outer sect, known for her beauty, kindness, and gentle demeanor. Perhaps she could help him escape. A glimmer of hope ignited within Wang Miao. Why aren't you resting in your room? What brings you here? Seeing him clad in white undergarments, as if just roused from a coma, Meng Wanyu furrowed her brow in concern. Wang Miao didn't answer. Instead, he looked at her with intense eyes. Sister, could I ask you for a favor? Surely, with her kindness and gentle nature, she would not want to see him face a death sentence. Indeed, after hearing his pitiful account, Meng Wanyu covered her mouth in disbelief, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. How tragic. Exactly. That sister saying is inhumane. 100 bone-gnawing nails would take half my life, let alone 30 lightning strikes. Wang Miao, sensing the opportunity, clenched his fists in indignation. Meng Wanyu remained silent. Wang Miao, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, continued to rant. Sister Meng, you have no idea how deranged that Zhizhi is. Cold and unfeeling. She's nothing compared to your warmth and thoughtfulness. He had expected this to please Meng Wanyu, but to his shock, she suddenly stood up in fury, glaring at him. How can you speak of Sister Sang like that? Wang Miao was taken aback. You are in the wrong here. Sister Sang was merely following the rules. I thought you were someone who could take responsibility and admit your mistakes, but it seems I misjudged you. Meng Wanyu gazed at him, disappointment etched across her face. You are nothing but a deceitful scoundrel, devoid of responsibility, and full of lies. Chapter 24. Do not worry, it will soon come to an end. After being berated by Meng Wanyu, Wang Miao was left utterly stunned, even questioning the very fabric of his existence. In the span of mere moments, the previously supportive senior sister Meng had turned against him, launching accusations of her own. He had always heard that senior sister Meng regarded Zhizhi as her rival. Shouldn't she be relishing the thought of seeing her adversary fall into disgrace? How had the tide turned so drastically? Unbeknownst to him, while Meng Wanyu did indeed view Zhizhi as a competitor, it was born from a place of admiration and respect. She had always aspired to share the same stage with Zhizhi one day, to engage in a spirited contest. Although she had entered the sect before Zhizhi, she found herself outshone by Zhang's prodigious talent, swiftly surpassing her. Initially, she felt a sense of injustice, even resentment. It seemed unfair that Zhizhi had everything: talent, adoration, resources, while she remained in the outer sect, unable to advance despite her years of experience. A sense of regret and envy had taken root in Meng Wanyu's heart until the day she encountered Zhizhi at Tianxian Peak, a locale notorious for its treacherous terrain. It was a dark and perilous area recognized by all within the sect. By mere chance, she found herself there that day. Amidst the booming thunder and the tumultuous waves crashing against the rocks, the dark waters threatening to engulf the entire cliff. The sky roiled with flashes of lightning, a sight both awe-inspiring and terrifying. Just as she resolved to leave, she spotted a figure, Zhizhi, merely 10 years of age at the time. Standing at the edge of the cliff, sword in hand, her petite form appeared fragile and helpless against the raging sea. Meng Wanyu was taken aback. Her instinct urged her to rush forward and pull Zhizhi away from danger. Yet, upon observing the expression on Zhizhi's face, she hesitated, rooted to the spot. Zhizhi gazed up at the swirling lightning above her with an unsettling calmness etched upon her exquisite features. Suddenly, with a deafening crash, bolts of lightning descended. And to Meng Wanyu's astonishment, Zhizhi charged forward without the slightest tremor of fear. Even when struck by the lightning, she did not retreat. Her expression remained composed, her dark, luminous eyes unwavering. Rather, she seemed to revel in the chaos, treating the fearsome lightning as mere playthings in her battle rehearsal. In that moment, Meng Wanyu profoundly understood the chasm between them, not in terms of talent or background, but in spirit. From the very beginning, she had lost, utterly and completely. Their competition lay not in trivial matters, but in sheer strength. Henceforth, she relinquished the demons that had plagued her heart. Not only did her long-suppressed cultivation break through its barriers, but she also garnered the recognition of an elder from the outer sect, who took her as a personal disciple. Thus, she held a deep gratitude and admiration for her junior sister Sang, while she still regarded Zhizhi as a rival. She yearned for a fair victory, one earned through merit rather than disparagement. However, Wang Miao, with his deceitful tongue and ill intentions, was intolerable. How dare he speak ill of junior sister Sang? Even she would not utter a single word against her. Meng Wanyu's demeanor grew increasingly frigid. Her gaze toward Wang Miao icy and piercing. I shall not assist you. On the contrary, should you dare flee, I will certainly report you to the sect. You will find that the consequences extend far beyond mere punishment in the discipline hall. With that, she turned her back on Wang Miao, dismissively waving her sleeve as she departed, leaving him dazed and bewildered. With a start, Wang Miao felt his legs weaken, collapsing upon the ground. His expression one of utter shock. Was this sect merely a fervent fan club for Zhizhi? Even the usually gentle senior sister Meng had transformed into a figure of terror. This sect was too abnormal. He had to escape quickly. Panic-stricken, Wang Miao scrambled to his feet, his mind solely occupied with the desire to flee, as if pursued by a horde of ravenous, undead cultivators. Are you Wang Miao? Junior brother? In his flight, he suddenly collided with a solid wall of flesh. This wall was remarkably resilient, causing him to stagger back and fall to the ground. Supporting himself with his hands, he looked up to see a robust disciple with a rugged visage staring down at him with wide, unblinking eyes. Behind him stood several other disciples clad in dark attire, their expressions grim. Wang Miao's heart sank. He swallowed hard, standing tremulously. Senior brother, is there something you require of me? I am a disciple of the discipline hall, here to escort you to receive your punishment. Please come with me. The disciple spoke with a stoic demeanor. Wang Miao felt as though he had turned to stone, realizing the gravity of his predicament. This was the end. Let us go? Junior brother Wang. Wang Miao was unwilling to comply. Observing the serious expressions of the discipline hall disciples before him, he hesitantly stammered. Could I at least return to gather my belongings? No need. The punishment will be swift, just a day will suffice. After enduring 100 bone-gnawing nails and 30 bolts of thunder, you will be returned to recuperate. The disciple from the discipline hall stated matter-of-factly. Wang Miao, is it truly as simple as it sounds? My clothes are not yet changed. I must at least don something appropriate before I go. His face contorted in despair, nearly brought to tears. This time, he had no certainty of returning alive. His master had been in slumber for far too long. If he did not awaken soon, Wang Miao would truly become a cold corpse. Not to worry, you will certainly lose a great deal of blood during the punishment. So your attire will remain unsoiled. Wang Miao, does this sound a bit ominous? There is no need for fear, junior brother. 100 bone-gnawing nails and 30 bolts of thunder will not claim your life. Seeing his trepidation, the disciple from the discipline hall offered a comforting word. Upon hearing this, Wang Miao felt a slight sense of relief. It seemed the ordeal was merely intimidating in nature. Yet the next moment, the disciple added, at worst, you may become a cripple, spending the remainder of your life in bed. But fret not. Our Xianxia sect is quite humane and will ensure your future well-being. A sound of shattering echoed in the air. Wang Miao, are the members of this sect all demons? Let us proceed. The disciple from the discipline hall urged. Wang Miao pressed his lips together, hesitantly rising. Is there truly no room for negotiation? He looked at the disciple with hope, only to receive a shake of the head in response. Let us move. The senior brother is waiting. As Wang Miao continued to struggle against his fate, he noticed the disciples behind him drawing their swords in unison. The blade shimmered with a cold radiance, glistening under the sun, nearly blinding him with its brilliance. Wang Miao resignedly shut his eyes. This is the end. Chapter 25. Dare to move and see what happens. On the way to the discipline hall, Wang Miao remained reluctant to accept his fate, desperately seeking a glimmer of hope. Senior brother, he implored, casting a flattering gaze at the disciple from the discipline hall tasked with his escort. Could you perhaps loosen these ropes? I can't possibly run away from here. Surely, he couldn't just leap from such a height. Displaying his bound hands behind him, he wore a pitiful expression. The disciple of the discipline hall, however, coldly stared ahead. His ears impervious to Wang Miao's pleas, wholly focused on the singular task of sword control, refusing even a glance in his direction. Wang Miao's mouth was parched from speaking, but the other party remained unyielding, leaving him no choice but to relent. The most challenging aspect of dealing with insensible individuals was their impenetrable nature. No amount of charm could sway them. The wind howled fiercely in his ears, intensifying with the increasing speed of the spirit sword beneath him, whipping against his face like 1,000 blades. In this biting gale, Wang Miao struggled to keep his eyes open, his features contorted by the relentless gusts. Damn it! Was this not a form of torture? The absence of a safety harness only compounded his fears. High-altitude travel was perilous, did they not realize? With tears of frustration threatening to spill, Wang Miao had to remain vigilant, striving to stabilize himself lest he inadvertently tumble from the sword. Upon landing, his legs felt weak and wobbly, each step light as air, granting him the illusion of walking on clouds, as if he could ascend to the heavens at any moment. Senior brother, the errant disciple has been brought forth. The previously indifferent disciple from the discipline hall broke his silence, respectfully addressing the figure before him while still gripping his sword. Wang Miao, suppressing the nausea roiling in his stomach, wearily lifted his eyelids, only to be taken aback. The man before him, with ink-black hair tied in a crown, possessed a face as smooth as white jade, reclining gracefully in a wrought-tan chair. His exquisite peach blossom eyes lent an air of refinement to his visage, exuding a gentle and warm aura. One might mistake him for a young noble from a prestigious family. Above him hung a plaque inscribed with the words Discipline Hall, its solemnity enhanced by the dark door behind it, adding an element of foreboding. You are Wang Miao. Qi Yan's beautiful peach blossom eyes narrowed slightly, a soft smile gracing his lips as he gazed at Wang Miao. The tone was gentle, devoid of malice, yet Wang Miao felt an underlying sharpness within. Hesitantly, he nodded. I've heard it was Sister Sang who insisted you remain here. Qi Yan's gaze subtly shifted, delicately toying with a red hair ribbon in his hands. Wang Miao, observing the object with caution, deliberated for a long moment before responding, yes. His instincts warned him that this person was unhinged. No, it was more accurate to say that there were scarcely any sane individuals within this sect. Wang Miao silently lamented. Sister Sang truly had a kind heart. Qi Yin spoke softly, his expression inscrutable. Wang Miao's eyelids twitched, and he begrudgingly agreed, yes. Yet within, he cursed vehemently. A kind heart? A kind heart should have driven her to expel him rather than subject him to torment. How has Sister Sang been feeling lately? Suddenly, the conversation veered into unexpected territory, leaving Wang Miao bewildered. Wait, are you alright? How would I know how she feels? If you're curious, why not ask her yourself? Thankfully, Qi Yin seemed to be speaking to himself. He pondered whether Sister Sang had given that matter any thought. Should he simply approach her and confess? Qi Yin's lovely brows furrowed slightly, lost in thought. The nearby disciple of the discipline hall, unable to bear the awkwardness, leaned in to whisper, Senior brother. It is time for the punishment. Qi Yin paused his fiddling with the red ribbon, slowly lifting his gaze to Wang Miao. Instantly, Wang Miao felt a knot form in his throat. Let us commence. Qi Yin smiled gently, standing up and walking into the discipline hall, hands clasped behind him. Take him to the dungeon. Sang Zhizhi had overheard others mentioning that Qi Yin was at the discipline hall while making her way to the main peak. Stunned momentarily, she halted and turned to the disciple who had spoken. Are you saying Senior Brother is at the discipline hall today? While Senior Brother was indeed responsible for the discipline hall, he rarely appeared in person. Yes. It seems today is the day for that outer sect disciple's punishment. Perhaps Senior Brother wished to witness it firsthand. Another male lead. Sang Zhizhi narrowed her eyes slightly, a glimmer of cold light flashing within. Her initial intention to head to the main peak was promptly abandoned. As she hurried towards the discipline hall, she conversed with the system. Is this unusual behavior from Senior Brother due to the so-called protagonist halo? Because he is the protagonist, he naturally draws the attention of the antagonists. The system scoffed, disinterested in responding. However, considering the pitiable state of the male lead, soon to be incapacitated in the discipline hall, it hoped Sang Zhizhi would know when to retreat. Indeed, you are correct. I advise you to abandon your struggle. Regardless of how the plot diverges, the male lead will always emerge victorious. No matter how hard you try to alter the course of events, you cannot escape the predetermined conclusion. He is the child of destiny, the favored one of the heavenly path, the pillar of this world. Sang Zhizhi, upon hearing this, couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. You cannot contend with the arrangements of fate, nor can you alter the established outcome. Why persist in such futile support? Detecting her disdain, the system couldn't help but retort. And why are you so fixated on paving the way for the male lead? As she soared through the clouds on her spirit sword, Sang Zhizhi maintained a placid expression. Gazing ahead, the system paused momentarily before responding, that is my mission. She erupted into laughter. When she looked up again, her eyes glimmered with unfathomable emotions. If paving the way for the male lead is your mission, then breaking this deadlock is my destiny. I shall not be anyone's puppet, nor will I allow my family and friends to become mere tools for your amusement. So come, try your hand. If you dare to lay a finger on any one of them, be it the heavenly path or you, even if it means appending the entire realm of cultivation, I shall not hesitate. Chapter 26, The Balance of Power. Senior Brother, may we discuss something? When you decide to act, could you perhaps be a tad gentler? I have a bit of a fear of pain. Wang Miao found himself strapped to a cross, limbs immobilized, a lamb awaiting slaughter. He gulped audibly, cautiously negotiating with Qi Yin. Qi Yin wore his usual mask of gentle smiles. Do not fret, Junior Brother, it will be over soon. Wang Miao felt as though he might weep. Could you at least move the instruments of torture away while you speak? It renders your words rather unconvincing. In a moment, I shall need to channel my spiritual energy to drive 100 bone-corroding nails into your body. It may hurt a bit, but that is to be expected. If it becomes unbearable, you may voice your discomfort. Qi Yin began rummaging through his storage bag, his tone remaining as calm as if he were discussing mundane matters like meals or sleep. Wang Miao found himself caught between gratitude for Qi Yin's attentiveness and despair for his impending fate. Master, why are you sleeping so soundly? If you don't come soon, your disciple is truly doomed. Wang Miao could not help but break down in tears. Senior Brother, we may begin, a disciple beside him reminded. Qi Yin nodded lightly, raised his hand, and began to weave the intricate gestures of his spell. Hundreds of bone-eating nails emanated a faint, eerie glow, soaring into the air, all aimed squarely at Wang Miao. Wang Miao's eyes widened, his heart racing with fear, reaching its zenith in that moment. With a whoosh, the sound of wind howled as the multitude of bone-eating nails surged forth, hurtling towards Wang Miao's chest. No. Wang Miao's pupils constricted as he suddenly screamed, his voice piercing through the air. Amidst the chilling cries, Qi Yin silently observed the scene, intending to turn away, when suddenly, a brilliant light erupted from Wang Miao's direction. At that moment, Sang Zhizhi happened to arrive and witnessed the unfolding drama. She paused momentarily, narrowing her eyes at the sight before her. The white light gradually faded, and the bone-eating nails fell to the ground like scattered raindrops. Astonishingly, Wang Miao remained unscathed, his eyes as round as copper bells. Sweat beading on his forehead as he gasped for breath like a fish on the verge of dying from thirst. Qi Yan's expression grew increasingly grave, compelling him to regard Wang Miao with newfound seriousness. "What was that just now?" he inquired, his tone stripped of its previous nonchalance. Wang Miao, bewildered, shook his head hastily. I don't know." He only sensed a fleeting warmth in his chest, as if he had repelled the bone-eating nails. Could this be the so-called aura of a transmigrator? Or perhaps he possessed some latent treasure? The thought of this possibility filled Wang Miao with unwarranted delight. Zhizhi observed Wang Miao with an impassive expression. "Is this what you refer to as a contingency plan?" she remarked with indifference. The system remained noncommittal. "I have stated that the male protagonist is a child of fortune. He cannot perish. Moreover, once he matures, the aura surrounding him will only grow stronger. At that point, even Zhizhi will be unable to thwart him." "Junior sister, what brings you here?" Qi Yan suddenly noticed Zhizhi's presence, his surprise evident. "I came to take a look," she replied, descending the steps as her gaze slowly settled on Wang Miao. "It seems you've encountered something remarkable. You saw it too?" Qi Yan queried. Zhizhi nodded, yet her gaze remained fixated on Wang Miao. She studied the slight panic in his eyes, smiled gently, and said, "This matter must be reported to the master." Wang Miao's heart raced furiously, anxiety coursing through him as he broke eye contact with Zhizhi. In that fleeting moment, he sensed a murderous intent emanating from her. She wished to kill him. It was imperative to inform the master. Qi Yan had already realized that the situation was beyond their control and that someone needed to oversee the matter. However, it appeared they would have to wait for the master's return to address it. Qi Yan glanced back at Wang Miao. For reasons unknown, he found it difficult to harbor any fondness for this Wang Miao. In fact, he even felt a flicker of murderous intent. Qi Yan was startled by his own thoughts. He had no previous connection with Wang Miao, so why did he harbor such strange feelings? Wang Miao suddenly felt a chill creeping down his neck. How peculiar. Just moments ago, he sensed two distinct waves of hostility. Awaiting the return of Master Jingli to investigate, Wang Miao was temporarily detained in the discipline hall. Nonetheless, Zhizhi remained uneasy. After a day of sword practice, she stood in the courtyard, gripping the sword hilt, her mind restless. For some reason, she felt an ominous premonition. Just as she decided to check on the discipline hall, a paper crane suddenly flew towards her. Zhizhi paused, unfolding the paper crane. "Junior sister, Wang Miao is missing." Qi Yan's voice came through as the crane slowly disintegrated into ash. Her premonition had come to fruition. Zhizhi's expression turned icy as she tightened her grip on the sword hilt. When Zhizhi arrived at the discipline hall, there was no sign of Wang Miao on the execution rack. Qi Yan stepped forward, stating, "It seems someone has abducted him. I inquired with the disciples at the discipline hall. No one has visited in the past few days, and they have been keeping a close watch on Wang Miao. He has vanished into thin air." Zhizhi said nothing, instead scanning her surroundings. "The master should be returning today. Let us go." She appeared remarkably calm. Qi Yan hesitated for a moment, curiosity piqued, but he refrained from asking further, pursing his lips and nodding in agreement. On their way to the main peak, the system could no longer contain its excitement, boasting to Zhizhi, "Humph. I told you that the power of the protagonists is formidable. It cannot be rivaled by your antagonistic group. Even if they start at a disadvantage, they will ultimately reverse their fortunes. No matter how hard you try to dig pitfalls for the male lead, you cannot bring him down. This will only make him stronger." "Is that so?" Zhizhi replied, her tone still indifferent. The system was taken aback by her demeanor. "Don't you feel anger or distress?" Under normal circumstances, Zhizhi would have coldly retorted. "No. I have come to understand," she stated languidly. "Since the protagonist is so powerful, and I cannot overcome him no matter how hard I try, why should I struggle in vain?" The system rejoiced. "You finally see it my way. It's much better to let go and lie flat. You won't have to exert yourself in vain." Before it could finish, a beep interrupted, and the communication was cut off. "Your friend has blocked you." The system nearly gasped at the words that appeared on its screen. Zhizhi, goodness. Her temperament remained unchanged even after coming to a realization. Without uttering a word, she had blocked it. Did she think that by ignoring it, the system would consider it foolish? The system began furiously typing away at the keyboard, determined to teach Zhizhi a lesson, so she would understand who truly held the power in this game. Bang! Little did they know, after a flurry of keystrokes, the keyboard suddenly began to emit smoke. Sparks crackled and danced in the air, and with a thunderous explosion, thick black smoke ascended. The system struggled mightily to emerge from the wreckage of the explosion. Its originally dark eyes now melded with the charred remnants of its form, rendering it indistinguishable as to where its head ended and its body began. The feathers atop its head began to smolder. The system coughed violently, expelling a plume of black gas. It needed no further contemplation to ascertain that the recent keyboard explosion was the work of Zhizhi. Yet, it found itself utterly powerless against her, feeling a tumult of anger, rage, and helplessness. This is infuriating. It could not help but bellow. Meanwhile, after probing the system's activity with her psychic abilities, Zhizhi scoffed and severed their mental connection. This system, while it refrained from uttering useless words, was still rather ineffectual. Upon encountering the esteemed Jingli, Zhizhi surprisingly refrained from mentioning Wang Miao. Qi Yan, somewhat perplexed, assumed she had forgotten and took the initiative to bring it up, junior sister, regarding today's events. As Jingli turned her gaze towards them, her eyes inquired, "What transpired in the sect during my absence?" Zhizhi paused briefly before replying. "I wonder if you recall the matter I previously mentioned regarding a disciple who secretly infiltrated the secret pavilion?" Jingli pondered for a moment and nodded. "Ah, the outer disciple who stealthily entered the hidden chamber?" Zhizhi confirmed with a nod, recounting the events of the past few days in detail. "I had intended to address it upon your return, but to my astonishment, he vanished from the dungeon without a trace." Jingli's expression turned contemplative. "You mean to say that during his interrogation, an ancient totemic mark appeared on his chest?" "Indeed," Zhizhi replied, presenting the drawn pattern to Jingli. "This is the mark." Upon receiving it and observing the design, Jingli's pupils involuntarily contracted. "This is..." Zhizhi was well aware of its significance but maintained a facade of composure. "Master, do you recognize this mark?" Jingli, rarely losing her composure, tightened her grip, wrinkling the paper in her hand. "The demon god," she uttered through clenched teeth. Qi Yan's expression turned to one of shock, unable to believe. But the demon god was already dead. How could this be? "This leaves only one possibility," Jingli continued. "Either the demon god resides within him, or he is the reincarnation of the demon god." Zhizhi observed the expressions of both individuals in the hall, lowering her gaze slightly. The male protagonist was not the demon god. He was merely a vessel for the demon god, a truth of which he remained blissfully unaware. Eventually, the demon god chose her, abandoning Wang Miao's shell and taking residence within her. At that time, she was already consumed by darkness, her mind fragile, allowing the demon god to take advantage of her vulnerability. Thus, she became the demon goddess puppet. Though she had spent years hunting the male protagonist, she was also bound by the demon god's influence. She yearned to break free from the shadow that loomed over her, yet remained helpless in her escape. Ultimately, she was compelled to sever ties with all her remaining friends and family, resulting in her becoming a feared tyrant. Meanwhile, the male protagonist, adorned in the guise of righteousness, stood atop the remnants of her loved ones, emerging as a savior in the eyes of the cultivation realm. He masqueraded as the most virtuous cultivator, attracting many loyal followers. Yet only Zhizhi knew that he exuded a stench of blood and deceit. He was the epitome of hypocrisy, greedy beyond measure. He had many women, and with them, he spoke lies effortlessly, promising each that she was his one and only while reveling in his harem. When the truth inevitably surfaced, his only excuse was, "I love you all," as if that sufficed. Strangely, those women, long accustomed to his manipulation, willingly remained by his side, forsaking their dignity and status to serve a single man. Among them was her mother's close friend, Xianxiaaudiobooks. While reading the novel, Zhizhi found herself perplexed. What could possibly attract Chun-Yi to such a slippery, cowardly man? Though she could not fathom it, she was deeply shocked. The mere thought of her future, where Chun-Yi would be deceived into lowering herself to become part of that man's harem, filled her heart with a tumult of emotions. Regardless of the circumstances, this was not the outcome she wished to witness. Upon reviewing the mark, Jingli's demeanor shifted, enveloped in a heavy atmosphere. "I must discuss this matter with the other sect leaders. For now, you both must remain within the sect and refrain from taking any action." Suddenly, she stood, her expression grave. Zhizhi stepped back half a pace. "Understood," she and Qi Yan replied in unison. In an instant, Jingli's figure vanished from sight. It seemed the cultivation realm was on the brink of turmoil once more. Qi Yan gazed in the direction of Jingli's disappearance, her expression growing solemn. Zhizhi remained silent, her gaze also fixed on the spot where Jingli had been. The current narrative had increasingly diverged from the original text, compelling her to abandon her previous blind faith in the plot. As for what would transpire next, who could say? Chapter 28. This is not called fat. It is called being blessed. Junior sister, we have been practicing for several days now. Could I perhaps take a moment to rest? A month later, at Tianqian Peak, Shun Ke swung his sword until his arm ached, gazing at the incessant rumbling of thunder above, his expression one of despair, tears nearly spilling from his eyes. Ever since returning from Master S' side, His junior sister had become obsessively fervent. She relentlessly dragged him to this place to practice swordsmanship, under the pretext that as long as he did not die from the training, he should train to his limits. Such cold-heartedness and lack of empathy was a first for Shun Quebec, saying Zhizhi regarded him with an impassive expression and coldly remarked, "Elder brother, the thunder is coming again." Just as Shen Ke had caught his breath, a deafening crash echoed overhead, causing him to instinctively shudder. Observing Sang Zhiji's unyielding demeanor beside him, he cried out in exasperation, but had no choice but to steel himself and confront the impending storm. "Junior sister, what has gotten into you lately? You are relentlessly pursuing the third junior brother for extra practice." Jiang Shuiying, ever the troublemaker, watched Shen Ke's frantic antics as he dodged the lightning, unable to suppress a laugh. "Has he caused trouble again, making you unhappy?" She had only just returned to the sect in recent days. Hearing from the elder brother about the third junior brother's torment, her mischievous spirit propelled her to witness the spectacle. As expected, the third junior brother was indeed suffering greatly. "Junior sister, do you not think that the third senior brother has been rather negligent?" Sang Zhiji's tone was nonchalant, arms crossed as she observed Shun Ke struggle. Recently, the spell's master had instructed him to learn had not been mastered by him at all. Shen Ke was the most fragile among them, with the least vitality. A mere expendable pawn, he could easily be thrust into danger at any moment. Yet, he displayed no interest in cultivation, embodying the quintessential lazy and unfortunate character. With the male protagonist's situation uncertain, Shen Ke needed to cultivate some self-preservation skills. Indeed, Jiang Shuiying responded, her tone tinged with schadenfreude. The third junior brother's habitual negligence certainly requires rectification. Turning her head, she suddenly noticed Sang Zhiji's gaze fixed upon her. A sudden sense of foreboding enveloped her, prompting an instinctive urge to flee. With a light chuckle, she remarked, "I just remembered I have something to attend to, so I'll take my leave now." "Senior sister, don't go. Since you're here, why not stay and practice with third senior brother?" Sang Zhizhi offered a gentle smile, exuding an air of innocence. Jiang Shuiying thought to herself, can she truly claim her presence here is merely for amusement? Little did she realize that while she sought entertainment, she inadvertently became entangled in the situation. To her surprise, Shen Ke, oblivious to her intentions, interpreted her presence as a gesture of camaraderie in their shared trials, his eyes brimming with gratitude as he declared, "Senior sister, you are truly kind-hearted." Unfathomably perplexed, Jiang Shuiying pondered, what nonsensical ramblings is the third junior brother uttering now? What is it like to have a devotedly zealous junior sister? The experience is akin to driving everyone to the brink of madness. Jiang Shuiying and Shen Ke endured a grueling half-month of relentless training, their arms weary from wielding swords. The sound of thunder now haunted them, leaving an indelible psychological scar. What could have driven their junior sister to such madness? It bordered on inhumanity. They exchanged glances, each shedding tears of frustration. Yet, the arduous training bore fruit. Their physical abilities saw a remarkable enhancement, and their cultivation advanced rapidly. Even Shen Ke, who typically progressed at a snail's pace, experienced significant breakthroughs this time. Junior sister, I have successfully established my foundation." Shen Ke burst into the room early one morning, his face alight with uncontainable joy. He had been stuck at a bottleneck for a year, and to his astonishment, he had leaped 3 tiers upon breaking through. Sang Zhizhi, unfazed, tossed a small fruit into the iron cage and turned to him with a smile, saying, "Congratulations, senior brother. However, from this moment forth, your training regimen will double." She held up her fingers to emphasize her point. Shen Ke felt as if a thunderbolt had struck him. His once jubilant expression froze in disbelief. "More training?" He whimpered, his face a mask of despair. Sang Zhizhi, displaying no compassion, spoke with a stern tone. "Before the ghostly secret realm opens, you must maintain this training intensity daily. The main storyline is about to commence, and we must accelerate our progress. The ghostly secret realm is a significant location within the narrative, and it is inevitable that the protagonist group will venture there. Prior to that, Shen Ke and the others must enhance their cultivation as much as possible." The treasure-hunting mouse, cheeks bulging with morsels, listened to their conversation, tilting its head in confusion. What were they discussing? It must be said that this recent indulgent lifestyle had rather spoiled it. Its mind had become idle and rusty. Even the simplest equation of 1 + 1 took it quite some time to ponder, let alone deciphering the implications of their dialogue. If it couldn't comprehend, it might as well continue eating. After all, it had no stake in the matter. The treasure-hunting mouse resumed its nibbling on snacks. "However, junior sister, hasn't this little mouse gained quite a bit of weight?" Shen Ke quickly shifted his attention to the treasure-hunting mouse. Recalling how it used to be so small and slender, now appearing rather corpulent, its tiny garments barely containing its bulk. As the treasure-hunting mouse stuffed its cheeks with treats, it paused at his remark. Slowly, It raised its head, only to find both Zhizhi and Xianxia staring intently at it. Zhizhi squinted, deep in thought. It does seem to have gained weight. She hadn't noticed this in recent days, too preoccupied with feeding it. Isn't that right? Xianxia approached, opened the iron cage, and lifted the treasure-hunting mouse by the scruff of its neck for a closer inspection. Even the little outfit I made for it has been stretched to the limit. The treasure-hunting mouse, caught mid-bite, felt a surge of indignation as it was hoisted aloft. It squeaked loudly, struggling to escape with its little legs. You're the one who is fat. Your whole family is fat. This is called being plump and well-fed. You understand? Alas, it must go on a diet, Xianxia concluded with a frown, seriousness etched on his face. Junior sister, I'll take this little mouse for now. Once it sheds the excess weight, I will return it to you. Zhizhi, seemingly unconcerned, nodded in agreement. Very well. However, for the struggling treasure-hunting mouse, this was akin to a thunderclap. It gazed up at Zhizhi in shock, tears welling in its eyes, unable to fathom how she could so readily abandon it to this crazed individual. What a heartless traitor. Xianxia, brimming with enthusiasm for the mouse's impending fitness journey, was undeterred. Just then, Zhizhi doused his excitement with cold water. But senior brother, do not forget your own training. The smile vanished from Xianxia's face in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Zhizhi noticed that he had disappeared. After scanning the area, she finally spotted him and the mouse huddled in a corner, their expressions despondent, murmuring to themselves, enveloped in an aura of palpable resentment. Zhizhi could only sigh. Chapter 29. The emergence of the divine artifact. At this moment, within the confines of the Xiaoyao sect, Huang Yueying donned a delicate yellow veil over her attire, radiating exuberance as she stood at the entrance. From a distance, she spotted a figure approaching, her eyes sparkling with delight as she leaped to greet him. Junior brother Zhao? Over here. The man, clad in simple gray attire with sun-kissed skin and strikingly handsome features, was none other than Wang Miao, who had assumed the alias Zhao Sinshui. He strode forward with purpose, offering Huang Yueying a smile. Senior sister, still dawdling before descending the mountain? One would think we were off for a leisurely outing. We've been waiting here for half an hour, and you arrive now, relying on your connections, remarked a nearby disciple, arms crossed and a sour expression on his face. Huang Yueying, displeased, retorted, Zhangju, what are you saying? Junior brother Zhao merely arrived a bit late. Is that reason enough for such sarcasm? Hearing her interjection, Zhangju rolled his eyes and scoffed, remaining silent, but casting a hostile glance at Wang Miao. Sensing the tension, two companions intervened, attempting to defuse the situation. All right. Our master instructed us to act together. Causing discord now would be unwise. With that, Huang Yueying relented, affectionately linking her arm with Wang Miao's, sweetly saying, Junior brother Zhao. Don't mind him. He is just blunt with his words. Yet, he speaks nothing but the truth, Zhang Ju chimed in coldly. Huang Yueying's expression stiffened, her anger flaring as she glared at him, nearly grinding her teeth. Zhang Ju shrugged, hands clasped behind his head, exuding an air of unapologetic nonchalance, which only served to fuel Huang Yueying's ire. Enough already, time is of the essence. We must descend the mountain, urged the other two companions. Wang Miao joined in, trying to placate Huang Yueying. Senior sister, let it go. Finally, Huang Yueying relented, shooting a frustrated glare at Zhang Ju before turning her head away in annoyance. Their purpose for descending the mountain was to seek the whereabouts of the ancient artifact, Kunlun Jade, which had emerged in the mortal realm. This artifact's reappearance had attracted considerable attention, with various sects and rogue cultivators hoping to claim it for themselves. Their master had seen the news of Kunlun Jade's emergence in the mortal realm through the Xianjing, thus dispatching them to locate it. As soon as the commotion arose, it was certain that the various sects would dispatch their disciples to seize the opportunity. Meanwhile, Zhizhi received a transmission from her master, instructing her to descend the mountain immediately in search of the whereabouts of the Kunlun Jade, with no room for error. Upon hearing this, Zhizhi cast a glance at Xianxia, who remained crouched in the corner. Xianxia had evidently also received the transmission. He turned to her with an expression of unprecedented gravity. They were all acutely aware that this descent was of paramount importance. Not only the Taoists, but even the forces from the demon realm were eyeing this divine artifact with keen interest. It was one matter for it to be taken by their sect, but should it fall into the hands of the demonic cultivators, the consequences would be unfathomable. Also receiving the transmission were the eldest senior brother, Qi Yan, and the second senior sister, Jiang Shuiying. By the time Zhizhi and the others arrived, the two were already waiting at the foot of the mountain. Noticing that Xianxia was holding a plump hamster, Jiang Shuiying inquired with curiosity, "What is that?" "It's my junior sister's pet," Xianxia replied. Qi Yan and Jiang Shuiying exchanged silent glances, surprised that the junior sister had taken a liking to such a creature. "Let us go," Zhizhi interjected, diverting the topic. "It seems the disciples of the Xiaoyao sect have already descended before us." This statement instantly ignited Jiang Shuiying's competitive spirit. "Then let us hurry." The distance between the cultivation realm and the mortal realm was not far. They could reach the city gates in just a few hours by sword flight. Upon arriving at the city gates, they sheathed their swords and descended in the woods. Sure enough, they found many fellow cultivators with similar intentions surrounding them. Those individuals cast a wary glance their way, retracting their swords as they made their way toward the city gate. This was Freedom City, a junction between the mortal realm and the cultivation realm, allowing unrestricted passage for both humans and cultivators. As Zhizhi and her companions entered the city, they observed numerous cultivators wielding spiritual swords milling about, some even being demonic cultivators. "Let us find an inn to settle down," Xianxia suggested. The descent this time would undoubtedly require considerable effort. The group nodded in agreement and proceeded to the nearest inn. "Apologies, esteemed guests, but our inn is fully booked. Please seek accommodation elsewhere," the innkeeper replied. "How can it be fully booked?" The girl pouted in frustration, raising her hand to indicate a number. "I will pay double the price for a room. Can you accommodate me?" The innkeeper's expression faltered, clearly troubled. The girl's implication was to have him evict another guest, but in the past few days, all patrons had been cultivators, none of whom were easily provoked. Just as he was grappling with this dilemma, a feminine voice rang out with a hint of sarcasm. "Oh, isn't that Miss Huang?" Huang Yueying felt a chill run down her spine upon hearing the voice. She turned around and, to her dismay, found Jiang Shuiying approaching. As the group neared, Huang Yueying's voice dwindled. "Sister Jiang." Wang Miao, upon spotting Zhizhi, instinctively recoiled, his pupils contracting as memories of past grievances resurfaced. Zhang Ju observed his flustered demeanor with curiosity, asking, "Why are you backing away?" Wang Miao forced a smile, attempting to appear nonchalant. "It's nothing," he reassured himself. For he was now Zhao Sanxue, his appearance altered, she would not recognize him. "What a coincidence, Junior Huang," Jiang Shuiying said with a smile that was anything but innocent. Huang Yueying felt a shiver at the sight of that smile, knowing full well that whenever Jiang Shuiying smiled like that, trouble was sure to follow. The roots of Huang Yueying's psychological trauma regarding Jiang Shuiying could be traced back to their childhood. At that time, her father had taken a particular liking to Zhizhi, even suggesting that he adopt her as a daughter. This fueled Huang Yueying's resentment, prompting her to frequently visit Lingxi's sect, hoping to put Zhizhi in her place. However, her plans were thwarted when Jiang Shuiying caught her in the act, and all her traps were swiftly discovered. Just as she attempted to flee, Jiang Shuiying grabbed her collar and forced her to confront every trap she had set, even suspending her from a tree to reflect on her actions. Enduring humiliation and tears, Huang Yueying ultimately capitulated to Jiang Shuiying's tyranny and obediently apologized to Zhizhi, who remained blissfully unaware of her intentions. To Zhizhi, the apology seemed unfathomable. This incident was known only to Huang Yueying and Jiang Shuiying. The embarrassment was too profound, and Huang Yueying had developed a deep-seated fear of Jiang Shuiying, wishing never to see her again. Unfortunately, the two sects maintained a cordial relationship, causing them to cross paths during friendly competitions from time to time. The thought of this brought tears to Huang Yueying's eyes. Chapter 30. Plot Confusion. Junior Huang, why are you trembling? Jiang Shuiying asked gently, her gaze fixed on Huang Yueying, who was visibly shaking. The more innocent her smile, the more uncomfortable Huang Yueying felt. I'm not scared, Huang Yueying replied, attempting to appear composed, though her body trembled even more violently. No one would believe her claim of fearlessness. The disciples from Xiaoyao sect watched in astonishment at this scene, marveling at the fact that their sect's pampered princess could experience such a moment of suppression. You are all disciples of Xiaoyao sect, I presume? My name is Qi Yan. The eldest senior brother, Qi Yan, introduced himself, stepping forward with a smile as warm as spring sunshine, instantly endearing himself to those present. Noticing his strikingly androgynous beauty, the disciples from Xiaoyao sect exchanged admiring glances, hastily clasping their fists in greeting. Greetings, senior brother. I am Hu Shuyuan, an inner disciple of Xiaoyao sect. Greetings, senior brother. I am Zhang Ju. I am Qiu Jun. When it was Wang Miao's turn, he momentarily froze, inadvertently locking eyes with Zhizhi. A chill ran down his spine, and he instinctively lowered his head, avoiding her gaze as he awkwardly greeted. Greetings, senior brother. I am Zhao Sanxue. That was close. He almost revealed his true name. Wang Miao silently wiped the sweat from his brow. Zhizhi scrutinized him with a hint of suspicion, her dark eyes narrowing slightly. What is peculiar about this person? Under Zhizhi's gaze, Wang Miao felt a cold sweat break out on his back. Nervously swallowing, he kept his head down. trying to conceal his unease from her discerning eyes. Junior Zhao, is something amiss? Huang Yueying, noticing Wang Miao's odd behavior, looked at him with concern while subtly creating distance between herself and Jiang Shuiying. Wang Miao forced a smile and shook his head. I'm fine. Huang Yueying was puzzled but chose not to press further. At that moment, her peripheral vision caught Zhizhi looking at Wang Miao, and she frowned. Zhizhi, what are you staring at our sect's disciple for? You're not thinking of coveting Junior Zhao, are you? With this thought, she instinctively became protective, shielding Wang Miao behind her like a hen guarding her chicks. Seeing Huang Yueying's reaction, Zhizhi suddenly felt certain that the person behind her was indeed the male lead. After all, as one of the male lead's harem members, she was bound to have some entanglement with him. This junior seems unfamiliar. Is he new? Zhizhi inquired, directing her attention to the other disciples of Xiaoyao sect, ignoring Huang Yueying's question. Indeed, Junior Zhao joined our sect not long ago. He was rescued by Junior Huang a few months back, Zhang Ju responded. Rescued? Zhizhi appeared lost in thought. Huang Yueying, however, mistakenly assumed she harbored feelings for Wang Miao, and could not help but feel a surge of excitement. What do you intend to do? Zhizhi's dark eyes exuded an icy clarity as she gazed at her in silence, provoking an inexplicable tremor in the heart. Huang Yueying's fervor instantly waned. Zhizhi spoke slowly. Rest assured, I have no interest in your Junior Zhao. However, I do have some reservations. A sudden smile broke upon her lips, her frosty gaze drifting past Wang Miao and finally settling on Huang Yueying. I must admit, I was rather surprised to discover you have a habit of picking up trash. Those who became entangled with the male protagonist invariably faced dire consequences. Huang Yueying's father, the current leader of the Xianxiao sect, was one of the victims, having lost not only his sect to a takeover but also his daughter, who turned against him and ultimately sought refuge with his enemies. It was a case of losing both daughter and soldiers. Yet, that was merely a subplot for the future. The fact that Wang Miao appeared at Xianxiao sect signified a narrative disruption, automatically propelling him to the next chapter. Huang Yueying, naive and easily deceived, was under the impression that Wang Miao was her fated partner, only to be sold off later while still counting money for the male protagonist. From childhood to adulthood, she remained consistently foolish. Upon hearing Zhizhi's remark, Huang Yueying was visibly taken aback. With her limited intellect, she failed to grasp the meaning behind Zhizhi's words and, with a strained neck, questioned, What do you mean? Who picked up trash? Zhizhi cast a cryptic glance at Wang Miao, a faint smile gracing her lips. Nothing. Yet. Huang Yueying, undeterred, seemed intent on pressing further, when Jiang Shuiying suddenly stepped in front of Zhizhi, her expression radiant. Huang, junior sister, why not share your thoughts with me instead? The moment Huang Yueying laid eyes on her, a shiver ran down her spine, causing her to retract her neck and swallow her words. Jiang Shuiying's knowing smile bore down on her, prompting Huang Yueying to lower her head, unwilling to meet her gaze. Oh dear, this woman is truly terrifying. Zhang Ju, observing the situation, discerned that Huang Yueying was under the influence of someone else, and a smile crept onto his lips. Our two sects have always maintained good relations. Shall we travel together? Qi Yin had no objections, though she glanced at Zhizhi and the others. Jiang Shuiying, her eyes fixated on Huang Yueying, shrugged indifferently. I have no objections, as long as she is present. Huang Yueying won't pose a threat to our little junior sister. Xianxia, still somewhat out of the loop, nodded casually. I can agree to that. Zhizhi cast a sidelong glance at the evidently nervous Wang Miao, offering a gentle smile. I have no objections either. Wherever the male protagonist goes, the whereabouts of Kunlun Jade are sure to follow. It's like an automatic treasure-seeking device, and why not take advantage of it? The treasure-seeking mouse, nestled in Shun Kei's backpack, felt a bit stifled and poked its head out for a breath of fresh air. Upon lifting its head, it locked eyes with Wang Miao. Wang Miao found the creature vaguely familiar, but could not place where he had seen it before. It was simply that the mouse had grown noticeably plumper compared to before, resembling a different rodent altogether. Most mice in the world looked quite similar, and Wang Miao did not have the leisure to discern their distinctions, so he merely glanced away. The treasure-seeking mouse, however, caught a whiff of a remarkably familiar scent emanating from him. It tilted its head in confusion. This scent, it seems like the benefactor. Yet, it did not dwell on it long and promptly dismissed Wang Miao from its mind. After all, their interactions had been limited to a few days. Even if there was a semblance of gratitude, it had long since faded with time. If any gratitude remained, it was Zhizhi who now served as its provider, even though she had abandoned it, leaving it in the care of such a peculiar individual. Contemplating this, the treasure-seeking mouse looked at Zhizhi with a gaze filled with resentment, its front teeth gnawing on the backpack beneath it, producing faint sounds. Wicked woman, it thought as it nibbled. Chapter 31. Some are destined to be incomplete. They ultimately arrived too late. as all the inns within the city were already brimming with patrons. "It seems we must find lodging outside the city for a few nights," Qian remarked. The group sighed in resignation and exited through the city gates. To their surprise, the outskirts were also teeming with people, crowded beyond belief. They had formed their own territories, clustering together in small groups. Zhizhi and her companions, with their striking appearances, naturally drew attention, but the gazes directed at them were tinged with hostility and suspicion, mingled with a sense of wariness. To the onlookers, everyone present was a rival, and each additional person diminished their chances of obtaining the coveted artifact. Zhizhi scanned her surroundings discreetly, noting the presence of several demonic cultivators among the crowd. The moment their pitch-black eyes locked onto her group, they glowed a menacing crimson, their hands instinctively reaching for their magical instruments, their faces betraying an unrestrained thirst for blood. Clearly, they were ready to strike. Though the demon realm and the realm of cultivation appeared to be in a temporary truce, maintaining an outward semblance of peace, the reality was that conflicts and slaughter had never ceased. The demonic cultivators could not suppress their innate urge to kill and would instinctively lash out at the cultivators of the righteous path. Naturally, they had no intention of holding back. The ingrained bloodlust within them was not so easily extinguished. After all, if they could kill their own comrades, how could they possibly spare the prey before them? Suddenly, she sensed a chilling murderous intent approaching from behind. Zhizhi turned to confront the gaze of a demonic cultivator within the crowd. His lips curled into a sinister smile, the area around his eyes darkening slightly, reflecting a twisted and frenzied delight. Upon noticing Zhizhi's attention, he seemed to grow increasingly excited, provocatively licking his lips while a glint of red flickered in his eyes. Qian, also possessing a penchant for the macabre, recognized the implication of his actions and immediately narrowed her eyes, positioning herself protectively in front of Zhizhi. Yet, the demonic cultivator showed no sign of restraint, his gaze remaining unabashedly fixed on Zhizhi. It was evident he had marked her as his prey. Jiang Shuang regarded the demonic cultivators with cold disdain, wishing fervently to gouge out their eyes. Huang Yueying, too, felt the weight of their stares, her scalp prickling and goosebumps rising, instinctively inching closer to Wang Miao. The intensity of those gazes felt as though they sought to devour them whole. Wang Miao maintained a facade of composure, though his palms grew clammy. He had once encountered a deranged individual, one whose madness knew no bounds. Had it not been for his master arriving in the nick of time to assist him, he would have likely been dragged off to brew a bone broth by that demonic cultivator. Even his master had warned him that demonic cultivators were not to be trifled with. It was best to avoid them. "May I inquire which sect you all belong to?" Just as the atmosphere grew tense, a voice broke the silence. A man wearing a patched gray short coat approached with a light-hearted smile. Initiating a conversation, "I am from the Qingxian sect. My name is Xiaoxiang." Qian's vigilance softened slightly as she nodded in acknowledgement. "We are disciples of the Lingxiao sect. My name is Qian, and these are my junior brothers and sisters." The Qingxian sect and their sect were both part of the three great immortal sects. Although they did not have extensive interactions, they were considered friendly sections. Huang Yueying, upon encountering a familiar face, could not help but exhale a sigh of relief. She introduced herself, saying, "Greetings, Brother Xiao. I am Huang Yueying, a disciple of the Xiaoyao sect. It is a pleasure to meet you." Xiao Shangxing, with his striking features, revealed shallow dimples when he smiled, giving the impression of being exceptionally loquacious. "This place is not suitable for conversation. Let us retreat to a more private setting," he suggested, casting a glance at the lurking demonic cultivators nearby and lowering his voice. The group nodded in agreement and followed him to the area where the cultivators of the Tao had gathered. Finding a random spot to sit, Xiao Shan's smile faded, his demeanor growing considerably more serious. "I believe you have all noticed the situation. The emergence of Kunlun Jade has attracted the covetous eyes of numerous demonic cultivators. These fiends are not to be trifled with. In the past few days, several of our fellow cultivators have been found dead in the wilderness." As he spoke, a frown etched itself on his brow, anger flashing in his eyes. "They specifically target solitary practitioners, so you must remain vigilant." Huang Yueying shivered at the mere thought of those demonic cultivators' predatory gazes, feeling a wave of fear wash over her. She had been well protected within the sect and had never encountered such individuals before. Despite having heard tales of the ruthless cruelty of demonic cultivators, she had never witnessed it firsthand. Xiao Shang's expression grew graver. "These demonic cultivators are savage and brutal. They will not hesitate to disembowel a person, feasting on flesh and drinking blood. Therefore, I implore you all not to act alone. If they set their sights on you, escape will be exceedingly difficult." Huang Yueying nodded earnestly, her heart pounding with trepidation at the thought of venturing out on her own. Zhizhi sat on the grass, her hand never straying far from her sword. The demonic cultivator had been fixated on her moments ago, his gaze unwavering. Zhizhi loathed the feeling of being watched. When their eyes met, the demonic cultivator slowly curled the corners of his mouth, his smile twisted and sickly, his pupils a deep crimson. She regarded him with an impassive expression, her dark eyes seemingly infused with ice, exuding an aura of danger. The demonic cultivator was momentarily taken aback by her gaze. Before he could recover, Zhizhi abruptly averted her eyes. "Junior sister," Xianxiaaudiobooks called out, having also noticed the demonic cultivator's stare, her voice tinged with concern. "Sister." "It is nothing," Zhizhi replied calmly, enunciating each word deliberately. "Some individuals are destined to be incomplete." Xianxiaaudiobooks felt a wave of relief wash over her. She smiled gently. "Your desire to kill is rather endearing, sister." Suddenly, she covered her nose, turning away hastily. They managed to keep their composure, yet Xianxiaaudiobooks, with his fiery temperament, found it intolerable. The sight of the demonic cultivators made him wish he could crush their heads. Had it not been for his senior brother restraining him, he would have charged in recklessly. "Third junior brother," Qian advised, somewhat exasperated, "if you rush in now, it will only escalate the conflict." Though a surge of murderous intent simmered within him, he understood that the demonic cultivators sought precisely this, to provoke a conflict that would incite chaos. They could not fulfill the desires of such scum due to a momentary impulse. Yet, could they not act in the shadows? A dark glint flickered in his eyes, a tempest of killing intent brewing within. He vowed that, given the opportunity, he would personally gouge out the eyes of those demonic cultivators. The members of Lingxiao's sect had silently conspired on how to carry out their plan, while the others remained blissfully unaware. Only Wang Miao sensed several chilling drafts around him, a feeling he was all too familiar with from his time at Lingxiao's sect. Fortunately, this time, the murderous intent was not directed at him. He discreetly glanced at the individuals nearby, who seemed to be brewing a storm, and rubbed his arms, covered in goosebumps. "I knew it. There isn't a single sane person in that sect. Monsters, they are all monsters." Chapter 32. Too excessive. The location and timing of the divine artifact's emergence were unpredictable, and they had no knowledge of when or where it would appear. Thus, they could only bide their time, patiently waiting. However, during this period, they also needed to remain on guard against the enemies surrounding them, particularly the demonic cultivators watching them closely. As night descended, the dim moonlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, adding an air of chilliness to the atmosphere. Xianxiaaudiobooks lay on the ground, unable to swallow the frustration brewing within him. He sat up abruptly, only to find that the others had vanished without a trace. The disciples of the Xiaoyao sect were still sound asleep. Xianxiaaudiobooks cautiously rose to his feet and stealthily slipped out of the small grove. "Spare me. I swear I will never do it again." A figure trembled on the ground, kneeling and whimpering under the cold moonlight. Had anyone else been present, they would have recognized the swollen face of the demonic cultivator who had been watching Zhizhi earlier that day. Unlike his manic demeanor from before, he was now devoid of any perverse thoughts. "I should not have looked at you, esteemed one. I will punish myself," he lamented, slapping his own face repeatedly, each strike echoing crisply. After finishing, he crawled on his knees towards Zhizhi, exclaiming, "Esteemed one, please." Just as he reached out, attempting to grasp her leg in a plea for mercy, a sudden flash of cold light sliced through the air. Half of his arm fell to the ground, blood dripping steadily. The demonic cultivator stared wide-eyed at his severed limb, terror flooding his features as he opened his mouth to scream, but before he could utter a sound, Zhizhi sealed his acupoints. A chill coursed through him, freezing him in place as he gazed up into her nearly contemptuous black eyes. In that moment, his fear peaked. This female cultivator would surely not show him mercy. His desire to plead for mercy diminished significantly as he turned, sobbing, and clawed his way forward in a frenzied attempt to escape. Suddenly, a shadow loomed before him. He looked up in confusion, only to see Qian's warm smile slowly coming into view. The demonic cultivator's pupils dilated in horror. The next moment, a sword plunged towards his eye with brutal force. Blood erupted in a violent spray, splattering his face. The demonic cultivator convulsed in agony, his mouth agape but unable to produce a sound. There was no despair greater than this. He was denied even the chance to plead for mercy. Xianxiaaudiobooks silently observed the scene, her eyes unblinking. The sight of blood blooming like fireworks before her brought a gentle smile to her lips as she stepped forward, crouching down to meet the gaze of the demonic cultivator, whose fear-filled eyes were now filled with dread. "Brother, remember our agreement. That other eye belongs to me." She spoke in a tone as casual as if inquiring about breakfast the following day. The demonic cultivator's eyes widened in shock. Madmen. They are all madmen. If he could have foreseen that someone would be even more twisted than himself, he would never have dared to provoke this group of lunatics. Overwhelmed with despair, tears and snot streamed down his face. his already swollen visage appearing even more wretched. What are you crying for? Jiang Shuiying remained calm and unhurried, drawing her sword and gracefully gesturing above it. The demonic cultivator stood rigid with trepidation, suddenly too afraid to move, not even daring to blink his eyes, terrified that a mere tremor of her hand might spell his demise. Was it not just the loss of one eye? Jiang Shuiying gazed at him with a gentle demeanor, assuring him, "Fear not, soon your other eye shall follow." The demonic cultivator gasped in horror. Are you not recounting some terrifying tale? Realizing the sinister intent behind her words, he felt a deep sense of dread. He was indeed facing a kindred spirit of madness. Oh, how he longed for his mother. By the time Xianxia arrived, the demonic cultivator lay sprawled on the ground, barely clinging to life. You all. Xianxia stared at the grotesquely swollen figure of the demonic cultivator and the bloodied remnants scattered about. Disbelief etched across his face as he turned to Zhizhi and the others, his expression one of profound disappointment at their betrayal. Blood streamed from the cultivator's eyes, and through his blurred vision, he could faintly discern a figure approaching. It was as if he had spotted an angel and desperately crawled toward Xianxia, believing that this person, radiating an aura of righteousness, might grant him a swift release from his suffering. Why did you punish him without involving me? This is utterly outrageous, Xianxia exclaimed, stamping his foot in indignation. You all played without me. This is too much. How unfair it was. On the surface, he appeared to remain composed, but inwardly, he felt the sting of betrayal. The demonic cultivator froze, disbelief washing over him as he lifted his head. Could it be that this person was part of the same group? Under Xianxia's accusatory gaze, Qian felt a twinge of guilt and sheepishly rubbed his nose. It was indeed he who had advised his junior brother against acting impulsively. And sister, you two did not call for me. Xianxia turned to Zhizhi, who averted her gaze, clearly guilty. She had not anticipated that her senior brothers would follow her. What are you all doing? Two demonic cultivators, awakening and preparing to relieve themselves, suddenly detected the presence of righteous cultivators nearby. Instantly alert, they grasped their magical instruments and cautiously approached. Bathed in the chilling moonlight, they beheld a scene they would never forget, one filled with visceral horror, rivaling the gruesome spectacle of eviscerating a righteous cultivator. The vibrant crimson blood assaulted their vision, compelling them to instinctively take a step back. At that very moment, all four pairs of eyes turned towards them, their dark irises gleaming with a bloodthirsty glint. A chilling aura enveloping the air. Before they could utter a sound, their mouths sealed in silence. The two had no time to escape as a flash of sword light pierced through them in an instant. Thud! The two bodies fell, one after the other, blood pooling beneath them, their expressions mirroring sheer terror, as if they had encountered a ravenous beast. Zhizhi raised her gaze to the luminous moon, and within the terrified eyes of the remaining demonic cultivator, she turned the sword hilt and thrust it forcefully into his chest. The vibrant spray of blood blossomed beneath the silvery glow, staining the grass in a vivid crimson, swaying with a haunting beauty. Chapter 33. Just a child throwing a tantrum. The consequences of angering the third senior brother were grave. It would lead to a painful jaw. The following day, Xianxia remained seated in silence, motionless in his position. His face was cold, and he spoke not a word, merely prodding the treasure mouse's puffy cheeks with his finger. An aura of discomfort radiated from him, signaling his displeasure. The treasure mouse, nearly poked into submission, felt the flames of fury igniting in its eyes. Get lost, it screeched. If you're angry, go sulk elsewhere. What do you poke at me for? Do you not know that a mouse, when provoked, may bite? Yet Xianxia remained blissfully unaware of its agitation, continuing his vexatious poking. The treasure mouse's cheeks throbbed with pain, and enraged, it seized his finger and bit down fiercely. It too had its limits. Did he assume that the mouse would remain docile, akin to a sickly cat? A sharp pang of pain jolted Xianxia back to reality, and he found the treasure mouse glaring at him with hands on its hips, brimming with indignation and accusation. Xianxia, rolling his eyes, assumed it was merely hungry and casually offered it a spirit fruit. Here, eat. Eat? Who's in the mood to eat? The flames atop its head flared even brighter. Angrily, it prepared to scold Xianxia, but just then, another fruit was thrust before it. Xianxia, thinking it was still hungry, handed over a second fruit, saying, There. This should be enough. With a swift motion, the fire within the treasure mouse extinguished. Pouting at the two fruits before it, it ultimately decided to overlook the matter. I, the great mouse, am magnanimous. I shall not stoop to this human's level. Summer Hoshang noticed the palpable aura of resentment emanating from Xianxia and felt a spark of curiosity. What troubles you, my friend? You seemed fine just yesterday. Qian chuckled softly. Oh, it's nothing. Just a child throwing a tantrum. Xianxia erupted in protest. I am not a child. If anything, my junior sister is younger than I. Observing his sulky demeanor, Jiang Shuiying couldn't help but chuckle softly. Her third junior brother was ever so amusing. Oh, the mischief of the senior sister is resurfacing, thought Zhizhi, slightly exasperated. Last night, she had intended to handle matters independently, only to be apprehended by her senior brothers and sisters, who insisted on accompanying her out of concern. Yet, witnessing their eager expressions, Zhizhi found it hard to believe that they were genuinely worried about her. It was clear they simply yearned for adventure. Summer Hoshang paid little mind to Qi Yan's remarks, smiling as he recalled something. Suddenly, his expression turned serious as he asked, "By the way, have you heard? This morning, several demonic cultivators' corpses were discovered nearby. Their deaths were exceptionally gruesome. One even had both arms severed and eyes gouged out. The scene was horrifically bloody, and the expressions on their faces reflected sheer terror, as if they had encountered something profoundly horrifying." At this, Zhizhi casually rubbed the hilt of her sword, feigning indifference. However, Qi Yan's expression softened with pity. "How cruel." Summer Hoshang nodded in agreement. Such brutal methods suggest infighting among their ranks, a fitting end for them. However, do not extend too much sympathy. They brought this upon themselves. Qi Yan smiled, masking her true feelings. "You are right. They indeed deserve their fate." Summer Hoshang added, "Nevertheless, we must remain vigilant. The situation there is quite chaotic." Qi Yan nodded, her demeanor reflective, expressing her gratitude towards Summer Hoshang for sharing such insights. Huang Yueying clasped her hands and smiled. "Though we are strangers, your willingness to share this information marks you as a good person." The others rose in gratitude as well. It was but a small effort. Summer Hoshang waved his hand dismissively. "As fellow cultivators, we ought to support one another. Despite our shared desires, we face common enemies." The others nodded in agreement, unable to suppress their exclamations. "What our friend says is indeed correct. The realm of cultivation is now united, and no matter how fiercely we quarrel, it remains a familial affair. Our true adversaries have always been those demonic fiends." Zhizhi, feeling rather bored, rested her chin on her hand, observing this harmonious scene with a leisurely gaze that flitted between the individuals, casually appraising them. However, she pondered, who among them would assume the role of the specter this time? Wang Miao, wary of revealing his true identity in front of Zhizhi, spoke little and endeavored to remain inconspicuous. After all, this woman's intuition was alarmingly acute, and he dared not take any risks. Had it not been for the timely awakening of the immortal ancestor, who rescued him from the dungeon, he feared he might have long since become a withered corpse. For now, thoughts of the celestial mirror had to remain just that, thoughts. His current objective was to seize the Kunlun Jade. Having prepared for so long, he was determined to avoid any further mishaps. Yet, reality had a way of thwarting his plans. Each time he sought to slip away, the opportune moment eluded him. Zhizhi consistently cast her gaze in his direction, bestowing upon him the unnerving feeling of being watched. Coupled with his guilty conscience, he dared not act hastily, fearing she might discern something amiss. This time, however, he resolved to find a way to escape. The moon-watching mirror indicated that the Kunlun Jade had emerged. While the others remained oblivious, he must seize the treasure first. "Sister, I shall venture into the city to gather some intelligence. I will return shortly," Wang Miao declared as he stood. Huang Yueying, who was busy polishing a magical artifact, nodded without a second thought upon hearing him. Zhizhi, perched on a branch, took in the scene with raised eyebrows. Suddenly, Jiang Shuiying felt a gust of wind sweep over her head. Turning around, she caught sight of Zhizhi's retreating figure. "Where's my junior sister headed?" Jiang Shuiying mused, her gaze drifting back with a contemplative expression. Wang Miao hurriedly made his way, the twigs and leaves beneath his feet crackling audibly in the stillness of the forest. Zhizhi trailed leisurely behind him. Out of the corner of her eye, she spotted several figures and abruptly halted, casually selecting a prime vantage point from which to observe. Regrettably, in her haste, she had forgotten to bring any snacks. "What a pity," she thought, rummaging through her empty storage pouch. "However, I can still enjoy some spiritual fruit." She plucked a nearby fruit from the tree, employing her water manipulation technique to cleanse it thoroughly. After completing this task, she adjusted her position, leaning against the trunk while gazing at the commotion below, her eyes gradually sparkling with intrigue. A splendid performance was about to unfold. Wang Miao remained blissfully unaware of the impending drama. Halfway through his journey, the immortal ancestor unexpectedly interjected, "Be wary, someone is following you." Wang Miao immediately halted in his tracks, seeing that he had ceased to move forward. The stealthy figure trailing behind revealed themselves, leaping down from the tree to encircle him. At the forefront stood a demonic cultivator with a shaved head and a long braid trailing behind him. The artistry of this individual was somewhat avant-garde. Why label him a demonic cultivator? It was unmistakable. The purplish-black lips, the ashen circles around his eyes, coupled with the unhealthy flush on his cheeks, rendered him a most conspicuous example of malnutrition among his kind. Of course, not all demonic cultivators bore such traits. It was merely that theirs were particularly pronounced. Chapter 34. Too few to be fatal. Boss, we've finally caught an opportunity. The demonic lackey cackled, casting a sinister glance in Wang Miao's direction. Having successfully cornered a solitary Taoist cultivator, they felt fortunate indeed. It was evident that this fellow was laden with treasures. Hand over all your possessions, and we might consider sparing your life. The braid-wielding leader squinted menacingly, his words dripping with threat. Wang Miao swallowed hard, silently counting the heads of the demonic cultivators. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All were at the foundation establishment stage. Excellent. There was no chance of victory, he swiftly concluded. Wang Miao immediately knelt, a look of despair on his face, pleading, "Brothers, I possess no treasures whatsoever. You are handsome and kind-hearted. Please let me go this once." Regrettably, the braid wielder was as unyielding as stone, his expression cold as he shouted, "Brothers, this fellow claims he has no treasures." The air erupted with the excited howls of the surrounding lackeys. Their eyes gleamed with avarice, their movements akin to ravenous wolves as they fixated on Wang Miao. If he has no treasures, let us see for ourselves. Whether this meant tearing off his clothes or something more intimate remained uncertain. Wang Miao was utterly bewildered, feeling as though he had stumbled into some chaotic zoo. Were these individuals a bizarre amalgamation of lawless ruffians and deranged psychopaths? How could they all behave so irrationally? The braid wielder licked his lips in excitement, his dark eyes glowing ominously as he fixated on Wang Miao, as if poised to pounce and shred him to pieces at any moment. The group slowly closed in, encircling Wang Miao completely, leaving him no avenue for escape. With a forced smile plastered on his face, Wang Miao cautiously retreated while imploring, "I assure you, I possess nothing of value on my person. Please, brothers, show mercy and let me go." Alas, the gleam in their eyes betrayed their eagerness. They paid little heed to his pleas. "Strip this fellow of his garments," ordered the braid wielder. The others immediately erupted into frenzied cries of excitement, resembling a pack of wild monkeys in heat, as they lunged toward Wang Miao. Hey, don't tear my clothes. Can I at least keep my underwear?" he protested. "No way. You want to take that too?" In the midst of the chaos, Zhizhi leisurely munched on her fruit from her perch in the tree. It was only after she had savored the flesh and was left with the pit that the disorder beneath her subsided. Wang Miao stood, disheveled and ragged, as the surrounding demonic cultivators lay sprawled on the ground, frothing at the mouth, rolling their eyes, and convulsing uncontrollably. None of them could recall what had transpired, let alone how they had ended up on the ground. Yet, Zhizhi observed everything with clarity. So, the male lead had already mastered the use of poison. How delightful. A slow smile crept across her lips as a glimmer of brilliance emanated from her palm, the fruit pit gradually crystallizing into frost. Fixating on the direction of the male lead, she casually clenched her hand, and the crystallized pit instantly shattered into sparkling fragments, dissolving silently into the air. Wang Miao tugged at the remnants of his tattered clothing, clutching the nearly dislodged waistband of his undergarments, and gingerly touched the wound at the corner of his mouth. Ouch! He winced, anger mounting further. In a sudden burst of frustration, he stomped down hard on the braid wielder's abdomen, exuding an aura of ferocity. "I told you no, yet you refused to listen. How infuriating." The braid wielder made no sound, merely widening his eyes and expelling more white foam. Wang Miao had intended to deliver another kick when the immortal ancestor suddenly cautioned him. "If you don't leave now, it will be too late." "All right." The Kunlun jade. It was all these fools' fault for wasting his time. Wang Miao was exceedingly displeased, yet he had no desire to prolong the confrontation. He randomly selected a fortunate soul and delivered a kick before hastily making his way towards the location where the legendary Kunlun jade was said to emerge. The individual with braids stared vacantly at the celestial light cascading from above, lost in a trance. Suddenly, the illumination overhead was obscured and a shadow descended. His eyes flickered, and he beheld a white figure gliding past him, completely disregarding his presence. The braids parted his lips weakly, attempting to speak, but the figure abruptly halted, turning slowly to reveal an exceedingly cold visage. With slender brows and skin as pristine as snow, her profound dark eyes seemed to harbor the essence of Arctic smoke. Shimmering with an ethereal glow, she stood there, draped in garments as white as snow, untouched by dust, emanating an aura of languid grace interwoven with an undeniable sanctity. Yet, those dark, lustrous eyes now bore a chilling demeanor, as if surveying a cadaver. Sensing impending peril, the individual with braids promptly shut his mouth, squeezed his eyes shut, and let his head fall to the ground. He was dead. With his eyes tightly closed, he fervently prayed within, imploring her not to approach. After what felt like an eternity, silence enveloped him, and he cautiously opened one eye. It appeared that no one was near. Relieved, he opened the other eye. Splendid. The surroundings were desolate, and the female cultivator had vanished. The individual with braids exhaled a heavy sigh of relief. Truly, he had seen a ghost. Merely a glance from that female cultivator had sent tremors through him. Following the given instructions, Wang Miao stealthily parted the dense underbrush concealing a cave. No one would have anticipated that the fabled Kunlun jade lay within a cave not far from their position. Judging by the traces here, it appeared no one had yet ventured inside. Indeed, the moon-watching mirror was a treasure, well worth the effort he had expended to procure it. Wang Miao reverently caressed the small bronze mirror in his possession, stowing it away with care, and bent down to explore the cave. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, a stone struck the back of his head with great force. Viscous blood immediately streamed down his neck. Wang Miao's mind buzzed, his vision darkened, and he collapsed to the ground. Zhizhi casually discarded the hefty stone she had hurled and tentatively prodded Wang Miao with her foot. TSK, despite her considerable strength, he had not perished. He truly had a robust constitution. Truly befitting of a protagonist, she mused with a hint of regret. She crouched down and retrieved the storage pouch nestled within Wang Miao's embrace. She recalled seeing several vials of potion inside. If memory served, they all seemed to be poisons. She would select one at random. Zhizhi surveyed the neatly arranged vials of poison before her, pointing at one and seizing it, glancing at the label, sleep-inducing powder. Quite fortunate indeed. Without hesitation, Zhizhi discarded the vial in her hand and chose another from the collection. She was curious to see whether the protagonist's alchemical skills would prevail or if his life would prove more resilient. Ah, the heartbreak powder. This one appeared promising. Zhizhi nodded in satisfaction, forcibly pried open Wang Miao's mouth, and proceeded to pour the potion down his throat with abandon. The more he consumed, the better to test the flavor. A mere sip would not suffice to end his life. Chapter 35. A Body of Rebellion. After emptying the vial of potion, Zhizhi discarded it and rose to her feet. Observing the protagonist sprawled on the ground, barely clinging to life, she felt a pang of disappointment. It seemed he was not destined to perish just yet, as the system had not emerged to issue her a warning. Clearly, the protagonist's alchemical prowess was lacking. Despite her efforts, he remained alive and would require further practice. With a hint of disdain, Zhizhi kicked the protagonist to the side, brushed off the dirt from her hands, and bent to enter the cave. The spirit of the immortal ancestor, attached to the jade pendant, was caught off guard by the swift turn of events, witnessing only a shroud of darkness before him. As Wang Miao lay prostrate on the ground, the jade pendant was pinned beneath him, obscuring his view of the situation. The immortal ancestor intended to utilize his divine sense to discern the perpetrator, only to be abruptly trodden upon by an overwhelming force. Though the jade pendant was considerably more resilient under his magical enhancement, it was not invulnerable, and he felt the sting of pain. This unfortunate incident was akin to having his face ground into the earth, after a prolonged wait for the pressure to dissipate. It seemed Wang Miao had been subjected to yet another round of potion pouring. Soon after, the crisp sound of a vial dropping to the ground reached his ears. Just as the immortal ancestor prepared to investigate, Wang Miao was unceremoniously propelled outwards. In that moment, the jade pendant rotated to face upwards. Upon landing, it was once again crushed beneath Wang Miao's weight. With a resounding crack, the jade shattered. The immortal ancestor was left aghast. His disciple's fate remained unknown to him, but he was acutely aware that his own existence was on the brink of annihilation. Regrettably, Zhizhi remained oblivious to the chaos she had inadvertently caused. Otherwise, she would have made it her mission to return and deliver a kick of her own. This was precisely why the system hesitated to speak up. This woman was simply too formidable. She embodied rebellion in every sense. The more one attempted to dissuade her from an action, the more resolute she became in pursuing it. The greater the admonishments, the more likely they would backfire, potentially jeopardizing the one issuing the warnings. Recalling the previous debacle, the system could not suppress its tears of anguish. Zhizhi had incinerated its keyboard along with the main system, rendering it unable to observe the world's developments for an extended period. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. The most pressing concern was that, in order to acquire new equipment, it had nearly exhausted all its savings. A significant financial blow. How ruthless, it lamented. The fruits of a lifetime of labor had vanished in an instant. And the task performance metrics of this world did not even come close to that sum. Its plans to purchase a home within the system had regressed to square one, returning to a state of utter deprivation. As the system silently wept, reminiscing about its arduous journey towards homeownership, it was suddenly jolted by Zhizhi's unexpected call. System. Oh. The system instinctively responded. Realizing its misstep, it was struck with dread, hastily sealing its lips and curling into a quail-like posture, fervently repeating in its mind, "I am not here, I am not here, I am not here." Hearing the half-finished sound of its response dissipate, Zhizhi unfazedly leaned forward and remarked, "I know you are present. Cease feigning silence." The system clamped its mouth shut even tighter. It was not here. It was not here. It was not here. The importance of that mantra warranted repetition thrice. Do not seek it out again. It cowered in the corner, trembling, on the verge of tears. Noting its continued silence, Zhizhi raised an eyebrow. In the next instant, the system felt an electric current enveloping it. Zhizhi. A tingling sensation surged throughout its body, causing it to leap up in alarm, wailing, "I am here, I am here." Almost in tears, it pleaded, "Please, do not electrocute me again." Ignoring its plight, Zhizhi continued her advance. The system, writhing in agony, cried out for mercy. "I acknowledge I spoke too loudly before. Please, show mercy this once. I shall not repeat my error." Its voice grew hoarse, feeling faint as if it could faint at any moment. Ultimately, the current ceased. The system lay exhausted, drenched in sweat, half alive on the ground. Understanding it had spoken too loudly, it resolved to keep its voice down in the future. Zhizhi casually pointed this out. At that moment, she noticed a concealed entrance ahead, obscured by water plants. She approached, brushed aside the foliage, and stepped inside. The system's body continued to convulse uncontrollably, emitting smoke, and upon hearing her words, it nearly spat blood in a faint. Arrogant, utterly insufferable. Yet, it found itself utterly powerless against her. It could only place its hopes on the male protagonist. Just the thought of its unattainable, yet somewhat ineffectual. White moonlight caused the system to break down emotionally. It sobbed even harder. Could the male lead not muster some resolve? It felt an intense frustration akin to a blacksmith's disappointment. Were he not the protagonist, he would have been vanquished by this young girl countless times over. However, upon recalling Wang Miao, who lay half dead on the ground, the tears it had managed to contain burst forth once more. Why did it seem even more incapacitated? Alas, with unhelpful teammates, the odds of a cerebral blockage were significantly increased. Chapter 36, The Scapegoat. Well then, crying like this won't kill anyone. I suggest you wait until the male lead is deceased and weep at his grave. That should provide ample opportunity for your lamentations. Zhizhi, feeling slightly irritated by its incessant noise, coldly remarked. The system responded, "What a heartless thing to say. In the context of my frail and incompetent male lead. Alongside this ruthlessly cold host before me, the system felt a sense of injury, prompting further tears to flow. Observing that the system had lost its voice, Zhizhi, disinterested in wasting time, decided to mute it. At its current state, it seemed incapable of articulating coherent speech. How could one be so young yet stutter so? Zhizhi sighed and shook her head. Suddenly, something caught her eye, causing her to halt and squint at the scene before her. Radiant light streamed in, accompanied by the melodious sound of flowing water. The entrance was adorned with lush green moss, and from the lofty ceiling cascaded a sheet of water, resembling a myriad of pearl necklaces tumbling down, glimmering brilliantly under the sun. She had not anticipated such a wondrous sight hidden within. Peering down, she regarded the vast abyss below, her expression becoming slightly serious. A gentle white mist enveloped the depths, obscuring the view of what lay beneath. Yet, she instinctively sensed danger below. To proceed, she must traverse it, with no stones at her feet to test the waters. She turned her head and noticed a few green vines nearby. A surge of spiritual energy welled up in her palm as a long sword materialized, swiftly slicing through the vines. The air rippled, and the vines snapped, flying into Zhizhi's grasp. Gazing down into the silent abyss, she extended her hand and cast the vine downwards. Almost instantaneously, countless white tendrils emerged from the depths, swiftly consuming the vine. Indeed, there was something lurking below. A glimmer of understanding flashed in Zhizhi's eyes as she slightly brought her fingers together, silently reciting a chant. White spiritual energy overflowed from her fingertips. She raised her hand, and frost immediately surged forth, forming a crystal-clear ice bridge between the banks. With confidence, Zhizhi walked across, while the tendrils below writhed desperately, stretching upward, yet they could not breach the surface of the abyss. She strode boldly across the bridge. Upon reaching the other side, just as she intended to move on, a thought struck her. She raised her hand and snapped her fingers. Crack! The ice bridge suddenly shattered, its crystalline fragments refracting a rainbow of light under the sun, dazzling to behold. Without looking back, Zhizhi continued toward the water curtain cave. Beneath the waterfall lay the concealed entrance. She passed through the flowing water and, to her surprise, her garments remained completely dry. Almost immediately, a soft blue glow enveloped her being. Inside the cave, water blue ice crystals adorned every surface, shimmering with a haunting brilliance, akin to exquisite art, truly captivating. Zhizhi prodded the blue ice crystals with her sword, discovering that they were all hollow rock. While they were beautiful, they were laden with high toxicity. The blue liquid encased within was highly poisonous. She sheathed her sword and pressed deeper inside. The sound of dripping water reached her ears, faint yet rhythmic, becoming clearer as she advanced. Quickening her pace, she soon found a water pool. Its rim was embellished with stunning blue crystals, and above it hung a stream of water, appearing motionless to the naked eye, save for the rhythmic dripping sound. Suspended above was a white jade bracelet, translucent and glistening softly. This must be the Kunlun jade. With a delicate leap, she soared upward. But just as she reached for the bracelet, it vanished into thin air. Her garments billowed as she landed gracefully. Contemplating the direction of the now missing bracelet, she pondered where she might have gone wrong. Or perhaps, Zhizhi narrowed her eyes. The system, lost in its own world of wailing, abruptly halted upon hearing Zhizhi call its name. System. Startled from its stupor, it ceased crying, responding, "I'm here." It then froze in confusion. Why was it being so compliant? Suddenly, it adopted a defiant posture, exuding a rebellious aura. "What's the matter?" It spoke in a tone reminiscent of a street urchin. Why was there no description of the Kunlun jade in the original text? This puzzled Zhizhi. Such a significant object should have been detailed thoroughly. Yet the original text merely glossed over it. All she knew was that the Kunlun jade recognized its master willingly. How would I know? The system yawned lazily, providing a dismissive answer, clearly unhelpful. They were, after all, enemies. "Looks like you've forgotten the pain after the scars have healed," Zhizhi remarked coolly. Just as the system was about to defiantly retort, karma struck. This time, it was different. Previously, it had merely endured a few jolts and sparks. This time, it faced a colossal thunderstorm. As it gazed at the dark clouds above, with a purple lightning bolt, thick as an adult's arm, twisting amidst them, the system's eyes widened in shock, leaving it momentarily frozen. "Wait, this isn't fair." Before it could voice its protest, a deafening thunderclap resounded. Electricity coursed through its body, leaving it dizzy and spinning, its eyes sparkling like stars as it began to dance. Ultimately, every feather on its body exploded forth, cascading down like cold dust. "Ah, my feathers!" The system shrieked. Its once lustrous plumage, which it had prided itself on, was now gone, vanished. Now, it was but a bald crow. Realizing this, the system collapsed to the ground, its eyes devoid of light. "Beast, beast, beast!" Tears streamed down uncontrollably, washing away the remnants of soot and revealing its pale belly. Tears blurred her vision as she gazed hazily at her abdomen. Suddenly, the system jolted awake, its sharp cry seemingly capable of piercing through the very fabric of space. Zhizhi, irritated by the noise, rubbed her ears and remarked, "What's all this fuss about? Those feathers will regrow in no time." The system, incensed by her nonchalance, felt a torrent of anger, sorrow, and humiliation erupt within it, as if a volcano had been unleashed. "Easy for you to say. Do you have any idea how much effort I've expended to maintain my feathers?" Each time it ventured out, it relied on its plumage to salvage its dignity. Being a crow already instilled a sense of inferiority. Now, stripped of its feathers, it truly felt like a bald bird. How could it possibly attend the system's gala in such a state? "Aren't you the self-proclaimed deity? Can't even manage to transform your own feathers?" The system detected the mockery in Zhizhi's tone, which only deepened its sense of grievance. If it truly possessed such capabilities, it would have long since eradicated Zhizhi. Instead, here it was, a mere punching bag. It was all just empty bravado. Why take it to heart? The thought plunged it into despair, and tears streamed down like a fountain, unstoppable. Had it known, it would never have accepted this absurd task. This host was a nuisance. Chapter 37, Pursuit. All right, stop crying. I can always procure a new set of feathers from other crows." Seeing it seemed poised to continue its lamentation, Zhizhi offered a perfunctory comfort. Were it not for her inquiry, she would scarcely have the patience to listen to the system's tales of feather maintenance. Yet, the system, in a voice thick with sobs, bellowed, "A weasel wishing a chicken a happy new year. There's no good intention there. I refuse to wear feathers from other crows. Who do you think I am? My feathers will regrow on their own." Zhizhi, indifferent, replied, "Fine, since you've cried enough, let us address my questions." "I haven't cried enough yet," the system began, but upon meeting Zhizhi's icy gaze, it promptly shut its mouth and obediently sat up straight. What questions? It was not cowardice, it was merely a wise bird recognizing the times. In the text, did the Kunlun jade actively seek out the male protagonist for recognition? The system replied, "Yes, and what of it?" To highlight the male protagonist's extraordinary fortune, The author specially crafted this scenario to showcase his irresistible charm. It not only enhances the allure of the artifact, but also conveniently enriches the male protagonist's harem. Truly the best of both worlds. Indeed, the spirit of Kunlun Jade is female. Zhizhi pondered momentarily, then said, "Very well, you may leave." Just as the system was about to unleash a torrent of insults, it suddenly heard a small beep. "Your friend has gone offline. You certainly know how to drive me to madness," the system muttered. Exiting the cave, Zhizhi discovered that Wang Miao's corpse had vanished, leaving only a scattering of poison vials and the blood-soaked stone that had served as the murder weapon. A contemplative expression crossed her face. If the male protagonist had indeed been rescued by the spirit of Kunlun Jade, that would add an intriguing twist. A faint smile crept across her lips, her gaze clouded with inscrutable emotions. The system, initially anxious about the male protagonist's fate, felt a wave of relief wash over it. However, before it could relax fully, it caught sight of the significant smile on Zhizhi's face. An inexplicable chill crept down its neck, causing it to shiver. Was it due to the absence of its feathers? It felt so cold. The system instinctively huddled its wings around itself. "Where have you been, junior sister?" As Zhizhi returned, Xianxia approached, curiosity evident on his face. He seemed to have calmed down. "I was planning to find a place to rest, but I happened to catch a glimpse of Kunlun Jade's trail and decided to pursue it," Zhizhi replied with a smile. Upon hearing Kunlun Jade mentioned, everyone around perked up their ears. Xiahou Shang sprang to his feet in excitement. "Did you obtain Kunlun Jade?" Zhizhi, observing the fervent gazes of those around her, smiled slightly. "Not yet," she said. Disappointment spread across the faces of the crowd. "However, during my pursuit, I believe I witnessed Kunlun Jade enter the body of that Taoist from the Carefree sect, so it must have recognized its master," she recalled. Resting her chin on her hand, Huang Yueying immediately realized whom she was referring to, as Wang Miao was the only one who had departed from their sect. Others soon caught on, glancing at the members of the Carefree sect. Huang Yueying pursed her lips, saying, "Let us find junior brother Zhao. If that is the case, we must inform father post-haste. A common man may be innocent, but possessing a treasure can lead to trouble." Zhao's current predicament was likely precarious. Having become the target of many, a fleeting shadow crossed Zhang Ju's eyes, his expression momentarily contorting before returning to normal. Yet, the ominous aura he exuded lingered. The Kunlun Jade had actively recognized Zhao Sanshui as its master. Seeing the undisguised expressions on everyone's faces, Zhizhi was not surprised. Regardless of their outward camaraderie, it was all but a facade. Their sole purpose for coming here was to seize Kunlun Jade. Once the male protagonist acquired Kunlun Jade, he concealed it adeptly, even managing to mislead others at times. Ultimately, he would withdraw in triumph and escape unscathed, but she would never allow him such ease in evading her grasp. She wondered if Wang Miao had awakened yet. If he hadn't and was captured, it would be his misfortune. Zhizhi thought with a hint of resignation. Not just the righteous sects, but even the demonic cultivators had caught wind of the situation. Upon hearing that Kunlun Jade had manifested and recognized a mere fledgling as its master, many were eager to claim it for themselves. Their efficiency was commendable. Within minutes, they set out in search of Wang Miao's whereabouts. However, some maintained a skeptical stance, choosing to hold their ground for the moment. Zhizhi cast a sidelong glance at those hesitant to act, then turned to Qi Yin and the others, saying, "Senior brother, senior sisters, let us join the search as well." Noticing her casual demeanor, Jiang Shuiying squinted slightly and smiled. "Sure. I wonder what our junior sister was up to earlier. But I suspect it's closely related to this matter. Nevertheless, so what? Whatever our junior sister wishes to pursue, let her do so, and we will support her." Xianxia, looking somewhat perplexed, blinked and asked, "Shouldn't we inform our master first? After all, the emergence of a divine artifact is no trivial matter, especially one that has recognized its master." "No need. I already informed master on my way back," Zhizhi replied, then recalled something and asked, "What about that little mouse?" Xianxia paused, turning to point at his backpack. "It's right here." The treasure-seeking mouse was munching on a fruit, and upon lifting its head, it met Zhizhi's smiling gaze. With a thud, the fruit fell from its paws. The treasure-seeking mouse suddenly felt an ominous premonition. Sure enough, the next moment, it found itself grasped by the scruff of its neck by Zhizhi. "I believe you know where it is, don't you?" Zhizhi's smile was sweet yet harmless, but the treasure-seeking mouse couldn't help but tremble. Who exactly was it? At this moment, Kunlun's spirit, who was wiping sweat from Wang Miao's forehead, suddenly sneezed. Her brows were like delicate powder, and she was adorned in a white satin bodice, flowing down into a white, floor-length skirt. On her wrists, she wore a string of smooth, white bracelets, exuding an ethereal aura. With a handkerchief in her grasp, she glanced curiously at Wang Miao, who lay on the straw mat, barely clinging to life. Just now, she seemed to sense an unusual energy emanating from him. Never mind, she thought. Let us heal him first. Shaking her head to dispel her concerns, she pressed her fingers together and began to channel her healing powers into Wang Miao. Suddenly, a flurry of hurried footsteps and clamorous voices erupted from outside, interrupting her spell. Panic-stricken, she glanced back at the still form of Wang Miao. What to do? Bang! The wooden door was violently thrust open. A throng of individuals surged in, but they found no one in sight. Look, there's blood on the bed, someone exclaimed, their keen eyes spotting the remnants of crimson. The window stood wide open, indicating that the occupants had fled through it. They could not have gotten far. Pursue them. Chapter 38, A Frantic Escape. The spirit ran breathlessly, glancing back intermittently to check if anyone was in pursuit. It was already difficult for her to escape alone, let alone with an added burden. Sweat dripped from her forehead as she struggled to support Wang Miao, desperately fleeing deeper into the woods. To safeguard Wang Miao's heart pulse, she had expended considerable spiritual energy. Now, she possessed no surplus power to contend with their pursuers. Stop! Don't run! The voices behind her multiplied and grew closer, and the spirit felt her legs nearly give out. With her slender frame, carrying Wang Miao made her progress painfully slow. She turned back to see a dark mass of pursuers, fear flashing across her face. There were far too many of them. Had the number of cultivators in the world surged so drastically during her time away? Gritting her teeth, she dragged Wang Miao forward, stumbling as she ran for her life. Wang Miao, already weakened by a recent blow and poisoned, was in a state of utter frailty. Every jolt caused him intense discomfort, as if his very organs were being jarred loose. He opened his mouth weakly, intending to assert that he could walk on his own. But alas, with a sudden misstep, the spirit fell flat on the ground, bringing him down with her. Crushed beneath her weight, Wang Miao faintly heard the sound of something cracking his bones. A trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, and his complexion turned an even paler shade of white. Master, my master? The spirit scrambled to her feet. Witnessing his dismal state, his mouth slightly agape, as if on the brink of death, she nearly believed he had perished and cautiously checked for his breath. Thank heavens! He was still alive. She sighed with relief, her heart easing. She had feared that her first master would soon become a wandering spirit. Yet, her current master was remarkably resilient, surviving even such grievous injuries. A sense of solace washed over her as she recalled her previous masters, each memory tinged with sorrow. After her first master passed, she had roamed the world in search of a worthy successor. Eventually, she found someone, but in her excitement to bond, she inadvertently drained his life force. Thus, her first master had met an untimely demise. Learning from this, she altered her contract method, choosing to bind without draining blood. However, due to her overwhelming divine essence, she inadvertently rendered him mentally incapacitated. Subsequently, she grew cautious, refraining from accepting new masters at will. Later, she set her sights on a renowned prodigy in the cultivation realm, believing he could withstand her divine nature. But, alas, his brilliance attracted envy, and he soon fell victim to relentless pursuers. After that, she fell into despair, hesitant to seek a fifth master. Her recent emergence was sparked by the alluring spiritual energy radiating from Wang Miao, prompting her impulsive decision to accept him as her master. Yet, now it seemed that this master would not last long either. With a heavy sigh, she looked at Wang Miao, who was in great distress. Perhaps it would be kinder to grant him release? Witnessing his agony, beads of sweat cascading down his face, she felt a pang of sympathy. Little did she know that his suffering was a consequence of her recent lethal blow. Over here, just as the spirit prepared to cast a spell to alleviate Wang Miao's suffering, a voice rang out from behind. Forced to halt, she turned towards the source, spotting a multitude of figures advancing in her direction. After some contemplation, she believed there was still hope for rescue. She hoisted Wang Miao back onto her back and, taking a deep breath, said, Master, hold on a little longer. Rest assured, I will not let them capture you. If they do, I will grant you release immediately, ensuring you are spared their cruel torment. In her eyes, those behind her were terrifying beings, their gazes glinting with malice, like wolves ready to devour their prey, poised to tear Wang Miao apart. Thus, with the intent of preserving Wang Miao's body intact, she resolved to strike first. Wang Miao, in a daze, was utterly perplexed, wondering if she was indeed the more terrifying presence. Meanwhile, as life and death hung in the balance, Zhizhi and her companions ambled along leisurely. The treasure-seeking mouse scuttled ahead, sniffing here and there as it searched for the whereabouts of Kunlun Jade. Xianxia, glancing at the various spiritual artifacts he carried, remarked, Is this little mouse truly up to the task? Despite picking up numerous treasures along the way, they had yet to catch a glimpse of Kunlun Jade, nor had they encountered any pursuers. He began to question whether they were on the right path. I rather think this is quite splendid, Xianxiaaudiobooks said, fondling the newly acquired spiritual sword with delight. She had long desired to replace her sword, and today her wish had come to fruition. This hefty creature is indeed not to be underestimated. Had it not been for her junior sister, she might not have recognized the treasure-seeking mouse's true worth. Qian looked around, observing their surroundings as she said, "We seem to be nearing the Demon Beast mountain range." Zhizhi paused, glancing at the lush, dense forest beside them, and a sly smile crept onto her lips. "Since we are here, let us venture inside. Perhaps we might uncover something extraordinary." Xianxia hesitated, exchanging a puzzled glance with Xianxiaaudiobooks, uncertain of her intentions. However, since their junior sister had made the suggestion, it must certainly imply some thrilling adventure. The mere thought of it filled them with excitement. As the group reached the outskirts of the Demon Beast mountain range, they discovered the aura of Kunlun Jade had vanished without a trace. They must have entered the mountains, someone declared confidently, pointing towards the distant peaks. Yet, the interior was fraught with peril, teeming with dangerous creatures, and even they could not predict what awaited them. After all, one careless step could lead to being torn apart or devoured by a fearsome beast. "Never mind, today I must acquire that Kunlun Jade," declared one individual, brimming with confidence in his strength, as he boldly strode into the mountains. As he vanished beyond the barrier, the others exchanged glances, steeling themselves before following suit. Without venturing into the tiger's den, how can one hope to capture the tiger's cub? The Kunlun Jade is something they must possess. At this moment, within the treacherous depths of the Demon Beast Mountains, the verdant and shadowy forest reverberates with low growls and howls, exuding a palpable aura of danger. Suddenly, countless pairs of crimson eyes flicker to life amidst the trees, radiating a fierce bloodlust. Today as prey appears to be exceptionally plentiful. Brothers, fortune smiles upon us. Prepare. Let the hunt commence. Chapter 39, Internal Strife. In the forest, an eerie stillness envelopes the air, with a gentle breeze rustling the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon the ground. At this juncture, several pairs of eyes, glowing with a sinister red light, stealthily emerge, quietly observing the surrounding movements. Suddenly, faint footsteps echo from a short distance away. With a rustle, those eyes retract, and tranquility swiftly returns to the surroundings. "Where do you think Brother Zhao is?" Huang Yueying inquired, kicking at the small pebbles beneath her feet, worry etched across her face. "Humph, perhaps he has already hidden away with the divine artifact," Zhang Ju scoffed. Huang Yueying shot him a glare. "Brother Zhao's life and death remain uncertain. How can you speak so callously?" Zhang Ju curled his lips in disdain. "Who knows if he has secretly absconded with the Kunlun Jade? You are judging his character based on your own petty thoughts. Brother Zhao is not that kind of person," Huang Yueying retorted, her voice tinged with anger. "And how long have you known him? How can you be so certain he is not that kind of person?" Zhang Ju frowned, skeptical of trusting someone who had been casually rescued from the mountains. Huang Yueying's insistence on defending Zhao Zhenxue only aggravated him further, as he had endured considerable hardship due to that individual. This person spoke in grandiose terms, yet was utterly unreliable. Moreover, having covertly observed Zhao Zhenxue for several days, Zhang Ju discerned suspicious behavior, suggesting that he had some hidden backing, which only solidified his belief that Zhao harbored ulterior motives. Yet, Huang Yueying, in her foolishness, remained oblivious, continually shielding Zhao Zhenxue and thwarting his attempts to expose the truth about him. Having such a misguided ally was exhausting. "Zhang Ju, I have tolerated your remarks because I considered you my senior, but if you continue to slander Brother Zhao so casually, do not blame me for being impolite," Huang Yueying declared, her expression cold as she slowly drew her sword, poised for a duel. The tension between them escalated, as if they were on the verge of combat. The creatures lurking in the shadows observed the scene with eager anticipation, urging, "Let them fight, let them fight." The other two members of the Carefree sect sensed the brewing conflict and quickly interjected, "Sister and brother, this is not the time for internal strife. Our priority is to locate Brother Zhao. The Demon Beast Mountains necessitate vigilance at every turn. How could they afford to quarrel?" It seemed as though their bickering had not ceased since their descent from the mountain. They had urged each other countless times to set aside their differences. Huang Yueying, biting her lip, reluctantly sheathed her sword. Indeed, this is not the moment for reckoning. Finding Brother Zhao takes precedence. Zhang Ju's demeanor darkened. He was taken aback that Huang Yueying would resort to violence for the sake of a rural disciple who had barely joined their sect for a few months. After all, he was her senior, yet she seemed unconcerned about their shared bond as fellow disciples. However, given that Huang Yueying was the daughter of their master, he had no choice but to endure. The most pressing matter was to locate that Zhao Zhenxue and deal with him. A fierce killing intent flickered in his eyes. His fists clenched tightly at his side. Unbeknownst to the four individuals, just as they turned away, Numerous pairs of red eyes suddenly emerged from the woods, gazing hungrily at them, imbued with a murderous intent. Chapter 40. Xianxia, the little genius, you deserve it. As Zhizhi traversed the barrier of the Demon Beast Mountains, she was immediately struck by the countless eyes concealed in the shadows. They observed silently, their murderous intent palpable, as if poised to erupt at the slightest provocation. It felt as though they would leap forth and rend them limb from limb at any moment. Xian halted momentarily, sensing the unfriendly atmosphere. Her gentle face instantly hardened as she gazed into the depths of the forest, where the eyes glimmered ominously. Clearly, they had been lying in wait. Xianxia also perceived the unsettling vibe surrounding them. She narrowed her eyes and chuckled lightly. It seems we have caught their attention. Her tone betrayed no hint of panic or fear. Even Xianxia, typically oblivious, recognized that they had become the target of the demon beasts and grew noticeably solemn. Hastily stowing his belongings in his storage pouch, the treasure-seeking mouse trembled in fear, feeling weak, frightened, and helpless. So many eyes. I'm terrified. Woe is me. It quivered at the thought that any large creature could easily crush its tiny form. Zhizhi glanced with indifference at the dozens of eyes lurking in the underbrush. Unperturbed as she calmly stated, let us move forward. They have yet to attack, so they must be observing us. If they wish to watch, let them continue. The 4 humans and 1 mouse pressed on, undeterred, save for the trembling mouse. Once they were a distance away, the underbrush erupted with rustling sounds as countless eyes emerged, exchanging bewildered glances. What do we do now? Those humans clearly noticed us. Why are they still advancing? Should we follow them? Of course. Why not? But they seem rather formidable. Are we not courting danger? Had the humans been like those before, shrieking or attacking them, the creatures would not have been so perplexed. What is the issue? We outnumber them and possess greater strength. Those few individuals are no match for us. If anyone is to be feared, it is we who are truly fearsome. Why cower? Besides, with so many brothers backing you up, what is there to fear? Right. Brothers, continue to follow. Let us have a feast tonight. Third junior brother, stick close to us, and be cautious not to stray, Xian advised Xianxia, her greatest concern resting with him, as he was the weakest among them and lacked combat experience. Xianxia nodded and naturally turned to Zhizhi, saying, Junior sister, stay close to us and do not wander off. He then caught sight of Xian and Xianxia staring intently at him. Feeling somewhat flustered, he scratched his head and awkwardly chuckled. Why are you looking at me? Xianxia could not contain her amusement, covering her mouth as she said, perhaps you should worry about yourself more than the junior sister. They had always been confident in the junior sister's abilities, but Xianxia was another matter entirely. A sense of insecurity washed over Xianxia as he rubbed his nose, his gaze evasive. He cleared his throat and boasted, I am well aware. Do not underestimate me. After the junior sister's rigorous training, I have made significant progress. Those mere demon beasts are nothing to fear. Suddenly, Xianxia swelled with confidence. Indeed, this is the voice stone I recently forged. With it, even if we inadvertently become separated in the forest, we can still communicate. Suddenly, he recalled something and retrieved several translucent emerald-hued stones from his backpack, distributing them among Zhizhi and the others. How does one utilize this? Xianxia inquired, examining the voice stone with curiosity. Simply infuse it with spiritual energy, and you may converse, Xianxia elucidated. These stones are interconnected. When one emits sound, the others will resonate as well. An unimpeded group chat. Xianxia's model of a spiritual communicator is indeed worth possessing. Is that so? Xianxia attempted to channel a bit of spiritual energy into the stone. Speaking a few words into the voice stone, the other stones immediately illuminated, echoing her voice. Quite convenient, indeed, Xianxia mused, intrigued, as she studied it for some time. Knowing her junior brother's penchant for such trinkets, she was surprised by its remarkable efficacy. Look, Zhizhi scanned the surroundings, seemingly sensing something, and raised her gaze towards the sky, obscured by dense foliage, suddenly speaking up. The others, still engrossed in examining the voice stones, immediately became alert, their expressions grave. Caw! In the next moment, a shrill cry pierced the air, accompanied by a chilling gust of wind as countless massive black birds swooped down from above. The group exchanged apprehensive glances, instinctively gripping their spiritual swords tighter. Whoosh! A fierce gale suddenly erupted, violently separating them. Junior sister, third junior brother, second junior sister. Their voices dwindled, fading into silence. A colossal bird, its eyes a blood-red hue gleaming with a predatory glint, charged straight at Zhizhi. She took a half-step back, her grip on the sword tightening, spiritual energy surging forth, gradually enveloping the blade. Caw! The piercing cry resounded as Zhizhi poised herself, leaping gracefully above the giant bird's head. Whoosh! The wind sliced against her face like a knife, yet Zhizhi clung to its feathers, allowing it to thrash wildly. It attempted to shake her off, soaring high into the sky, then plummeting rapidly. Her hair whipped about, occasionally obscuring her vision, yet her gaze remained icy calm. One hand firmly grasping its body while the other raised her sword, its spiritual light radiating fiercely as she plunged it into the giant bird's flesh. Caw! A wretched scream echoed, no longer the crisp sound it had been before. The bird, racked with pain, frantically tried to dislodge her. Seeing this, its companions converged. Intent on attacking Zhizhi, she abruptly launched herself from the giant bird, her wrist flicking as her fingers slightly converged, casting a spell. A milky white spiritual energy surged forth from her fingertips, and before the injured giant bird could regain its balance in midair, it was swiftly encased in a layer of frost. Freezing solid, the massive ice sculpture plummeted, shattering into countless fragments, which dissipated into shimmering light. Its kin, witnessing this, became increasingly enraged, focusing their wrath towards Zhizhi. Suspended in midair, Zhizhi deftly maneuvered her sword, which shot forth like a comet. The sound of the blade rang out, leaving brief white streaks in its wake. The giant bird screeched incessantly, driven wild with fury as they charged towards her. The sword wove through the throng of birds, its spiritual light flickering. With a flick of her wrist, she executed a spell, her dark eyes piercingly cold as she uttered, "Break." The sword erupted in a dazzling blue radiance. Spiritual energy surging forth, enveloping the giant birds in a frosty embrace. Crack! The massive ice shards shattered, scattering widely. The lurking demons in the forest, failing to escape in time, were struck directly by the shards, instantly swelling with pain. Goodness, even those spectating are caught in the crossfire? Yet, the sheer magnitude and ease with which this human wielded her spiritual power left them astounded. She was truly a monster in her own right. They should gladly cede their territory beneath her. Once Zhizhi dispatched the giant bird, she lightly touched down, surveying her surroundings only to find no trace of Qi Yin and the others. It seemed that the tempest stirred by the giant birds had caused them to become separated. Chapter 41. I have a plan. Xianxia found himself caught by the giant bird, spinning helplessly in midair, his head spinning from the disorientation. Just as he began to regain his senses, he realized he was plummeting rapidly towards the ground. He screamed, clinging desperately to the pant leg of the treasure-hunting mouse, which was also wailing in terror. Squeak! Help! This was truly a perilous plunge towards certain doom. As the ground rushed closer, Xianxia hastily conjured his spiritual sword, thrusting it towards the bird's claw with all his might. Caw! The giant bird screeched in pain, releasing its grip. Xianxia tumbled downwards. He shrieked, casting a spell as he barely managed to catch himself on the sword. Standing atop the blade, he felt as if his soul might escape him, as though he were standing on a cloud. The treasure-hunting mouse trembled in fear, its little body quaking, nearly on the verge of tears. Had it known it would end up so rotund, it might have refrained from indulging. Once safely on the ground, Xianxia let out a deep sigh of relief. He glanced at the shivering treasure-hunting mouse still clinging to his pants, bent down to scoop it up, and tucked it into his backpack. There, stay hidden in there. After securing the mouse, he looked around and sighed again. It appeared he had indeed lost track of his junior sister and the others. Eldest brother, second sister, junior sister. Can you hear me? Zhizhi was in the midst of excavating a magic pearl from the carcass of the slain demon when she suddenly heard a voice. Turning around, she spotted the voice stone lying on the ground nearby, and the realization of its purpose dawned upon her. She raised her hand, and the voice stone flew towards her. However, before it could reach her grasp, a blur zipped past and snatched it away. The explosive monkey darted away rapidly, clutching the talking stone in its hands, visibly thrilled. Yet, it felt a chilling aura emanating from behind. Turning around, it nearly fainted from fright. Zhizhi was hot on its heels, sword drawn, her dark eyes icy and suffused with a palpable sense of danger. The explosive monkey's heart skipped a beat as it swiftly seized a tree branch, swinging away to escape. However, it was unprepared for Zhizhi's swifter pace, as in the blink of an eye, she appeared directly in front of it. Squeak! The explosive monkey let out a terrified shriek, hastily tossing the stone away. Zhizhi raised her hand slightly, and the voice stone promptly returned to her grasp. Third brother. I am well. She spoke into the voice stone, then raised her gaze to the direction from which the explosive monkey had fled. Rather than pursuing it, Zhizhi chose to retrace her steps. Sure enough, she soon spotted a group of explosive monkeys attempting to drag away the corpse of the demon she had felled. One particularly industrious explosive monkey, upon catching sight of Zhizhi, froze in shock, its eyes widening as it pointed at her, chattering in panic. Squeak! What are you doing? The other explosive monkeys, impatient, shooed it away. Don't block the way. She was exceedingly anxious, hastily gesturing. Chirp, 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 that human. Before she could finish her sentence, a sudden gust of cold wind swept past, followed by the thunderous crash of a tree falling to the ground. The immense commotion instantly caused the other explosive monkeys to cease their actions, turning their heads to gaze at the instigator. Zhizhi cast a glance at the corpses of the magical creatures scattered on the ground, then looked at them with a smile. Stealing something? Chirp. The monkey troop erupted into chaos, frantically unsure of where to flee. With each direction they chose, a sword mark carved through the air, massive trees crashing down to block their path. Ultimately, they found themselves surrounded, with no escape in sight. Facing Zhizhi, who approached with her sword drawn. They trembled in fear, their bodies shaking uncontrollably. With a resounding thud, they all knelt down. How terrifying. This human was truly fearsome. Sister. The ruckus over there is quite loud. What has transpired? Qian, having heard the monkey's cries, inquired with concern. Shen couldn't help but ask out of curiosity, why are there monkey sounds? Xianxiaaudiobooks, having just dealt with the magical creatures that had ambushed her, paused to await Zhizhi's response with interest. Zhizhi rested her chin on her hand, perched on a tree, casting a sidelong glance at the explosive monkeys diligently digging for magical pearls below. She casually remarked, "It's nothing. Just encountered some little monkeys stealing." Stealing? What are they stealing? Xianxiaaudiobooks' interest was piqued. Zhizhi recounted the events leading up to it. Qian narrowed her eyes, cryptically stating, "What a pity." It seemed that the explosive monkeys had developed a semblance of intelligence. If she were present, she would indeed wish to capture one for study. At that moment, the explosive monkeys, engaged in their task of excavating magical pearls, suddenly sneezed. How peculiar. Is it so cold today? Zhizhi recalled something and added, "I've already sent them to search for you." These explosive monkeys, being native to the area and familiar with the terrain, were perfectly suited to assist in locating people. The key was, they were obedient. Zhizhi casually surveyed the monkeys below. Noticing her gaze, their movements hastened as they worked even harder. They could not resist. Fear rendered them incapable of defiance. It was truly terrifying, akin to facing a colossal magical creature. It brought tears to the wind and made monkeys weep. The weapon spirit had initially believed that by bringing Wang Miao into the magical creature mountains, they could evade their pursuers, only to find that not only had they not escaped, but their enemies had multiplied. Observing the magical creatures surrounding them with predatory intent, she silently shed a tear of bitterness. Wonderful, the hunting party had grown in number. Cough, 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 cough. Wang Miao coughed violently several times, nearly expelling the blood from his chest. "Master, you are awake?" He slowly opened his eyes, and through the haze, he seemed to see the enlarged face of a beautiful woman. As his vision gradually cleared, and he met the joyful expression of the weapon spirit, he felt somewhat bewildered. "Where is this?" "This is the magical creature mountains," the weapon spirit replied gleefully. "The magical creature mountains." Wang Miao sat up in shock, nearly springing to his feet. Seeing him attempt to rise, the weapon spirit quickly pressed him back down. "Master, your injuries are not yet healed. You must not move about recklessly." Wang Miao had no choice but to lie back down. However, upon turning his head, he found himself face to face with a drooling magical wolf. Its eyes glowed red, and with a gulp, it seemed poised to pounce at any moment. Startled, Wang Miao hastily grasped the weapon spirit's sleeve. "Run, there are magical creatures." The weapon spirit looked puzzled. "What are you talking about? We are already surrounded by magical creatures." "Wang Miao." He turned his head, scanning the surroundings. Indeed, they were encircled by magical creatures, tightly packed. "Perhaps it is the scent of blood from you that attracted them," the weapon spirit mused, tilting her head with a smile. When she smiled, dimples appeared on her cheeks, making her utterly adorable. What a joke. She was responsible for being cute, and he was meant to die, it seemed. Wang Miao's face turned ashen, suddenly. He felt no desire to struggle. Let these magical creatures end his life. He probably wouldn't last long in the hands of this girl anyway. "However, master, do not lose heart. We are not without options." The weapon spirit's words brought Wang Miao's drifting spirit back to reality. "What options?" The weapon spirit looked at him with a sweet smile, seemingly innocent. "I will eliminate you first, granting you release, so you won't have to endure the pain of being torn apart by magical creatures." She truly was a clever one. Wang Miao's smile gradually froze, his entire being petrifying. "You are here to kill me, aren't you?" Chapter 42, Sturdy Life, but Misfortunate Fate. "Master, what is wrong?" Seeing Wang Miao frozen in place like a stone, the weapon spirit poked him. Wang Miao's eyes were vacant, unmoving, and a white mist escaped his lips. The weapon spirit suddenly slapped his forehead. Wang Miao snapped back to reality, angrily exclaiming, "What are you doing? I saw your soul drifting away, so I helped you bring it back," the weapon spirit replied innocently, blinking. "Wang Miao, this girl was cute, but her ability to infuriate was extraordinary. His heart ached. Aren't you a divine weapon? How can you not deal with these magical creatures? Seeing the magical creatures approaching, he gritted his teeth and questioned her. The weapon spirit pouted, poking her fingers. Protecting your heart meridian drained too much of my spiritual power. I have no excess mana left. Wang Miao understood that he could not rely on her anymore. He instinctively touched the jade pendant at his chest, hoping to seek help from the immortal ancestor. Only to find it was empty. He searched all around, but there was no trace of it. The weapon spirit curiously asked, "What are you looking for?" Wang Miao, somewhat anxious, asked, "The jade pendant, the one I wore on my chest. Where is it?" "Oh, that?" The weapon spirit recalled, saying, "When I took you away. It had already shattered into 2 pieces. Wang Miao?" He excitedly grasped the weapon spirit's shoulders. "What about the broken jade pendant?" "It's still at the original spot," the weapon spirit replied, blinking in confusion. "Wang Miao?" He instantly slumped down, sitting helplessly on the ground. "It's over. It's all over." However, the spirit within the jade pendant. Wang Miao's eyes brightened, lifting his head with eager anticipation. "Did you bring it?" The weapon spirit nodded, producing a small jade vial, saying, "I noticed he seemed close to dissipating, so I found a way to preserve his soul thread and sealed it in this vial." "Soul dissipating?" Wang Miao was taken aback. The weapon spirit nodded. The jade pendant was where his soul thread was anchored. It was essentially his spiritual lifeline. Now that the jade has shattered, he certainly won't fare well. Just when it rains, it pours. Wang Miao felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head, leaving him utterly chilled. Great, now it's truly over. Roar. Just then, the magical creatures had finished their discussions, each claiming a part of his body for themselves. "It's agreed, one of his legs belongs to me, and his other leg belongs to me. I desire his hand. I want the head. Then I shall take the belly. I don't want the place for urination. I can accept everything else." Me too, me too." The monsters reached a consensus and lunged towards Wang Miao. The spirit of the instrument lacked a physical form, merely manifesting as an apparition, hence it held no allure for the creatures. It was the raw, somewhat sanguine flesh of humanity that was truly enticing. Upon witnessing their rapid advance, Wang Miao could not suppress a scream and leaped into the air. The spirit's mouth fell slightly agape, astonished by his aerial leap. The vitality of its master was indeed tenacious. Despite sustaining grievous injuries, he still managed to soar to such heights. Had Wang Miao been privy to her thoughts, he would have surely exhaled a vehement curse. Is this truly the time for such musings? He ascended and began to climb a tree, finally standing atop it while gazing down at the spirit. "Are you not afraid of being devoured?" The spirit shook its head. "I lack a physical entity. They hold no interest in me, thus they shall not consume me. From the beginning, you are the sole unfortunate soul." Wang Miao felt a surge of frustration. "Are you not my spirit? Think of a way out." He clung to a branch, trembling at the sight of the lurking monsters below. Seeing his distress, the spirit grew anxious as well. "Do you so desperately wish to avoid being eaten?" it inquired. "Is that even a question?" he retorted. "Very well, I shall seek assistance." The spirit pondered briefly before responding. Wang Miao called after her retreating figure, "Return swiftly." The spirit raised a hand in acknowledgement. "All right." Only when she had ventured far did Wang Miao belatedly realize, what connections could a mere spirit possess in the realm of monsters? Where would aid come from? Soon enough, he would discover the extent of her connections. "That rascal is over there," he exclaimed, frustration mounting. "Damn it, after searching for so long, I have finally found him. I have endured considerable hardship for this, and I shall not rest until I strip his skin away." As a horde of demon cultivators charged towards him, tears threatened to spill from Wang Miao's eyes. Is this what they call assistance? He had indeed erred in placing his hopes upon this naive spirit. Yet, the spirit continued to wave fervently at him, rushing in his direction, a smile radiating pure joy. "Master, I have found help." Wang Miao shouted in alarm, "Do not approach." The monsters, poised to ascend the tree, caught the scent of the demon cultivators and instinctively turned back. The presence of humans seemed more formidable. They decisively pivoted, charging towards the approaching demon cultivators. In an instant, chaos ensued as both sides clashed. Wang Miao intended to seize the opportunity to escape, but someone with keen eyes spotted him. "That brat intends to flee. Block him." Immediately, numerous demon cultivators pursued him, with poison still coursing through his veins. Wang Miao could barely maintain his footing, let alone run. He cursed the treacherous villain who had ambushed him for the 108th time. Had it not been for that person rendering him unconscious and poisoning him, he would not have found himself in such dire straits. To add insult to injury, his antidote had been taken. In the midst of such relentless pursuit, he had no means to retrieve his alchemical furnace to concoct an antidote. Damn it! Wang Miao gritted his teeth, glancing back at the frenzied demon cultivators, urging, "Hurry!" The spirit, panting heavily as it carried him, quickened its pace upon hearing his plea. Find a safer location. I need to concoct an antidote, Wang Miao instructed. The spirit nodded, already drenched in sweat. Gritting her teeth, she summoned her spiritual energy and dashed forward. After several hours of evasion, they finally eluded their pursuers. They stumbled upon a cave that appeared relatively secure and collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, particularly Wang Miao. His prior injuries had reopened due to the vigorous exertion, and blood began to flow anew. Damn it! Wang Miao's eyes turned crimson as he once again harbored resentment towards the instigator of his plight. How did they discover that you recognize me as your master? Suddenly recalling this, he turned to the spirit, exhausted and with her mind muddled. The spirit shook her head. I do not know. When I prepared to tend to your wounds, I discovered they had come for us. Now, not only have I failed to heal you, but I have also depleted my spiritual energy. This master of mine is indeed resilient, yet his luck is exceedingly poor. The spirit reflected deeply on their journey. Unaware of her inner thoughts, Wang Miao rested briefly before attempting to concoct the antidote. However, as he rummaged through his belongings, he found himself unable to locate the storage bag containing his alchemical furnace. Where's my storage bag? Wang Miao's head spun as despair enveloped him. No, it cannot be this unfortunate. He had never imagined that his misfortune was indeed this profound. The spirit recalled, it seems to have been left outside that cave. Wang Miao sighed, let it be annihilated. He suddenly felt that his existence was no longer necessary. Chapter 43, The Vast Snowy Expanse. Master? Noticing Wang Miao frozen in place, the spirit reached out to poke his back. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, Wang Miao collapsed. Master, what is wrong? The spirit hurriedly turned him over, only to find his complexion a ghastly shade of purple, foam escaping his mouth, his eyes rolling back, displaying all the signs of impending demise. The spirit panicked, frantically slapping his face. Master, are you all right? Do not frighten me. Wang Miao, dazed and spitting foam, managed to stammer you might want to release my hand first. Ultimately, his head lolled to the side as he succumbed to unconsciousness, his face bearing the imprints of two bright red handprints, swollen and tinged with blood. Having you is my fortune. Junior sister, why have you suddenly fallen silent? Xianxia's voice emanated from the communication stone. Zhizhi raised her gaze, observing the menacing demon cultivators before her, and replied calmly, I have encountered a few obstacles. Huh. Before Xianxia could process her words, Xianxiaaudiobooks immediately inquired, how many adversaries are there? What is their cultivation level? Can you handle them alone, junior sister? I alone am sufficient. Zhizhi fixed her gaze on the 10 or so individuals before her, slowly parting her lips while her fingers subtly rested against the hilt of her sword. You little brat, how audacious. The leader, a burly man with a scar on his forehead, clad in a black robe, sneered at her unwavering composure. A mere child dares to utter such bold words. They were not just 1 or 2, but a full 12, even if she had reached the false Dan realm. What of it? A single one of them could exhaust her in a war of attrition. Zhizhi smiled faintly. If you doubt me, feel free to test it. With that, her sword was drawn in an instant, its cold gleam radiating fiercely. The demon cultivators immediately grew vigilant, gripping their magical artifacts tightly, murmuring incantations as they prepared to cast spells against Zhizhi. Boom! A cloud of thick smoke erupted, instantly toppling trees and exploding into blossoms. The figure of a person vanished. Just as the crowd was engulfed in confusion, they caught sight of a white silhouette appearing above them, moving with astonishing speed. Before she had the chance to form a spell, the sword in her hand was suddenly hurled forth. The howling wind surged, intertwined with the resonant clang of the blade, accompanied by a biting chill. Snowflakes danced gracefully in the air, and the atmospheric pressure around them plummeted several degrees. In mere moments, it was as if a heavy snowfall had descended upon the forest, with crystalline snowflakes falling in large glistening sheets, radiating a captivating brilliance. This was the spell known as Endless Snowfall. A voice in the crowd recognized the incantation and cried out in alarm, Run. If we don't flee, we shall be trapped here. His frantic shouts echoed as he dashed away in desperation. This was a unique and formidable technique created by the esteemed ancestor of Xianxia's sect, said to have once captivated the entire realm of cultivation. It not only sealed the vast marshes in ice, but also imprisoned the ancient serpent deep beneath the swamp's depths. It was a technique that left no one with a chance of escape. Yet, he recalled that this spell was known only to the ancestor and his disciple, the young master of Xianxia's sect, Zhizhi. How could this female cultivator possibly wield it? Could it be that she is? His eyes widened in disbelief as he turned to gaze at the white-clad woman hovering in the air, her cold gaze fixed upon them. Damn it! It seems we've encountered a formidable opponent. Gritting his teeth, he ran even harder, believing he was on the verge of escaping the spell's range, when suddenly, a sword flew past him, slicing the air like a comet. A sharp gasp escaped his lips as a deep gash opened across his neck, blood spraying forth, painting the snow with vivid crimson blossoms. His face became a canvas of blood, and as he turned slightly, he met Zhiji's icy, snow-like black eyes. His head tilted, and he collapsed to the ground, breathless, his eyes wide open, filled with terror and disbelief as he stared in her direction. He. Just as the demonic cultivator who had intended to flee in that direction came to a sudden halt, he beheld the gruesome sight of the bloodied figure sprawled on the ground, his heart racing with terror. He hastily changed direction and fled elsewhere. Too late. Zhizhi hovered in the air, gazing down upon them with an air of judgment, as if she were a deity determining their fates. Her voice seemed prophetic, and in the next moment, the sound of ice forming echoed around them. Everyone's movements froze, mouths agape, their eyes filled with panic and fear, as their faces, hands, bodies, and feet gradually became encased in ice and snow, transforming into exquisite ice sculptures. Even the surrounding trees were not spared, frozen in time, their crystalline frost sparkling brilliantly under the sunlight, a sight of breathtaking beauty. With a whoosh, the sword twirled in the air several times, leaving trails of shimmering light before returning to Zhiji's hand. Crack! At that moment, the ice sculptures below cracked open, shattering into countless fragments. The dazzling ice crystals sparkled brilliantly, their terrified expressions dissipating along with the shards. "Junior sister, are you all right over there?" Xianxia asked weakly. Zhizhi descended gracefully to the ground, producing a communication stone to respond. "I am well and have resolved the situation." Though casting a large-scale spell like endless snowfall consumed considerable spiritual energy, she had no intention of remaining in a drawn-out confrontation with these adversaries. They thought they could wear her down with a war of attrition? Not a chance. "Let's meet at the designated location," she said, glancing at the trembling, explosive monkey hiding behind a tree. "I'll have the explosive monkey lead the way." It must be said that the explosive monkey was quite efficient. Its family was vast within the demonic Beast Mountains, with many descendants scattered throughout the area. It wasn't long before they located Xianxia and the others. Among demonic creatures, there existed a unique means of communication. Within the confines of the demonic Beast Mountains, they could converse freely. Allowing them to guide the way was ideal. The explosive monkey, already apprehensive of Zhizhi, became even more cautious after witnessing her devastating technique. Even when she offered it a casual compliment, it interpreted it as a warning. Determined not to let pride take root, humans often say that humility fosters progress, while arrogance leads to downfall. If this human praised it, surely it was an attempt to lower its guard, to instill a sense of pride that might lead it astray. Thus, it resolved to internalize this lesson as a guiding principle, striving for excellence, ensuring that Zhizhi could not find fault with it, nor seize upon any of its weaknesses. Heaven knows, Zhizhi was merely offering a token gesture of acknowledgement. Chapter 44, Overly Considerate. Damn it, where did that brat run off to? Huang Yueying and the others were walking when they suddenly heard frantic voices nearby. Exchanging glances, they quickly concealed themselves in the underbrush, using the surrounding foliage to obscure their presence. Soon after, several demonic cultivators entered their line of sight. Each wielded curved blades, their faces grim and fierce, emanating a palpable aura of menace. They were clearly individuals accustomed to bloodshed. The group instinctively crouched lower. They had been so close to capturing the artifact spirit. What a pity. One of the demonic cultivators lamented with a sigh. But from the look on that brat's face, it seems he has sustained significant injuries. His lips turning purple, likely poisoned. If that is the case, he can't have gotten far. Let us search carefully around here. He may have taken refuge in some cave. Their voices faded into the distance, gradually disappearing. Watching the retreating figures, Huang Yueying and her companions collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. It seemed that Zhao Shidi had not yet fallen into their hands. However, Huang Yueying was particularly concerned about the mention of poisoning, her brow furrowing with worry. Zhao Shidi is seriously injured and being pursued. I wonder how he is faring now. She had already sent a message to her father. But even if they were to wait for the sect to send help, it would likely take considerable time. She could only hope that her junior brother could withstand such an onslaught. The other three remained silent, their expressions solemn. Zhangju, though secretly pleased, did not outwardly display his joy. To be honest, he hoped that Kunlun Jade would not fall into the hands of others. It would be best if, after Wang Miao's demise, the treasure returned to their own Xianxiao sect. What are you doing crouching here? A familiar voice suddenly froze Huang Yueying in her tracks. She would remember this voice's owner until her dying day. Zhangju and the others were startled by the abrupt sound, their hearts racing as they turned to find Jiang Shuiying. They breathed a collective sigh of relief. "Oh, it's you, Taoist Jiang." Xiao Jun, taken by the beauty and sweet smile of the Lingxiao sect companion, couldn't help but smile back. Jiang Shuiying's gaze fell upon Huang Yueying, and she smiled nonchalantly. It seems you all have yet to locate Zhao Shidi. Hu Shuyuan, known for his loose tongue, chimed in, indeed. We just heard that Zhao Shidi has sustained serious injuries. We have no idea how he is doing now. Unexpectedly, Huang Yueying shot him a fierce glare. How could this fool be so indiscreet? Why was he blabbing about their situation to others from different sects? Hu Shuyuan found himself somewhat perplexed, scratching his head in bewilderment. Why wasn't Huang Shimi smiling? Was it due to her unhappiness? Jiang Shuiying, however, paid no heed to the interlude among them, for she had already acquired the information she sought. A hint of regret graced her features as she remarked, "What a pity. I hope you find him soon." Feigning concern, Huang Yueying shot her an irritable glance. Upon noticing Jiang Shuiying's gaze, she immediately recoiled, hurriedly averting her eyes, too intimidated to glare further. Has Taoist Jiang become separated from Taoist Qi and the others? Zhang Ju inquired with curiosity, noticing the absence of companions near Jiang Shuiying. With a sigh, Jiang Shuiying replied, "Indeed, we encountered a demonic attack and inadvertently got separated. Then why not join us? It's unsafe for you to be alone in this demon-infested mountain range," Qiu Jun suggested promptly. Huang Yueying stiffened suddenly, exclaiming no. All eyes turned towards her. Realizing her overreaction under their scrutiny, she laughed awkwardly, attempting to ease the tension. Taoist Jiang hails from Lingxiu sect, and given our current predicament, it would be unwise to involve her further. Jiang Shuiying cast a sidelong glance at Huang Yueying, noticing her clenched fists, and couldn't he help but chuckle lightly. There's no need for such apprehension, Huang Shimi. I have matters to attend to and shall not accompany you all. She clasped her hands in respect and addressed the group. I shall take my leave first. My junior disciples are still awaiting me. As long as the Kunlun Jade remained unclaimed, it indicated that Zhao Xinshui was still lurking somewhere within the Demon Mountain range. This game of hide and seek would surely be more entertaining with their involvement. Upon hearing Jiang Shuiying's deduction, Qi Yin raised an eyebrow slightly. To evade so many pursuers and remain unscathed, it seems Zhao Xinshui is no ordinary individual. Please, he is the protagonist, the son of destiny. Could he be so easily captured? Sang Zhizhi silently smirked, lifting her gaze to the sky awash with rosy hues. The sun sank beyond the horizon, and nightfall approached. This evening promised to be one devoid of slumber. As darkness enveloped the forest, it resembled a tranquil river, its surface reflecting the mottled shadows. While the rustling of leaves echoed through the woods, casting flickering silhouettes upon the ground. Yet beneath this calm facade lay turbulent currents. Excited howls intertwined with terrified screams, creating a symphony of death. Warm blood splattered forth, instantly staining the cool, bright moonlight. After dispatching the approaching demons, Sang Zhizhi gestured to the explosive monkey trailing behind her. The explosive monkey, well acquainted with her demeanor, promptly dashed to the slain demon's carcass, chattering excitedly as it directed its kin to excavate the demon pearls. Hurry, hurry. Move swiftly, the master demands efficiency. Upon receiving the command, the explosive monkeys surged forth, extracting every last demon pearl from the fallen beast. Meanwhile, Sang Zhizhi had already moved ahead. The lead explosive monkey urged its companions to cleanse the pearls thoroughly. Once this task was completed at lightning speed, it hurriedly grabbed the bag of polished pearls and raced to catch up with Sang Zhizhi. Just as it was about to reach her, a thought struck it, and it abruptly halted. After grooming its fur to ensure no disarray, it dared to approach Sang Zhizhi, presenting the bag of demon pearls with a sycophantic expression. Zhizhi, master, here are the demon pearls you requested. Sang Zhizhi gazed into the bag, noticing the meticulously cleaned pearls, and fell into a contemplative silence. It was merely a few minutes since she had dealt with those demons. How had they managed to work so swiftly? Moreover, this gesture seemed overly considerate. They had washed and bagged the pearls for her, a level of care she typically did not expect. Yet, seeing the eager and flattering grin on the explosive monkey's face, she accepted the bag, saying, "Thank you." The explosive monkey trembled with delight. Oh no, this human praised them. It indicated their efforts were still insufficient, and they must strive for improvement. Chapter 45. Beware, or I shall bite you to death. Wang Miao groggily awakened from his stupor, only to find it was already night. The moon appeared exceptionally cold, and a biting wind swept through the surroundings, rivaling the chill of June snow. His upper body felt equally frigid. Squinting, Wang Miao's vision remained blurred, and he sensed the sound of soil being disturbed nearby. The scent of earth and wild grasses lingered in the air, and a cool breeze caused him to sneeze involuntarily. It's so cold. Master, you're awake? A familiar, exuberant voice reached his ears. Wang Miao squinted, struggling to focus, and finally discerned a beaming face before him. I thought you were dead. The spirit of the tool bent low, plunging her implement into the nearby soil. Her eyes sparkling with delight. Moonlight illuminated her, casting an ethereal glow on her flawless and captivating visage. Likewise, the iron spade in her hands gleamed brilliantly. Wang Miao felt an ominous premonition. He swallowed hard, his gaze dropping slowly, only to discover he was half buried in yellow earth. Silence enveloped him as the realization struck. He was being buried alive. With only half his body above ground, he was on the brink of fully embracing Mother Earth. From then on, he would have yet another object to rely on in his moments of sorrow. How delightful, just kidding. What the hell are you doing? Wang Miao exclaimed, pushing against the soil with all his might, desperate to escape, but the earth clung to him tightly, refusing to part with his flesh for even a moment, rendering him immobile. The spirit of the tool supported the spade with one hand while poking her dimple with the other, looking innocently contemplative. I thought you were dead, so I wanted to find a place to bury you. What if a wild wolf took your body? I wouldn't want my master to end up with a dismembered corpse. Wang Miao, thanks a lot. How thoughtful of you. You did a great job. Just don't do it again. His lips twitched as he fought to maintain a semblance of composure, forcing a smile. Now that I'm not dead, could you please get me out? The spirit nodded. Of course. With that, she raised the large iron spade once more. Bang! Wang Miao felt a resounding thud in his head, as if countless stars were spinning before his eyes. A large bump quickly formed on his forehead, and pain radiated through him, distorting his features. I'm sorry. I meant to dig out the dirt, but I didn't mean to hit your head. Are you okay? The spirit bent down, her face filled with remorse as she patted her own head. Blood trickled down from Wang Miao's forehead, blurring his vision as he pressed a hand to his head while glaring fiercely at her. Did that even need to be asked? Do I look like I'm fine? Master, as the spirit of the instrument contemplated reaching out to examine its injuries, Wang Miao's peripheral vision swiftly caught sight of the large iron shovel precariously wedged under her arm. The shovel moved in tandem with her motions, poised to strike him once more, threatening to inflict further harm. Wang Miao urgently shouted, "Stop! No! You, don't come any closer." The spirit of the instrument halted, a look of confusion adorning her face, her innocent gaze appearing utterly harmless. Yet, in Wang Miao's eyes, she resembled nothing less than a demon. The phrase "an angelic face with a devilish heart" had never felt more poignant. He was experiencing it in its most perfect form before him. "But if I don't come over, how will I dig you out?" The spirit of the instrument expressed, visibly troubled. At that moment, Wang Miao recalled the critical nature of this primary dilemma. Then, be careful, be cautious while digging, he stammered, swallowing hard as he anxiously advised. Don't smash his head. The spirit of the instrument solemnly nodded, raising the large shovel in her hand. I will. Witnessing her enthusiastic demeanor, Wang Miao found it exceedingly difficult to trust her. Just as the spirit of the instrument rolled up her sleeves, preparing to commence her task, a faint voice echoed from a distance. Junior sister, I'm over here. Third junior brother, quiet down. Be careful not to attract the monsters, came the admonition. Right. Xianxia realized belatedly, scratching his head in embarrassment as he apologized. I'm sorry. Jiang Shuiying chuckled softly, ruffling his hair. Just be more mindful next time. Senior sister, I'm no longer a child. Please refrain from patting my head like that, Xianxia retorted, somewhat vexed. Jiang Shuiying released him with a smile, teasing. Okay. You're not a child anymore. Seeing the playful expression on her face only fueled Xianxia's irritation further. His second senior sister had a knack for teasing. As Zhizhi approached, she noticed Xianxia standing aside, visibly sulking. What's the matter with third senior brother? She inquired, curiosity evident in her tone. Jiang Shuiying glanced at Xianxia with a knowing smile and remarked, He's sulking over me. He claims he's not a child. Yet he behaves more childishly than anyone. Third junior brother remains unchanged, perpetually immature, she added with a hint of affection. By the way, junior sister, have you seen big senior brother? Jiang Shuiying suddenly asked, recalling that since earlier, big senior brother's voice had ceased, and he was nowhere to be found, raising concerns that something might have gone awry. Zhizhi pondered for a moment before turning to the explosive monkey leading the way. Do your companions know anything about my senior brother's whereabouts? The explosive monkey paused momentarily before swiftly gesturing with its hands. Jiang Shuiying's brow furrowed further as she pointed at the animated monkey and asked, what is it saying? She couldn't comprehend a single word. Xianxia translated. It says that senior brother got separated from its companions as well. Zhizhi and Jiang Shuiying exchanged astonished glances, as if witnessing a rare phenomenon. Who would have thought that third senior brother could understand the language of monsters? Zhizhi remarked, surprised, as she had never seen Xianxia exhibit such a talent before. Feeling somewhat bashful, Xianxia scratched his head and confessed, before coming here, I was incredibly thirsty and couldn't resist eating some refreshing fruits. I didn't expect it would allow me to understand what those monsters were saying. Fruits? Jiang Shuiying mused thoughtfully, resting her chin on her hand. Oh, not only me, but even this little mouse can now speak human words. Remembering something, Xianxia unzipped his backpack and gently pulled out the sleeping treasure mouse, forcibly awakening it by rubbing its head. Come on, little mouse, show senior sister and junior sister how you can talk. The treasure mouse, abruptly roused from its slumber, glared at him with sleepy indignation. What the heck? Noting its furious expression, yet feeling no remorse, Xianxia grinned and urged, go on, speak. The treasure mouse retorted, are you a devil? Be careful, or I'll bite you to death. Chapter 46, How Remarkable It Is. Huh, did it break? Why won't it speak? Observing the treasure mouse's furious demeanor, Xianxia poked its forehead with his finger. In the next instant, he found himself bitten. Xianxia froze for a moment, looking down at the treasure mouse's enraged eyes. What did you say? The treasure mouse spat defiantly, turned away, and gave him a forceful swat with its tail before darting back into the backpack. I'm trying to rest, stop bothering me. Xianxia rubbed his cheek where he had been struck, bewildered. What is wrong with it? Is it upset? Only just realizing this now? Jiang Shuiying observed Xianxia's obliviousness, unsure of how to respond. Should she call him slow-witted or simply indifferent to such matters? However, she noted that the treasure mouse seemed more spirited than before, her gaze fixed thoughtfully on the direction of the backpack. Meanwhile, not far from them, the spirit of the instrument and Wang Miao were trembling. Oh, not accurately. It was only Wang Miao who was quaking. He distinctly recalled saying Zhizhi's voice, and those few madmen, each more deranged than the last, had voices he was all too familiar with. He had not anticipated their presence here. Could it be that they were also here to hunt him down? The mere thought sent a shiver down Wang Miao's spine, more terrifying than those pursuing him. Quick, pull me out, he pleaded, his voice quivering, sounding almost as if he were on the verge of tears. The spirit of the instrument, though confused, reasoned that those were the ones who had attacked her master, and it was natural for him to feel fear. Thus, she obediently nodded, discarding the shovel and attempting to pull Wang Miao's head out by hand. I didn't mean for you to pull me out like that. Wang Miao gasped as his neck stretched, his face turning a ghastly shade of purple, and the air around him grew increasingly thin, threatening suffocation. Realizing her mistake, the spirit of the instrument quickly released her grip and anxiously inquired, then, what should we do? Wang Miao clutched his reddened neck, gasping for breath, half opening his eyes to point at the shovel that had been tossed aside. Use that to dig, you fool. Good grief, I can't take this anymore. Once I'm saved, I'll make sure this Kunlun jade rolls as far away as it can. This was no divine artifact. It was clearly a weapon meant to harm him. The spirit of the instrument, finally grasping the situation, nodded hastily and hurried to retrieve the fallen shovel. Did any of you hear those noises over there? Sang Zhizhi inquired, having sensed some commotion nearby for quite some time. However, it had been too faint for her to ascertain. Jiang Shuiying and Xianxia perked up at her words, straining to listen intently. It seems like there is. Jiang Shuiying furrowed her brow. It sounds like digging. As soon as this was mentioned, the three of them sensed something amiss and exchanged glances. At this hour, who on earth would be digging? Sang Zhizhi whispered, signaling, Senior sister, you go this way. Senior brother, you head that way. The two nodded seriously. The trio swiftly dispersed, converging towards a specific direction. Meanwhile, Wang Miao was on the brink of tears, watching the spirit of the instrument's clumsy movements. He could hardly fathom how she had managed to bury him in the first place. Why couldn't she figure out how to dig him out? He was utterly exasperated. At that moment, the spirit artifact abruptly ceased its movements, lifting its head as if sensing something, its gaze reflecting contemplation. It seemed they had discovered us and were approaching. Wang Miao's pupils dilated in an instant. Why aren't you hurrying? They're coming at an alarming speed. The spirit artifact halted, furrowing its brow in astonishment at the swiftness of the approaching figures, particularly one presence that evoked a peculiar sensation within it, rendering it momentarily transfixed. Wang Miao, exasperated, urged, Why are you stopping? Think of something. The spirit artifact snapped back to reality, glancing at the flustered Wang Miao. Do not fret, master. I have a plan. But you must endure a bit of discomfort first. Wang Miao, taken aback, thought, this familiar line. Why does it forebode such misfortune? Just as he was about to respond, he inadvertently opened his mouth and was met with a deluge of yellow earth, shaking off the dirt and dust from his head. He found the taste peculiar and instinctively began to chew. The earthy and wild herbal aroma swiftly enveloped his palate, a flavor so exquisite it was beyond description. Realizing he was gnawing on mud, Wang Miao spat it out with a curse, only to be promptly buried beneath a cascade of soil from above. The spirit artifact had thoroughly concealed Wang Miao, even stamping down the earth to render it indistinguishable from its surroundings. Satisfied, she surveyed the impeccably smooth ground beneath her feet. Nodding in approval, calm and resourceful, she truly lived up to her reputation. Master, just bear with it for a moment. Once they depart, I shall rescue you immediately," she called out, bending down to speak to the ground, then glancing at the approaching figures before vanishing from sight. As the divine spirit artifact, she could choose to reveal herself, thus rendering her invisible at will. However, Wang Miao, being a living person, could not accompany her in this state of invisibility. Buried beneath the earth, Wang Miao could not see the spirit's face, only hearing her playful voice. All he could feel was a rising sense of dread. Damn it! I'm going to suffocate. The lack of air in the earth became increasingly suffocating, and the damp, sticky soil pressing against him was unbearably uncomfortable. Suddenly, it felt as though someone stood on the soil above him. Xianxia stood on the ground, surveying the surroundings, only to find nothing of note except for a shallow cave. How strange. I distinctly heard someone digging here, he mused, scratching his head in confusion. Jiang Shuiying approached, inadvertently stepping near Wang Miao's concealed location, pondering, did they run away? I can still sense residual energy here. However, they had arrived from different directions, so logically, if someone had passed through, they should have sensed it. Zhizhi, wielding a long sword, brushed aside the branches above her, bending down to inspect the cave, confirming the absence of any presence. She retraced her steps, joining Xianxia and Jiang Shuiying. The soil here is bare, Zhizhi pointed out, indicating the ground beneath their feet. Jiang Shuiying then noticed the stark difference between the area they stood on and the surrounding grass-covered terrain. Could it be? At that moment, Wang Miao listened intently to their conversation, swallowing hard as his heart raced with anxiety. No, it can't be. Chapter 47. If you wish to pass, tread over my body. Just as Zhizhi prepared to excavate the earth to investigate, a sudden tremor shook the ground, almost causing her to lose her footing. A deafening roar erupted from the distance, the sonic waves threatening to upheave the very mountains. Zhizhi halted, lifting her gaze to the sky. A colossal griffin, wreathed in flames, soared upwards, its wings unfurling as a fierce wind rustled the leaves of the forest, sending dust swirling. A yawning stage demon beast. Came a terrified shout from within the woods. Though labeled as a yawning stage creature, it was far more formidable than a human at that level. What made matters worse was that high-tier demon beasts could command lower-tier ones, complicating the situation immensely. Look, isn't that our senior brother? Suddenly, Xianxia pointed to a white silhouette in the air, exclaiming. Zhizhi looked up and saw a tall white figure engaged in battle with the griffin. Sparks flew as spiritual energy clashed, accompanied by explosive bursts that billowed mushroom clouds of smoke, obscuring the outlines of both combatants. Zhizhi surveyed her surroundings, her gaze turning icy as she slowly uttered, "It appears we have also attracted attention." Jiang Shuiying and Xianxia snapped back to reality, hastily scanning their surroundings, only to realize they had fallen into a trap set by the demon beasts. The creatures, with their fearsome visages and sharp, white fangs, glared at them with bloodshot eyes, drool dripping from their mouths, eagerly anticipating their prey. The three of them formed a defensive circle, gripping their weapons, their expressions hardened as they faced the menacing horde. A thunderous roar reverberated as hundreds of demon beasts surged forth, charging toward the trio. In an instant, they scattered like arrows released from a bow, drawing their swords that glimmered coldly under the moonlight. Jiang Shuiying raised her hand, forcefully twisting the skull of one demon beast, snapping its neck in an instant, while her other hand thrust the sword, piercing the body of another beast. Xianxia produced his crafted wings, soaring gracefully in the air, wielding his sword to dispatch the avian threats. The enraged roars echoed, seemingly capable of tearing the very heavens asunder. Zhizhi's eyes narrowed, raising her sword, the tip coalescing with brilliant water droplets. The moment she attacked the demon beasts, the droplets morphed into razor-sharp ice spikes that pierced through the creatures' throats. Swiftly, she formed seals with her hands, conjuring a massive azure magical array that unleashed a chilling aura upon the demon beasts. A colossal ice block erupted from the array, crashing into the nearest demon beast and sending others sprawling. However, more demon beasts continued to flood in, undeterred. This cannot continue. They are attempting to wear us down with sheer numbers. Jiang Shuiying panted, her grip tightening on her sword as she observed the ever-growing horde. The demon beasts' mountains are their territory. We cannot afford a head-on confrontation. We must retreat. Zhizhi assessed the situation calmly, raising her sword high. A massive blue orb began to coalesce at the tip of her blade, freezing the air in its vicinity. Jiang Shuiying and Xianxia exchanged knowing glances, rushing toward the demon beasts to prevent them from closing in on Zhizhi. Blood splattered in the cool moonlight, shimmering vividly, while the sounds of furious roars and flesh tearing filled the air. Zhizhi stood her ground, eyes closed, as the blue array spiraled upward, the orb growing larger until, with a crack, its tip crystallized into ice. In a heartbeat, the entire sphere of light was engulfed by an icy grip. A colossal ice mass shimmered with a frigid brilliance, glistening under the moonlight. Second sister, third brother, the voice of Zhizhi seemed to act as a signal. Jiang Shuiying and Shun Ke exchanged a glance, hurling their swords as they propelled themselves skyward, launching onto the blades and swiftly ascending into the heavens. Shin Ke likewise unfurled his wings of flight, soaring high above in graceful spirals. Zhizhi coolly regarded the frenzied onslaught of demonic beasts and suddenly spoke. Break. In an instant, a sharp cracking sound echoed as the ice mass shattered explosively, transforming into countless razor-sharp ice needles that rained down upon the monsters like a torrential storm. Thud. One after another, the demonic creatures fell, the ground trembling beneath their weight. Move. Without hesitation, Zhizhi pivoted, searching for an opening amidst the thinning ranks of monsters. Jiang Shuiying and Shun Ke landed deftly, closely trailing her. Three shadowy figures darted rapidly through the forest, pursued by a multitude of ravenous, demonic beasts. Observing the circling avians overhead, Shun Ke could not help but frown, muttering to himself, "This truly seems endless. Beasts from the skies and the ground are all converging. One might mistake them for rare fleeing spiritual treasures. The domineering monsters have taken a liking to me. The griffin, relying solely on his senior brother, would surely be a formidable challenge." Zhizhi moved swiftly, glancing up at Qian, who was entangled with the griffin, her brow furrowing as she contemplated. "I must find a way to get past. Capturing the thief begins with capturing the king. The chaos amongst the monsters likely stemmed from that Yuan-Ing stage griffin." While Qian was indeed at the Yuan-Ing stage, demonic creatures invariably overwhelmed those of the same level. If he wished to eliminate that griffin, it would be no small feat, damn it. These monsters are too tenacious. Watching the fervent beasts relentlessly pursue him, Shun Ke muttered a curse under his breath. Jiang Shuiying furrowed her brow and suddenly halted. With her sword held horizontally before her, she turned to Zhizhi and Shun Ke, saying, "You two go ahead. I will handle this. This cannot go on forever, senior sister." Shun Ke frowned, about to voice his concern, when Zhizhi's composed voice interrupted, "Senior brother. I trust senior sister. Let us go." Shun Ke clenched his teeth, casting one last glance at Jiang Shuiying, who nodded resolutely, and steeled himself to turn away and forge ahead. Zhizhi glanced back at Jiang Shuiying, exchanging a smile filled with trust before resolutely moving forward. Jiang Shuiying was nearly overwhelmed by her junior sister's sweet smile, almost fainting. Her sister was simply too adorable when she smiled. "All right, if my junior sister believes so, I must do everything in my power to thwart these monsters here." With renewed vigor, she faced the massive horde of beasts, her hands swiftly forming seals as she chanted incantations, summoning a colossal flame that erupted from the formation, scorching towards the monsters with searing intensity. "If you wish to pass, you must tread over my body." She coldly sneered at the blazing inferno that erupted before her. Chapter 48. Here, take it back, no need for thanks. The Monster Mountain range was rife with sudden assaults from the creatures, catching everyone off guard, leaving them no time to consider anything else as they fought desperately to slay the monsters before them. Yet, with the multitude of monsters in the Monster Mountain range, all employing group attacks, they found it nearly impossible to withstand such a relentless onslaught. There was no end in sight. They could hardly slay one before another emerged. This was merely the lower-tier monsters. They could hardly imagine the chaos that would ensue when the higher-tier beasts appeared. It seemed they would be swiftly overwhelmed before they could even deal with the lower-tier threats. Though the disciples of various sects had sent messages back to their clans, uncertainty loomed over them. After all, a formidable integration stage monster lay dormant within the depths of the Monster Mountain range. If it were to awaken, they feared they would perish long before reinforcements arrived. Such a level of threat required the intervention of a transcendent being to subdue. Zhizhi deftly navigated through the woods, continuously fending off the howling monsters that lunged at her, each one dispatched before they could close in. Shun Ke took on the role of rearguard, his endurance significantly bolstered by Zhizhi's rigorous training. However, no matter how much he had improved, he could not withstand the sheer numbers of the attacking beasts. "Junior sister, you go ahead without concern for me," Shun Ke shouted, surrounded by the encircling monsters. He could not allow himself to become a burden to his junior sister. Zhizhi cast a concerned glance back at him, her expression momentarily grave, yet she did not falter. Instead, she lifted her sword high, signaling her determination. Shun Ke smiled. "Junior sister, please be cautious," he called out, cupping his hands around his mouth. The surrounding monsters exchanged glances, feeling ignored, and grew even more enraged, charging towards Shun Quebec. "We consider you a worthy opponent, and yet you shout encouragement to another? How rude." Zhizhi clearly heard their outcry. She turned back, offering a slight smile. "I will, senior brother, ensure your own survival as well." With a sudden burst of energy, she propelled herself off a tree branch, leaping forth. Her form enveloped in a chilling luminescence. Her sword surged forth like a tempest, cutting through the air, piercing the massive wing of the griffin amidst a blizzard of fury. Blood splattered as the creature let out a deafening roar, arching its neck and screeching in agony. Junior sister? Qian turned abruptly, spotting Zhizhi below. The spiritual sword danced in the air before swiftly returning to her grasp. She met Qian's gaze and nodded resolutely. Enraged, the griffin redirected its fury towards her. Flapping its wings in a relentless assault, Zhizhi fled, pursued by the furious beast, which unleashed fireballs in her wake, yet she nimbly evaded each one. Qian recognized that Zhizhi was buying him time to cast his spell. Without a moment's hesitation, he formed seals with his hands, closed his eyes, and murmured incantations. Spiritual light streamed from his fingertips, gradually forming a massive array. Zhizhi, hearing the griffin's enraged roars behind her, moved like a specter. Deftly dodging the fireballs it hurled her way. Infuriated by her audacity, the griffin disregarded the safety of its allies, unleashing flames indiscriminately in its fury. The other monsters, fearing the collateral damage, fled to safety, while those caught in the crossfire were instantly incinerated. Boss, with you around, I concede. The griffin, blinded by rage, no longer considered the safety of its companions. The white figure before it darted about erratically, yet it could not land a blow, further fueling its frustration. The wounds on its wing continued to bleed, and the intense pain gradually slowed its movements, rendering it clumsier. Noticing its waning strength, Zhizhi's lips curled into a cold smile. With a swift change of direction, she capitalized on the griffin's injury, leading it into a series of sharp turns that exacerbated its wounds. Gradually, its speed diminished. The surrounding forest had long since succumbed to flames due to the griffin's errant fireballs, now a blazing inferno shimmering with intense orange-red hues. Zhizhi abruptly halted her steps. Slowly turning around, her face shrouded in the flickering shadows of the flames, appearing both ethereal and indistinct. She lifted her gaze, and within her cold, piercing black eyes, a hint of crimson akin to fresh blood flickered, the light dancing in and out of existence. Observing her stillness, the griffin could hardly let the moment slip away effortlessly. And so it flapped its wings with urgency, swooping low and rushing towards her with great force. Zhizhi raised her long sword, and in an instant, a whirlpool of spiritual energy spiraled upward around her, conjuring a gust of wind. The raging fire within the forest was drawn into this force, swirling around her sword and coalescing into a vortex. Within moments, her blade was enveloped in a blazing crimson glow. The searing heat rushed towards her, causing Zhizhi to frown slightly. She was not fond of this sensation of being enveloped by warmth. As the griffin charged recklessly towards her, she narrowed her eyes, gripping her sword tightly, and swung it down decisively. Since it was yours, allow me to return it. No need for thanks. The griffin, taken aback by her decision to return its flames, widened its eyes in shock, its pupils constricting. Realizing it was too late to halt its advance, it collided head-on with the overwhelming heatwave. Although it was of the fire attribute, the flames still posed a threat to its own being. In its fury, it had unleashed nearly all its power in its attack against Zhizhi, resulting in a most effective outcome. A tremendous blaze erupted, faintly revealing the silhouette of the griffin within. The agonized cries echoed as Zhizhi observed the scene, the firelight casting shifting shadows across her face, half illuminated and half dimmed. Resembling a divine being transcending the mundane, her eyes devoid of any emotion. At that moment, a sound resonated from above. Zhizhi glanced upward, witnessing the formation of a colossal array in the sky, causing her lips to curl into a slight smile. She looked at the griffin ensnared in the fiery cage, her hands forming seals to cast a spell, instantly encasing both the griffin and the flames in ice. She was unable to shatter the ice of a creature with a higher rank than herself. Even the binding could only last for 15 seconds. However, for them, that was sufficient. After completing her actions, Zhizhi swiftly retreated. Qian, seeing her retreat beyond the array's range, commenced the activation of the formation. The griffin, frozen amidst the flames, was rendered immobile. Yet, it was evident that the frost enveloping it was rapidly melting. Zhizhi focused intently on this scene. Just as the ice was on the verge of complete dissolution, 3 beams of light suddenly illuminated from the array above, transforming into a cage that thrust into the ground, securely trapping the griffin. Chapter 49, Strike First. The griffin roared with all its might, repeatedly crashing against the cage forged from the light beams, its eyes gleaming crimson with rage. The columns trembled slightly under the violent impacts yet remained steadfast, showing no signs of cracking. Its fury intensified, and it let out a ferocious howl, charging even harder against the light columns. Xian hovered high above, observing the scene with keen interest. With fingers poised, he chanted an incantation, gradually unfolding his hands to reveal a small hexagram array forming before him. Heavenly flames. He parted his lips slightly, a swift glimmer flashing through his enchanting peach blossom eyes as the array in his hands expanded dramatically, a torrent of spiritual energy surging forth, racing towards the griffin in an instant. The ground trembled violently, the fierce tremors threatening to upheave the entire mountain range. A mushroom cloud of smoke billowed in the direction of the griffin, obscuring the view. Zhizhi narrowed her gaze, silently gripping the hilt of her sword, remaining motionless as she stared into the smoke. Finally, as the haze began to dissipate, the griffin lay half dead upon the ground, a mass of blood and flesh strewn about. One of its wings was utterly mangled, while the other oozed dark red blood from its wounds. The griffin lay incapacitated, its crimson eyes fixed on Zhizhi with a gaze full of hatred, as if it wished to rend her flesh and swallow her whole. It emitted a low growl, the sound barely audible due to its weakened state. Zhizhi stood before it, her expression serene as she watched its desperate struggles, her cold black eyes betraying no hint of compassion. As she approached, the griffin felt a surge of alarm, howling more vehemently in an attempt to deter her. Zhizhi slightly raised her head, casting a downward glance upon it. Suddenly, a flash of bloodlight flickered in her dark, piercing gaze. She swiftly raised her hand, and her long sword plunged into its body. Blood splattered forth, painting her snow-white visage with warmth. She did not flinch, her expression unwavering, as she withdrew her sword. Blood flowed steadily from the griffin's lifeless form, staining the yellow earth beneath. Zhizhi regarded its shattered body with indifference before she sheathed her sword and turned away. The artifact spirit dared not emerge until the magical creatures had departed. Remembering Wang Miao buried in the earth, she hastily grabbed a shovel and ran over to dig. She dug with fervor, uncovering Wang Miao's face, which bore an expression of despair. "Ah, master, what has happened to you?" Wang Miao gazed vacantly at the sky, a wisp of white vapor escaping his lips, utterly oblivious to the sounds of the outside world. Was it an illusion? Had he just seen his great-grandfather come to retrieve him? Master, are you all right?" The artifact spirit cried out anxiously, yet no matter how she called, he remained unresponsive, leaving her flustered and pacing in circles. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck her mind. She recalled something and promptly dropped the shovel, rubbing her palms together while exhaling deeply. Observing Wang Miao's dazed expression, she found a stable stance, closed her eyes to take a deep breath, then opened them and delivered a resounding slap to his face. The sound echoed crisply and loudly. Her hand turned red from the impact. Yet, Wang Miao still showed no reaction. Biting her lip, she glanced at her reddened palm, steeling herself to adjust her stance once more, and then delivered another powerful slap. This time, the force was substantial enough to misalign Wang Miao's jaw, causing swelling and blood to seep forth. With a buzzing in his head, Wang Miao's vision cleared somewhat, and just as he was about to react, another slap landed squarely on his face. His head jerked violently to the side, and blood flowed from his nose, mingling with the froth in his mouth. The piercing pain surged through him, and Wang Miao abruptly awakened, his mouth filled with bloodied teeth, as he turned to glare fiercely at the artifact spirit. At that moment, he was utterly convinced that they harbored a deep-seated enmity, an enmity that transcended lifetimes. Yet, the artifact spirit felt no remorse, and upon seeing him awaken, she beamed with joy. "Master, you're finally awake. I thought you had kicked the bucket after I couldn't rouse you." She patted her chest in relief, her smile innocent and untainted. Wang Miao thought to himself, "Are you a devil? How can you say such terrifying things with such a pure and adorable smile?" He turned his head away, unable to bear the sight of her piercing smile, fearing that if he continued to look, it might cost him his life. Of course, this life referred to his own. "Just get me out of here. Say nothing more." Upon his emergence, he would promptly sever ties with this spirit of the artifact. Continuing down this path, he feared that he would be the first to meet his demise at the hands of this naive, yet formidable divine tool. Oblivious to his thoughts, the artifact spirit nodded obediently, humming a cheerful tune as she brandished a large iron shovel and commenced her labor. Listening to her merry melody, Wang Miao suddenly felt the wounds on his face throb with an intensified, searing pain. Wincing, he raised his head, only to be unexpectedly met with a pair of eyes gleaming with a sinister crimson light. A demon wolf stood hungrily amidst the grass, fixated upon him. Upon noticing his gaze, it exhibited no inclination to flee. Rather, it appeared even more exhilarated, baring its menacing white fangs in a wicked grin. It looked both enchanting and perilous. Good heavens, has the domineering demon wolf fallen for me? Alarm bells rang in Wang Miao's mind as he beheld the demon wolf inching closer, trembling as he stuttered, It. The artifact spirit, diligently digging away, paused upon hearing Wang Miao's terrified voice, wiped away non-existent sweat from her brow, and turned to him. Master, what troubles you? You behind you. Wang Miao's eyes were wide with dread, yet he was paralyzed, unable to move. His head was the only part exposed, the rest of his body buried in the earth, and he could only frantically gesture with his head towards her back. Upon hearing his words, the spirit embedded her shovel into the ground and turned around in confusion. Her gaze met the eyes of a dozen demon wolves. Goodness, so many wolves. Think of a way quickly, Wang Miao urged her, desperation mounting as he could only move his head. Aren't you a divine artifact? Surely, you can handle these minor demonic creatures with ease. The spirit took a step back, her face betraying a hint of panic as she stammered, Why you know? I have no spiritual power left. I can't cast spells. Heaven knew how much effort she had expended to preserve Wang Miao's life. The previous escape had drained a significant portion of her spiritual energy. Now, there was scarcely anything left. Even if she were to recover, it would not be until dawn at the earliest. However, given the intensity of the pursuit, she suspected she would not live to see her powers fully restored. Wang Miao's face drained of color, transforming from a youthful visage to one resembling that of a corpse. The glimmer of hope in his eyes gradually dissipated, and he murmured, And no, it can't be. He was aware of his ill fate. Yet he never anticipated it would be this dire. The spirit bit her lip, nodding earnestly in response. Perhaps. She hesitated, glancing at Wang Miao. And under the weight of his hopeful gaze, she cautiously raised her iron shovel, saying, I could take the initiative to relieve you of your burden. Wang Miao was taken aback. He had been mistaken to harbor expectations of her. Chapter 50. Love can alleviate pain, but not ugliness. Is there truly no other solution you can conceive? Wang Miao gritted his teeth, resolute to salvage his plight. The spirit raised her head, a contemplative expression gracing her features. No, I can't think of anything. She turned back, shaking her head under Wang Miao's eager gaze. I can't come up with anything. Wang Miao, how splendid. She was even unwilling to feign consideration. Surely, after living for millennia as a divine artifact, she should possess a modicum of insight. For a fleeting moment, Wang Miao contemplated shaking her head to see if it contained anything but air. Roar. The demon wolves could no longer contain themselves, their crimson eyes wide as they bared their bloody maws, surging towards Wang Miao. He shut his eyes, bracing himself for his fate, when suddenly a voice descended from above, illuminating a glimmer of hope. Junior brother Zhao. It was Huang Yueying. Wang Miao opened his eyes in ecstatic disbelief. Heaven would not allow him to perish so easily. Sister, I'm here, he called out, raising his head. Suddenly, a demon wolf seized his hair from behind, causing him to yelp in pain as his scalp was nearly torn away. You wretched beast. How dare you harm junior brother Zhao, seeking death? Huang Yueying exclaimed, raising her sword and leaping to fiercely stab at the demon wolf that had clutched his hair. Senior sister. Wang Miao gazed up at Huang Yueying, his heart swelling with emotion as memories of his recent tribulations surged forth like a reel of film. Junior brother, you have suffered. Huang Yueying glanced at him, noting his disheveled appearance and the dirt that buried him, feeling a pang of sympathy. Who could be so deranged as to entomb you here, marring your handsome visage? Did they not realize that a man's face is his finest adornment? Nearby, the artifact spirit raised her small hand, beaming with excitement and pride. It was me. It was me. Wang Miao remained expressionless. You weren't being complimented. Why are you so pleased? Fortunately, they could not see the spirit's form, which allowed Wang Miao to breathe a sigh of relief. Although he spoke of severing ties with this artifact spirit, the fact remained that it was an ancient divine tool, and he could not bear to let go so easily. Junior brother, rest assured. Father has dispatched disciples to ensure your safe return to the sect. Wang Miao then noticed the presence of several unfamiliar faces amidst the fray with the demon wolves, including advanced cultivators of the refining void stage. The weight on his heart finally lifted. He was saved at last. As he relaxed, the pain from his scalp, which had been momentarily dulled, surged back with renewed clarity. He couldn't help but hiss in pain. Damn it, I hope I'm not bleeding, he thought. In reality, it was far worse than that. Huang Yueying cast a glance at his hair and turned away, unable to bear the sight. To protect his fragile pride, she couldn't bring herself to inform him that his hairline had receded. Such news would only exacerbate his suffering. How had her once handsome junior brother transformed into this bruised and battered visage? For someone like Huang Yueying, who was particular about appearances, this was a thunderclap on a clear day. It's all right. Once junior brother recovers, he will once again be the most striking figure in the sect. She closed her eyes, soothing herself and attempting to convince herself. After being rescued, Wang Miao noticed something peculiar. The usually infatuated Huang Yueying, who would gaze at him endlessly, now avoided him as if he were a venomous snake, unable to meet his eyes. Even when their gazes inadvertently crossed, she would immediately look away to avoid direct eye contact. Wang Miao touched his handsome face and felt the pain of his wounds, letting out a pained gasp. How strange. Was his charm no longer effective on Huang Yueying? Huang Yueying's gaze wandered, deliberately avoiding his as she concealed her own pain beneath a mask of indifference. Oh, how utterly unsightly he had become. She simply could not reconcile this image. Love may alleviate pain, but ugliness cannot be overlooked. Perhaps she should wait until junior brother had healed before visiting him again. Unaware of her turmoil, Wang Miao, still believing in his allure, approached her with confidence. Senior sister. Huang Yueying turned, unexpectedly locking eyes with his battered face. Boom. A thunderous bolt of lightning suddenly struck down, instantly charring her exterior while leaving her tender within. As if jolted by an electric shock, Huang Yueying hastily turned her head, stammering, Is there something you need? Noticing her reluctance to meet his gaze, Wang Miao couldn't help but feel a twinge of suspicion. He leaned in closer, inquiring, Senior sister, what troubles you? Huang Yueying quickly shielded her eyes with her hand, resolutely refusing to face him. And no, it's nothing at all. Tears were on the brink of spilling. If this continued, she feared she might vanish completely from her junior brother's sight. Unbeknownst to Wang Miao, who persisted in edging closer, he was suddenly seized by his collar. Zhang Ju regarded him coldly. What are you doing? Can't you see that your junior sister is disinterested? Upon seeing Zhang Ju, Wang Miao could not help but curl his lip, provocatively retorting, I understand that you are displeased with me for growing close to senior sister Huang. But must you target me at every turn? It's clearly my lack of charm, yet you blame it on your own handsome features. This was nothing but envy and resentment. Zhang Ju regarded him as if he were deranged. How had Huang Yueying become part of this equation? His irritation with Zhao Sanshui stemmed solely from the latter's insufferable nature. Nothing more. Wang Miao, however, mistakenly believed he had struck a nerve and, feeling a surge of pride, turned back to Huang Yueying to continue the conversation, hoping to provoke Zhang Ju further. Senior sister, you must agree, right? To his surprise, Huang Yueying did not echo his sentiments as she usually did. Instead, she quietly distanced herself from him, her lips curling in bitterness. It should be so. Help. I accidentally caught a glimpse just now, and he truly looks dreadful. How can his front teeth be so crooked? Huang Yueying closed her eyes, desperately attempting to erase the visage she had just encountered from her memory. The smile on Wang Miao's face froze instantly. Xiao Jun, observing the peculiar atmosphere among the trio, silently raised his hand, timidly asking, Am I the only one concerned about the whereabouts of Kunlun Jade? At the mention of this, the group suddenly recalled their purpose for being there. Turning their gazes towards Wang Miao, he jolted, hastily shaking his head, vehemently denying, No, Kunlun Jade is not with me. I truly have not seen that thing. Yet, Zhizhi had clearly stated that Kunlun Jade recognized him as its master. Huang Yueying furrowed her brows. Zhizhi? Wang Miao, as if struck by lightning, abruptly halted in his tracks, frozen in place. Chapter 51. You will forgive me, won't you, Zhao Shidi? Just as Wang Miao was about to inquire further, Xiao Jun's eyes suddenly brightened, enthusiastically waving towards the distance. Jiang Daoyu, Qi Daoyu, Sang Daoyu, Shen Daoyu. Upon hearing the name Jiang Daoyu, Huang Yueying felt a jolt run through her scalp. Wang Miao also found himself rooted to the spot. How curious that just as Zhizhi was mentioned, she appeared. Was she truly so persistent? After subduing the griffin, Jiang Xueding and the others had just gathered when they heard someone calling out to them. Jiang Xueding turned around and couldn't help but smile. It seems we need not search. They have come to us. Zhizhi raised an eyebrow, following Jiang Xueding's gaze, a slight smile forming on her lips. The attraction between protagonists and antagonists is indeed not to be underestimated. Qi Yin squinted, his usual warm smile gracing his features. Let us not keep our guests waiting. That would be impolite. Shun, being of a more impatient disposition, interjected, why waste words with them? Let us just seize it directly. Although Kunlun Jade had acknowledged its master, it did not necessarily mean that it truly belonged to Zhao Sanshui. An artifact recognizes its master within 3 days. And during this period, the binding contract remains weak, still deemed as an unclaimed object. Thus, they could seize it at will during this time. Moreover, artifacts possess their own temperaments. If the original owner lacks the ability to protect their artifact, it may very well expel them without needing anyone's assistance. Such is the nature of a world governed by the survival of the fittest. Despite the apparent camaraderie among the various sects, opportunities are always claimed by the strongest. Additionally, the skirmishes among disciples of different sects are merely trivial, akin to friendly sparring. As long as lives are not at stake, the sect leaders typically turn a blind eye to these contests. This has become an unwritten rule within the realm of cultivation. Of course, This is contingent upon the items not falling into the hands of demonic cultivators. In matters of great importance, the righteous cultivators tend to unite against external threats. Junior brother, your words imply that we are akin to robbers. Jiang Shueding cast a disapproving glance at Shun. Zhizhi also looked towards him, saying, Senior brother, we are at least from friendly sects. We should extend a greeting to maintain decorum. In other words, after the pleasantries, they could proceed to seize the treasure. After all, they too were part of a significant sect, and following protocol would demonstrate their stature. Naturally, this greeting did not imply informing them, prepare yourselves. I am about to seize your belongings. Rather, it was to catch them off guard, lowering their defenses before embarking on their thievery. Thus, they could maintain propriety while also acquiring what they sought. Truly a win-win situation. As for ethics, what was that? They possessed none. Xiao Daoyu, Hu Daoyu, Zhang Daoyu, and Huang Daoyu. Jiang Shueding approached, smiling at Huang Yueying. Huang Yueying shrank her neck, resembling a quail, and immediately concealed herself within the crowd. Hu Shuyuan remarked, I believe I saw Qi Daoyu battling that griffin in the air. I wonder if I was mistaken. The earlier commotion had been considerable, and it would not be surprising if it had drawn the attention of all within the Beast Mountain. Qi Yin chuckled, You did not err, it was indeed me. Understanding Hu Shuyuan's unspoken question, he continued, The griffin charged at me unprovoked, and the recent chaos among the magical creatures was related to it. Fortunately, we have successfully subdued the griffin, and for now, there should be no further disturbances. Hu Shuyuan sighed in relief, smiling. I was wondering why the tide of magical creatures had suddenly receded. It turns out it was thanks to several of you. Qi Yin smiled but opted not to elaborate further. Instead, Jiang Shueding scrutinized Wang Miao for an extended period before finally recognizing him as Zhao Sanshui, uncertainly asking, This must be Zhao Sanshui Shidi, if I am not mistaken? Goodness, his features are utterly unrecognizable. The one who beat him must have harbored immense hatred. Qiao Jun chuckled awkwardly. Yes. To be honest, I didn't recognize him at first either. Seeing him in this pitiable state, he must have endured quite a bit. No. Noticing Wang Miao's face, swollen to the point of obscuring his original features, Jiang Shueding's eyes reflected a glimmer of pity as she sympathized. He must have been in dire straits when we found him. Wang Miao felt uncomfortable under her gaze, instinctively rubbing his arms and taking a step back. That smile was rather unsettling. Indeed, when we discovered him, he was half buried and on the brink of death. Had we not arrived in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Qiao Jun sighed, shaking his head. Who would not utter a word of pity upon witnessing such a fate? When he first encountered Zhao Sanshui, he had not even recognized the pig-headed face surrounded by magical wolves as Zhao Sanshui. He wondered how Huang Yueying had seen through it. Perhaps this was the power of love, he mused. Suddenly recalling something, Qiao Jun lifted his head and directed his gaze at Zhizhi, standing behind Jiang Shueding, saying, By the way, did Zhang Daoyu misunderstand earlier? Zhao Shidi said that Kunlun Jade is not with him. Is that so? Jiang Shueding turned in surprise to look at Zhizhi, her tone tinged with reproach. Junior sister, why did you not ascertain the facts before speaking? You have caused Taoist Zhao such unnecessary distress. Although her words sounded accusatory, they struck Wang Miao as somewhat incongruous. Zhizhi cast a fleeting glance at Wang Miao, a barely perceptible smile gracing her lips as her gaze drifted past him. Perhaps I was mistaken. When you all inquired, I merely suggested it seemed to be related to him, without any certainty. I never anticipated everyone would become so agitated and rush off before I could clarify. She regarded Wang Miao with a hint of innocence, expressing her apologies for the hardships inflicted upon Taoist Zhao. Yet, despite her verbal contrition, her expression bore no trace of guilt or remorse. It was akin to an acknowledgement of wrongdoing, yet an unwillingness to amend it. Wang Miao thought, Your behavior makes it exceedingly difficult for me to avoid suspecting your intentions are deliberate. You will forgive me, won't you, Taoist Zhao? After a brief pause, Zhizhi looked at him earnestly, her bright eyes blinking innocently. Wang Miao retorted, Could I possibly say no? Before he could voice his thoughts further, a sudden round of applause erupted nearby. Jiang Shueding clapped joyfully. Now that the misunderstanding has been resolved and Taoist Zhao has forgiven our junior sister, let us consider this matter closed. Wang Miao was left bewildered. Is this process completely bypassing me? How absurd. Chapter 52. Let go of the urge to help, respect others' destinies. But Wang Miao never expected the audacity of some individuals to be so pronounced. Qi Yin smiled and remarked, Since the misunderstanding has been cleared, Taoist Zhao is not the type to harbor grudges. I trust he will not dwell on this incident. Wang Miao thought, What the hell? Qi Yin paused momentarily, then continued. However, I still feel a twinge of guilt, considering that our junior sister's momentary slip of the tongue has led Taoist Zhao into this predicament. An ominous premonition washed over Wang Miao. Indeed, the next moment, Qi Yin proposed, why don't we accompany him? It would allow us to make amends for the harm caused to Taoist Zhao. Now that Taoist Zhao has become the center of attention. Even though we know the Kunlun Jade is not with him, others are unaware. Having more people to protect him can only be beneficial. Wang Miao thought, could it be possible that the greatest compensation would be for you all to maintain your distance from me? Gritting his teeth, he was about to find an excuse to refuse when he noticed Zhang Ju nodding in agreement. Qi Daoist is truly considerate. We have no reason to decline. Moreover, to exit this treacherous mountain range, we must work together. The others voiced their consent as well. Wang Miao felt a sinking sensation in his heart and quickly glanced at Huang Yueying, hoping she might voice a dissenting opinion. After all, based on her earlier demeanor, she seemed reluctant to join forces with the Lingxiu sect. To his surprise, Huang Yueying unexpectedly agreed. I have no objections. Wang Miao was taken aback. After agreeing, Huang Yueying felt a bitter pang in her heart. If given a choice, she would prefer not to traverse alongside the hypocritical Jiang Shuiying. Yet the latter had used her past misdeeds as leverage against her. It was truly despicable. Ultimately, she succumbed to the others' intimidation. Thus, the group decided to proceed together. Shen Kai trailed behind Wang Miao, his gaze fixed on him like a ravenous wolf, the intensity of his stare making Wang Miao feel as though he were under scrutiny. Is this guy unwell? Why does he keep staring at me? Look ahead. Wang Miao lamented internally. They had walked for quite some time, and Shen Kai had kept his gaze glued to him the entire while. Wang Miao was aware of his own charm. Yet he was heterosexual and had no inclination towards men. Zhizhi also found Shen Kai's stare rather overt, prompting her to slow her pace and poke him with the hilt of her sword, whispering, "Senior brother, tone it down a bit. Now is not the time to act." Shen Kai snapped back to reality and lowered his voice to respond. This kid gives me an oddly familiar feeling. I sense I've encountered this scent before. Zhizhi raised an eyebrow. Could it be that even senior brother recognized him as Wang Miao? Ever since consuming that so-called fruit, Shen Kai's sense of smell had become remarkably acute, making it unsurprising that he could detect the scent emanating from Wang Miao. However, when shall we make our move? Shen Kai glanced ahead to ensure no one was looking their way before quietly inquiring. Zhao Sanshui claims he possesses no divine artifact. Should we believe him? Our junior sister insists he does, so he must indeed have one. Who knows if the Xiaoyao sect is colluding to deceive us? If not, then Zhao Sanshui is acting out of self-interest, wishing to hoard it all for himself. Patience is key. We shall wait. Zhizhi regarded Wang Miao ahead, her eyes darkening as a sly smile crept onto her lips. She was certain that the Kunlun Jade was indeed in his possession. Others might not see the spirit tool by his side, but she perceived it all too clearly. If he wished to weave a web of deceit, so be it. It would facilitate their plans. Should Wang Miao openly confess that Kunlun Jade was with him, it would complicate matters. Given that high-level cultivators in the refining void stage were quite formidable, yet he had chosen to sever his own path. The system observed the entire situation with growing anxiety. Biting off more than one can chew. Can the male protagonist not use his rusty brain to think things through? He ought to consider the current circumstances. Everyone had concluded that the Kunlun Jade was with him, and some had even witnessed the spirit tool accompanying him. In the eyes of others, it was a foregone conclusion, leaving no room for concealment. If he were to act sensibly and admit the Kunlun Jade was in his possession, seeking assistance from the Xiaoyao sect, he might avoid his current plight of isolation. After all, the Xiaoyao sect was a righteous sect and would not resort to oppressing their own disciples or seizing their treasures. Conversely, knowing he was the master of the Kunlun Jade, they would likely offer him abundant resources and treasures for cultivation, supporting his growth. It was a universal truth that one should not let opportunities slip to outsiders. Why could the male protagonist not grasp this? If the immortal ancestor could assist him, that would be one thing, but now even the ancestor was in dire straits, unable to safeguard themselves, let alone offer help. Ironically, he had now entangled himself with Zhizhi and her group of lunatics. It was a miracle if he could return with his life. At this point, he had effectively blocked his only avenue of escape. The system felt utterly drained. Faced with this band of crazies, it could only pray for Wang Miao's good fortune. May his protagonist's halo protect him once more. As for how long that halo would endure, that remained a mystery. If the male protagonist continued to flounder, it would only be a matter of time before his demise. The system pondered this with a heavy heart. It wished to assist the male protagonist, yet it was currently under the control of Zhizhi, unable to act. Thus, it resolved to let go of its inclination to help and respect others' destinies. Good luck, my unfortunate male protagonist. Amen. Unbeknownst to Wang Miao, he suddenly sneezed. How strange, is someone thinking of me? He wondered, curiously touching his nose. It is now deep into the night, and the moonlight, increasingly frigid, casts an ethereal glow upon the jungle, enhancing its eerie stillness. The earlier tumult seems like a distant memory, as the forest lies tranquil, akin to a stagnant pool. Yet, the group remains acutely vigilant. For they must traverse this thicket and return to the boundary. The longer they linger in the mountains, the greater the peril they face. With the Kunlun jade absent from Zhao Sanshui, they must hasten to uncover its whereabouts. Otherwise, once the 3-day deadline passes, their quest may become exceedingly difficult. A howl resounds from the lofty cliffs, where the moonlight outlines a dark, lupin silhouette. The chilling wind rustles the leaves, and the creature suddenly raises its head, howling towards the heavens. The prolonged call resonates endlessly, as if signaling something. In an instant, myriad red lights ignite within the woods. The previously concealed intent to kill unleashed all at once. By the time the group realizes what is unfolding, they find themselves encircled by the demonic wolves. That was a transformation-staged demonic wolf. Someone recognizes the aura of the beast perched above and gasps in horror. A demonic wolf of such caliber possesses strength rivaling that of an ethereal cultivator, not to mention commanding numerous subordinates. Even among them, those of ethereal cultivation would find it exceedingly challenging to survive the onslaught of such a formidable pack. Zhang Ju's expression turns grave as he surveys their surroundings. It is undoubtedly because we have just slain their kin that they harbor animosity towards us. Demonic wolves are pack creatures, known for their relentless vendettas. Having killed so many of their kin, it is hardly surprising they bear a grudge. Chapter 53. Here comes the little flying stick. First, it was the nascent soul griffin, and now another transformation-stage demonic wolf. Truly, it feels endless. The group watches in horror as the jungle around them ignites with countless pairs of crimson eyes, goosebumps prickling their skin. Yet, the sheer number is simply outrageous. With a howl, the demonic wolf at the cliff's edge suddenly throws its head back, and surrounding wolves seem to receive a signal. Their eyes glinting with a sinister red as they slowly emerge from the underbrush, their gazes imbued with hostility. The cacophony of howls that follows is like a symphony in the desolate night, echoing throughout the mountains and startling countless avian creatures. A scream pierces the air, and blood abruptly splatters, staining the moonlight crimson. The demonic wolf, its eyes ablaze with fury, lunges forward, sinking its sharp teeth into one disciple's arm, viciously tearing away a bloody chunk of flesh. The bitten disciple cries out in unbearable agony, his features contorting in pain. The more he screams, the more exhilarated the wolf becomes. The pungent scent of blood wafts through the air, intoxicating them, their salivary glands uncontrollably secreting as their eyes grow ever brighter with bloodlust. And they surge forth in a frenzy. Chaos ensues. Some, in their panic, attempt to chant spells to fend off the wolves, only to be violently knocked down, receiving no chance to resist. I don't want to die," a disciple exclaims in desperation as he flees, only to be seized by a wolf, dragged back into the fray. Xianxia gasps for breath, struggling against the encroaching wolves. "Junior brother, are you all right?" Zhang Shuiying inquires, parrying an attack from one of the wolves with her sword, hearing the commotion from his direction. Xianxia grits his teeth. "Senior sister, I'm fine." He raises his hand, thrusting his sword into the body of the approaching wolf, kicking it away forcefully. Qi Yan, meanwhile, is equally overwhelmed, her sword drenched in blood, her pristine robes stained with the ichor of slain wolves. One wolf, seizing the moment amidst the chaos, targets Zhiji's arm, lunging forward with drool dripping from its jaws, revealing its sharp teeth. Suddenly, a loud crash reverberates as rows of sharp teeth collide with an unseen force. The wolf snaps its jaws, perplexed by the unfamiliar sensation. Uncertain, it attempts another bite. However, just as it prepares to strike again, it finds itself suspended in midair. Meeting Zhiji's cold, piercing gaze, the wolf's crimson eyes widen in confusion as it gradually lowers its head to observe what it has bitten, a sword. Realizing its precarious altitude, panic overwhelms it, and it frantically kicks its short legs. Alas, it is afraid of heights. Zhizhi regards it coolly and snaps her fingers. A resounding crack echoes, and icy frost instantly envelopes the sword, encasing the entire blade in a solid sheath of ice. Even the wolf's teeth are not spared, frozen into solid blocks. The wolf, bewildered, eating a sword feels so cold, it flails its tail wildly, attempting to break free from its icy prison. However, in its frantic struggle, it inadvertently shatters its own teeth along with the ice. Cracked, cracked, cracked. The wolf feels an unexpected chill in its heart, as if it has endured the frigid winds of Kunlun Mountain for a decade. Yet, the most biting chill comes from the air rushing downward as it realizes it is plummeting from a great height. Without a moment's hesitation, it desperately flails its tail and limbs, striving to ascend, clinging tightly to the suspended sword. Saved at last, it exhales a sigh of relief. Before it can celebrate its narrow escape, the sword suddenly performs a spiraling maneuver, and the fierce winds become overwhelming, rendering it momentarily incapacitated. Bang! Abruptly, it seems to collide with something. The wolf clings tightly to the sword. Dazed, it turns back to see a graceful arc slicing through the air. The arc exceeds even its own reflexes, leaving it momentarily entranced, its mouth agape in awe. Wow, how high it's flying! Upon recognizing the form of its companion soaring away, a flicker of conscience ignites within. The wolf shivers involuntarily, instinctively tightening its grip on the sword. Forgive me, forgive me. I truly did not mean to. However, the very next moment, the sword plummets downward. The wolf scrambles in a panic to find a foothold. Crash! As it teeters on the brink of falling, its heart races, and it instinctively closes its eyes. Just as it nears the ground, the sword suddenly adjusts its trajectory, shooting forward. Here comes the little flying stick. The anticipated pain does not arrive, and the wolf cautiously opens its eyes. What it sees causes its eyes to widen to the size of saucers. Woof, woof, woof. We're going to crash. Get out of the way. Quickly move aside. Unaware of the unfolding situation, its bewildered companions, focused on attacking the humans, turn their heads in confusion, their eyes widening in astonishment. Wow! Everyone look! That fool is soaring. Seeing the awe in its companion's eyes, the wolf, paralyzed by shock, resigns itself and closes its eyes. Curiosity, it seems, only leads to one's own demise. Bang! The sword collided fiercely, toppling a multitude of wolves in an instant. After completing its task, it soared low for a moment before ascending rapidly into the heavens, executing a grand 360-degree spin. The demonic wolf howled at the top of its lungs, its claws gripping tightly, emotions mirroring the tumultuous ride of a roller coaster, rising and falling with the sword's oscillations. The biting cold wind, sharp as a blade, rushed through its gaping mouth, flooding its throat. Dizziness overwhelmed it, stars dancing before its eyes, while its stomach churned violently. Ugh! It was nauseous from the sword's antics. It longed to vomit. In its hazy state, it caught sight of the woman again. Surrounding her was a dazzling array of ice flowers, forming towering walls that shielded her from the relentless onslaught of her fellow demonic wolves. Watching them collide with one another, sustaining grievous injuries, the wolf silently shut its eyes, finding the scene too cruel to bear. Yet, it evidently forgot its own precarious situation. Howl! 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 Suddenly, the sword below executed a sharp turn and darted towards Zhizhi. The surrounding winds grew increasingly razor-sharp, splitting around it, the sheer force sending it into a panic, almost bringing tears to its eyes as it clung desperately to the sword with all four limbs. Zhizhi observed the strange gray mass clinging to the sword, her brow furrowing slightly. What was wrong with this wolf? Why couldn't it shake off its grip? It seemed to have become stuck. Unbeknownst to her, the wolf was merely paralyzed by its fear of heights, unable to descend. Chapter 54, Truly Useless. A flicker of movement at Zhizhi's fingertips caused the sword to emit a brilliant white light, launching the demonic wolf away. We are not acquainted. Do not intrude upon my space. The wolf, clinging to the sword, suddenly sensed something amiss. It trembled and opened its eyes, only to discover that it had somehow detached from the sword and was now airborne. Howl! Howl! It scrambled frantically to ascend, attempting to take flight in place. But to no avail. Its center of gravity plummeted rapidly, the resistance of the wind distorting its features, prompting an involuntary scream. With a thud, it crashed into its own pack. It hadn't perished. The wolf waited in vain for the anticipated pain to arrive. Tentatively, it opened one eye, then the other, and to its astonishment, realized it had not met its demise. Howl! Surviving a catastrophe, it raised its head and howled in unrestrained joy, grateful for the wind, the earth, and the bounties of nature. Having called out with such fervor, its voice was slightly hoarse, yet this did not hinder its expression of delight. Beneath its hefty form lay a victimized wolf. I understand you are elated, but could you kindly remove your posterior from my face? Zhizhi felt as if her sword had gone mad. Without any command from her, it exhibited an unusual exuberance, darting amidst the wolves, leaving a trail of chaos in its wake. Watching the sword's erratic flight, Zhizhi fell into silence. Can one contract rabies from a wolf bite? Suddenly, the ice wall before her was struck with tremendous force. Startled, Zhizhi snapped back to reality, noticing a crack had formed in the ice wall surrounding her. As she prepared to reinforce it with magic, the sword, having circled in the air, abruptly flew back and jabbed the wolf that had been battering against the ice wall. Take this, you wretched wolf. The wolf, so focused on breaking the ice, was taken aback by the unexpected thrust of the sword. Only when blood trickled from the wound did it regain its senses, realizing it had been pierced by a sword. Howl! It roared in rage, its eyes turning a furious crimson. It hurts. Howl! Under the wolf's wrath, the sword remained unfazed, completing its strike before swiftly returning to Zhizhi's side. She gazed at the sword lying in her hand, feigning death, her lips twitching in disbelief. Before she could voice her thoughts, a sudden howl echoed above. She looked up to see the furious wolf leaping, soaring directly over the frost-formed high wall. Such a leap was astonishing even within the realm of demonic creatures. Before Zhizhi could react, the sword quivered in her grasp, suddenly breaking free and launching itself toward the furious, howling wolf. Thrust. The wolf descended from the sky, its throat aligning perfectly with the sharp tip of the sword, which impaled it with tremendous force. Blood splattered everywhere. The sword lay poised, ready for the wolf to unwittingly fall into its trap. Thank you, nature, for your gifts, sang Zhizhi. The sword withdrew from the wolf's body, trailing a stream of crimson. It deftly shook itself, cleaning the blood from its surface before returning to Sang Zhizhi's side, affectionately rubbing against her leg. Sang Zhizhi regarded the sword, which seemed to be seeking her affection. What had gone awry in this sequence? It had not displayed such sentience before. Yet now was not the time for such contemplations. Ah, senior sister Huang, save me. The desperate cries of Wang Miao pierced her ears, prompting Sang Zhizhi to look up. She saw Wang Miao being tugged at by several wolves, desperately pulling at his pant leg. He appeared quite popular. Wang Miao glanced towards Huang Yueying, terror evident in his eyes. His voice nearly shredded as he pleaded for help. Unfortunately, Huang Yueying was too preoccupied with her own peril to assist him. She fought valiantly against the wolves that lunged at her, turning to see Wang Miao calling for her. Upon meeting his pig-like visage, she instinctively averted her gaze. Shouting into the air, "Junior brother, hold on. I will come to your rescue. Wang Miao, could you at least look at me while you speak?" However, soon enough, Huang Yueying was engulfed by the pack of wolves, utterly unable to come to his aid. Wang Miao felt his heart sink, resigned to being dragged away by the surrounding wolves. Sang Zhizhi turned her attention back to Qi Yan and the others still engaged with the wolves. Qi Yan caught her gaze and nodded, his lips moving silently in a message. Sang Zhizhi understood his intent. Go swiftly and return quickly. Indeed, this was the opportune moment to act. Without hesitation, she grasped the sword and turned to pursue Wang Miao. No one noticed Sang Zhizhi's movements, save for Qi Yan and his companions. Jiang Shuiying exchanged a knowing glance with the other two, dispatching the wolves before rushing to assist their fellow disciples of the Xiaoyao sect who were surrounded. Sang Zhizhi moved swiftly through the forest, soon catching up to the pack of wolves. They were dragging Wang Miao, intent on finding a quiet spot to devour him. Suddenly, Sang Zhizhi halted, opting not to charge in directly, but instead hiding behind a nearby tree. Wang Miao lay on the ground, trembling in fear, wishing he could curl up into a ball. Faced with the predatory gazes of the wolves, he clasped his hands together in supplication, stammering, "Dear wolf brothers, I assure you, my meat is not worth your while. Please, just let me go." Several demon wolves exchanged glances, their eyes glinting with confusion. What is this fool babbling about? I have no idea. Never mind. Let us eat first. Reaching a consensus, the demon wolves licked the drool pooling at their lips and simultaneously lunged toward Wang Miao. Ah! Wang Miao's scream suddenly pierced the air. Sang Zhizhi didn't even blink, her gaze fixed on the radiating white light before her. A smirk curled her lips, and a flicker of scorn and coolness passed through her eyes. Indeed, the halo above the male protagonist's head should not be underestimated. The once formidable demon wolves now lay sprawled, frothing at the mouth and twitching uncontrollably. Their bellies inexplicably burst open, spilling blood and entrails onto the ground, painting a gruesome scene. Wang Miao numbly lowered his hand that shielded his face and raised his head, only to be petrified by the sight before him. What on earth just happened? Did he really cause this? Fear crept into him, prompting him to instinctively retreat. Suddenly, he felt as if he had collided with something behind him. As he turned, he caught a fleeting glimpse of a shadow passing by, unable to discern its form. Bang! A large rock plummeted from above, striking him and causing his head to bleed profusely. Damn it! Not again. His vision blurred crimson, his head spinning, and darkness enveloped him as he collapsed to the ground. Above him, a shadow loomed ominously. Sang Zhizhi looked down at him from her elevated position, her eyes dark and devoid of emotion, holding a bloodied stone in her hand. Utterly useless. To be struck by the same tactic twice is rather pathetic. Discarding the stone, she turned to the stunned artifact spirit, her icy visage streaked with crimson, resembling a vivid red rose amidst pure white snow. Chapter 55. Use this to strike you. The artifact spirit's eyes widened in shock as she watched Sang Zhizhi approach. Her lips trembled. Can you see me? She had concealed her aura so well that, theoretically, only Wang Miao should have been able to perceive her. Sang Zhizhi did not respond, instead glancing back at Wang Miao, who lay half-conscious on the ground. After a moment of silence, she unexpectedly asked, "What do you see in him?" Her voice was calm, but laced with confusion. Frankly, she was bewildered. He was clearly a worthless individual. Why did so many rush to his side, women and antagonistic fodder alike, drawn to him with inexplicable allure? Could it be that this was the power of the protagonist's halo? Or did he possess some latent charm that she had failed to notice? The artifact spirit was momentarily taken aback. She hadn't anticipated Zhizhi would pose such a question. Nevertheless, she answered honestly. I haven't encountered someone with such a tenacious life force in a long time. He is remarkably resilient, surviving longer than any of my previous masters. Aside from the last one. Though, he doesn't seem particularly special otherwise. Yet, look, even after being struck so harshly by you, he still retains a flicker of life. Who wouldn't remark on such vitality? Only, his luck seems somewhat unfortunate. Zhizhi raised an eyebrow, surprised that the reason was so simplistic. However, the fact that he was hard to kill was indeed true. Fixating on Wang Miao, her cold eyes narrowed, a surge of murderous intent bubbling to the surface. She slowly approached, her gaze directed downward at the unconscious Wang Miao. Then, with a swift kick, she struck him. Bang! Leaves rustled as Wang Miao's back slammed against a tree, causing him to spew a mouthful of blood before sliding down to the ground. The artifact spirit was momentarily dumbfounded. The thought that her newly recognized master might be killed compelled her to intervene. Wait, don't kill him. Upon hearing this, Zhizhi halted abruptly. She turned, her dark eyes filled with a chilling bloodlust, slightly raising her chin, her expression unreadable. What if I refuse? The artifact spirit, having lived for so many years, had never encountered someone so imposing. She instinctively took a half-step back, shaking her head with a sweet smile, revealing 2 dimples. I merely meant to suggest you be careful not to soil your hands. His blood might splatter onto you. It's unclean. Very well. She declared unilaterally that her 5th master had perished, and now before her stood her 6th master. The world reveres the strong, and artifacts are no exception. The artifact spirit hurriedly picked up the large stone Zhizhi had discarded, eagerly offering it to her with a bright smile. Use this to strike. Zhizhi glanced at her, slowly accepting the stone from her hands. Just as she was about to grasp it, Zhizhi suddenly paused, smirking and fixing her gaze on her. You do it. The artifact spirit, bewildered, hesitantly pointed at herself. Me? Really? For some reason, she felt immensely honored. Zhizhi was willing to entrust such an important task to her. Zhizhi nodded. Yes, you. She had initially intended to handle it herself. However, the absurd system had interfered, causing a series of red alerts to flash before her, incessantly chattering and grating on her nerves. Perhaps letting this artifact spirit take over would be less constrained? Zhizhi cast a contemplative glance at Wang Miao, who was, to be honest, quite bothersome. She longed to eliminate him right then and there. The artifact spirit felt a mix of astonishment and delight at being entrusted with this task. Clutching the stone tightly as if it were a monumental responsibility, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm as she looked at Zhizhi. Leave it to me. I will ensure he has a perfect death, free from pain and turmoil, as a fitting farewell for our brief companionship. Just as the system, which had just relaxed at the thought of the male protagonist's resilience, was processing this, it exclaimed, what is happening? Shouldn't Kunlun Jade be on the protagonist's side? Why has it so swiftly turned against Zhizhi? A traitor. Absolutely a traitor. It watched in horror as the artifact spirit approached Wang Miao, heart racing. It knew the protagonist's immortality would restrain antagonists, but it was uncertain whether it applied to the protagonist's allies. Kunlun Jade was a divine artifact, although it had recognized Wang Miao as its master. The 3-day period had not yet elapsed, meaning their contract was not firmly established, allowing the artifact spirit the autonomy to dissolve the bond at will. In other words, it was akin to granting the artifact time to acclimate to its new master, with the option to retract if their personalities clashed. Just like now, the artifact spirit remained true to its contractual obligations. It would not harm its master, but the former master was another matter entirely. Thus, severing the mental link between the two, she resolutely raised the stone. Gazing down at the barely alive Wang Miao, she sighed inwardly, thinking, if only he had accepted my proposal sooner, he wouldn't have to endure that blow. Look, now it fell to her to end his life herself. The system, observing this scene, screamed internally, Protagonist, wake up. If you don't wake up soon, it'll be too late. The spirit entity lifted the massive stone in her grasp, slightly adjusted her stance, and, ensuring she had Wang Miao in her sights, struck down mercilessly upon his head. The cold wind carried the descending blow, sharp and fierce, akin to a blade. Wang Miao, groggily opening his eyes, was greeted by a crimson haze. And in his blurred vision, he could faintly discern the ominous silhouette of an enormous stone hurtling towards him. Without a moment's thought, he instinctively dodged to the side. Thud! The fierce gust grazed past him, tousling the hair at his temples. The spot where he had been moments earlier was now a deep crater created by the stone's impact. It was evident that had he not regained his senses in time, a gruesome fate would have awaited him. Wang Miao swallowed hard, his throat dry, panic rising within him. Good heavens, it was a close call. Had he not awakened swiftly, he would have been reduced to a mere pulp. The spirit entity regarded the empty space where the stone had struck with a hint of disappointment. Oh dear, don't move. I was so close to hitting you. She lamented. If he had possessed even a shred of strength, Wang Miao would have unleashed a torrent of curses. Was he foolish enough to remain still in the face of danger? Moreover, why was this insidious spirit treating him in such a manner? Could it be that, as he suspected, she had intended to eliminate him from the very beginning? A chill coursed through him as he contemplated this terrifying possibility. What was he to do? Blood trickled down from his forehead, obscuring his vision and hindering his ability to perceive his surroundings. Even the spirit entity before him was only a vague outline in his sight, and he failed to notice the figure of Zhizhi standing behind her. As Chapter 56, the White Lotus in disguise unfolded, just as Wang Miao scanned his surroundings for an escape, the spirit entity suddenly bent down to retrieve the large stone from the pit. She tossed it in her hand, a contemplative look crossing her face as she gazed at Wang Miao, a malevolent smile curling at her lips. Why do you dodge? I only wished to relieve your suffering. Did you not say that an early death leads to a swift rebirth? She tilted her head, feigning confusion. Wang Miao could hardly contain his frustration. That was merely a casual remark. Did you take me seriously? But alas, his exhaustion rendered him incapable of shouting. And all that escaped his parched throat was a feeble whisper, I do not wish to die. Is that so? The spirit entity raised her head, pursing her lips in mock contemplation. She then turned her gaze back to him, a grin spreading across her face. Yet you must perish. Wang Miao's eyes widened in disbelief. Am I not your master? If you kill me, you will incur divine retribution. His chest heaved violently as he gasped for breath, attempting to awaken whatever scant remnants of conscience she possessed. But I have terminated our contract, the spirit entity replied, blinking innocently, her smile sweet and unassuming. Thus, the laws of heaven cannot intervene in my actions. Your weakness is truly disappointing. Though resilient in body, his mental fortitude was not as formidable as she had anticipated. In truth, it left her disheartened, especially since, at this juncture, he lacked even the slightest ability to defend himself. The spirit entity slowly rose, her dark eyes devoid of the previous innocence, now reflecting a chilling indifference. You are utterly inadequate. I had hoped this time would be enjoyable, yet you have disappointed me. Amidst the blurred crimson, she regarded him with the contempt one might reserve for an insignificant insect, and a wave of dread washed over Wang Miao. He had suspected that this ancient spirit could not possibly be as naive as she appeared. It became clear she had been deceiving him all along. She was a master of duplicity. The metallic taste of blood filled his mouth as he gritted his teeth and hoarsely questioned, You have been preparing to kill me all along. The spirit entity, seeing his distressed state, understood his misconception. She blinked, shaking her head earnestly. Not at all. Initially, I genuinely wished to acknowledge you as my master. However, she crouched down, her clear eyes meeting his swollen ones, her brow furrowing slightly. Your performance has been exceedingly disappointing. I have granted you many opportunities, yet you failed to seize them. Wang Miao furrowed his brow in disbelief. What opportunities have you given me? From the beginning, you have been deceiving me. The spirit entity paused, her eyes narrowing as she scrutinized him. Each time you attempted to flee, I offered you a chance, yet you squandered them. I have yet to witness any quality befitting a true artifact bearer. Lacking ability while attempting to possess that which is beyond your means, do you believe you deserve it? With a sudden surge of malice, the spirit entity tightened her grip around Wang Miao's throat, her eyes cold and devoid of empathy, as though gazing upon mere refuse. Now that we have concluded our trivialities, it is time to send you to your demise. Wait, Wang Miao gasped, his complexion turning purple as he struggled against her grip. I will renounce my claim as your master. Let us discuss this amicably. He coughed violently, struggling to breathe. That will not suffice, the spirit entity replied flatly, her grip unyielding. My current master demands your death, and thus, you must die. From the sidelines, Zhizhi watched in confusion. When did I ever sign a contract with her? Wang Miao, half-lidded eyes frantically coughing, stammered, Your current master? The spirit entity, unwilling to engage further, began to tighten her hold, when suddenly, a blinding white light erupted from Wang Miao's chest. Ugh! The spirit entity was caught off guard and was thrown back, landing harshly on the ground. She winced in pain as she lifted her head, only to find that Wang Miao had vanished without a trace. Zhizhi gazed into the direction where Wang Miao had vanished, her eyes narrowing slightly, a glint of cold light flashing within. What a pity, she mused regretfully. Once again, she had failed to eliminate him. The spirit tool, still somewhat bewildered, plopped down onto the ground, utterly unable to comprehend the events that had just transpired. All she knew was that, in that fleeting moment, she had faintly sensed that familiar, loathsome aura. The recollection of a rather unpleasant past caused the spirit tool to involuntarily furrow her brow, an overwhelming intent to kill nearly spilling forth from her. "Are you all right?" Suddenly, a shadow fell over her, and a gentle voice drew her thoughts back. The spirit tool looked up in a daze, beholding Zhizhi standing before her against the light. Though her features were obscured, she appeared as if enveloped in a radiant glow. Chapter 57. Yes, I've gotten close to my sister. Noticing the spirit tool frozen in place, Zhizhi couldn't help but frown slightly. The spirit tool quickly regained her composure, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue. "I'm fine," Zhizhi replied. "If you are fine, then why the blush?" The spirit tool turned her gaze toward the direction where Wang Miao had disappeared. Feeling somewhat bashful as she said, "I'm sorry, I couldn't kill him. But I absolutely did not go easy on him. I swear." Fearing that Zhizhi might misconstrue her intentions, she hastily raised her hand to express her sincerity. She vowed that she had genuinely attempted to murder Wang Miao. It was simply that he had escaped too swiftly. Zhizhi was well aware that she hadn't gone easy on him. The male protagonist's life was indeed remarkably resilient. Bolstered by the protection of a demon god within him, it seemed they would not be able to kill him anytime soon. However, it mattered little. As long as he appeared, she would strike him down again and again. If once was not enough, then she would make several attempts. She refused to believe that his life was so tenacious that he could evade her every time. "It's no trouble. You did your best," Zhizhi comforted lightly, noting the guilt etched across her face. "His constitution is special. I didn't hold out much hope anyway. I merely wanted to let you try." The spirit tool, feeling inexplicably worse, hesitantly looked at Zhizhi and, blushing profusely, lowered her head, her fingers fidgeting as she stammered, "Sister, does this mean we are now both on the same boat?" Zhizhi raised an eyebrow, perplexed. "Who taught you to use such expressions? What are you trying to say?" After a moment of silence, she inquired, "What do you mean?" The spirit tool buried her head deeper, bashfully resembling a quiet rose. "See, can I accompany you?" Although she had just boldly claimed before Wang Miao that Zhizhi was her current master, she still yearned for the confirmation directly from her sister. Zhizhi paused for a moment. "Why else would I pursue you? Of course, I want to obtain the Kunlun jade." Upon hearing this, the spirit tool's eyes lit up with joy, and as she looked up at Zhizhi, her face radiated delight. "Thank you for your acknowledgement, sister," Zhizhi responded. "No need to thank me. It's what you deserve. My name is Yuanli. You may call me Yuan or Li. I don't mind." Yuanli shyly wriggled. Zhizhi frowned, suddenly overwhelmed by a familiar sense of disgust, resolutely averting her gaze. Her tone turned icy. "I cannot draw too much attention right now. You can conceal your aura from others, can't you?" This Yuanli had inadvertently released her aura during Wang Miao's escape, allowing their pursuers to pinpoint their location with precision. As an ancient artifact, she ought to possess at least the basic means of self-preservation. If Wang Miao were to learn of this, he would likely be infuriated. No wonder they were always found, as this clumsy spirit had exposed their whereabouts. What he said was indeed true. This was no artifact, but rather a lethal weapon against him. Zhizhi could perceive Yuanli solely due to her exceptionally strong spiritual power, making her sensitive to the fluctuations of spiritual energy in the air. However, she could only discern Yuanli's location vaguely and not her specific appearance. The only reason she could see her now was that Yuanli had lifted the restrictions placed upon her. However, let it be known, I have no interest in engaging in any games of hide-and-seek with you. Zhizhi paused, her gaze suddenly sharp as it fell upon Yuanli. "I don't care what you did while beside Wang Miao, but it would be wise not to entertain any ideas about me or those around me. I have a rather fiery temper, and should you cross my bottom line, even if you are an artifact, I would go to great lengths to obliterate your true form, even at the cost of my own destruction." To a cultivator of the false Dan realm, her words were indeed audacious. Yet, they inexplicably endeared her to Yuanli. Why was it that some threats sounded so irritating while others were so melodious? Truly, she was deserving of her title as master. For even her threats exuded a unique elegance. Yuanli couldn't help but cup her face, gazing at Zhizhi with adoration, her eyes sparkling with joy. "Rest assured, sister. I will certainly obey." Yuanli raised her hand solemnly, declaring her vow with the gravitas of a formal ceremony. Zhizhi felt inexplicably as though she had struck a punch into cotton. Following Zhizhi's instructions, Yuanli obediently transformed into a jade bracelet that encircled her wrist, rendering herself invisible and erasing her aura. "Wow, I'm so close to my sister now." As she felt the cold, smooth skin, Yuanli couldn't resist rubbing against Zhizhi's hand. As Zhizhi was about to turn back, a sudden chill coursed through her, as if something had brushed against her. Upon returning to the location of Qian and the others, she discovered that the battle had concluded. The ground was strewn with the corpses of demon wolves, bloodied and gruesome, alongside the scattered remains of a few disciples, their organs likely devoured. The Xiaoyao sect had suffered losses among their disciples, and spirits were understandably low as they sat together, somewhat despondent. Zhang Ju lifted his head and clasped his hands toward Qian and the others. Thank you, fellow Taoists, for your assistance. If it weren't for the Lingxiao sect's intervention, we would have suffered far greater casualties. Qian smiled and returned the gesture. There is no need for such politeness. Fellow Taoists, as members of the immortal sect, mutual aid is only proper. How wonderful it would be if all in the cultivation world were as righteous as you. One of the Xiaoyao sect disciples suddenly lamented, isn't that Sang Taoist? Upon spotting the previously missing Sang Zhizhi returning, Xiaojun couldn't help but call out. Qian and the others turned in unison. Seeing Sang Zhizhi nod subtly in their direction, they instantly understood that she had successfully obtained what she sought. Where did you go? Sang Taoist? Hu Shuyuan asked curiously. He had nearly feared that she had been taken away by a wolf when he hadn't seen her during the casualty count. I was ambushed by a few demon wolves, so I went to chase after them, only to get lost in the forest, Sang Zhizhi replied, her demeanor calm. Her heart steady as she approached Jiang Shuiying and the others. Sister, have any of you sustained injuries? No, it is you who frightened us. Jiang Shuiying remarked with a hint of reproach as she gazed at her. Qi Yan's eyes also bore a semblance of admonition. You must never act alone again. It is far too perilous. The underlying message was clear. Well done, but do continue with caution next time. Shen Ke nodded in agreement. Indeed, indeed. Sang Zhizhi and the other two turned to him in unison. Shen Ke paused, realizing he might have been a tad too dismissive, and quickly straightened his demeanor. Clearing his throat, he earnestly admonished Sang Zhizhi. What the senior brother and sister said is correct. How could you be so impulsive? What if you were abducted by other demonic creatures? Noticing the three of them still fixated on him, he scratched his head, slightly embarrassed. Why are you all staring at me like that? He had spoken the truth after all. The treacherous mountains indeed harbored demonic traitors. It was only natural. Chapter 58. One's fate is as hard as steel. Ha ha ha. This fellow cultivator speaks quite interestingly. He is indeed a person of character. A disciple from the Xianxia sect. Having overheard their conversation, burst into laughter, breaking the silence. Upon hearing someone understand him, Shen Ke's eyes lit up, and he turned to the individual. Do you also agree with my viewpoint? Of course, the disciple responded, patting his chest. I am Gu Wangwu. May I ask your name? With a joyful expression. Shen Ke shook his hand. I am Shen Ke. It seems we are destined to meet. Watching the two simpletons excitedly shake hands as if they were old friends, Sang Zhizhi and the others fell into a contemplative silence. It felt as if these two shared an inexplicable affinity, both exuding an air of foolishness. Sang Zhizhi. Have you seen junior brother Zhao? Huang Yueying approached, her face pale and weary. Sang Zhizhi, maintaining her composure, inquired, no, why? Has Zhao Daoist also gone missing? Huang Yueying bit her lip, her complexion ashen as she lowered her head in self-reproach. It is all my fault for not rescuing him in time. I allowed him to be taken by the wolves. Qiao Jun, standing nearby, comforted her. Senior sister, do not be too hard on yourself. Junior brother Zhao managed to evade so many pursuers. He will surely find a way to escape this danger as well. Besides, at that moment, you were also in dire straits and could not have saved him. Yet, Huang Yueying remained troubled, but it is not the time to say but. Sang Zhizhi suddenly pointed at the trees, her tone calm. Rather than worry about him, we should be concerned for our own safety. As the group registered her words, they found themselves enveloped by a palpable aura of bloodlust. A massive demonic wolf emerged from the thicket, its visage grotesque and ferocious. Its crimson eyes gleaming with a murderous glint, fixated upon them as if ready to devour them whole. Behind it trailed a multitude of smaller demonic wolves, all glaring hungrily, baring their sharp fangs and drooling. Boss, it is them. They killed so many of our brethren, the lead wolf whispered respectfully to its leader. Upon hearing this, the advanced demonic wolf's scarlet eyes locked onto the group. It was this very group of individuals who had dispatched its offspring. Surveying the pitiful remains of its little kin, fury surged within the demonic wolf. It typically harbored a fierce protectiveness, and since these humans had harmed its young, they were bound to pay the price. As its anger escalated, a tremendous aura emanated from it, dark winds howling and stirring up the earth's dust, causing the surrounding leaves to tremble precariously. Oh whoa, it howled. And the other wolves joined in, creating a haunting symphony. That is the advanced demonic wolf, a disciple among the crowd gasped in alarm. Instinctively, they turned to the Xianxia sect's refiner, Yu Wuheng, who clutched his injured chest, his expression tense as he observed the advanced demonic wolf. Not long ago, he had encountered this creature, But he never anticipated its cunning. It had commanded its subordinate wolves to ambush him. Had he not fled swiftly, he would have surely become its meal. Recalling his recent injuries, the others silently gripped their magical artifacts tighter. With their most powerful member severely injured and the enemy vastly outnumbering them, their chances of survival had diminished significantly. Let us fight. One individual, veins bulging on his forehead, suddenly clenched his teeth and shouted. At this juncture, their only recourse was resistance. Others clearly shared the same sentiment, hastily arming themselves. The advanced demonic wolf, seeing their unwavering hostility, grew furious and let out a thunderous roar. The force of its voice surged toward them, nearly uprooting the trees behind them. Had they not braced themselves with their magical artifacts, they might have been swept away like leaves in the wind. The overwhelming pressure from the advanced demonic creature descended upon them like a mountain, akin to an invisible hand tightening around their throats, making it difficult to breathe. Xian observed the advanced demonic wolf with a solemn expression. I had previously sent a message back to the sect. We must hold out until help arrives. He reassured his fellow disciples, casting a meaningful glance at Xianxia, especially you, junior brother. Remember to avoid recklessness. Only by surviving can we harbor hope. He feared Xianxia's impulsiveness might lead them to mutual destruction, a tendency he suspected was characteristic of him. The sect will not abandon us. We must not forsake ourselves either, Xian stated with a steely gaze, turning to the predatory wolves, enunciating each word carefully. Brother, do not worry. I am resilient and not so fragile, Xianxia replied, patting Xian's shoulder and then his own chest. I may be weaker than you all, but do not underestimate me. I possess the ability to protect myself. I will not be a burden to you, so do not worry too much about me. We will all endure. Jiang Shuiying chimed in with a smile. After all this time, does the senior brother not yet know us? Each of us has a sturdy fate. We shall not perish. Zhizhi turned to gaze at the restless pack of wolves and the advanced demonic wolf. Her dark eyes glimmered like frost, a fierce killing intent radiating from her as she spoke slowly. Since we came together, we shall return together. She turned to Qian with a slight smile. Thus, even if there is no path, we shall carve our own bloody trail. The four exchanged glances and shared a unanimous smile. Indeed, they had faced myriad such trials before, each time escaping the clutches of death. This time would be no exception, just a minor skirmish. Why panic? Chapter 59. This technique is named Heavenly Slaughter. Roar. With a resounding howl, the group surged forth, their magical artifacts shimmering with light, exuding an aura of lethal intent. The wolves, undeterred, howled back fiercely, their faces twisted in ferocity. Drenched in the scent of blood, blood splattered continuously, tracing parabolic arcs through the air, dropping to the ground, and instantly saturating the earth with its heavy scent. Zhizhi moved like the wind, her long sword in hand, icy energy enveloping her as she darted through the pack of wolves. A fleeting shadow passed by, its white robe fluttering gracefully. The murderous intent surged in an instant, the sword light sharp and fierce, as the surrounding demonic wolves fell in droves. The remaining wolves, witnessing their fallen companions, let out an enraged howl and dashed forward with reckless abandon. The robe suddenly swept through the grass, producing a rustling sound. She moved like a wraith, her steps enigmatic, weaving through the thicket. Behind and beside her, the relentless demonic wolves pursued with fervor, their crimson eyes fixed intently on Zhizhi, their speed astonishing and agility unmatched, encircling her with a predatory zeal. Zhizhi turned her head, observing the wolves converging from all directions, and a glimmer of cold light flickered in her dark, piercing gaze. Abruptly, she halted, her spiritual energy surging violently, as snow erupted from behind her like a tempest, instantly condensing into sharp ice needles. With a fierce swing of her sword, she unleashed two streams of air, a violent wind rushing towards her, her long hair billowing upwards. She slightly lifted her chin, disheveled strands brushing against her cheek, her bright, dark eyes radiating a chilling bloodlust. The snow-congealed ice needles shot forth like rain, accompanied by the torrent of her sword, overwhelming and unstoppable. Boom! A mushroom cloud of smoke instantly billowed upwards. Zhizhi, sword in hand, slender and poised, stood beneath the stars, her profound gaze fixed resolutely ahead. In but a moment, a cacophony of roars erupted, the smoke dispersing to reveal countless demonic wolves bursting forth from within. They trampled over their fallen comrades, charging at Zhizhi in an unending, frenzied wave. Seemingly oblivious to exhaustion, gripping the sword hilt, she positioned the blade before her, closing her eyes and murmuring incantations. Blue spiritual energy surged forth from the sword like a flowing river, enveloping her in a gentle glow. Just as the demonic wolves surged forward, Zhizhi suddenly opened her eyes, a frigid glint flashing within. A torrent of formidable cold air erupted from her sword, coalescing into ice with a cracking sound. Resembling blooming flowers, crystalline and resplendent. Beautiful as it was, the sharpness at its tip was not to be underestimated, exuding an air of lethal intent. With a swift downward stroke of her sword, the ice projectiles shot out in all directions with a rapid ferocity. Bang! Accompanied by a tremendous explosion. Countless waves of icy air drifted upwards, and the surrounding trees were instantaneously blanketed in frost, crystallizing into ice. Even the wolves poised to attack froze mid-leap, suspended in their original stances. The pure white robe brushed lightly across the icy surface as she walked slowly, gazing at the oncoming demonic wolves and abruptly raising her sword to deliver a fierce strike. The sword wave surged forth, sweeping away the few wolves in its path. Suddenly, a wolf sprang from behind, leaping at Zhizhi and sinking its teeth into her shoulder. With a ripping sound, blood gushed forth instantly. Yet, Zhizhi did not flinch. She gripped the sword hilt with her other hand and swiftly pierced the wolf's throat. Crack! The heavy carcass fell to the ground, shattering the ice beneath it. Blood dripped steadily, soaking into her pristine garment and staining the pure white snow. Zhizhi glanced down at her wounded shoulder, blood streaming forth in a trickle, the metallic scent inciting the other demonic creatures into a frenzy, their crimson eyes intensifying as they fixated hungrily on her wound. Low growls escaping their throats as they charged forward. She met their charge with her sword, moving with astonishing speed as if the injury meant nothing to her. The moment she raised her hand, she felt the sting of torn flesh. Pausing briefly, her gaze turned frigid and steely. She hesitated not, gripping the sword hilt firmly and slashing forward with determination. The sword intent was as sharp as a blade, enveloped in an icy chill. From within the sword intent, a spectral blue tiger surged forth, roaring fiercely as it engaged with the demonic beasts. Zhizhi swiftly formed seals with her hands. Upon glancing at the blood now crimson against her shoulder, she averted her gaze, silently reciting incantations. A six-pointed star formation ignited before her. Blood from her wound began to flow forth incessantly into the formation, her pallid complexion revealing her strain as she pursed her lips. The blood, infused with her spiritual essence, would amplify the potency of her spells. With limited spiritual energy and the overwhelming numbers of her foes, she needed a swift resolution. Zhizhi used one hand to hasten the flow of blood towards the formation, tearing the flesh around her wound further, causing more blood to seep out. The system observed in horror, unable to suppress a voice of concern. Hey, are you truly unafraid of death? At this rate, you'll bleed dry. Zhizhi ignored it, her expression unyielding as she continued. Meanwhile, the pack of demonic wolves broke free from the blue tiger-esque grasp and lunged at her. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura of slaughter erupted. Her hair danced wildly, standing beneath the starlight, her visage pale as if aglow. The blood from her shoulders ceased to flow, the formation shimmering ominously with a crimson hue. She raised her sword, the tips of her fingers stained with blood, and slowly traced it along the blade. The sound of the sword rang out resonantly, harmonizing with her blood, erupting into a dazzling red radiance. This technique was named Heaven Slaughter. With her blood as a sacrifice, she harnessed the essence of moonlight, the celestial bodies, to sever all that existed in the world. With a resounding crack, a wave of blood surged forth, and the six-pointed star formation burst forth in an exceedingly blinding light, enveloping a radius of 5 miles. Boom! The ground trembled violently. It was her junior sister's original sword technique. Xianxiaaudiobooks sensed Zhizhi's aura and felt a shock in her heart. If not for desperation, her sister would not employ such a move. Clearly, the situation on her end was dire. Xianxiaaudiobooks forcefully kicked away a pursuing wolf, clutching his abdomen wound. His complexion pale as he gazed towards the source of the commotion, muttering, "We must go help her." Just as he was about to act, Qi Yin restrained him. He, too, bore a pale countenance, injuries marring his body, yet he exhibited remarkable calmness. "Look, what is that?" Xianxiaaudiobooks and Xianxiaaudiobooks exchanged glances, their eyes widening. Unbeknownst to them, the moonlight was shrouded by dark clouds, ominous purple lightning weaving through the clouds, crackling ominously. It seemed to herald an exceptionally terrifying force. Xianxiaaudiobooks' lips parted slightly, her pupils dilating. This was the golden core lightning tribulation. Chapter 60, Trepidation. The terrifying purple thundercloud loomed overhead, rumbling incessantly with a destructive might. Zhizhi raised her gaze to the ominous clouds above. Surrounding her were the bodies of demonic wolves, sprawled haphazardly across the ground, their flesh torn and bloodied, staining the once pristine snow. A few remaining wolves, having survived, struggled to rise from the ground. Upon glimpsing the menacing clouds above, instinctual trepidation gripped them, and they turned to flee. Zhizhi, with her back to them, extended her hand coldly, and the spiritual energy emanating from her palm transformed into ethereal threads, ensnaring their necks tightly. As they struggled, she twisted fiercely, the sound of cracking bones echoing in the air. The several demonic wolves, tongues lolling and eyes rolling, tilted their heads and abruptly ceased to breathe. Ling Sha gradually relaxed her grip, her form slowly dissipating into nothingness. Zhizhi glanced around, casually picking up a twig from the ground. She lifted her gaze towards the gathering storm clouds above. The surging lightning resembled a colossal beast, roaring and bellowing, attempting to exert pressure upon her, hoping to instill fear and compel her to submit. A sudden smirk tugged at her lips, her eyes reflecting disdain and mockery. As she hurled the twig towards the thunderclouds, crack! A bolt of lightning suddenly shot forth from the clouds, charred the twig to a crisp, reducing it to ash that scattered across the heavens and the earth. At that moment, a figure surged forward, sword in hand. It appeared slightly delayed. Only when Zhizhi was nearing the clouds did the thunderhead react, rumbling ominously as it prepared to unleash a tremendous strike. Zhizhi tilted her head back, her expression indifferent, as her long sword descended preemptively. Boom! The thunderclap faltered mid-sound, as if caught in a trap. The cloud mass was abruptly cleaved in two, the vaporous essence torn asunder. The descending lightning instantaneously veered off course, striking the ground instead, splitting the icy surface and scorching the yellow earth black, wisps of smoke rising. Thunder! Hey, why didn't you notify us earlier about the change in direction? Cloud! We weren't aware. She just charged in unexpectedly. The first bolt of lightning. Zhizhi landed lightly, observing the clouds above as they reformed, and slightly parted her lips. Cloud! You can count. That was 1 out of 9 eliminated. The Golden Core tribulation consists of 9 stages, each more formidable than the last. The risks associated with crossing these stages escalate dramatically with each level, meaning that the higher one's cultivation, the greater the likelihood of death. Over the millennia, countless cultivators have perished during the Golden Core phase. While not as perilous as the tribulations faced by those in the intermediate and advanced realms, it remains exceedingly dangerous. Few can survive this 9-stage tribulation without a protective guardian. In her prime, she would have relished the challenge, but now, burdened by severe injuries and with her spiritual energy nearly depleted, she resolved to cut down this first bolt as a sign of respect. Junior sister. Suddenly, a voice filled with urgency pierced through. Zhizhi turned to see Xianxiaaudiobooks rushing towards her, concern etched upon his face, prompting a smile from her. It seemed she need not worry excessively about the remaining tribulations. Junior sister, focus on your tribulation, I will guard you. Xianxiaaudiobooks tossed a medicinal vial to Zhizhi before promptly sitting down in a cross-legged position. He too swallowed a rejuvenating pill. And once his spiritual energy began to recover, he swiftly formed a massive protective barrier. Given Xianxia's inadequate cultivation, he was left behind to avoid potential repercussions. Although Zhang Shuiying had attained the Golden Core stage, she too could not withstand the full force of these 9 tribulations. Thus, entrusting Xianxiaaudiobooks with the task of guarding Zhizhi was the wisest choice. Zhizhi opened the vial and consumed the rejuvenating pill. The blood from her wounds gradually ceased, leaving only a faint sting. Her spiritual energy slowly began to replenish, and she stowed away the vial, raising her gaze to the rumbling dark clouds. Perhaps wary of her earlier preemptive strike, this time the lightning gathered gradually, lacking the ferocity it had previously displayed. At last, it emitted a thin, elongated bolt of lightning as if to test Zhizhi's resolve. Standing her ground, Zhizhi regarded the fine, almost imperceptible strand of lightning above her, her brow furrowing slightly. Noticing her frown, as if spurred by an instinctive reaction, the lightning bolt abruptly retreated at an astonishing speed. It wasn't cowardice. It merely sought to recharge, for a solitary bolt out in the fray lacked a sense of security. As the tribulation lingered, with only the sound of thunder echoing, Xian found it peculiar and inquired, Junior sister, have you already completed this tribulation on your own? Why is there no movement after so long? He had seemingly witnessed a bolt descend earlier. What of the other 8? Had they fled? Zhizhi pondered for a moment before responding. Perhaps it has run out of energy. After all, the clouds have just dispersed. It will likely take some time to rebuild its charge. As if to affirm their conversation, the sky suddenly split open, a white fissure appearing. With a crack, a tremendous bolt of lightning made its grand entrance, hurtling forth from that gap directly towards Zhizhi. Without emerging from the storm clouds, Xian, taken aback, did not dwell on it further, focusing intently on safeguarding Zhizhi. A lightning bolt the thickness of an adult's arm crackled as it descended upon Zhizhi's head, carrying with it a hint of irritation. Zhizhi stood resolutely in place, refusing to dodge. Gripping the hilt of her sword, she lifted her gaze, her cold, piercing stare locking onto the bolt. The lightning, seemingly unprepared for her sudden attention, skidded midair, instinctively veering off course and grazing past her hair. That was close. It nearly struck her. Sang Zhizhi. She did not flee. Why did it? Qi Yin watched this scene, his expression a mixture of surprise and complexity as he looked skyward. This should, perhaps, be considered the second bolt? Such occurrences were not unprecedented. During the Foundation establishment phase, Sang Zhizhi had ascended unexpectedly. Before they could report to their master for protection, she had already traversed all her tribulations. This speed shattered the records of cultivators undergoing Foundation establishment in the realm of immortal cultivation. In retrospect, it seemed that Sang Zhizhi had always been favored by the heavenly laws. Typically, the punitive lightning would bypass her, never striking her with full force. The system observed this scene with silent disdain. Favor? The favored child of the heavens is undoubtedly the male lead. How could there be any fondness for Sang Zhizhi? The antagonist? What was evident was fear. Out of caution, it refrained from attacking. Out of fear, it acted with trepidation. The system could not help but glance at Sang Zhizhi again, feeling increasingly apprehensive the more it understood her. Simultaneously, it grew curious. Could a mere antagonist, feared even by the heavenly laws, truly be outmatched by the male lead? Chapter 61, Teaching by Example. Boom. Another resounding crash erupted. To the uninformed, it might seem an extraordinarily fierce storm. However, above, only the sound of thunder resonated, with no sign of lightning. Sang Zhizhi looked up at the ominous clouds overhead. The night pitch black, her brow furrowing slightly in annoyance. Why did it feel so sluggish? Perhaps sensing her impatience, the rift in the sky suddenly tore wider. With an overwhelming force, the lightning spiraled forth, as if capable of annihilating the very heavens, enveloping the entire mountain range. The air thickened with the scent of death. All demonic creatures halted their assaults, transfixed by the oppressive aura emanating from the stormy sky, trembling slightly. Even the onlookers paused, weapons in hand, gazing up at the source of the impending lightning. Many among them had faced the Golden Core tribulation, yet none had witnessed such a terrifying spectacle. This thunderstorms might seem to rival the full strength of a nascent soul's attack. Some swallowed nervously, their palms damp with sweat. This was not merely a tribulation. It was a gamble with their lives. The demonic wolves of the transformation stage raised their heads, their crimson eyes reflecting a trace of apprehension. It emitted several howls, gesturing for its underlings to draw closer. It repeatedly cautioned them to steer clear of the area where the lightning tribulation would occur. This divine thunder was notoriously indifferent to the lives of others, characterized by its indiscriminate attacks. Proximity would only result in collateral damage, while it had the fortitude to endure. Such an endeavor was wholly unnecessary. After all, it was not foolish enough to rush toward impending doom. Yet, it was unforeseen that there would indeed be a fool, one of its own subordinates, no less. The scent of blood emanating from Sang Zhizhi reached the noses of the magical wolf minions from a considerable distance. That sweet aroma stirred their nostrils, momentarily causing them to forget the existence of the lightning tribulation and involuntarily draw nearer. The instant one approached the range of the lightning attack, a crackling bolt descended, instantly reducing it to charred remnants. The other magical wolves watched this spectacle with wide eyes, aghast. The magical wolf of the transformation stage painfully closed its eyes, unable to bear the sight. Ignoring the elder wolf's warnings had led to immediate consequences. This was the fate of disobedience, with such a reckless junior among them. It felt a pang of sorrow. Fortunately, the little one's sacrifice was not in vain. At least it served as a cautionary example. Observing that the other minions had heightened their vigilance and were now carefully avoiding that area, it could not help but feel a sense of relief. Indeed, no sacrifice made by a wolf is without purpose. Of course, this was also a testament to its effective teaching. It remained uncertain about how its junior sisters were faring. Jiang Shuiying glanced up at the rumbling thunder that remained aloft, her heart heavy with concern. Shun, crouched on the ground, pressed against a wound that had only just stopped bleeding, gasped lightly, his pallid face lifting as he furrowed his brow. The timing of this lightning tribulation was exceedingly inopportune. Had it occurred during a breakthrough at the sect, they could have sought assistance from their masters for protection. Jiang Shuiying sighed in agreement. Indeed, the only grievance lies in one's own lack of strength. If only her cultivation were a touch higher. For now, all she could do was pray for their safety. Boom. The thunder growled lowly. Raindrops began to fall steadily from the sky, weaving a curtain of rain that rendered the cold night even more desolate. The earth gradually became sodden, turning into a mire. Blood mingled with water, washing away fallen leaves, flowing in all directions. Sang Zhizhi stood amidst the rain, her aura gentle, enveloping her in a faint barrier. The raindrops, upon touching this barrier, instantly crystallized into ice, suspended in midair. Not a trace of moisture touched her, and she slowly lifted her head to gaze at the resounding thunder. Boom! A brilliant flash of lightning abruptly streaked through her dark pupils. The bolt finally descended, bearing the force to wither all, its wind so fierce that the surrounding trees swayed violently, leaves scattering wildly. The wind billowed her robes, her hair tousled, brushing lightly against her face, while the long sword in her hand gleamed with a bright silver radiance. The flickering shadows of lightning danced within her obsidian eyes, appearing both brilliant and ephemeral. Zhizhi moved with the wind, raising her sword slightly, forming a hand seal with one hand. In that fleeting moment, the raindrops surrounding her abruptly halted, frozen in place. An icy aura surged from her fingertips, producing several crisp sounds as the raindrops suddenly coalesced into thousands of ice needles. Suspended in the air, sharp points aimed skyward. Whoosh! Without need for further commands, in an instant, the myriad needles were unleashed, shooting upward towards the bolt of divine lightning. Boom! The forces collided, producing a deafening explosion. White smoke billowed, momentarily obscuring the scene. Zhizhi raised her hand, her fingers converging, releasing tendrils of spiritual energy. A formation gradually materialized before her, with surrounding droplets gathering to form a massive ice shield. Just as the shield was nearly complete, the smoke began to dissipate. A crackling bolt of purple lightning surged forth, charging directly towards Zhizhi. Although the earlier barriers and the multitude of ice needles had diminished the thunder's might considerably, it was not to be underestimated. Soon, cracks appeared on the ice shield, spreading progressively, until it enveloped the entire shield. Zhizhi held no illusions that this ice shield could withstand the assault. At the very moment before the shield shattered completely, she suddenly lunged forward with her sword, her spiritual energy surging, and struck fiercely at the bolt. Sizzle! The friction ignited sparks that blazed brilliantly, intensifying the heat in the hazy night. The frost enveloping the sword began to melt, and Zhizhi's gaze sharpened, yet she did not retreat. Rather, she struck with even greater ferocity. The lightning grazed her cheek, drawing blood, but she remained undeterred, abruptly positioning the hilt of her sword against the divine bolt. Qian, watching in a state of alarm, found her nails digging into her palm. Bang! A tremendous explosion erupted. Zhizhi spat out a mouthful of blood, stumbling back several paces. She pressed her hand against her chest, her complexion pale, yet her eyes shone with clarity as she gazed forward. Before her, the gentle rain fell, the lightning gradually dissipating into the misty night, vanishing without a trace. The rift in the sky began to close, the dark clouds receding, and the cool moonlight once again illuminated the scene, leaving behind a landscape marred with scars and charred remnants. It appeared that the heavenly will had condensed the remaining 8 bolts of lightning into this singular strike. The system observed the unfolding scene with an impassive demeanor. Could this be interpreted as the heavenly will's cowardice and desire for vengeance for the earlier sword strike? Cowardly, hence only daring to unleash a single bolt. Yet, after much contemplation, it still felt an unwillingness to relent, thus it had to deliver a strike to Zhizhi. The result? She remained unafraid, even growing stronger in the process. It looked on as Zhizhi was enveloped in golden light, forming a golden core, her wounds gradually healing, radiating a vibrant glow. Enduring a tribulation felt akin to returning from a vacation. Not only did she successfully ascend to the golden core stage, but her injuries were also healed, and the spiritual energy she had nearly expended was restored. Those unaware might think this was some sort of beauty-enhancing thunder. Chapter 62. Receiving a wealthy and generous master. However, not all golden core tribulations would yield results akin to Zhizhi's. It was solely due to her that such an effect manifested. If one were to inquire as to why, it was simply because she was the greatest antagonist of this world. The halo above her head shone even brighter than that of the male protagonist. Were it not for the protagonist later gathering the 4 divine artifacts and receiving assistance from the protagonist's entourage, it would have been uncertain whether he could seal her away. One could say that the final outcome was a narrow victory for the protagonist. As the lightning tribulation dissipated, the rain ceased as well. Qian quickly approached, her worry palpable. "Junior sister, are you all right? Are you injured?" Zhizhi shook her head, lifting the previously injured shoulder to indicate, all healed. Although her clothes were stained with blood, appearing somewhat soiled, Qian sighed in relief. Nodding, "Let us return and find second junior sister and third junior brother. Third junior brother has also sustained considerable injuries, and I am somewhat uneasy." Zhizhi replied, "All right." The lightning tribulation had finally come to an end. Observing the sky returning to its former state, everyone collectively exhaled in relief. Suddenly, someone recalled something and quietly queried, "I have a question. Isn't there's supposed to be 9 bolts in the golden core lightning tribulation? Yet I only saw 2. What happened to the other 7? Though he remains at the foundation stage for now, he firmly believes that one day, through his relentless efforts, he will undoubtedly succeed in achieving the golden core. Thus, he inquires in advance, preparing himself for the eventuality. By taking precautions against future uncertainties, he may find himself successfully forming the golden core at any moment. He steadfastly believes himself to be a gem of potential. His question instantly ignited a spark of contemplation among the crowd. Indeed, that recent thunder was peculiar. While it resembled the golden core tribulation, it bore the potency of the nascent soul. Moreover, it had descended only twice, a truly unheard of occurrence. Junior sister. The moment Jiang Shuiying caught sight of Zhizhi, her eyes lit up, and she joyfully waved to her. Xianxia instinctively tried to rise as well, but inadvertently tore his wound, causing blood to gush forth. Qi Yin rushed forward, pressing down on his shoulder with a hint of reproach. With such severe injuries, you ought to remain still. Xianxia obediently ceased his movements. Yet his spirits soared at the sight of Zhizhi approaching, fervently waving at her. Stay still. Qi Yin gave his shoulder a gentle pat, instantly calming him. Zhizhi stepped closer, bending to inspect Xianxia's injuries, and remarked, Senior brother is right. You should refrain from moving too much, third senior brother. Your complexion is as pale as a ghost. Junior sister, you have formed your golden core, Jiang Shuiying exclaimed, sensing the aura radiating from her. Zhizhi smiled softly. Yes, I have formed my golden core. However, what transpired here? She glanced around, but found no trace of the demonic creatures. Jiang Shuiying explained. The timing of your tribulation was perfect. The moment those demonic wolves saw the heavenly thunder, they scampered away in fright. Demonic creatures despise these tribulations, as the heavenly Tao tends to target them with discrimination, often creating challenges for them during their tribulations. This has caused them great distress, and having been struck by lightning too many times, they now harbor psychological scars. Therefore, when faced with such scenarios, they prefer to evade. If that is not possible, they will flee with all their might, desperately struggling for survival. Zhizhi, Shuiying. Suddenly, a voice echoed from above. The group instinctively looked up to see an enormous flying vessel hovering above them. White clouds swirled around its body, illuminating the night with a majestic glow as it gradually descended toward them. Several rows of people clad in white stood on the deck, gleefully waving down at them. Upon noticing their gaze, the third elder beamed with excitement, his face adorned with a radiant smile. Zhizhi and the others exchanged glances, falling into silence. Was it possible that third uncle had brought all the disciples from their peak? Wow, is Xianxiao sect truly this affluent? A disciple from the Xiaoyao sect gasped in astonishment. His eyes filled with envy as he gazed at the flying vessel. Another disciple shot him a sidelong glance and clarified, the wealth does not belong to Xianxiao sect. It belongs to that third elder. His Yuping pavilion is renowned throughout the cultivation world, with countless branches established. How could he not be wealthy? Yuping pavilion? Is it the same one I'm thinking of? A disciple who overheard gasped, realizing that being his disciple must be quite delightful. You would be mistaken to think that. The informative disciple pointed toward the flying vessel. That third elder is a disciple collector. He has not just 3,000, but several hundred disciples under his wing. There's no way he can remember each one. Such a multitude. Someone exclaimed, astonished. Typically, elders of sects cherish their reputations and do not easily take on disciples, only doing so when they find someone particularly exceptional. The fundamental reason remains. They cannot afford to support many disciples. After all, nurturing a disciple requires considerable resources and effort. And without sufficient savings, one cannot sustain the expenditure. The fact that this third elder can accept so many disciples speaks volumes about his wealth. Due to the immense size of the flying vessel, it could not find a suitable landing spot and hovered precariously above the trees. The third elder leaped down from the deck, lightly touching the air with his toes as he descended. With one hand behind his back, he looked at Zhizhi and the others. Upon noticing Xianxia's pale visage, he paused momentarily before hurrying over to assess his injuries. What has happened? We were ambushed by demonic wolves, and junior brother was inadvertently bitten, Jiang Shuiying explained. The third elder frowned, gesturing for Qi Yin to step aside, and placed his hand over Xianxia's wound, slowly channeling his spiritual energy. This is a third-grade healing pill. You should take it. He handed Xianxia a pill. Xianxia pressed his lips together and said, Thank you, Master Uncle. He tilted his head back to swallow the pill. Unbeknownst to him, the disciples from the Xiaoyao sect were already in a state of shock. I can't believe my eyes. Is that truly a third-grade healing pill? One disciple pointed at the fleeting red pill in Xianxia's hand, stammering in disbelief. The nearby disciples were equally stunned, swallowing hard. Yes, it must be. If their eyes were not deceiving them, that was indeed a healing pill. A third-grade healing pill. a precious remedy for injuries, rumored to be valued at 10,000 crystal stones. Even if one had the money, acquiring it required connections, making it a treasure beyond measure. Yet here was Xianxia, casually consuming it like a mere candy. Suddenly, they felt a surge of envy, wishing they could savor such wealth. They imagined devouring it with utmost relish, appreciating the taste of fortune, while also basking in the glory of having an affluent master. They would gladly immerse themselves among the multitude of his disciples. Chapter 63. Can serve in their stead. Under the combined effects of the healing pill and the third elder's assistance, Xianxia's wounds gradually ceased bleeding and began to heal. Thank you, Master Uncle. His previously pallid complexion regained some color, and he expressed his gratitude with utmost sincerity. No need for thanks, the third elder replied, rising and waving his hand dismissively before turning to Sang Zhizhi and the others. Where's the Kunlun jade now? Sang Zhizhi exchanged glances with the other three and replied, Master Uncle, this is all a misunderstanding. The Kunlun jade is not with that Xiaoyao sect friend. The third elder raised an eyebrow at her words. Noticing the exchange of glances between the four, he refrained from pressing further and nodded. The Demon Beast Mountain range is fraught with danger. I will escort you out. As the group prepared to board the deck of the flying vessel, Zhangju suddenly jogged forward, breathless, clasping his fists. Might I inquire whether you esteemed friends could take us along? Qi Yin glanced at the hopeful Xiaoyao sect disciples behind him and smiled gently. Of course. We are friends of the sect. Helping each other is only natural. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The disciples of the Xiaoyao sect felt tears welling in their eyes, profoundly moved as they looked at Qi Yin. The generosity of the Lingxiao sect friends was overwhelming. Willing to take them along, they were deeply touched and promised to spread tales of the Lingxiao sect's kindness throughout the cultivation world upon their return. Good Samaritan card 10086. The third elder had no objections. After all, his flying vessel was more than capable of accommodating them all. A group of individuals boarded the flying vessel, completely oblivious to the shimmering red eyes nestled within the jungle's embrace. Observing the colossal airship and the imposing silhouette of the third elder, the creatures trembled in fear, ensnared by an overwhelming aura of power, rendering them utterly motionless. Such terrifying humans. The third elder was the last to ascend the vessel. Just before stepping aboard, he paused momentarily, casting a chilling, penetrating gaze back into the depths of the forest, a gaze imbued with a thirst for blood. Soon after, he averted his eyes, clasped his hands behind his back, and leapt aboard the ship. The soul-shattering gaze retreated, and with it, the oppressive pressure dissipated slowly, leaving the creatures quaking in place. Paralyzed with terror, they watched the airship vanish into the distance, a wave of dread swelling within their hearts. On the deck of the flying vessel, disciples of the Xiaoyao sect brimmed with excitement and curiosity, eagerly exploring their surroundings, their faces flushed with joy. They had never encountered such an imposing and grand airship. Although the Xiaoyao sect was indeed a prominent sect, not lacking in wealth, their own flying vessels paled in comparison, lacking the opulence and lavish embellishments adorned with spirit stones that this one possessed. Thus, for them, everything was a novel experience. As they scurried about like inquisitive children, Huang Yueying stood to the side, arms crossed, her expression stern. Are you still preoccupied with that Zhao Sanshui? Zhang Ju observed her demeanor and knew she was undoubtedly fretting over her junior brother. His fate remains uncertain, and we are leaving him behind. What will become of him? Huang Yueying shot a furious glance at him. He is your junior brother. How can you show no concern? You possess no heart. His life or death is still uncertain. He may have already fallen prey to the demon wolves. Zhang Ju furrowed his brow, his expression darkening. Moreover, you have seen for yourself that if we remain in the Demon Beast Mountain range, not only he, but all the other disciples of the sect would also be in peril. Huang Yueying, think clearly. Can you refrain from being so emotionally driven? Were it not for our allies from the Lingxiao sect, we would have met our demise long ago. Do you think you could still stand here speaking with me in peace? Huang Yueying wanted to counter, but she found herself at a loss for words. Zhang Ju was right. Staying there would only invite danger. However, she bit her lip, lowering her gaze, her voice softening slightly. But we cannot simply abandon Zhao Shidi. She looked up at Zhang Ju, her eyes glistening with tears. Zhang Ju silently regarded her, turning his head away. After a moment, he stated, since he has chosen to follow us, he must be prepared for the possibility of death. He is the sect's eldest senior brother, not someone who revolves solely around Zhao Sanshui, nor can he be expected to orbit around you alone. Senior brother, how can you be so callous? Huang Yueying gazed at him, disbelief etched across her features. Zhang Ju frowned, about to respond when a voice filled with curiosity interrupted. So, Huang Daoyu wishes to return to the Demon Beast Mountain range? Both turned in surprise to see Sang Zhizhi approaching them. Huang Yueying parted her lips slightly. seemingly taken aback that she would come to speak with her. Zhizhi tilted her head, speaking gently. If Huang Daoyu intends to return to rescue Zhao Daoyu, it would be wise to do so now. We have not ventured far. If you leap down from here and move swiftly, you could reach the Demon Beast Mountain range in less than 15 minutes. Huang Yueying was momentarily stunned. I do not. Before she could finish her sentence, Zhizhi interjected. If you find walking troublesome, I can assist you in getting there. Of course, that would be with a swift kick. I never said I wanted to go back. Huang Yueying exclaimed, becoming flustered. Zhizhi raised an eyebrow, her eyes narrowing slightly. Is that so? Perhaps I misunderstood. She spoke casually. Hearing you so agitated, I thought you were intent on rushing back to save someone. Huang Yueying stammered. Zhang Ju seized the opportunity. Sang Daoyu is correct. If you are truly worried about Zhao Shidi, why not seek him out yourself? As for the other disciples of the sect, I will ensure their safe return. You need not worry about that. It would be far more effective for her to experience the consequences of her actions firsthand than to burden others. He had indulged her too much in the past, leading her to believe that everything should revolve around her. Huang Yueying looked at him, feeling helpless. Senior brother, you know I cannot possibly return from there unscathed on my own. When there is trouble, I am your senior brother. When there is none, I am Zhang Ju. He replied coldly. The person you wish to save is your own responsibility, and the consequences must be borne by you alone. In any case, I will not allow anyone else to accompany you into danger. If you cannot accept that, then refrain from instructing me on my duties here. Whether I am cold-hearted or not is for our master to decide. You have no right to judge. After all, he was still her senior brother. Though she was indeed the master's daughter, it did not mean he would always indulge her. In the face of greater matters, she could not act recklessly. Chapter 64. Truth and Illusion. All are deceptive. Huang Yueying, accustomed to being cherished like a precious gem within the sect, was taken aback by Zhang Ju's harsh words, leaving her momentarily at a loss. She instinctively sought to explain, I do not wish to drag everyone down with me. I merely. Yet, she suddenly found herself at a loss for words. Indeed, she was being selfish, completely disregarding whether her recklessness would cost others their lives. Seeing her stand there, dazed and unable to articulate any further, Zhang Ju's cold voice cut through the silence. Ultimately, you must reflect on this. Whether to leave or stay is your own decision. With that, he turned to Zhizhi, cupping his fists in respect. My junior sister is thoughtless. Please forgive her. Zhizhi smiled lightly. It is no trouble. As long as you two have resolved your differences. She cast a glance at the still-dazed Huang Yueying before turning to leave. For the sake of Huang Bo, she had only intervened to assist Huang Yueying. She hoped she would not be foolish enough to seek her own demise in the end. Upon seeing Zhizhi return, Jiang Shuiying hurried over to ask, what just happened? Did Huang Yueying cause you trouble again? It was nothing of great consequence, Zhizhi replied with a smile. Glossing over the matter, she glanced toward the cabin, inquiring, is third master inside? He is, Jiang Shuiying affirmed. Then, sister, I shall go in and find master. Jiang Shuiying nodded, okay. As Zhizhi entered the cabin, the third elder was sipping tea. Upon sensing her presence near the door, he casually blew on the steaming tea in his cup and took a gentle sip. Third master, Zhizhi greeted as she stepped inside, and at that moment, an invisible barrier enveloped the entire cabin. This was a soundproofing formation, preventing anyone outside from hearing the happenings within. You have come, Branch. The third elder said with a warm smile. Come, share a cup with your master. This is excellent spirit tea. It will aid in your cultivation. He leisurely poured her a cup of spirit tea. Zhizhi complied, sitting at the tea table and taking a sip of the spirit tea. The third elder looked at her, his face radiating warmth and affection. How does it compare to the spirit tea you had last time at my place? Is it not far superior? Removing her lips from the cup, Zhizhi pondered for a moment before nodding. Indeed, it is much better. With just a sip, a surge of ethereal energy coursed through my body. This spirit tea is indeed revitalizing. As always, my master's tea is exceptional. The third elder smiled with satisfaction, saying, if you enjoy it, I shall have master send you some more later. Once the tea was finished, it was time to address serious matters. The previously jovial expression on the third elder's face suddenly grew solemn as he inquired, have you secured the Kunlun Jade? Observing the demeanor of the four of them in the Demon Beast Mountain range, he had already deduced that they had indeed acquired the Kunlun Jade. Otherwise, given their reckless nature, they would have likely turned the entire mountain range upside down. Zhizhi smiled. Nothing escapes Master's keen eyes. She extended her hand, brushing aside her sleeve to reveal a lustrous jade bracelet that gradually materialized upon her wrist. Upon seeing the Kunlun Jade in her possession, the third elder felt reassured and praised. A commoner is innocent, yet possessing a treasure can bring trouble. You have skillfully avoided the spotlight. This is commendable. The bracelet on her wrist became translucent, eventually vanishing. Zhizhi lowered her sleeve, withdrew her hand, and took a sip from her teacup. Her gaze slightly lowered as she chuckled softly. The Kunlun jade has been lost to the world since its emergence, and countless have searched in vain for it, ultimately allowing it to scatter somewhere within the realm of cultivation. Master, what do you think of this outcome? The third elder was momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped her implication, bursting into hearty laughter. You little rascal, I didn't expect you to be quite so cunning. This effectively removed the Kunlun jade from the public eye. The realm of cultivation is vast. Even if they were to turn it upside down, it would require considerable effort. By the time they realize it was a ruse, it would be too late, for the artifact would already belong to the xianxia sect, and those who might attempt to seize it would have to reckon with their worthiness. What a clever maneuver. The line between truth and falsehood is but an illusion. Zhizhi smiled lightly, placing her teacup down and meeting his gaze. She spoke slowly. Even if it is false, we can transform it into reality. Revealing our trump card is the most foolish of actions. Whether it be the male protagonist or the impending battle between immortals and demons. She intends for the xianxia sect to accumulate profound strength, becoming the mightiest sect in the realm of cultivation, ensuring that no one dares to provoke them henceforth. The third elder observed her seemingly carefree smile and suddenly felt a hint of unfamiliarity in Zhizhi. In just a year's time, the sharpness she exuded seemed to have intensified, accompanied by a newfound strength and determination. He couldn't help but smile with pride, suddenly lamenting. Had it not been for Brother Jingli competing with me back then, you might now be calling me master. The thought saddened him. After the tragic demise of Brother Sang and Sister Yun, the question of who would care for the young Zhizhi stirred considerable turmoil within the xianxia sect. The elders even clashed over the matter. Even the leader of the Xiaoyao sect and the renowned healer Chun Jiuxiang wished to intervene. However, they were promptly turned away before even entering the door. What a farce. Why should their sect's girl be entrusted to outsiders? Naturally, their own sect members should cherish her. Yet, despite their quarrels lasting over 10 days, they could not reach a consensus on who would raise Zhizhi. Ultimately, they decided to respect her wishes and let her choose. Zhizhi's response was, "You all fight. Whoever wins, I shall choose." In the end, Master Jingli single-handedly defeated 10 adversaries, emerging as the victor of that duel. The third elder couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. Had he known, he would have strived harder to elevate his cultivation, thus avoiding being bested by Brother Jingli. Zhizhi also recalled those days vividly. The image of the third elder being suspended and beaten by Master Jingli still lingered in her mind. She remembered that he had even shed tears from the pain. The thought made her lips curve into a smile. The third elder, still lost in his own reminiscences, was caught off guard by her laughter. "What is so funny?" "I was just reminiscing about the past, Master," she replied. Upon hearing this, the third elder's eyes widened in alarm. "No, don't say it." Meeting Zhizhi's smiling gaze, he hesitated. "Let us not revisit those old tales. What has passed should remain in the past." With that, he hurriedly made his way out of the cabin. I forgot to collect the herbs drying on the deck." Observing his hasty retreat, Zhizhi couldn't help but chuckle. Chapter 65, Speaking Unvarnished Truths. After departing from the Demon Beast Mountain Range, the members of the Xiaoyao sect disembarked from their flying vessel, bidding farewell to Zhizhi and the others. "We are immensely grateful for your assistance. Your kindness will not be forgotten. Should you require help in the future, do not hesitate to seek us out. We will do our utmost to assist you." Zhang Ju expressed with heartfelt gratitude, cupping his fists. The disciples behind him echoed his sentiments. "Indeed, if you ever need our support, feel free to ask. And I will not decline." Qi Yin smiled gently. "As fellow sects, we ought to help one another. There is no need for formalities." His warm smile felt like a refreshing breeze, instantly elevating the goodwill of the Xiaoyao sect disciples toward him. Truly, this Qi Daoist is a good person. Thus, the two parties parted ways. The disciples of the Xiaoyao sect began their journey back to their sect, while the members of the xianxia sect boarded their flying vessel, heading directly back to their home. At this moment, the horizon brightened with the first light of dawn, painting the sky with vibrant hues of crimson clouds. A gentle breeze stirred, dispersing the surrounding clouds as the vessel sailed onward. They soon arrived back at the xianxia sect. Master Jingli had been awaiting their return in the main hall for quite some time. Upon seeing them return safely, the previously furrowed brows of Master Jingli relaxed, and he inquired in a calm voice, "How did it go?" Zhizhi stepped forward with a respectful bow, her smile light as she replied, "We have fulfilled our mission." Master Jingli couldn't help but smile, his previously stoic demeanor softening as he commended, "Well done." Simultaneously, he sensed a change in Zhizhi's aura. Surprised, he exclaimed, "You formed your golden core?" Zhizhi nodded, "Yes." Achieving a golden core at the age of 18 is an exceedingly rare feat in the realm of cultivation. Establishing the foundation is considered a threshold from mortal to immortal, while forming the golden core is the second. Countless individuals stagnate at the golden core stage due to lack of innate talent or cultivation resources, ultimately succumbing to the constraints of mortality. Even a prodigious talent like Xian only managed to form his golden core at 50. Now, at a century old, he is recognized as one of the more exceptional disciples in the realm of cultivation. To witness someone as young as Zhizhi achieving this milestone is a first for him in centuries. Zhizhi, however, felt little significance in this achievement. In the original narrative, after being possessed by the demon god, she reached the ascension stage by the age of 100, merely a step away from transcending. She had pursued the male protagonist relentlessly for 300 years and could have ascended directly, but she had intentionally suppressed her cultivation. For once she ascended, she would no longer be able to descend to the mortal realm, let alone eliminate the male protagonist. However, the male protagonist, through sheer luck, acquired the complete inheritance of a transcendent being, experiencing a meteoric rise in power, making it increasingly difficult for her to control him. However, for Zhizhi, this plot truly corroborated what she had initially stated. It was akin to the binding cloth of an old woman, both foul and interminable. The protagonist's halo was indeed formidable. Logically, a powerful being in the tribulation phase should find it exceedingly easy to subdue a mere nascent soul. Annihilating the opponent's spirit would merely require a flick of the finger. Yet, it surprisingly dragged on for such an extended period. Either the character in the book was an utter failure, or the male lead possessed an unusually resilient fate. Upon exiting the main hall, Zhizhi was immediately enveloped in an embrace. The fragrant aroma of flowers filled her nostrils, and she relaxed her brows slightly. Fifth uncle. The fifth elder, adorned in a flowing purple robe, with long hair cascading like a waterfall and features as exquisite as a painting, bore a red plum blossom upon her forehead, appearing remarkably radiant and charming. Releasing Zhizhi, she pouted in feigned grievance, sang. You have no idea how arduous my recent days have been. It's all because of my senior brother who sent me to that wretched underworld sea to retrieve some broken pearl. Just look at my skin, it's been scorched to such a state. Zhizhi glanced at the alabaster nape she exposed and remained silent for a moment, but I can't discern any difference. The fifth elder, how awkward. She chuckled awkwardly, then re-looped her arm around Zhizhi's. Oh dear, sang. You could at least feign some concern. Why must you speak such blatant truths? The pearl fifth uncle retrieved from the underworld sea was none other than the water dragon pearl. Xianxiaaudiobooks, just emerging from the main hall, overheard the fifth elder's words and couldn't help but express her curiosity. The fifth elder nodded affirmatively, indeed. The old fossil from the Xianxian sect also made an appearance, adamantly attempting to snatch it from me. In the end, I simply kicked him into the sea, and he couldn't even rise again. She lifted her chin, exuding a sense of pride. Want to compete with her? He ought to return and cultivate for a few hundred more years. Speaking of which, Xianyan, I have recently concocted quite a few potent poisons. You must assist me in testing their efficacy one of these days. Remembering something, she turned to Xianyan, her smile radiant. The fifth elder typically had few interests outside of alchemy, but she was particularly passionate about poison making. Aware of Xianyan's fondness for dissecting demonic creatures, she frequently brought him poisons for experimentation, such as the bone-dissolving powder, colorless and tasteless. It was perfect for erasing evidence. Xianyan, upon hearing this, beamed with delight, clasping his fists towards her. Thank you, fifth uncle. The fifth elder waved her hand dismissively. It's nothing. Well then, I must report back to my senior brother. I'll bring you all to the underworld sea to fish another time. With that, she released Zhizhi's arm, waved goodbye to the group, and strode directly into the grand hall. Xianxia observed the fifth elder's retreating figure with a sigh. I truly envy fifth uncle. She gets to roam freely throughout the cultivation world. Xianxiaaudiobooks chuckled. Junior brother, you must strive diligently and cultivate earnestly to attain the same level of mastery as fifth uncle. Then, you too can descend the mountain and wander about like her. At her words, Xianxia's expression fell. What? Fifth uncle is already at the void refinement stage. To catch up with her, I would need to toil for at least several hundred more years. Then continue to work hard, Xianyan advised, passing by him and patting his shoulder with a serious tone. Zhizhi could not help but smile. If senior brother feels his training is insufficient, we can always increase the workload. Upon hearing this, Xianxia immediately perked up, shaking his head vigorously like a bobblehead. No. This is just fine as it is. Increase the training? I would surely perish. Since that's settled, let us head to the Tianxian peak, Zhizhi proposed. All right, Xianxia instinctively replied, but his realization dawned upon him. He widened his eyes and was about to refuse when he saw Zhizhi gazing at him with an exceptionally gentle smile, tilting her head. He immediately wilted under her gaze, obediently swallowing his words. Okay, fine. Jiang Shuiying stifled a laugh, covering her mouth. Senior sister, you must join us as well. Jiang Shuiying's smile instantly froze, pointing at herself. Me? Am I? Sang Zhizhi nodded with a smile. Yes. Sensing the situation was amiss, Xianxian stealthily took a step forward, intending to slip away quietly, only to be called back by Sang Zhiji's soft voice from behind. Senior brother, where are you going? Xianxian halted, his movements stiffening as he turned around, trying to maintain a gentle smile. I think I should sit this one out? Chapter 66. Rest? What rest? Let us get to work. Seeing this, Xianxia hurriedly stepped forward and grasped Xianxian's arm, fearing he would flee. Senior brother, we are family. We must stick together. How can we be missing you? The more, the merrier during training. At least it won't be so lonely. Senior brother, you cannot escape. Xianxian smiled awkwardly, attempting to break free from Xianxia's grasp, yet found himself ensnared and unable to escape. Ultimately, he cast a wry glance at Sang Zhizhi and surrendered to the situation. Meanwhile, the treasure-seeking mouse curled up in the backpack silently sighed in relief. Thankfully, none of this concerned it. It only needed to eat and sleep peacefully each day. However, the very next second, Xianxia exclaimed, "Oh, by the way, let's take that little mouse along too. It's so plump, it could certainly use some exercise." Treasure-seeking mouse. Are you a devil? Am I not adorable like this? What do I need to lose weight for? Yet, in front of the others, it had no voice to protest. In the end, it could only reluctantly join in. Thus, the 4 individuals and 1 mouse embarked on their grueling, devilish training regime. Those traversing Tianxian Peak on their swords could hear the woeful wails and frenzied screams echoing daily, coupled with the overcast sky and the occasional rumble of thunder. The scene appeared particularly eerie. Those unaware would assume that vengeful spirits roamed the area. Consequently, tales of malevolent spirits haunting Tianxian Peak spread throughout the sect, and no one dared to pass through there again. Eventually, it was the esteemed Master Jing Li who personally dispelled the rumors, clarifying that Sang Zhizhi and her companions were diligently refining their skills on Tianxian Peak. Upon hearing this, the others were filled with emotion. Their senior brother's exceptional talent, paired with such unwavering dedication, only served to highlight their own inadequacies. It is not the talent that is feared, but rather the combination of talent and relentless ambition. Could it be that they were preparing for the ghostly secret realm? As someone recalled this, they could not help but voice it aloud. At that, everyone trembled in shock. The ghostly secret realm had limited slots, and a year from now would be the sect's minor competition, during which candidates for the realm would be selected. If they did not strive now, when would they? Today, I shall not venture to the mundane world to see those lanterns. I shall return to cultivate. Enough with the resting. Back to sword training. From today onward, I shall close my doors to guests for 3 months of intense seclusion. Do not disturb me. As long as I do not collapse from the grind, I shall push myself to the limit. The foolish bird has already flown back. How can I afford to stagnate? The disciples ran faster than ever, each fearing that someone else might surpass them. Watching the dispersing crowd, Master Jing Li and the elders exchanged silent glances, both wordlessly astonished. From that point onward, Lingxiao's sect found itself enveloped in an unusual tranquility and peace. Looking across the entire sect, it was eerily quiet, with no one raising their voices, except for the ghostly howls and wails from Tianxian Peak. The disciples were either in their own caves in seclusion or meditating beneath waterfalls, finding even a single word too taxing to utter. The sect thus fell into a state of silence, with few daring to wander. Even the elders found this newfound diligence surprising. Were they not always lamenting the harshness of training and demanding ample rest? Why were they now so obedient? However, upon reflection, the diligent efforts of the disciples were indeed a positive aspect, and thus they smiled with a sense of contentment. Yet, this was merely their present sentiment. It was only in the ensuing months that they would comprehend the true horror of this phenomenon. "Oh, please take this to the mortal realm," instructed the 3rd elder, gesturing toward the envelope on the tea table, addressing one of his disciples. To his surprise, the typically obedient Ao appeared troubled. "Master, could you perhaps ask someone else to deliver it? I have yet to grasp that spell, and I must seize every moment to practice. If I delay, I risk being surpassed by others." The 3rd elder paused, a hint of appreciation illuminating his expression. "Your dedication is commendable and worthy of recognition. Since this letter is not of utmost importance, I shall find another to send it." Ao's face brightened, and he bowed deeply before hastily making his way back. After so many days, he was determined to stay up late to master it. Observing Ao's hurried retreat, the 3rd elder shook his head with a wry smile, reflecting on how self-motivated his disciples had become. With a disciple like this, what more could a teacher desire? "Very well, let him be. Aki, come to my hall. I have matters for you to attend to." The 3rd elder paused before conveying a message to another disciple. To his astonishment, Aki, who usually responded promptly, now hesitated. Master, could you delegate this task to someone else? The third elder furrowed his brow. Why? I have secluded myself atop Xianxia Peak, sealing the exit with a stone door, and cannot emerge at this time. Do you require my assistance? Aki quickly replied, no need, master. My intention is to demonstrate my resolve in pursuing cultivation. Once the 1st of March arrives, the stone door will automatically open. The third elder found himself momentarily at a loss for words. After a long pause, he finally said, very well, I shall ask others. Aki's face lit up with joy. Thank you, master. As the third elder concluded the conversation, he gazed at the envelope on the tea table, filled with complex emotions. After some contemplation, he sought out a third disciple. This particular disciple was notoriously lax in his cultivation, often appearing nonchalant, which caused the elder considerable concern. Ape, could you assist me by delivering this? Before he could finish, an urgent voice interrupted. Master, I am currently exercising. Is there something you need? Ape shifted hands, performing push-ups on the ground. Never mind, the third elder replied. If there is nothing else, then I shall continue my training. All right. The third elder remained momentarily stunned, realizing that of his 800 disciples, none could be summoned. Unwilling to accept defeat, he prepared to call upon a fourth disciple, only to discover that this one was too far away to communicate with. Frowning, he expanded his spiritual sense to locate the disciple, only to find him struggling up a snowy mountain, a massive stone on his back. Teeth gritted as he ascended with great effort. Snowflakes danced above, and sweat poured down his face, veins bulging on his forehead. Forget it. I'll have Agwe deliver the letter instead, the third elder murmured, retracting his spiritual sense and sighing heavily at the envelope on the tea table. He could have sent a paper crane, but to prevent it from being obliterated by the barrier en route, he decided that a personal delivery was necessary. Yet, he had not anticipated that his disciples would be so utterly engrossed in their cultivation. He felt reluctant to disturb them. Chapter 67. The master says we must not speak to strangers. Master, look quickly. We have arrived at Xianxia sect. At the foot of Xianxia sect, a youthful herbalist, around 15 years of age, pointed excitedly at the sect's entrance obscured by clouds, his cheeks flushed with enthusiasm. Xianxiaaudiobooks raised his gaze toward the misty entrance and wiped the sweat from his forehead, saying, let us go. The two ascended the mountain, and upon reaching the seemingly deserted entrance, they exchanged bewildered glances. The herbalist, filled with curiosity, tiptoed forward, eager to see if anyone was inside. When suddenly an invisible barrier of spiritual energy flared to life, forcefully repelling him. The herbalist fell backward, landing painfully on the ground, rubbing his sore backside. He looked up at the shimmering barrier and, with a pained expression, asked, Master, there is not even a soul here. How shall we enter? Xianxiaaudiobooks remained silent, his gaze fixed on the energy barrier, a sense of doubt creeping in. Had he arrived too late, only to find Xianxia sect destroyed? Otherwise, why would there be no one at the entrance? Just then, a scream echoed from a nearby mountain peak. Xianxiaaudiobooks' expression shifted, his suspicions now confirmed. It seems Xianxia sect has indeed met its demise. But is it too soon for that? As he pondered, a voice called out, Who are you? Why are you lurking at our sect's entrance? Startled, Xianxiaaudiobooks turned to see a disciple of Xianxia sect approaching, sword in hand. Regaining his composure, Xianxiaaudiobooks bowed. I am but a wandering herbalist, long admiring your esteemed sect, and happened to pass by, wishing to pay my respects. The disciple scrutinized Xianxiaaudiobooks from head to toe, frowning as he replied, Our sect has been closed to guests for a year, and we do not entertain outsiders. You must leave. The two appeared suspicious. What a waste of my time. I have cultivation to attend to. The disciple's expression was indifferent as he turned to leave. Xianxiaaudiobooks, taken aback, called out, May I inquire who the current sect leader is? The disciple paused, perplexed, and gestured toward the sect. What sort of question is that? Our leader is, of course, Master Jingli. Claiming to hold long-standing admiration, yet unaware of their leader's identity, Xianxiaaudiobooks found the situation peculiar. It appeared that the sect had not yet faced destruction. Master speaks kindly to you? Why such a demeanor? The herbalist, vexed, interjected. Xianxiaaudiobooks cast a sidelong glance at him and whispered sternly, Xianyu, do not be rude. Yet, Master, Xianyu pouted, glancing at the disciple, clearly dissatisfied. Xianxiaaudiobooks' expression darkened, and his tone sharpened, Xianyu. Immediately, Xianyu shrank back, lowering his head and refraining from further protest. I apologize. Our master has instructed us not to converse freely with strangers. The Xianxia sect disciple observed their interaction with a stoic expression, stating, The words I have spoken thus far are already against the master's orders. I can say no more. Our sect does not entertain outsiders, especially not strangers. If you insist on waiting here, you may do so. I have matters to attend to and cannot accompany you. Such a delay had cost him a quarter of an hour. Time is priceless, and even a quarter of an hour could allow him to peruse several pages of spell scrolls. He should never have passed by here today, wasting so much precious time for no reason. With a silent lament of misfortune, he hastily departed. Xianxiaaudiobooks observed his hurried demeanor, feeling an increasing sense of perplexity. What on earth had transpired within Lingxi's sect over the past year? How had matters escalated to the point of closing their doors to visitors? The apparent anxiety of the disciple suggested that something significant must have occurred internally. Master, have you perhaps forgotten something? Xianyu timidly reminded him, noticing his deep contemplation. Suddenly, Xianxiaaudiobooks snapped back to reality. Indeed, he had come specifically to meet Wang Miao. Had he known earlier, he would have inquired about Wang Miao's whereabouts from that disciple. A look of chagrin crossed his face. Observing his distress, Xianyu softly suggested, "Why don't we wait here a little longer? Perhaps the person you wish to meet will show up." That made sense. After a brief consideration, Xianxiaaudiobooks nodded. "Very well, let us wait here." The master and disciple unfurled the grass mat they had prepared earlier and sat cross-legged at the entrance of Lingxi's sect. "Master, I'm so hungry." Xianyu lamented after sitting for an hour without sight of anyone. Having traveled such a long distance, he was already famished. As he was still in the qi refining stage and had yet to begin fasting, he needed food to sustain his physical vitality. Xianxiaaudiobooks, seated calmly on the mat, reassured him with a serene expression, "Just bear with it a little longer. Once we find that person, you won't have to endure this hunger any longer." Xianyu, on the verge of tears from hunger, nodded in silence. He gazed intently towards the sect, hoping that the friend his master spoke of would soon appear. Thus, they waited from day until night, the sun sinking below the horizon and the moon illuminating the sky. Yet, still no one passed through the gates. Xianyu's eyelids grew heavy, his head bobbing as he struggled to stay awake. "So sleepy," he murmured. Xianxiaaudiobooks remained seated, his hands resting on his knees. Unmoving as a mountain, his gaze fixed steadily on the entrance. "Master, is there really no one inside?" Xianyu asked, waking from a brief nap to find his master still in deep concentration. He rubbed his sleepy eyes in confusion. After a moment's silence, he called out again, "Master?" Xianxiaaudiobooks continued to ignore him. Xianyu, fighting to maintain his awareness, could not help but poke Xianxiaaudiobooks' shoulder. To his astonishment, his master remained utterly still, showing no sign of response. Taken aback, Xianyu quickly stood and rushed to inspect Xianxiaaudiobooks' condition. He discovered that Xianxiaaudiobooks had inadvertently closed his eyes, his body maintaining a meditative posture. Cautiously, Xianyu extended a finger to check his master's breath. Thankfully, it was steady. He was still alive. Xianyu sighed in relief, but then realized, had his master also fallen asleep? No, that couldn't be right. His master must be in a deep meditation, comprehending profound mysteries. Truly, his master was remarkable, never constrained by his surroundings, able to cultivate and enlighten himself at any moment. Xianyu felt a surge of understanding. He slowed his steps, quietly returning to his original spot, careful not to disturb his master's mystical state. Chapter 68, The Mouse Holds Grudges. Ah, it has finally come to an end. Xianyu's stomach growled loudly, startling him into awareness. For a moment, he forgot that his master was still meditating, and in his excitement, he vigorously shook Xianxiaaudiobooks. "Master, someone is coming." After waiting so long, someone was finally here. It was a momentous occasion indeed. Xianxiaaudiobooks, abruptly awakened from a deep slumber, nearly jumped out of his skin. He blinked his still drowsy eyes, his tone tinged with annoyance. "What is it?" Only then did Xianyu remember he had disturbed his master. He quickly withdrew his hand, lowering his head in apology. "Master, I'm sorry, but it seems someone is approaching." He pointed ahead, still looking down. Xianxiaaudiobooks instantly became alert, and in his excitement, attempted to rise. However, he soon realized that his legs had gone numb from sitting too long. As he leaned against his waist, adopting a rather awkward posture, Xianyu called out in confusion, "Master?" "No, it's nothing." Xianxiaaudiobooks feigned calmness as he settled back down, striving to maintain an air of indifference. After all, someone was merely arriving. What was there to be so excited about? Xianyu observed, "If I am not mistaken, it seemed you were quite agitated just now." Xianxiaaudiobooks coughed lightly to mask his embarrassment, adopting a more authoritative demeanor as a master. "Why don't you go and ask them?" Nodding, Xianyu stood and walked toward the gate of the sect. From a distance, he spotted several figures and joyfully leapt, waving to them. "Hey, people over there." Xianxiaaudiobooks stretched lazily, hearing what sounded like someone calling them, and paused to look towards the entrance. "Did I hear wrong?" It sounded like someone was speaking. Jiang Shuiying, walking ahead, perked up at his words, but after listening intently, she heard nothing and responded with confusion. "There's no sound." "Perhaps you misheard, junior brother." "Maybe. I might be imagining things after all the training." Xianxiaaudiobooks shrugged it off, continuing onward. "Let us go. It's time to rest." The treasure-seeking mouse, clutching a fruit, waddled along behind them, savoring its hard-earned reward. This was a limited edition fruit, and it intended to relish every bite. Seeing that the individuals inside were leaving, Xianyu felt a pang of confusion and turned back to Shi. Master, what should we do? Shi, vexed at the situation, reprimanded, speak louder. It's one thing to talk softly like cotton normally, but now you're calling out like a whisper. It's truly exasperating. If I weren't concerned about maintaining a master's dignity, I would have called out myself. Xianyu nodded, turned around, and yelled with all his might, "Hey, people over there." Xianxia and his companions had already walked too far to hear him. However, the treasure-seeking mouse, moving more slowly, was startled by the shout, causing it to drop its fruit. My limited edition fruit. The mouse's eyes widened in shock as it hurriedly scampered after the fallen treat. After finally catching up, it bent down to retrieve the fruit, planning to wash it before enjoying it, when it noticed two indistinct figures at the entrance. In the dim night, visibility was somewhat obscured. The mouse tilted its head in confusion, intending to call out to Xianxia and the others, only to find they had already disappeared into the distance. After pondering for a moment, the mouse, cradling the fruit, cautiously approached the entrance, stretching its neck to peer outside. The herbalist-like figure was still shouting loudly, while the other sat cross-legged on the grass mat, occasionally speaking. The treasure-seeking mouse furrowed its brow, glancing at its dirty fruit. It suddenly felt a surge of anger. How dare they shout in the middle of the night? It had caused its precious fruit to fall. How infuriating. The mouse, known for its grudges, would undoubtedly seek retribution. The treasure-seeking mouse swiftly darted into the grass, placing the fruit delicately upon the ground and carefully covering it with weeds. Ensuring that it would not be pilfered by other spirit beasts, it stood upright with its hands on its hips, cheeks puffed in indignation, while its small, beady eyes sparkled with a fiery rage. With short, determined strides, it marched towards the two individuals. Meanwhile, unaware of the impending danger, Xianyu was practically shouting himself hoarse. Yet the two figures showed no sign of approaching. Anxiously stomping his feet in place, he turned back, exclaiming, "Master, they aren't coming." Shi furrowed his brow in concern. Just then, the numbness in his legs dissipated, allowing him to rise on his own. He approached the entrance of the sect, scanning the surroundings for any other passersby. Suddenly, a small yellow blur dashed past before he could discern its nature, only to be met with a harsh kick that struck his nose, causing tears to spring forth uncontrollably. Shielding his throbbing nose, Shi forced his eyes open, eager to identify the culprit, when he heard Xianyu's anguished scream. "Xianyu!" Shi gasped, quickly rubbing his eyes and looking in Xianyu's direction. There, he saw Xianyu sprawled on the ground, wailing loudly, while a little yellow hamster was energetically bouncing on his belly, leaping up and down, side to side, occasionally executing impressive flips in midair. Finally, amidst Xianyu's cries, the hamster seized his thumb and bit down fiercely. The treasure-seeking mouse spat disdainfully, making a face at Xianyu before turning around and shaking its behind in his direction 3 times. As Xianyu was driven to madness, the agile creature swiftly scurried into the sect, disappearing in a flash. The spiritual barrier at the entrance rippled slightly before returning to its original state. Master! Xianyu groaned, clutching his belly as he sat up, tears welling in his eyes as he looked up at Shi, pitifully reporting, "That mouse. It bullied me. I saw it." Shi replied, "It kicked me too. It's utterly outrageous." Xianyu, still cradling his aching belly, stood up, cold sweat pouring down his face. "Its strength is tremendous. It feels as though my stomach might burst." With the moonlight faintly illuminating the scene, he had caught a glimpse of the hamster's rippling abdominal muscles. How terrifying. In this world, even mice are deceptively formidable. Shi touched his still throbbing nose, silently agreeing. Truly, that mouse possessed astonishing strength. That single kick was enough to haunt him for a lifetime. This Xianxia sect is indeed a place where tigers lie in wait and mice abound. Chapter 69. One pat is not enough. The treasure-seeking mouse returned to Zhiji's room, clutching the fruit. Upon entering, it found Zhizhi seated cross-legged on the bed, her eyes closed and surrounded by a faint aura of spiritual energy. It couldn't help but marvel, reflecting on how even after rigorous training on Tianxian Peak, she still diligently meditated to consolidate her cultivation. The master is steadfast, while the disciples are ever-changing. The competition is truly fierce. Breathing lightly, it deliberately slowed its steps and quietly approached its cage. Just as it placed the fruit inside, it heard Zhiji's soft voice. "What have you been up to?" Turning around, the mouse discovered that Zhizhi had opened her eyes and was gazing intently at it. The treasure-seeking mouse relaxed, gesturing animatedly as it began to recount. "Master, you wouldn't believe it. I encountered 2 particularly bothersome nuisances today. They were shouting at the entrance, and I was so frightened that I dropped my fruit. It took me ages to clean up. Upon hearing this, Zhiji's brow furrowed slightly. Are you saying someone was at the entrance of our sect? The mouse nodded vigorously, then recalled something, standing proudly with its hands on its hips and head held high. But fear not, master. I gave them a thorough beating. They must have fled in disgrace by now. However, Zhiji lowered her gaze, deep in thought. Come here. She suddenly beckoned. The treasure-seeking mouse blinked in surprise, feeling a blush creep across its face as it shyly approached Zhiji, asking, is there something you need? Perhaps a reward? One pat would not suffice. It desired several more fruits. Seeing the mouse eagerly nuzzle closer, Zhiji found it rather endearing. The cool touch of her hand on its fur caused the treasure-seeking mouse to squint its eyes, gradually revealing a look of enjoyment. Suddenly, a shrill scream pierced the air, nearly shattering the heavens. Upon releasing the mouse, Zhiji's face bore a contemplative expression, while the treasure-seeking mouse lay half dead on the bed. Its face pressed against the surface as it sobbed. Wah! I knew that wicked woman had no good intentions in calling me over. What happened to the promised pats and cuddles? A liar. It deceived my affections. How could I have been so foolish? After absorbing the treasure-seeking mouse's memories, Zhiji instinctively frowned. Its recollections were filled with an encyclopedic knowledge of various fruits, nearly transforming it into a spiritual fruit encyclopedia. Additionally, there were countless dreams buried beneath the fruit-laden mountains. The more she read, the tighter her brow furrowed. At last, in a forgotten corner, she found the memory from earlier that night. Upon recognizing Xianxiaaudiobooks and his companion, her eyes narrowed. She had never seen these two before. They were unfamiliar faces. What could they possibly want at the sect's entrance at such a late hour? The treasure-seeking mouse continued to cry for quite some time, receiving no words of comfort from Zhiji, which only deepened its sorrow, with tears streaming down its cheeks. What a cold-hearted, unfeeling woman. It devoted itself wholeheartedly to her. Yet she regarded it with disdain. The treasure-seeking mouse felt a pang of bitterness, its anger rising as it lifted its head, ready to vehemently accuse Zhiji, when it suddenly sensed a chill enveloping the room. What was happening? The entire space felt frigid. It looked up, its fur still marked with streaks of tears, and discovered that the coldness emanated from Zhiji herself. The treasure-seeking mouse's tears promptly ceased. Could it be that she found it bothersome? But soon it realized that this chill was not directed at it. A wave of relief washed over the treasure-seeking mouse, as it had nearly feared that Zhiji had grown tired of it and sought to eliminate it. However, this distraction made it forget the reason for its earlier tears. Obediently, it scurried into its iron cage, closing the door behind it, and quietly began nibbling on its fruit. After contemplating for a moment, Zhiji decided to take a look outside. As she rose from the bed, the treasure-seeking mouse paused its fruit eating, lifting its head to see Zhiji preparing to leave. Master, where are you going? It blinked. I'm going to check outside. The treasure-seeking mouse's eyes suddenly brightened. I want to go too. It was eager to join the fun. Zhiji did not refuse, picking up the sword resting beside the bed and heading toward the door. The treasure-seeking mouse gently set down its fruit, treating it delicately as it whispered, "Be good and wait for me to return. Master, wait for me." She pushed open the door of the iron cage and, with a swift leap, descended. Her short legs scampered to catch up with Zhiji, nimbly jumping onto her shoulder. Meanwhile, Xianxiaaudiobooks and Xianyu remained seated for a considerable time. The bright moon hung high above, while mosquitoes buzzed incessantly overhead, leaving several large welts on their exposed skin. Xianyu scratched the itchy spots on his body, his face contorted in discomfort. Master, should we not leave? Are we truly meant to remain here as a feast for mosquitoes? Xianxiaaudiobooks was exceptionally fixated on the path ahead, his forehead and cheeks already swollen from numerous bites. He insisted, let us wait a bit longer. If it comes to it, we shall spend the night here. He had endured countless hardships to arrive at this place. How could he abandon his quest so easily? He was resolute in his belief that if he held his ground for a few days, the people of Lingxi's sect would surely take notice of him. Xianyu felt a deep sense of helplessness toward his master's inexplicable determination. However, he had no choice but to endure the mosquito bites alongside him. Who are you? After what felt like an eternity, Xianyu, in a daze, seemingly heard a particularly cold and melodious female voice. He immediately snapped to attention, gazing blankly at the woman in white before him. She wielded a long sword, her attire as white as snow, resembling a celestial being stepped out of a painting. Yet her expression was frigid, her dark, lustrous eyes glimmering like stars, emanating an extreme chill. Just by looking at her, he couldn't help but shiver. But soon, his gaze was captured by the familiar yellow figure perched on her shoulder. It. Xianyu's eyes widened in shock as he pointed at the treasure-seeking mouse, stammering and struggling to articulate a single coherent sentence. The mouse bared its teeth at him, made a face, and then turned away, playfully slapping its behind in his direction, exuding an air of utter arrogance. Xianyu, filled with indignation, turned to Zhizhi, exclaiming, "Master, it's that filthy rat." Zhizhi had noticed as well, yet his attention was primarily on Zhizhi. "May I inquire how the esteemed fairy is addressed?" Zhizhi clasped his hands in a courteous gesture, exuding politeness. Zhizhi's demeanor remained indifferent. She did not respond but scrutinized him from head to toe before inquiring, "Who are you? My master is asking you a question. Why do you not answer?" "How rude." Noticing Zhizhi's stunned silence, the treasure-seeking mouse interjected with dissatisfaction. "This mouse can talk." Zhizhi was taken aback. Chapter 70. My master is engaged. You should ask fewer questions. What are you staring at? Keep looking, and I might just pluck your eyeballs out. The mouse was visibly displeased by Zhizhi's astonished gaze. Have you never seen a hamster talk? What a bumpkin. Xianyu, witnessing the mouse's insolence towards his master, was infuriated. You vile rodent. The treasure-seeking mouse retaliated with a cheeky grin, shaking its head and tail in a teasing manner. How amusing. I relish watching you try to hit me yet fail. Enough has been said about how vengeful it is, the mouse declared. Xianyu was on the verge of fury, but the barrier held him back, leaving him to watch the mouse taunt him. Master. He glared at the mouse, calling out to Zhizhi. Zhizhi, feeling a wave of irritation, scolded him. Xianyu. Be quiet. What kind of decorum is this? Your shouting is giving me a headache. Irritated as he was, Zhizhi pressed on. Esteemed fairy, I am Zhizhi, a wandering herbalist. This is my apprentice, Xianyu. Should there be any impropriety in our conduct, I beg for your forgiveness. He endeavored to steady his emotions, bowing slightly with a respectful tone. At that moment, the treasure-seeking mouse transformed into a sassy rodent, intolerant of pretentiousness, especially in front of its owner. It immediately launched into a sarcastic tirade. If you're aware of your rudeness, you should reflect on it. Do you think a mere apology suffices? Who do you think you are, expecting my master to overlook your faults? Zhizhi was left speechless. Xianyu, nearly overwhelmed with rage, lifted his foot, ready to punch the treasure-seeking mouse. However, he was quickly restrained by Zhizhi's grip on his arm. Master, don't hold me back. I can't take it anymore. Zhizhi, exasperated, replied, even if I don't stop you, you wouldn't be able to get close. Oh right, Xianyu realized. His fiery anger instantly extinguished, but upon looking up, he was met with the mouse's smug expression, which only fueled his frustration. He was so incensed that he nearly ground his teeth in fury, yet ultimately had no choice but to take a few steps back in restraint. Seeing Xianyu finally calm down, Zhizhi let out a silent sigh of relief. He then turned his attention back to Zhizhi, as well as the yellow-furred hamster on her shoulder. After pondering for a while, he finally found the right words. Esteemed fairy, your pet is indeed quite lively. Zhizhi's expression remained impassive, showing no inclination to engage with him. Might I inquire what you two are doing here at our sect's gate in the dead of night? As she spoke, she cast a glance at the grass mat behind them, her demeanor suddenly shifting to one of intrigue. Surely, you don't intend to spend the night here? Zhizhi, oblivious to the change in her expression, continued with his prepared speech. I have come to seek a friend of mine at your esteemed sect. Zhizhi raised an eyebrow. Her interest piqued. Who? Wang Miao, Zhizhi replied, a smile gracing his face. He is a disciple under Master Jingli. I kindly request your assistance in relaying my message. Unbeknownst to him, the moment he uttered those words, the frost in Zhizhi's gaze solidified into ice. You say you are here for Wang Miao? The woman's voice was sharp and cold, devoid of any emotion. At that moment, Zhizhi was still unaware of the gravity of the situation, nodding with a smile. Yes. Oh, he is dead. Her response was chillingly indifferent, causing Zhizhi's smile to freeze in an instant. While what? He abruptly lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Zhizhi's icy stare. I said he is dead. Zhizhi reiterated, her gaze unyielding. How could this be? Zhizhi's disbelief was evident, his pupils constricting slightly as he stood frozen in place. Zhizhi observed his expression without a flicker of emotion, her brow slightly furrowing. Wang Miao's identity as an inner disciple was known only through texts. How did this man come to learn of it? I would like to inquire how he met his demise. Zhizhi still struggled to grasp the reality of the situation. He had traversed great distances, clinging to the hope that sustained him, only to be told that this very hope had perished. Who wouldn't he be shattered by such news? Zhizhi, keenly attuned to his expression, replied coolly. He attempted to steal our sect's secret treasure and was executed. How could this happen? This diverged entirely from the narrative in his dreams. How could Wang Miao be dead? Zhizhi staggered back a step, as if struck by lightning, deeply shaken. You just said you were friends with Wang Miao? A soft, haunting voice broke through his thoughts. Zhizhi instinctively swallowed hard, retreating another step, meeting Zhizhi's piercing gaze. He hastily shook his head, awkwardly laughing as he stammered, I am not that familiar with him. An instinct warned him that this female cultivator was exceedingly dangerous. Meanwhile, Xianyu, who had been eavesdropping, found the situation perplexing. Master, didn't you say that Uncle Wang Miao was your very good friend? Why are you now claiming you're not that familiar? What a clumsy ally. Shi Qingzhou felt as if he might weep in despair, turning to shoot Xianyu a fierce glare. What nonsense are you spouting? Mind your own business when it comes to adult matters. Xianyu, taken aback by a sudden glare, found himself at a loss. Pouting, he lowered his head in a display of indignation. He hadn't misspoken, had he? Wasn't he that a phrase his master recited daily? Besides, wasn't he it said that once they found Uncle Wang Miao, they would follow him to a life of luxury? Fairy, don't listen to his nonsense. I'm not familiar with that Wang Miao at all. Facing Zhizhi's icy gaze, Shi Qingzhou forced a smile that was more tragic than a cry, exclaiming, I suddenly recall I have urgent matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Yet, before he could bend down to gather his straw mat, a glimmer of cold light flashed before him, and a gleaming silver sword was suddenly pressed against his neck. A woman's voice, devoid of warmth, rang out from above. Since you've come all this way, it wouldn't be right to let you leave empty-handed. How about joining us at our sect for some tea? Lowering his gaze to the sword at his throat, Shi Qingzhou felt tears welling up. Was this really what it looked like when one was invited for tea? It was evidently a prelude to his departure. What are you doing? Xianyu's eyes widened in alarm as he attempted to step forward, only to be abruptly knocked to the ground by a rushing yellow figure. Mind your own business when it comes to my master's affairs. The treasure-hunting mouse stood atop him, hands on its hips, baring its teeth in a menacing display. Shi Qingzhou swallowed hard, cautiously glancing at Zhizhi, and attempted to negotiate. Fairy, let us speak civilly. Could you please lower the sword? Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his neck as the blade pressed closer, slicing through skin and drawing forth beads of crimson blood. Shi Qingzhou's body stiffened, rendering him immobile. Chapter 71, Move again, and you shall plummet. Where am I? Shi Qingzhou's hands were bound behind him. A black cloth obscured his vision, and a wave of helplessness washed over him as he stumbled forward, his voice quaking with terror. Upon regaining consciousness after being struck down by Zhizhi, he discovered his hands were tied and his eyes blindfolded, utterly ignorant of his surroundings. Equally frightened was Xianyu. The darkness enveloped him, leaving him devoid of any sense of security. His teeth chattered as he stammered, Master, where are you? Xianyu? Xianyu, I'm here. Hearing the familiar voice ignited a spark of joy in Shi Qingzhou, prompting him to call out repeatedly in hopes Xianyu could discern his location. Yet, before he could await a reply, he felt something ensnare his feet. His feet were suspended, and he found himself inverted. The absence of sight amplified his other senses, and an overwhelming dread enveloped him. Shi Qingzhou's face turned pale. Despite his best efforts to remain composed, his voice trembled uncontrollably. What do you intend to do? The only response was silence. In the next moment, he was lifted into the air. The wind lashed against his face like a blade, and an unknown terror consumed him, compelling him to scream in panic. Xianyu's cries echoed in unison, as if they were both being hoisted to great heights. After an indeterminate ascent, they finally halted. Their heads swayed in the air, suspended by the silk. Before they could catch their breath, the black cloth was suddenly removed, and the scene before them wavered momentarily before coming into focus. Shi Qingzhou blinked rapidly, and upon recognizing his surroundings, his breath quickened, nearly causing his heart to stop. He found himself at the center of a grand pavilion, surrounded by towering bookshelves that exuded magnificence. Trembling, he glanced down to discover his feet were bound, his body suspended high above the ground. His complexion turned ghostly pale, his breath nearly ceasing. Master Xianyu was not far from him, also hanging in the air, his legs bound, trembling in fear and struggling to articulate coherent words, his voice laced with a sob. Shi Qingzhou gulped nervously, shaking with trepidation, striving to maintain an air of calm. What have I always taught you? It's merely a bit of tempering. There's no need for tears. Xianyu replied between sobs. But master, you're crying too. Only then did Shi Qingzhou realize that warm tears had streaked down his cheeks unbeknownst to him. Meanwhile, the treasure-hunting mouse was engaged in a fierce stare-down with Fire Ming, each pushing the other in a mock display of intimidation on the verge of a brawl. Yuan Li watched from the sidelines, relishing the spectacle. Let them fight, she mused, then no one will compete with me for my sister. Zhizhi remained oblivious to their antics. Standing at the railing of a higher floor, she observed the exchange between master and disciple with an impassive expression. With a slight motion of her finger, the silken restraints binding them suddenly extended downward. Another round of frantic screams ensued. The pair, on the brink of tears, felt their hearts racing, the world before them fading to darkness as they teetered on the edge of fainting. Suddenly, the silken bindings halted, landing precisely on the same floor where Zhizhi stood. By then, both had succumbed to fear, their heads tilted slightly, eyes closed, utterly unconscious. Zhizhi raised her hand, and two whips of spiritual energy lashed out mercilessly at the two. Xianxiaaudiobooks and Xianyu awoke with a start, their faces ashen and devoid of color, their garments tattered and torn. Xianxiaaudiobooks, utterly drained, managed to lift his gaze. Upon encountering Zhizhi's indifferent expression, his eyes widened in horror, his pupils constricting. Why? Why are you treating us this way? We bear no grudge. Please, set me down. He kicked against his bindings, struggling in desperation. Move again, and you shall plummet. Zhizhi's calm voice rendered Xianxiaaudiobooks motionless. He realized that the silken restraints, once tightly bound, had loosened slightly. With another move, he risked a perilous fall. His face contorted in fear as he raised his head. Zhizhi tilted her chin slightly, her gaze upon him indifferent, a cold smile playing at her lips. Of course, if you wish to descend, I can assist you. As she spoke, she raised her hand and snapped her fingers. With a sharp crack, the silken bindings fell away completely. Xianxiaaudiobooks barely had time to react before he found himself plummeting downward. He screamed, his heart racing as if it might leap from his throat. Master Xianyu, having never encountered such a scenario, was rendered speechless, staring at Zhizhi with a mix of bewilderment and fear. Gazing upon her serene face, he could no longer find the words to describe her as a fairy. She appeared instead as a demon. With a shuddering breath, he allowed his tears to fall. Just as he was about to meet the ground in a potentially catastrophic manner, Xianxiaaudiobooks shut his eyes tightly, crying out in desperation, I was wrong. His voice carried an unmistakable tremor of tears. In that instant, mere inches from the ground, a silken thread wrapped around his ankle, gently lifting him back up. Xianxiaaudiobooks gasped for air, his heart racing, beads of sweat cascading down his face, as if he had just emerged from water. He lifted his head, his face as pale as death, gazing at Zhizhi, breathless. We have no enmity. Why do you treat me this way? Zhizhi, with a contemplative expression, slowly turned her gaze toward him. I have something to inquire of you. What is it? Just ask. Why do you torment me so? Xianxiaaudiobooks nearly burst into tears. After all this, it was merely to ask a question. Was it not because she feared he would be obstinate and refuse to speak? Zhizhi blinked innocently, not anticipating his fragility under duress. It had only been a brief moment, and he could hardly withstand it. Listen, is this even human speech? You may ask what you wish, and once your questions are answered, will you let me go? Xianxiaaudiobooks averted his face, gritting his teeth. If this continued, he would inevitably succumb to madness. How did you know Wang Miao is a disciple of Master Jingli? The words struck him like a thunderbolt, causing his pupils to constrict. A chill surged from his feet to the crown of his head as he slowly turned to look at Zhizhi, his eyes wide with disbelief. What did she just say? Chapter 72. Unlike them, I only feel concern for my sister. Did you not hear clearly? Noticing Xianxiaaudiobooks' astonishment, frozen in place, Zhizhi smiled slightly, the corners of her mouth curving into a delicate arc. Allow me to ask again. How did you know of Wang Miao's status as an inner disciple? With a gulp, Xianxiaaudiobooks' throat involuntarily rolled, his entire being tense and aflame. His gaze flickered as he averted his eyes, stammering, What are you talking about? I don't understand. Do you not comprehend? Zhizhi looked up at the ceiling with a cool tone. It seems this is still insufficiently stimulating. Xianxiaaudiobooks was overcome with goosebumps and abruptly turned his head. When faced with her gentle smile, his heart skipped a beat. In the next moment, his premonition came to fruition. The silk threads coiled around his legs, tightening suddenly and sending him soaring into the air. The silk swayed, and his entire body followed suit, wildly oscillating in midair. His stomach churned violently. Darkness clouded his vision, and he felt dizzy, as if his brain were about to spill out. I'll tell you everything. Please, let me down. I beg you. His voice cracked, reduced to a hoarse whisper, his strength waning as he shouted. TSK. It's only been 2 minutes. Zhizhi suddenly lost interest, raising her hand. The silk promptly ceased its swaying, gently lowering Xianxiaaudiobooks toward her. His eyes were vacant, his chest heaving violently, utterly exhausted. I said. Xianxiaaudiobooks was entirely drained, his voice hoarse, and uttering even those few words was his utmost limit. Beside them, Xianyu, witnessing his master's torment, was rendered speechless. Sometimes, being suspended like this left one feeling helpless. He dared not utter a word. It was terrifying. Were all those in the immortal realm so twisted? Had you done so earlier, you humans seemed to revel in being coerced into submission. Observing Xianxiaaudiobooks relent, Yu only crossed her arms and could not help but snort disdainfully. When Zhizhi cast her gaze in her direction, Yuan Li immediately dropped her arms, twisting her body. Her face flushed. Of course, I am unlike him. I only trouble my sister, making her worry. If you inquire about my matters, I shall speak openly and thoroughly. Zhizhi remained silent. The previously bickering Treasure Mouse and Fire Ming exchanged glances, abruptly halting their feud. How vexing. We were so engrossed in our fight that we forgot about this insufferable green tea artifact. They had secretly been currying favor with their master. Unforgivable. Oh. So you're so forthcoming. Yet I wonder who recently committed mischief and dared not let the master know. The Treasure Mouse rolled its eyes, clicking its tongue, and began to speak sarcastically. Even Fire Ming chimed in. Indeed, sister, do not believe her fabrications. 8 out of 10 of her words are lies. Yuan Li was instantly infuriated. Silence, both of you. It was merely an accident that I shattered my sister's beloved jade vase. How could such inferior jade compare to her exquisite divine jade? My sister would never blame herself over such trifles. Though she thought this way, she concealed the truth, fearing even a hint of scolding would break her delicate heart. Oh, and you're angry now. With such a quick temper, how can my sister trust you? Fire Ming mocked, delivering a barrage of sarcastic remarks. Finally, he turned to Zhizhi and said, Sister, do not take her out again. Take me instead. I am obedient and sensible, and I will never cause trouble. That lifeless artifact could roam freely, yet she had to remain in this secluded chamber, waiting for summons. Why? She was unwilling. This treatment should not be exclusive to that dead mouse and that lifeless artifact. If others had it, she should have it too. Frolicking and throwing a tantrum. My sister already possesses another sword. Why would she need you? Just give up. You are inherently incompatible with the master. Yuan Li glared at Fire Ming, looking for an opportunity to pour oil on the flames. That remark struck at Fire Ming's sore spot, landing a precise blow that shattered its defenses. Indeed, its insecurity stemmed from being a fire element sword, while Zhizhi possessed an anomalous ice spirit root. They were fundamentally mismatched. Realizing this, it could not help but cast a resentful gaze toward the sword in Zhizhi's hand. Why could that sword not be its own? It felt a deep-seated resentment. As if sensing its envious glare, the sword in Zhizhi's hand suddenly stirred, emitting a clear ringing sound, seemingly mocking it. Fire Ming's temper flared instantly, transforming into its sword form, poised to charge forward and teach that arrogant sword a lesson. Just then, Yuan Li's voice rang out softly. What are you doing? My sister is watching. Fire Ming halted immediately, morphing back into its spirit form, casting a pitiful glance at Zhizhi, on the verge of tears. Zhizhi felt a headache coming on, closing her eyes. Everyone, please be quiet. Whenever these few gathered, they were bound to squabble. Yuan Li instantly transformed into a caring little cotton-padded jacket, moving closer to give Zhizhi a gentle massage. Sister, do not be angry. Unlike them, I only feel concern for you. The Treasure Mouse jumped up immediately. Get away. Do not use your filthy hands on our master. Yuan Li, unperturbed, retorted with her neck held high. You filthy mouse, why don't you stay in your cage and sleep? Spending all day around my sister. Do you wish to stink her up? What a vile heart you have. The Treasure Mouse's eyes ignited with fury, pointing at her and cursing. You little follower. How dare you criticize me? All you do is act cute and charming in front of our master. It's utterly disgusting. Yuan Li's eyes went wide, glaring indignantly. Who are you calling a little follower? You filthy mouse. The atmosphere grew tense as the two, one spirit and one mouse, launched into a passionate exchange of insults, their voices rising in volume, completely disregarding their image before Zhizhi. Fire Ming watched with immense satisfaction, even preparing sunflower seeds for himself. Let them fight, let them fight. In that moment, it seemed as though the sister had become the sword itself. Suddenly recalling something, it cast a resentful glance at the sword held by Zhizhi. How could I forget? There was also this detestable creature. Zhizhi had grown accustomed to their quarrels. She knew they would not cease anytime soon, so she chose to ignore them. Meanwhile, Xianxiaaudiobooks and Xianyu were left utterly astonished. The sight of a mouse hurling insults at a sword and a person was an unimaginable spectacle for them. Chapter 73. I am the wicked which you speak of. Zhizhi paid no heed to the trivial altercation among the little beings and turned to Xianxiaaudiobooks, saying, Now, you may enlighten me. How did you come to know of Wang Miao's affairs? Xianxiaaudiobooks' lips trembled slightly as he met her icy gaze, silently swallowing hard. No longer daring to conceal anything, he began to divulge everything he knew, as if pouring out beans. I learned of it through a dream. His teeth chattered in fear that Zhizhi would not believe him, so he quickly added, I swear, everything I say is true. It felt as though I relived a past life in my dream, where I heard of Wang Miao's exploits. He rose from being an obscure disciple to gradually taking over the second, first, and third sects of the cultivation world, ultimately unifying the three major sects, becoming a prominent figure of that era. Then, as a war between immortals and demons loomed, he led the cultivators to successfully repel the demonic forces of the abyss, safeguarding the peace of the cultivation world and becoming a revered deity in the eyes of many. I initially found it hard to believe this dream, but I soon discovered that events around me were aligning one by one with what I had witnessed. It was all too incredible. He became increasingly animated, even forgetting his earlier fear. The heavens had revealed the future to him for a reason, so he contemplated seeking out Wang Miao before he had matured. Rather than merely embellishing his success, it would be far more beneficial to aid him in his ascent. If he could lend a hand before Wang Miao achieved greatness, would he not be able to rise through the ranks of the cultivation world? The mask of gentility that he had worn was now torn asunder, revealing a countenance filled with intense avarice. He spoke with such fervor that he entered a state of oblivion. Zhizhi observed him, listening to his fervent expressions of greed and ambition, maintaining an air of serene calm, her eyes betraying no flicker of emotion. You mentioned a female demoness, one whom all desire to eliminate. Do you know her name? After a prolonged silence, she finally spoke, her tone devoid of inflection. Without a moment's hesitation, Xianxiaaudiobooks blurted out, Zhizhi, I remember her name. She is the one who led the demonic army to attack the cultivation world. This woman is ruthless and merciless, guilty of heinous acts, and countless lives have perished by her sword. It is said that she consumes human flesh, drinks blood, and strips skins. A figure so terrifying she is the epitome of evil. It was she who shattered the peace of the cultivation world. As Xianxiaaudiobooks expressed his outrage, he was suddenly met with a soft, melodious laugh that rang in his ears. He was momentarily taken aback, staring blankly at Zhizhi, who had broken into laughter. She raised the sword in her hand, slowly positioning it against his throat, leaning slightly forward, a casual smile gracing her lips. Then do you know who I am? Though she smiled, it felt as if Xianxiaaudiobooks had plunged into an icy abyss, the chill overwhelming him. He abruptly fell silent, a wave of unknown terror washing over him. He had a premonition that her next words would lead him to utter ruin. Trembling, he desperately attempted to shake his head, but the sword in Zhizhi's grasp filled him with dread. He feared that any slight movement could result in his demise. Yet, Zhizhi insisted on speaking. I am indeed the wicked which you describe, heartless and brutal, even capable of devouring human flesh, drinking blood, and skinning the living. She smiled faintly, her crimson lips parting as she enunciated each word with a deliberate slowness, echoing his own words as if they were whispers from the depths of hell. Xianxiaaudiobooks' skin prickled with goosebumps. He trembled uncontrollably, his pupils dilating in disbelief. She is Zhizhi. How could this be? Then, recalling the words he had just uttered in her presence, his face drained of color, his lips quivering uncontrollably. I. Tears, hot and unbidden, streamed down his cheeks. Half pleading, half terrified, his voice quavered with a sob. Fairy, I was wrong. Everything I said was a lie. I truly admire you and have always longed to meet you. Those cruel words were spoken by others, not my true feelings. I merely repeated what I heard. You have now met me, Zhizhi replied flatly. Shouldn't this suffice for your life? Tears gushed from the corners of Xianxiaaudiobooks' eyes, flowing uncontrollably like a spring. Trembling, he begged, Fairy, you are magnanimous. Please spare me. I promise I will never again appear before you to be an eyesore. He was still young, with countless ambitions unfulfilled. He did not wish to die, but you know too much. Zhizhi remained unmoved, her tone chillingly indifferent. Xianxiaaudiobooks' pleas abruptly ceased as he gazed at her with tear-filled eyes, incredulity washing over him. Her implication was that she intended to kill him? No, that could not be allowed. Panic seized him. Do not kill me. I can still be of use to you. I can tell you much about the dream. If you wish to dominate the cultivation world, I can assist you from within, help you achieve greatness. His desperate words spilled forth, oblivious to the growing coldness of Zhizhi's expression. As long as you spare my life, I will do anything you ask. Zhizhi slightly lifted her chin, regarding him with cold indifference. What makes you think I need you? Besides, since you are willing to do anything to survive, you would just as easily betray me one day. Did he think I would be so foolish? Xianxiaaudiobooks' pleas came to an abrupt halt. He gazed up at her in disbelief, meeting her frosty smile, his pupils widening in horror. With a swift motion, a crimson blade, wreathed in flames, suddenly shot forth, slicing through the air and severing his throat in one swift stroke. Chapter 74. Next time, do not provoke me, how tiresome. After silencing the cacophony, Huaming swiftly returned to Zhizhi's side, instantly transforming into a spectral form. Its gaze fell upon the lifeless Xuanyu, displaying a clear discontent. It would not permit any threat to its sister's safety to linger. How dare he presume to criticize her? Whatever actions she undertook were inherently justified. Even if she were cold-blooded and ruthless, reveling in bloodshed, so be it. Even if the entire world opposed her, it would willingly be the sword in her hand. Silencing all dissent, the spirit of the chamber, who had been anxiously observing the situation, let out a lamenting sigh. Indeed, the most dreaded scenario had come to pass once more. Murder within its domain. Couldn't they find another place to spill blood? The very floor was stained with gore, and it had a penchant for cleanliness, unable to endure even a hint of sanguine scent. Very well. It resolved to dispose of the corpse by casting it into the magma for incineration. They would commit the slaughter, while it would handle the disposal, correct? It was one thing for the master to act recklessly, but the sword was equally unruly. Today was yet another day of cleaning up after the mess. Humming. What are you doing? Yuan Li exclaimed, indignantly placing her hands on her hips. Sister hasn't even spoken yet, and you're already showing off? If anyone is to act, it should be me. Do you really think I need your assistance, you worthless blade? Humming, with a rebellious glint in its eye, rolled it and made a mocking face. What a delightful thought. How could I possibly allow you this chance to shine? Having finally obtained an opportunity to act, it would never relinquish it to that worthless jade. Yuan Li, infuriated, stomped her foot in place before turning to Zhizhi to report. Sister, look at it. It claimed it would obediently listen, yet before you could speak, it acted first. Clearly, it doesn't take your words to heart. You insignificant gemstone. What right do you have to speak before sister? I have endured your presence for far too long. No longer could it be tolerated. In an instant, Huoming was enraged, transforming back into its sword form and charging forward without a second thought. Yuan Li, unwilling to back down, reverted to her original form and collided forcefully with it. The clash of two divine artifacts sent sparks flying, illuminating the chamber with a brilliant light and causing it to tremble violently. Why are they fighting again? The spirit of the chamber felt tears welling up. Please, you two, cease this. If this continues, the chamber will collapse. This is already the third time this month. Does my life not matter? The agile treasure-hunting mouse leaped on Zhizhi's shoulder, spreading its arms wide, and shouted, Please stop fighting. The master is angry. The two divine artifacts, engaged in a fierce struggle, halted abruptly upon hearing this. The ethereal glow receded as if retreating from a tide. Huoming and Yuan Li, in unison, stiffly turned their heads. Indeed, Zhizhi's countenance was far from pleasant. Enjoying your brawls? Zhizhi regarded them with a slight smile, yet her words were meticulously articulated. Almost serrated. Then go outside and fight to your heart's content. Huoming instantly deflated, the flames extinguishing from its blade's surface. It quickly transformed back into its sprite form, fluttering delicately before Zhizhi, lowering its head in a display of submission and softly admitting, Sister, I was wrong. I shall not dare again. Yuan Li followed suit, transitioning back into her spectral form, approaching with small, tentative steps, and averting her gaze, her voice barely above a whisper, Sister, I too recognize my error. Zhizhi maintained a frosty demeanor, unmoved. You both said the same thing last time. Both Huoming and Yuan Li froze, their bodies stiffening. Huoming inhaled deeply, silently casting a glance at Yuan Li. Stifling its revulsion, it forced a saccharine smile, sweetly purring, Sister Yuan Li, you truly enjoy jesting with me. How vexing. Ugh. Yuan Li nearly succumbed to her urge to retch. However, upon glancing at Zhizhi, she suppressed the feeling and managed a forced smile. Waving her hand and adopting a high-pitched tone. Oh, dear Huoming, you are simply too sensitive to teasing. Don't you know that hitting is a sign of affection? As the two artifacts exchanged glances, a flicker of fire ignited within their eyes, each silently expressing their defiance. Sensing the atmosphere growing tense once more, Zhizhi calmly interjected. Since you cannot coexist peacefully. Upon hearing this, both divine artifacts instantly tensed. Huoming darted to Yuan Li's side, twisting its body to affectionately nuzzle her cheek. Forcing out the nauseating charm, Sister Yuan Li, I forgive you this time. But you mustn't act like this again. Who needs your forgiveness? Yuan Li inhaled deeply, forcing out a sugary smile as well. Of course, dear Huoming, you must refrain from mischief. Let us coexist harmoniously. Who wants to coexist with you? Very well. Sister Yuan Li, Huoming sweetly replied, each word painstakingly squeezed out. Witnessing their seemingly amiable exchange, the treasure-hunting mouse scrunched its nose in disdain, covering its face with a hand. Unable to bear the sight. Ugh, how revolting, it muttered, aghast at their audacity to utter such words. Sister, look, we have made amends. We shall never quarrel again. Yuan Li beamed at Zhizhi, casually scooping Huoming into her palm to ruffle its head. Huoming suppressed the urge to roll its eyes and retaliate against Yuan Li, instead forcing a smile towards Zhizhi. Indeed, we are getting along splendidly now, and we will never fight again. Even if we do, it will be behind your back. Seeing them at least feigning reconciliation, Zhizhi's eyes softened slightly, and she remarked, "It is sufficient that you can coexist amicably." Noticing her expression ease, and no chastisement forthcoming, both Huoming and Yuan Li simultaneously sighed in relief. However, upon locking eyes, they turned away in dissatisfaction. If fighting was off the table, then they would rely on their wits instead. Should either of them err in the future, they would surely face consequences. The treasure-hunting mouse observed their simmering tensions from its comfortable perch on Zhiji's shoulder, delighting in the spectacle. It could not hope to match their strength, but it could surely whisper sweet nothings to the master. Whatever it said would undoubtedly diminish their standing in her eyes. No one could threaten its position as the favored pet. At that moment, it remained blissfully unaware that the reason Huoming and Yuan Li refrained from attacking it was due to their disdain for its weakness, one wrong move, and it could easily be disposed of. Should that occur, Zhizhi would surely harbor resentment towards them. Thus, the most prudent course of action was to treat it with cold indifference. Chapter 75. Woman, you are playing with fire. Only 3 months remained until the unveiling of the Phantom Secret Realm. In 1 month's time, the sect would host a minor competition, during which disciples would be selected to enter the secret realm. With limited slots available, only the top 10 would earn the opportunity. Thus, everyone was fervently dedicating themselves to their training, unwilling to squander a single moment. Xianxia had steadily increased their training regimen, and as time flew by, their strengths experienced remarkable advancements in every respect. Even the treasure-hunting mouse, under Xianxia's relentless demands, was subjected to a grueling routine of 600 crunches, 300 push-ups, and 500 squats each day, unwaveringly persevering, resulting in a remarkable enhancement of its endurance. Not only had it successfully shed excess weight, but it had also acquired a set of 4 well-defined abdominal muscles. The mouse was now a veritable specimen of fitness, boasting 4 distinct abs. As Zhizhi diligently supervises her senior brothers and sisters practicing their horse stance, she suddenly hears a voice from above. Looking up, she is unsurprised to see a magnificent flying vessel hovering overhead. With a slight squint, she realizes that this vessel seems remarkably familiar. It appears to belong to her third uncle. Elder Wu stands on the deck, waving excitedly at them. "You must be exhausted after such prolonged training. Come, let me take you to the underworld sea for some fishing. It will be a delightful way to unwind. I've even borrowed the third brother's ship." Upon hearing this, Zhizhi immediately understands that Elder Wu, feeling bored, wishes to drag them along for a bit of fun. Xianxia's eyes light up at the suggestion, his gaze towards Elder Wu akin to that of a devotee before a savior, as he eagerly exclaims, "Yes, yes. A balance of work and play. We have indeed trained long enough and deserve a proper break." Even Jiang Shuiying and Qi Yin enthusiastically nod in agreement. Absolutely. The treasure mouse, originally struggling through abdominal exercises, instantly sits up upon hearing this, raising its tiny paw in excitement. "I want to go play too." Observing their fervent reactions, Zhizhi raises an eyebrow. It seems they have indeed been training rather intensively. She does not refuse and nods in agreement. "Very well, a change of environment for practice sounds appealing. There will be suitable opponents available, so we might as well make use of them." Unbeknownst to Zhizhi's thoughts, Xianxia is brimming with enthusiasm. "Shall we leave at once?" The other 2 humans and the mouse are equally eager, their faces aglow with joy and relief, entirely unaware that they are merely leaping from one pit into another. In retrospect, the group would only have one sentiment. They had acted too hastily and regretted their impulsiveness. Thus, the lively group, accompanied by a mouse, eagerly boards the flying vessel, swiftly heading towards the underworld sea. Located at the far western reaches of the cultivation realm, the underworld sea is quite distant from their sect. However, with the vessel's remarkable speed, they arrive within a day. From above, they gaze down at the tumultuous black waves, where enormous sea beasts occasionally leap from the surface, sending up great sprays of water. Xianxia's mouth hangs slightly agape in astonishment as he observes the multitude of fish frolicking beneath the waves. However, he is still somewhat perplexed about how exactly one goes about fishing in such a manner. Elder Wu, with a mischievous grin, conjures a sphere of spiritual light and instructs them, "Watch closely. Allow me to demonstrate how to fish." With that, he tosses the sphere into the sea. In an instant, a thunderous roar erupts from the waters below, the waves crashing violently and sprays of water soaring into the air. The fierce winds buffet the vessel, causing it to sway precariously, nearly throwing them off balance. "Wait, you genuinely meant to blow it up? Couldn't you have given us a heads up first? We're rather helpless with such a sudden turn of events." Elder Wu, that sea beast is jumping up." Xianxia clings to the railings of the deck, looking up to find a plump fish with bulging eyes hovering directly above him. The 2 stare at each other in a moment of deafening silence. Elder Wu, witnessing this, becomes even more excited. The fish is airborne. "Xianxia, Even Jiang Shuiying and Qi Yin are left bewildered. Is this what they call fishing? It appears rather straightforward and easily manageable. Excellent. They have unlocked yet another form of entertainment. Their mothers need no longer worry about them feeling lonely or out of place. Zhizhi, however, had anticipated this outcome. Elder Wu has always had a penchant for unconventional activities, particularly those that involve a thrill. He not only seeks his own excitement, but also delights in dragging others along for the ride. His motto is to ensure everyone shares in the fun, leaving no one behind. So resting? Quite impossible. Kayer, quickly, use your sword to prod that fish. Tonight, we feast on grilled fish skewers. Unlike Xianxia's astonishment, Elder Wu appears particularly animated, shouting at him to utilize his sword. Xianxia glances down at his somewhat slender spiritual sword, then raises his gaze to the enormous fish that has landed on the deck, measuring several meters wide and tall, falling into a momentary silence. How is he supposed to skewer that? Oh, Sang is quite adept. Precisely like that. Suddenly, he hears Elder Wu's praise. Following the voice, he sees Zhizhi effortlessly wielding her sword, which is firmly embedded in the body of a colossal sea beast. Xianxia turns to look at the fish, which shares a silent exchange of glances with him. Its eyes suddenly turn a fierce crimson, revealing 2 rows of sharp, white teeth. After a few seconds of contemplation, Xianxia envelopes his sword in spiritual energy and silently thrusts it forward. This fish has quite an ugly grin. The plump fish is pierced through by his sword, its face maintaining an expression of intimidation, its jagged teeth bared, appearing quite helpless. Jiang Shuiying and Qi Yin follow suit, launching a preemptive strike against the sea beasts as they leap onto the deck, accurately targeting their vital points. In a flurry of blade flashes, they swiftly dismember the creatures. The treasure mouse, witnessing this, is eager to join in. Over the past year, Qi Yin has often used it as a test subject for medicinal concoctions. Having consumed so many spiritual elixirs, it is no longer an ordinary mouse, but rather a formidable, acrobatic creature. As the sea beasts approach, it kicks off with its short legs, smashing one of their eyes, then swiftly spins around, delivering a stylish flying kick that sends the creature back into the sea. As fellow beasts, it feels a tad merciful to help them return to the water. This place is filled with oddities, unfit for their kind. The initial wave of sea beasts is swiftly dealt with. Perhaps due to the shallow waters of the underworld sea, the beasts they encounter are generally of low cultivation, making their defeat relatively effortless. However, Elder Wu still yearns for more excitement. She glances back at the pile of sea beast corpses on the deck, her lips curling into an eager smile. Shall we venture deeper into the underworld sea? We could use these low-tier beast corpses as bait. Surely, we can lure out a larger fish. Xianxia, Jiang Shuiying, and Qi Yin. Woman, you are playing with fire. Unfazed by her suggestion, Elder Wu, brimming with enthusiasm, clenches her fists and gestures forward. Let us go. Xianxia and the others feel a sense of helplessness at her impulsiveness. Wait, Elder. You're really going just like that? Truly, you are a person of action. At this, Jiang Shuiying suddenly recalls something and turns to Xianxia. Junior brother. Didn't you once express envy for Elder Wu's spontaneous nature? How do you feel about it now? Xianxia replies, Sister, can we not bring up past matters? Those are the sins of youth that require a lifetime to atone for. He is frustrated. Junior sister, you get along quite well with Elder Wu. Perhaps you could persuade her? Jiang Shuiying looks toward Zhizhi with hopeful eyes. Zhizhi remains unperturbed, smiling gently. Elder Wu is always so lively. Since we are here to accompany her, we should naturally go along with her wishes. As they arrived, the senior brothers and sisters might as well indulge in some leisure time with the fifth elder. It would also provide a much-needed respite. Yet again, the same phrase echoed in the air. The once hopeful gazes of the 3 dimmed abruptly. They had thought themselves to be somewhat deranged, but upon reflection, it became evident that they were merely driven to madness by the rigors of life. The junior sister remained as devoid of humanity as ever. Alas, they had boarded this ship of misfortune and found themselves unable to turn back. A sudden epiphany dawned upon them. The recent period of arduous training had left them with no outlet for their frustrations. Since escape was no longer an option, they decided to thoroughly enjoy and vent their pent-up emotions, allowing their anger as cultivators to manifest. The fifth elder observed with curiosity as her previously listless disciples suddenly brimmed with vitality, as if invigorated by a surge of energy. They unsheathed their swords with such fervor that even the sight of sea beasts no longer required her prompting. They slashed with abandon, turning their catches into sashimi with great care. Their enthusiasm surpassed even her own. Youth indeed brims with vigor, the fifth elder mused, feeling a swell of joy at the prospect of companions willing to indulge in folly alongside her. The senior brothers, always so composed, seldom joined her in play, a fact that had troubled her for quite some time. In a burst of excitement, she carelessly hurled several spirit energy spheres into the abyssal sea. With thunderous booms, the air quaked and roiled, sending colossal waves crashing into the waters. The flying vessel rocked perilously, teetering on the brink of disaster. Meanwhile, far away within the sect, the third elder suddenly sneezed. He rubbed his nose and glanced up at the brilliantly sunny sky outside the hall. How peculiar. Despite the bright sunshine, he felt an inexplicable chill. He wondered what the fifth junior sister was using his flying vessel for. Surely, wasn't he stirring up trouble? At this moment, he remained blissfully unaware of the events unfolding within the abyssal sea. Only the sea beasts knew the depths of their suffering. Boss, this is bad. The humans are attacking with unprecedented ferocity. The underwater realm trembled as a tiger shark darted down in a panic, reporting to its leader. If this continues, our entire clan will be annihilated. They had never encountered such frenzied humans before. Typically, it was they who provoked the humans, but now the tables had turned. The leader gritted its teeth. Those humans possess a truly venomous heart. They intend to wipe out our entire clan, while they enjoyed feasting on wandering cultivators. That did not imply they relished being consumed in turn. This is sheer tyranny. Brothers, arm yourselves and follow me. The leader, full of fervor, prepared to charge forward, only to realize halfway through that something was amiss. Turning around, it was met with the sight of its minions huddled together, trembling in fear, clinging to their positions and refusing to budge. What are you afraid of? I am here to protect you. The leader felt a pang of frustration. The younger ones exchanged silent glances, their faces a tapestry of doubt and distrust. How embarrassing, the leader thought, had it truly lost its authority. Boss, it's possible that the above is a trap set by the humans, aiming to provoke us into rushing out. We must not fall for it. Humans are exceedingly cunning. We absolutely cannot be lured by their provocations. Fortunately, one of the younger beasts stepped forward, attempting to salvage its dignity with an analysis. The leader, eager to save face, quickly agreed. Well said. My previous actions were merely a test to see if you would easily be swayed by human emotions. It became painfully clear that only it had been led astray. Suppressing the urge to weep, the leader spoke with a quivering voice. It seems you have all matured, learning to discern the malicious intentions of humans, which brings me great comfort. The younger beasts exchanged bemused glances, their expressions revealing confusion. They hadn't contemplated such complexities. They were simply too afraid to venture out. As the bombardment continued without any sea beasts daring to emerge, the fifth elder furrowed her brow in perplexity. Strange. When I last visited, there were many sea beasts here. Why have they vanished after such a prolonged assault? Could it be that someone has eradicated their entire stronghold? Meanwhile, the sea beasts clinging desperately to the seabed's flora and rocks collectively breathed a sigh of relief, realizing they had temporarily evaded this round of turmoil. These humans were truly terrifying. It had been ages since they had seen a human. Had they evolved to such a devastating degree? They were indeed more deranged than the beasts themselves. Sinking deeper into the fray, Xianxia, now thoroughly addicted to the thrill, rolled up her sleeves and declared, "Why don't we dive into the sea to catch them? I refuse to believe that such a vast ocean harbors only a handful of sea beasts." Jiang Shuiying echoed her enthusiasm, eager to test her new sword. Qi Yin smiled gracefully. "You all are quite something. After all, they are still living beings. Since they are alive, they will move on their own. Why must we take it upon ourselves to catch them?" This perspective opened new avenues of thought. Zhizhi raised an eyebrow. "What my senior said is correct. If they want to come out, we will find ways to make them reveal themselves." The group exchanged knowing glances, laughter bubbling forth. Even the treasure-hunting mouse bore a sly grin. The fifth elder observed them, feeling a sense of warmth. After being surrounded by the lofty ideals of compassionate cultivators, returning to these little mischief-makers felt like a cleansing of the soul. Chapter 77, a bit shy. The sea beasts huddled at the seabed, frantically devising a strategy. Suddenly, one of them trembled inexplicably. Casting a glance at its companions, it quietly asked, "Do you all feel a bit cold?" The others exchanged glances, each beginning to sense an unusual chill. How strange, how strange. Even in the depths of winter, they had never felt such bone-chilling cold. Ah, look! A sudden scream erupted from the group. The sea beasts turned to see a massive, diamond-shaped ice cone hurtling towards them, swirling with water and emanating a menacing aura. Ah, plans have changed. There are hidden weapons. Run. The cries seemed to spread contagiously, echoing throughout the depths. Soon, the ocean floor was engulfed in a cacophony of panic. Those with tails whipped them in a frenzy, while those without flailed their bodies, darting away in a flash. Yet that ice cone seemed to have a homing instinct, relentlessly pursuing them. "Split up," one sea beast shouted. The group scattered, only to find that the ice cone split into several mid-sized ice projectiles, dispersing and continuing their relentless chase. As a refined weapon, they never complained about their surroundings. The sea beasts were left in utter chaos. The sea creatures, in a state of panic and confusion, collided head-on without discerning who was ahead, resulting in a dizzying clash that left both parties reeling, stars dancing in their minds. Why did you bump into me? No, it was you who bumped into me. Don't come near me. If you tell me not to touch you, why should I listen? I refuse. Amidst the chaos of their collision, an argument erupted, escalating in volume with each shout. Stop shouting. That thing is coming towards you. At this, both parties swiftly turned, witnessing the ice spear hurtling towards them, prompting a collective scream as they scrambled apart. Hovering above the dark sea, Zhizhi remained unfazed, her gaze wandering as she attuned her spirit sense to the movements below while using her spiritual power to guide the ice spear to drive away the sea creatures. Xianxia, brimming with excitement, chattered incessantly beside her. How is it? Are there many fish below? Zhizhi smiled softly. Quite a number, but they seem a bit timid. Reluctant to come out. Xianxia exclaimed, should we dive down to find them ourselves? Zhizhi shook her head, her focus fixed on the surface of the sea as she casually remarked, haven't they just come out? In the next moment, countless sea creatures burst forth from the waves, emitting peculiar shrill cries as if something deadly was pursuing them. These lively little beings were indeed full of vigor, each bouncing about energetically. Xianxiaaudiobooks, witnessing this, couldn't he help but smile indulgently. The sea creatures seemed to declare, if you wish to kill, do not disturb us. Xianxia could hardly contain his excitement, exclaiming, wow, with so many, we can bring some back for our brothers to taste. Each can have several bites. If you keep dawdling, they'll hide again. Qian, with a gentle smile, wielded her sword mercilessly, cleaving several sea creatures that leapt onto the deck in half with precision. Xianxiaaudiobooks rushed forward, her eyes ablaze with enthusiasm. Yes, if you don't act soon, they'll all belong to me. As her words faded, the air was suddenly sliced by the intent of her sword, striking the sea creatures amidst the waves. A tremendous splash erupted, and the carcasses of the sea creatures fell onto the deck, soaking it thoroughly. Xianxia's eyes widened in protest. Why like this? Leave some for me. He surged forward, sword drawn, desperate to ensure his share, delivering a fierce blow to the sea creature before him. The fifth elder, sensing their excitement, joined in the fray, unleashing a barrage of spiritual energy spheres into the ocean, causing the entire sea to tremble. The treasure-hunting mouse perched on the railing, eyeing the churning black waves, poised to pounce. Suddenly, a sea creature was forcefully thrust upward by the waves. Its bulging, round eyes sparkled with anticipation as it grasped the railing, executing a swift aerial maneuver to deliver a powerful kick to the creature's body, sending it directly towards the deck. Zhizhi stood amidst the tumult, her hair fluttering in the wind, brushing against her cheeks. The water splashed up from the force of the impact, freezing upon contact with her robes, then shattering into shimmering fragments. A sea creature, propelled skyward by the impact of a spiritual energy sphere, found itself directly above her, locking eyes with her. The icy gaze, chilling enough to freeze its very essence, sent waves of terror coursing through the creature. This oppressive aura was unbearable. Was humanity secretly evolving behind their backs? The sea creature flailed desperately in the air, yearning to return to the sea, longing to find its mother. This human was far too terrifying. Yet, its panic was short-lived, for many icy needles surrounded it, promising imminent release. Seeing the hundreds of ice needles hovering before it, emanating a chilling aura, the creature's eyes widened in terror, its tail thrashing wildly. In an instant, the numerous ice needles shot forth, piercing its head with precision. Zhizhi lifted her hand slightly, causing the sea creature's lifeless body to float upwards before crashing onto the deck. Concurrently, the ice needles embedded in its head transformed into brilliant shards that vanished, leaving behind numerous barely visible puncture wounds. The swift decapitation ensured the exquisite quality of the meat, making it convenient for culinary preparations. Zhizhi pondered casually. Shall we braise it today? Or perhaps steam it? Why not both? There's more than enough to go around. With that thought, she gazed at the sea creature blasted into the air, her sword unsheathing with a flash. The blade shimmered momentarily before enveloping itself in a layer of biting frost, weaving through the sea creatures to meticulously craft a dense ice net. The bodies of the sea creatures were systematically severed, cascading down in rapid succession, all ensnared within the icy web. As the net filled, she continued to weave the next. Before long, several enormous ice nets emerged in the air, brimming with chunks of sea creature meat. Efficiency was the name of the game. Xianxia, witnessing this, couldn't help but exclaim, Sister, you're moving far too quickly. At least leave some for us. Zhizhi grinned, her expression playful. Want some? Then you'll have to seize it yourself. Ah, sister, you're so cunning. Xianxia exclaimed in mock outrage, though his sword now moved with greater urgency. Chapter 78. When a master strikes, one knows the outcome. Come at me, who is afraid? Jiang Shuiying laughed, swiftly forming hand seals, engulfing the sea creature before her in a massive inferno, leaving it perfectly charred. In an apparent contest of speed, the trio fought with increasing fervor, their afterimages flickering too quickly for the eye to perceive. Naturally, they remained oblivious to the gleaming excitement in their eyes, their hands trembling slightly as they wielded their swords. Qi Yan, observing the spirited competition between his disciples, couldn't help but chuckle, shaking his head with a sigh of affectionate exasperation. You truly are impossible. However, he added with a teasing tone, but if it comes to a real competition, I won't lose it all. As soon as he finished speaking, he dashed forward like a blur, his sword unleashed, leaving nothing alive in his wake. The fifth elder, inexplicably inspired to compete, swiftly formed hand seals, summoning a massive formation that glowed ominously. If we're comparing, I won't lose to you, she declared, grinning. Xianxia, sensing the overwhelming spiritual energy emanating from the formation, halted his sword, protesting loudly. Fifth ant, you're being unfair. This remark did not sit well with the fifth elder, who retorted disapprovingly. What kind of talk is that? I am merely victorious by virtue of my strength. Sometimes, being excessively powerful can be a burden too. She shook her head, feigning a hint of melancholy, though her expression betrayed a sense of triumph. Can't stand it? If you don't like it, come and challenge me. No matter how Xianxia interpreted her words, they seemed laced with a hint of malice. Suddenly, the formation coalesced into a powerful surge of spiritual energy, racing forth at breakneck speed, colliding with the sea creatures and erupting into a mushroom cloud of smoke above. The corpses of marine beasts fell successively and accurately onto the deck. However, the force of this maneuver was overwhelming. The smoke and clouds in the air lingered for an extended period, the waves of energy still undulating, nearly distorting the entire space. The vessel itself swayed slightly under the influence of the residual shockwaves. The aftereffects were indeed formidable. Shen looked up at the billowing clouds above, frowning as he waved his hand to disperse the lingering waves, exclaiming, Uncle Wu, your technique is far too powerful. Is it really necessary to use such force merely to eliminate some low-level marine beasts? This seems rather excessive. Elder Wu spread his arms, wearing a helpless expression. There's no other way. This is the smallest force I can muster. Shen replied, Your strength is truly terrifying, Uncle Wu. The marine beasts that had been blasted into the air were completely dealt with by Elder Wu's technique, and the rest of the group gradually returned to the deck. Zhizhi looked up at the somewhat overcast sky, her brow slightly furrowed. It seems we've inadvertently summoned something we shouldn't have. The others turned to look in the direction of her gaze. The once brilliant sky had suddenly darkened, now shrouded in thick clouds. Even the sea beneath them became restless, with waves crashing violently against the rocks. Elder Wu raised an eyebrow, recalling something. I have long heard rumors of a formidable creature lurking beneath, but I never imagined it to be true. Jiang Shuiying's lips twitched slightly. So, you knew all along about the creature in slumber here, uncle? Elder Wu scratched his head, a sheepish smile crossing his face. I merely heard tales. I didn't expect it to be real. When I came to the underworld sea a year ago to retrieve the water dragon pearl, I made quite a stir, yet this creature never appeared. Who would have thought it would emerge due to such trivial disturbances? At that moment, they were utterly oblivious to the fact that their actions had gravely threatened the very survival of all marine beasts in the underworld sea. If this continued, they would eventually face extermination at the hands of these madmen. There would no longer be any trace of them in the underworld sea. How terrifying! The malice of these humans was unfathomable. Consequently, a courageous marine beast ventured forth, risking its life to seek out the great creature sleeping at the ocean's depths. The great beast, roused by their noise, was somewhat irritable, its powerful aura causing the smaller beasts to tremble. Yet, recalling the madness of the humans above, they braved the immense pressure and approached the formidable creature with trepidation. They wept and lamented, embellishing the misdeeds of the humans above while also lamenting their own dire circumstances. They are far too arrogant, completely disregarding your magnificence. They must be taught a lesson. Failing to eliminate them would be a disservice to the spirits of our fallen comrades. One by one, the marine beasts spoke up, forgetting their initial fear as they vented their grievances. The Jiao dragon listened to their incessant chatter, its eyelids drooping in annoyance. How vexing! Could they not keep their distance? Did they not realize it wished to sleep? If this continues, even you, Great One, may find no peace. Suddenly, upon hearing this, it opened its eyes wide. Disturbing its slumber was absolutely intolerable. Where are they? The deep, resonant voice silenced the marine beasts instantly. Was the Great One willing to assist them? Ecstasy filled their eyes as one marine beast eagerly stepped forward. Great One, I shall lead the way. With a snort, The Great One knew its intervention would soon be decisive. Those humans should brace themselves for their impending doom. Observing the dark clouds gathering above, Elder Wu chuckled awkwardly. It seems this marine beast may pose quite a challenge. Indeed, this was not merely a challenge. It was a fiasco. Elder Wu turned his head to find his disciples staring at him intently, their expressions tinged with unspoken reproach. Even the treasure-hunting rat perched on Zhiji's shoulder had its paws on its hips, looking at her with disapproval. Elder Wu rubbed his nose sheepishly. Oh dear. Please don't look at me like that. It's just a mere marine beast in the refinement void stage. Even if we cannot defeat it, we can always flee. Do you wish to relive the earlier combat procedures? Qi Yin smiled gently. Uncle, let us not wait for the battle to begin. We should run now. If we don't leave soon, it will be too late. Oh, it was already too late. Suddenly, a sound akin to a bellowing bull reverberated through the sky, and torrential rain poured down. A slender black figure surged forth from the turbulent waters, casting a colossal silhouette in the rain. Chapter 79. This is called Deception in Warfare. Indeed, it was the Jiao Dragon. Upon recognizing this figure, the expressions of the group shifted dramatically. Even Elder Wu's earlier playful demeanor vanished, replaced by a serious countenance. The Jiao Dragon, the Dragon King of the Sea, is a water beast with dragon lineage, capable of summoning winds and rains, a true sovereign of the ocean. Especially here in the underworld sea, its domain, its strength would only be amplified. Zhizhi gazed at the Jiao Dragon, suddenly recalling something that made her expression harden slightly. She remembered that in the original story, the male protagonist had a Jiao Dragon by his side, said to be the last remaining dragon of its lineage in the cultivation world. Could it be the same one? It was no wonder she only recalled it now. For in the original plot, the Jiao Dragon did not encounter the male protagonist in the underworld sea, but rather in a place of mystery. Their encounter would occur several maps later. To think she had now encountered it ahead of time. Sister, do you need me to assist? A jade bracelet on her wrist suddenly glowed, and Yuan Li transmitted a message to her. Zhizhi looked up at the enormous shadow, her eyes narrowing slightly as she pondered. After a moment, she replied, let us wait a bit longer. In the original tale, the male protagonist had relied on the Kunlun Jade and the help of the immortal ancestor to subdue this Jiao Dragon. However, this Jiao Dragon was notoriously unruly, bloodthirsty, and would not heed commands, often causing chaos for the protagonist, who was left to clean up the mess. It could be said that it played a significant role in the protagonist's growth. Yet now, she was contemplating how to handle this Jiao Dragon. If left unchecked, it would inevitably gravitate towards the male protagonist in the future, becoming his ally. This was not the outcome she desired. However, to slay it would require considerable effort. Even Elder Wu found it daunting, so completely eliminating it would likely be no simple task. Thus, only one choice remained: to subdue it, to make it willingly submit and serve her. This thought flickered through her mind in an instant. Remaining calm, she turned to Elder Wu. Uncle Wu, I would like to ask for your assistance. And to my senior brother, second sister, and third brother, I will need your cooperation as well. Allowing this to unfold unchecked was clearly not an option. However, she also understood that relying solely on herself would likely prove insufficient to tame the unruly Jiao Dragon. Thus, seeking the assistance of the uncle masters was the optimal choice. Upon hearing her words, the fifth elder appeared momentarily taken aback, yet he did not inquire further, instead asking, what do you require of me? Qi Yin, noticing the scheming look in her junior sister's eyes, could not help but smile and replied, speak freely. Jiang Shuiying and Shun also nodded in agreement. Junior sister, what do you need us to do? Zhizhi beckoned them closer, and they promptly gathered around to hear her whisper a few words. After a while, a sinister smile crept onto everyone's faces in unison. Junior sister, your idea is quite cunning. Flattered by the praise, Zhizhi remained composed, stating, this is merely a case of using strategy in warfare. The others could not suppress their laughter at her words. The Jiaolong had waited for quite some time, expecting an attack from the humans, but instead, it found them huddled together, chatting and laughing merrily, seemingly oblivious to its presence. The creature felt a wave of frustration wash over it. According to those little brats, these humans were exceedingly arrogant, and it had initially thought such claims to be exaggerated. Yet, it was clear now that they truly were insufferably bold. Did they think it was non-existent? Having lived for thousands of years, it had never encountered humans so dismissive of its existence. Though, to be fair, it had not seen many. With a sudden tilt of its head, it let out a long roar, causing thunder and lightning to flash ominously, while dark clouds gathered. A fierce whirlwind swept across the sea, waves crashing violently one after another. The Jiaolong had anticipated that the humans would at least exhibit a semblance of panic or let out a few screams to enhance its sense of chaos, only to discover that they were laughing even more heartily. The sound of their laughter was unmistakable, while the anticipated screams were nowhere to be heard. It seemed they were discussing something exceedingly amusing, their faces alight with joy, laughter echoing through the air, some even doubled over in mirth. The Jiaolong thought to itself, how rude these humans are. The noise was grating on its ears. Yet, at the same time, it piqued its curiosity. What could possibly be so amusing that they would find time to jest in such a life-threatening moment? Its appetite for intrigue was suddenly stirred. It slightly tilted its ear, attempting to employ its superior hearing to decipher their every word. Just as it was about to catch a glimpse of their conversation, a thick rope of spiritual energy suddenly lashed out, swiftly encircling its neck. The abruptness of the attack left the Jiaolong bewildered. Before it could fully comprehend the situation, the fifth elder tightened the rope, constricting it further, his expression grim as he commanded, quickly. Qi Yin and the others surged forward, stepping onto the rope, while their swords slashed downward with force, leaving 3 distinct white marks in their wake. The intent of their strikes stirred the air, inflicting painful wounds upon the Jiaolong's face, causing it considerable humiliation despite the fact that such injuries were trivial to its formidable existence. With a roar of indignation, the Jiaolong shook its body violently, attempting to rid itself of the constricting rope. The fifth elder held fast to the rope, simultaneously forming a hand seal and chanting incantations. Before long, a white 6-pointed star formation illuminated above the Jiaolong's head. The creature continued to roar and struggle, but soon found itself ensnared within the beams of light descending from the formation. However, it was clear that this confinement would not last long. In a frenzy, it battered against the cage, and the skies echoed its turmoil, lightning flashing in response, while the rain intensified mercilessly. Zhizhi stood resolutely on the deck, her dark eyes fixed upon the thrashing figure, her fingers slightly converging and then spreading apart to form a circular formation. The rain fell around her, instantly transforming into vapor upon contact, swirling around her form. A torrent of spiritual energy surged forth from her being, growing ever more abundant with the increasing downpour. The world within the rain was indeed her dominion, yet it was equally the realm of the Jiaolong. A chilling aura began to emanate from her, and she abruptly opened her eyes, the depths of her black irises gleaming with intensity. Simultaneously, her sword unsheathed with a sudden flourish, releasing a multitude of sword images that densely populated the air, all directed toward the Jiaolong. At that moment, Yuan Li unexpectedly materialized from the jade bracelet, transforming into the essence of Kunlun jade, soaring above the Jiaolong. Sensing the overwhelming and terrifying aura enveloping it, the Jiaolong's struggles abruptly ceased, its body stiffening. The presence it felt was that of an artifact over 10,000 years old. Could it be that these humans had set a trap specifically to draw it out? Their intent was to imprison its physical form and bind its spirit, reducing it to a mere slave, subjected to their twisted whims. Such malice. Those little brats had not lied. It seemed these humans had evolved in secret, becoming both cunning and disturbingly cruel. Before it could fully process its shock, the Jiaolong suddenly sensed several chilling intentions of murder directed toward it. Lowering its head, it observed, amidst the colorful downpour, a woman clad in white standing upon the deck of the flying vessel, her garments billowing, obscuring her features. Yet, it could clearly see the myriad sword images before her, accompanied by countless sharp eye spikes, which were now multiplying exponentially. The sheer quantity was enough to instill trepidation even within it. As raindrops fell, an increasing number of droplets rushed to gather around her, gradually transforming into the source of her formidable spiritual power. This human was truly extraordinary. Her affinity for water elements surpassed even that of the sea's sovereign. The Jiaolong refused to accept this. It strained its neck to roar defiantly, attempting to draw the rain closer to itself. Watching as the droplets began to gather in its direction, it could not help but smirk, a triumphant grin spreading across its face. See, when it came to superiority, it was still the victor. However, that smile was short-lived. Gradually, the droplets that had been drawn to it suddenly veered off course, rushing eagerly toward Zhizhi, as if afraid of being late, even jostling against one another in their haste, nearly causing a stampede. Faced with the dwindling few droplets left before it, the Jiaolong was momentarily at a loss as to whether to feel gratified or dismayed. At least it had not lost them all to that human. Then, in the next instant, it watched in disbelief as the remaining droplets twisted away, disdainfully turning their backs, all heading toward Zhizhi. The Jiaolong thought to itself, this is the true essence of heartbreak. It has never been about loud commotion. For so many years, it had commanded storms and rain upon the seas, yet this was the first time it encountered a human bold enough to challenge it openly. Instinctively, the Jiaolong sought to break free from its cage to confront Zhizhi, only to find itself firmly held in place by the radiant white light above. It felt as though its very fate was being grasped by an unseen hand. Yuan Li reclined within the Kunlun jade, propping her chin with one hand while lazily pressing down on the Jiaolong's head with the other, stifling a yawn. Just a foul creature. Hardly worthy of such meticulous attention from her. How utterly vexing. Meanwhile, the Jiaolong realized just how precarious its situation had become. Below is the loathsome and perverse cultivator, indulging in the abhorrent pastime of confinement play, surrounded by several bothersome spirits who intermittently strike at it with swords, attempting to disturb its tranquility. Such distractions are already irritating enough, and now, an ancient entity looms above, further suppressing it. The dragon, filled with a sense of melancholy, reaches the disheartening conclusion that it seems to be thoroughly ensnared. It is far too weak to retaliate or compete. Alas, it has merely been absent for a while. Yet how have the cultivators of the immortal realm grown so formidable? And then there is that diminutive creature, gazing at the white-clad figure standing below. It is inexplicably gripped by a sense of dread. This trepidation does not stem from her strength, but rather from the aura she emanates, instilling an instinctual urge to flee, or perhaps to submit. As the rain in the sky gradually ceases, Zhizhi raises her head to meet the dragon's astonished gaze. Her eyes piercingly cold and clear. She lightly lifts her hand, and suddenly, thousands of sword shadows and several ice spikes spring forth, as if obeying her command, dashing mercilessly towards it. In that moment, an overwhelming terror surges within the dragon, prompting it to instinctively exclaim, "I was wrong." Although it cannot pinpoint the nature of its wrongdoing, it believes that acknowledging a fault is a prudent course of action. Just as the words escape its lips, the sword shadows and ice spikes come to an abrupt halt, poised just before it, mere inches away from turning it into a sieve. The dragon inwardly rejoices at its timely acquiescence. Had it failed to speak up, it might have already ascended to meet its ancestors. Upon reflection, it realizes that none of its forebears had ever met such a dismal end. As a member of the dragon clan, its ancestors were all valiant figures, having perished either during tribulations or en route to them. For generations, they had striven to evolve into true dragons, requiring only to endure 981 heavenly tribulations to succeed, transforming into true dragons and earning the veneration of all beasts. Naturally, this was contingent upon their survival. However, the dragon harbored no such grand aspirations. It simply wished to laze about and indulge in idleness. Let others endure the tribulations as they please. Its kin, one after another, had pursued this goal, yet, without fail, they all met their demise, reduced to nothingness. Thus, it found itself as the last surviving dragon in the world. If it were to perish as well, the dragon clan in the immortal realm would face true extinction. Therefore, it must survive until the very end. Resolutely refusing to be swayed by the treacherous heavenly path, foolishly seeking to endure those tribulations. At this juncture, it cannot help but mock its foolish kin. It is evident that the heavenly path is employing deceitful tactics to ensnare them all, yet they still naively ventured forth, believing that after enduring the tribulations, they would become the kings of all beasts, transforming into true dragons and awakening their bloodlines. Yet, they never pondered the sheer madness of those 981 tribulations. Even if they survived the initial strike, they would surely perish from exhaustion along the arduous path of withstanding the tribulations. Fortunately, it had the wisdom to focus on idleness, slumbering for a millennium, never contemplating the tribulations, shutting itself off from the world, and dedicating itself solely to sleep. Otherwise, it is uncertain how long it would have survived. Yet, what it had not anticipated was that while it had evaded the heavenly tribulations, the calamity destined for it had now arrived. Faced with the multitude of sword shadows and ice spikes, it held its breath and cautiously proposed to Zhizhi, "Dear lady, engaging in violence is truly beneath us. Why not sit down and converse amiably?" "Oh, such a cultured dragon." Elder Wu and the others exchanged glances, raising their eyebrows in surprise. "I do not see the merit in conversing with you." The dragon, taken aback, realized that Zhizhi was communicating with it through sound transmission. It suddenly felt at a loss. I merely stepped out for some fresh air and to stretch, harboring no intention of attacking you." "Yes, I understand." The dragon's eyes brightened at this acknowledgement, eager to respond, only to hear her indifferently remark, "But what of it?" The dragon's thoughts turned to confusion. "However, it is of no concern. Since you do not wish to attack us, we shall attack you instead." Zhizhi paused momentarily, leisurely completing her statement, appearing remarkably understanding. "What nonsense!" the dragon thought, feeling exasperated. "Are you playing hard to get with me?" It struggled to find the right words to express its indignation, ultimately muttering, "How shameless." "Thank you," Zhizhi replied, her tone nonchalant. "Excellent. Yet another day's worth of shameless objectives accomplished." The dragon, expressionless, retorted, "I was not complimenting you. You went to such lengths to lure me out and imprison me. What exactly do you intend to achieve? Let me make it clear. I will not betray my physical form. The dragon, contemplating, remained puzzled, defiantly raising its neck in a display of resistance. Rest assured, no one is interested in your physical form, Zhizhi assured it. Why does that feel more discomforting than craving my body? I require you to sign a master-servant contract with me. The mere sound of those words rendered the dragon momentarily speechless. What a deceitful trick. And yet she claims to have no interest in my body. I, the sovereign of the undersea, would never willingly submit to a mere human. It found the audacity of such a proposition absurd. This was the first time it had encountered a human so brazenly straightforward, leaving it at a loss for words. Oh. At that moment, a light, airy question floated into its ears. The next second, her tone turned icy as she threatened. Do you think you have any grounds to refuse me? The dragon finally grasped its precarious situation, with a wolf at its front and a tiger at its back, and an ancient demon looming overhead. It realized it had no room for negotiation. Yet, the dragon remained undeterred. It had never believed in destiny, always maintaining that it could carve its own path. Its fate was to be rewritten by its own will. Could we perhaps negotiate? Instead of a master-servant contract, how about an equal agreement? It carefully articulated its words, adopting a particularly humble expression. However, its proposal was swiftly dismissed. No, I have stated, you possess no bargaining power. But I can offer you a choice. The dragon's eyes instantly lit up, hopeful for a chance to turn the tide, yet before its smile could fully blossom, it heard Zhizhi's nonchalant voice. Either submit to me, or die. The smile faded from the dragon's face in an instant. Was this not a blatant abuse of power? My patience is limited. I shall grant you 10 seconds to consider. If you do not acquiesce, prepare to meet your demise. As it stood there dazed, Zhizhi began counting. The dragon's heart raced with each number she uttered. This was not mere anticipation. It was a premonition of impending doom. 8, 9. As she approached the count of 10, the dragon felt its blood rush in reverse, and it hastily interjected, I agree. This declaration echoed louder than ever, driven by a fear that Zhizhi might not hear it. In its impulsiveness, it nearly sealed its own fate. It had fought so hard to survive. As the last hope of the dragon clan, it could not selfishly allow the last remnant of its bloodline to vanish from the world. Certainly, it would never admit to fearing death. Zhizhi smiled with satisfaction. At the moment it uttered that phrase, a blood-red column of light suddenly ascended from the heavens, enveloping both the human and the dragon within its embrace. The master-servant contract was established. The flood dragon gazed at the servant mark glowing on its claw, feeling a surge of emotion, almost on the verge of tears. The swiftness of the heavenly laws was rather astonishing, leaving it no opportunity for reconsideration. Upon witnessing the formation of the contract, Qian exchanged glances with the others, sharing smiles as they leaped back onto the deck. Yuanli transformed once more into a stream of light, returning to Zhizhi's side and becoming a jade bracelet, rendering itself invisible. The fifth elder also retracted the spiritual ropes and binding formations, turning to Zhizhi with a smile. Sang, well done. You've even managed to tame the flood dragon. Zhizhi smiled in response, choosing to remain silent, while everyone else reveled in joy. The flood dragon remained steeped in sorrow. From that moment onward, its wings were clipped. Well, it never had any to begin with, and it lost its freedom, becoming imprisoned in a towering structure. The dark clouds in the sky gradually dispersed, allowing brilliant sunlight to shine through. The flood dragon shrank in size, transforming into a miniature version, sluggishly moving towards Zhizhi, its expression one of reluctance. The fifth elder, noticing its pitiful demeanor, laughed. Is it still throwing a tantrum? The flood dragon shot her a glare. Throwing a tantrum was a childish act. How could a noble beast like itself possibly behave in such a manner? It was clearly a matter of unwillingness. Unwillingness, emphasis added. Yet, its resentment did not instill fear in those around it. Rather, they gathered close, pointing and commenting. Now that it's smaller, it doesn't look as ugly as before. Though now it has a sort of cute awkwardness. Look at its body. It still has scales. I wonder how effective it would be to pluck a few for crafting. The flood dragon. It immediately reacted, widening its eyes and abruptly lifting its head to look at Xianxiaaudiobooks. Was this a devil? How could it so brazenly covet its body? As it turned out, its feelings were not shared with Xianxiaaudiobooks. Upon seeing the flood dragon turn toward him, Xianxiaaudiobooks was elated, boasting to his senior brothers and sisters, look, it's turned toward me. It must like me. The flood dragon. If not for the binding of the contract, it would have torn this human's mouth apart in an instant. It had thought itself vain, only to encounter someone even more shameless. Xianxiaaudiobooks, with a beaming smile, extended his hand. Come here, little one. Good heavens, a pervert. The flood dragon was terrified and turned to flee. But in an instant, a colossal shadow loomed over it. As Qian grasped its neck, lifting it up and scrutinizing it from head to toe. The flood dragon trembled all over. This person's gaze seemed to want to devour it. The next moment, Jian pondered aloud. I wonder what a dissected flood dragon would look like. Would its internal structure be similar to that of ordinary demonic beasts? The flood dragon's heart raced with alarm. What kind of person was this? They even intended to dissect it. How utterly unkind to small animals. Such a cruel human. Woe is me, it did not wish to remain here, it wanted to go home. At this moment, it regretted everything. Why had it allowed those sea beasts to invade its lair? Why had it trusted their deceitful words and foolishly ventured out to suffer? Now, blissful days were a thing of the past, and it had to endure the company of these perverts, tolerating their peculiar gazes. It felt utterly miserable. Truly, it could not bear it even a moment longer. Chapter 82, the most powerful team of Xianxia sect. The flood dragon wriggled its body, desperately struggling. Tears shimmering in the corners of its eyes. Let it go, you pervert. Fortunately, at that moment, a voice intervened, rescuing it from the flames. Brother, if you hold it like that, it must be uncomfortable. Jiang Shuiying suddenly spoke gently. The flood dragon felt as if it had seen an angel, its eyes beginning to glisten with hope, only to hear her voice turn troubled. Such a tiny thing, it should be quite easy to crush, right? Her tone was chillingly casual, sending shivers down the flood dragon's spine. Why did this human seem a bit unhinged as well? Let me go? Unable to endure any longer, the flood dragon firmly declared. Oh, so it can talk even in its small form? I thought it was mute. Jiang Shuiying expressed her surprise. Crouching down to poke its head, the flood dragon remained expressionless, allowing her to toy with it, having grown numb to the situation. It had come to realize that it had now been reduced to their plaything. The more it struggled, the more excited they became. It mattered little now. It had resigned itself to fate. Its body was but a vessel. If they wished to take it, they could have it. With that thought, it turned its head away in humiliation, tears glistening in the corners of its eyes. Though its flesh had surrendered, its spirit remained noble and unyielding. No one could easily trample upon or destroy it. Oh, by the way, little creature, do you know how many sea beasts are still down below? The fifth elder suddenly recalled something, asking, we initially planned to fill a boat with sea beast meat, but we've only completed half the task, which is quite troubling. Upon hearing this, the flood dragon silently glanced at the mountain of sea beast carcasses piled on the deck, its face hardening like stone. Such a large flying vessel. And they actually intended to fill it? Truly, perversion begets perversion. Even the act of fishing was done with such callousness. Upholding the noble spirit of sacrificing one beast to spare the other creatures, the flood dragon raised its head high. There are none left. The fifth elder blinked, but I just saw a few sea beasts popping their heads up. Before she could finish, the flood dragon interrupted loudly, insisting, there are truly none left. If I say there are none, then there are none. The world may kiss it with pain, but it would respond with song. Although this situation was indirectly caused by them, it could not bring itself to assist humans in harming its own kind. Do not be deceived by its appearance. It had principles. The fifth elder, taken aback by its fervor, pouted. All right, if there are none, then there are none. Why get so worked up? The flood dragon silently sighed in relief. With a sense of tragic nobility, it cast a final glance back, steeling itself, closing its eyes, and turning back again. To sacrifice its own being for the safety of all sea beasts was worth it. Secretly floating beneath the ocean's surface, the observing sea beasts felt their eyes turn red upon seeing its turned gaze. Our master. They were truly in tears. What a magnificent and selfless creature. It deserved to be enshrined. Woe is me, dear master. May you walk well on your journey. They would never forget this kindness throughout their lives. Just as they were moved to tears, their salty tears mingling with the sea water, a chilling gaze suddenly descended upon them. They trembled in fear. Diving swiftly to the ocean floor, Zhizhi raised an eyebrow as she observed the splashes on the water's surface. However, she had no intention of pursuing them. After all, fishing should be done in moderation. If they killed them all, there would be nothing left to enjoy in the future. Thus, the group made their way back along the same route. Along the way, the fifth elder, brimming with enthusiasm, suggested, why not give this flood dragon a name? The dragon, with an impassive demeanor, stated, I have a name. I am called Obsidian. Ah, so you are referred to as Little Black. Elder 5 acknowledged earnestly with a nod. The dragon replied, are you being polite? Suddenly recalling something, Shun interjected, in that case, the little mouse still lacks a name. The treasure-hunting mouse, which had merely been an onlooker perched on Zhizhi's shoulder, jolted awake with a shiver, suddenly alert. Noticing the curious gazes from the crowd, its cheeks flushed slightly, and it bashfully scratched its head, stammering, actually, you may call me whatever you wish. Though, deep down, it held a flicker of anticipation. Then let us call it Little Mouse, simple and memorable, Shun proposed, extending a hand. The treasure-hunting mouse retorted, Do you dare to believe I could gnaw you to death? I see it is entirely yellow. Why not call it a huang? Jiang Shuiying suggested with a sweet smile. The treasure-hunting mouse protested. What a hasty and perfunctory name. Is the bond we forged through trials worth so little? Even the naming is done with such disregard. It felt a pang of disappointment. Let us name it Ah Sun. Qi Yin suggested after contemplation, her voice gentle, as it aptly suited the treasure-hunting mouse. The mouse crossed its arms and nodded in agreement. This name was somewhat acceptable. Certainly preferable to Little Mouse or Ah Huang. Ah Sun, Ah Sun. Quite nice, Shin repeated several times before turning to Sang Zhizhi. What do you think, junior sister? Sang Zhizhi had no objections. She deemed it acceptable. A name was merely a designation, after all. She nodded and smiled. I think it's quite good too. Before long, the flying vessel returned to the sect. Disciples, who had concluded their cultivation and were preparing to rest, paused in astonishment as they witnessed a massive flying vessel descending from above. Elder 5, what are you all doing? One disciple called out, cupping their hands to their mouth upon spotting Elder 5's figure. The flying vessel gradually descended, stirring up a cloud of dust. Elder 5 leaped from the deck, smiling. We just visited the Nether Sea. By the way, we have prepared delightful surprises for you. You shall enjoy delectable feasts in the coming days. She turned aside, revealing a mountain of sea beast carcasses piled on the deck, her smile disarmingly innocent. Sang Zhizhi and the others jumped down from the vessel, approaching Elder 5. The disciples, now utterly dumbfounded by the mountain of sea beast carcasses, pointed at the deck, stuttering in disbelief. Did you all really defeat these? This is terrifying. Elder 5 nodded, then sighed with a hint of regret. What a pity. We had hoped to capture more, but the sea beasts beneath the waves were uncooperative and did not surface. For now, we must make do. However, I believe there is ample meat for everyone in the sect to enjoy a taste. As she spoke, she lifted her head, pursing her lips in a smile. Prepare yourselves. In the coming days, we shall feast on roasted whole fish. The meat of these sea beasts is rich in nutrients. After days of cultivation, you all deserve a good replenishment. The crowd was rendered speechless, awestruck by her words. From Elder 5's implication, had the sea beasts not remained hidden, they might have cleared the entire Nether Sea. This was utterly insane. Truly, they were the strongest team of Lingxiu sect.